Ding. Super attribute system loaded successfully. Want to draw a lottery, young man? The odds are high, the prizes are great. White, blue, purple, gold supreme attributes to choose from. A single draw can hit the jackpot. 10 draws, and you'll soar. What are you waiting for? Come draw me. Inside the Jinbei Marquis Manor in the side courtyard. Hearing the sudden voice in his ear, Qin Kangi abruptly sat up from the lounge chair. He stared wide-eyed at the transparent panel that only he could see, completely stunned for 3 full breaths. Is this a system? The next moment, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, damn it. It's here, finally here. 16 years, my cheat finally arrived. Qin Kangi was so excited he almost knelt down to thank the system. 16 years ago, he was hit by a large carriage and transmigrated into this fantasy world, becoming the legitimate eldest son of the Jinbei Marquis Manor in the Liang Kingdom. A grand start, Marquis, heir, noble status, born with a supreme bone talent unmatched in Liang Kingdom. Later, at 3 years old, he entered a cultivation rank, shocking the entire capital. Everyone thought he would become a peerless prodigy that would dominate an era. But then, he had just transmigrated when his supreme bone was dug out. Cultivation lost foundation, ruined, not a genius, but branded a waste for 16 years. What the hell was the point? He almost committed suicide to start over. But he endured. Not for any other reason, mainly because he was afraid of pain. Fortunately, the system arrived late, but it arrived. The system came, and the sky turned blue. The system came, and the other world was at peace. Qin Kangi rubbed his hands together, eyes full of excitement. System bro, give me a single draw. Ding. Detected insufficient shock value from the host, cannot draw. The smile on Qin Kangi's face suddenly froze. Shock value? What the hell is that? Shock value automatically converted from other shock emotions caused by the host's actions. The stronger the shocked person, the more shock value the host obtains. Normal draw 1,000 shock value per draw. 10 draw, 10,000 shock value guaranteed. Blue attribute, current shock value 0. Qin Kangi was silent for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twitched. Bro, I already took off my pants, and you're telling me no? System, yes, I suggest you put your pants back on. Qin Kangi. Damn. Fingdog, system, do you think you're funny? Qin Kangi was furious. System, ding, considering the host's first draw, the required shock value is reduced to 100. System, and the first draw guarantees a purple attribute. Alright, at least you have some conscience. Qin Kangi quickly calmed down. As long as he did something shocking enough, he could draw. Simply put, showing off shock value. The higher the cultivation of the person being shown off, to the more shock value. This was no challenge for him. Heaven did not give me Qin Kangi, but I illuminate the path of showing off through the ages. Show off. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Young master, something big has happened. The servant Qin Wei came running in panic on his face. Qin Kangi glanced at him impatiently. What's the rush? Did you crap your pants? Qin Wei panted, his face pale. No, young master, men from the Sinan Marquis Manor have come. Qin Kangi raised an eyebrow. Sinan Marquis Manor. He was not unfamiliar with the name. When he was born, his father Qin Xianlai had made a marriage contract with the Sinan Marquis, Su Zhengfang. His betrothed was the daughter of the Sinan Marquis, Su Qinghan, the first beauty of Liang Kingdom, a prodigy who entered the 4th rank at 18. However, ever since his supreme bone was stolen and he became a cripple, this marriage contract had become a joke in the capital. Qin Wei lowered his head and whispered, the Sinan Marquis and Miss Su have both come. They are in the front hall now, they said. Qin Wei's voice grew softer, as if afraid to continue. Qin Kangi's eyes flickered. What? Qin Wei gritted his teeth. They said that Miss Su and the young master are no longer in the same world, and today they came to break off the engagement. The words fell, and the courtyard fell silent. Qin Wei looked at Qin Kangi nervously. He had expected the young master to be furious, even explode. But contrary to his expectations, Qin Kangi was not angry. Instead, his eyes gradually lit up. Crippled cultivation fiancé coming to break off the engagement. Qin Kangi's body trembled. Wait a minute. This plot seems a bit familiar. It seems maybe perhaps a little bit similar to that certain novel he read in his previous life, Breaking the Sky. Next, should he go on stage and shout that classic line? 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west, don't bully a young man in poverty. Finally, slap the face and show off. Shock value is right there. Wow. Wonderful, wonderful. Qin Kangi grew more excited the more he thought about it. Yes. Right. Do it. If he didn't show off now, it would be a waste of his 20 years of web novel experience. Qin Wei saw that his young master's expression was becoming more and more excited and was completely baffled. Young master, are you alright? Qin Wei asked cautiously. He always felt that his young master was not quite normal today. Others would want to crawl into a hole when faced with a broken engagement. But his own young master was different. Not only was he not angry upon hearing the news of the broken engagement, he could barely suppress his smile. Finished. The young master must have been driven mad by the shock. Qin Kangi snapped back to reality, glanced at Qin Wei and grinned. No. I'm fine, never better. Qin Wei. This really doesn't look like he's fine. Qin Kangyi stood up casually adjusted his robe. Let's go. Qin Wei was stunned. Go. Where? Qin Kangyi's lips curled slightly. The front hall. I have a show-off to perform. Su Qinghan. In the front hall of the Jinbei Marquis Manor. At this moment the atmosphere had become extremely oppressive. The Sinan Marquis Su Zhengfang sat upright in the guest seat, slowly placing down his teacup. A faint smile lingered on his face, but the words he spoke made Qin Xuankong's expression grow increasingly grim. Head of the Qin family, although my daughter Qinghan and your nephew Kangyi have been betrothed since childhood, times have changed. Some things in the end we must face reality. Qinghan is now 18 and has already reached the 4th grade realm. Among the younger generation of the entire Liang Kingdom, she can be considered among the top. As for your nephew Kangyi. At this point Su Zhengfang sighed, lightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Years ago his supreme bone was taken, his foundation damaged, and for 16 years he has been unable to enter any grade. One has a boundless future, the other is hopeless in the martial path. They are ultimately not from the same world. Qin Xuankong's face darkened. He was Qin Kangyi's second uncle. Over the years Qin Xianlai had been stationed at the northern border, and Qin Kangyi was mostly raised by him. In his heart, although Qin Kangyi was only his nephew, he was like a son. Now Su Zhengfang had personally come to break off the engagement, his words belittling Qin Kangyi. How could Qin Xiankong not be furious? Marquis Su. Qin Xuankong's voice was cold. Did you come today just to humiliate the heir of the Jinbei Marquis Manor? Su Zhengfang shook his head. Head of the Qin family, you misunderstand. I am merely stating the truth. A forced melon is not sweet. If this betrothal continues it will not be good for either child. Sitting beside Su Zhengfang, Su Qinghan's expression was cold and aloof. She wore a pale green dress, her skin as white as snow, her features like a painting, but her eyes were too cold, as if they looked down on everyone. She spoke slowly. Head of the Qin family, the man I Su Qinghan will marry must be one who can walk the peak of martial arts with me, not a cripple, who cannot even enter the 9th grade. Boom. Qin Xiankong slammed the table. The teacup trembled, and the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly froze. Su Qinghan, watch your words. At this moment Qin Xiankong was truly enraged. He could tolerate Su Zhengfang insulting himself, but he absolutely could not tolerate insults against Kangyi. Su Qinghan, however, was not afraid. She just looked at Qin Xiankong calmly, her tone still cold. I am only stating the facts. If the young master has any self-awareness, he should sign the annulment voluntarily. This way at least he can retain a shred of dignity. As soon as the words fell, a lazy voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Dignity? Does my dignity need to be given by the Su family? Everyone instinctively turned to look. Qin Kangyi strode into the hall, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Qin Xuankong's expression eased a little when he saw Qin Kangyi enter. Kangyi, why are you here? Qin Kangyi smiled. Uncle, they've come to break off the engagement. If I as the party involved didn't show up, wouldn't it make our Jinbei Marquis Manor seem rude? After speaking, he turned to look at Su Zhengfang and Su Qinghan. His gaze lingered on Su Qinghan for a moment. He had to admit Su Qinghan was indeed beautiful. Her brows were cold, her figure graceful, her temperament otherworldly. No wonder she was called the #1 beauty of Liang Kingdom. As for Su Zhengfang, he looked like a person too. Su Qinghan's gaze also fell on Qin Kangyi. When she saw the lazy smile on his face, her willow-like brows furrowed slightly. She had thought that after hearing about the annulment Qin Kangyi would be angry, embarrassed, or even lose his composure. But the young man before her showed no sign of distress. Instead he seemed a little excited. This made Su Qinghan feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Qin Kangyi leisurely walked to Qin Xuankong's side and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. Then he raised the teacup, took a light sip, and exuded an indescribable sense of relaxation. Su Qinghan frowned, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Young Master Qin, if you have no objections, please sign this annulment document. It will be dignified for both of us. With that, Su Qinghan slapped the annulment document heavily onto the table in front of Qin Kangyi. Qin Kangyi didn't even glance at the annulment document. He gently set down his teacup, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile, as he spoke in a low voice, dignity. I can't grant you that dignity. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. The smile on Su Zhengfang's face froze. Su Qinghan's cold, beautiful eyes also turned completely icy at this moment. She frowned deeply, her voice already laced with impatience. Qin Kangyi, what exactly do you want? Qin Kangyi leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his expression still lazy. You want to break off the engagement? Fine. But it has to be done my way. Su Qinghan said coldly. What do you mean? Qin Kangyi slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over Su Zhengfang and then landing on Su Qinghan. The next moment he clasped his hands behind his back, his voice suddenly becoming deep. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not bully a young man in poverty. 3 years from now you and I will fight. If you win, I will agree to the annulment. If you lose, You will become my maidservant. How about that? As soon as Qin Kangyi finished speaking, a series of system sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Qin Xuankong shock value 199, Su Zhengfang shock value 199, Su Qinghan shock value 89. So this is the feeling of showing off. It's so satisfying. The shock value is enough. I can do the first draw. Just as Qin Kangyi was about to draw, a clear female voice rang in his ears again. Well done, Qin Kangyi. I didn't misjudge you. You should be this tough. Don't worry, with my help defeating her in 3 years will be no problem. Qin Kangyi paused for a moment, stunned. Huh, what was that? A portable old man? No. The voice was crisp and soft, obviously a little girl. Qin Kangyi looked down at the pendant on his body. This item had been with him since birth. If he guessed correctly, the little girl who just spoke was inside this pendant. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is so right. The broken engagement trope plus a portable old man. Classic, absolutely classic. And now I have a system too. What can you do against me? System draw. The next moment, a spinning wheel that only Qin Kangyi could see appeared before him. Then the system's catchy voice rang in his ears. The winning probability is super high and the prizes are super good. White, blue, purple, gold. Choose any supreme attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the attribute. I understand you do as you please supreme attribute. I understand you do as you please supreme attribute. The host's bone structure, comprehension, and cultivation speed are all increased by 10,000 times. Others may cultivate for 10 years, the host only needs a little effort. Others may seclude themselves to comprehend, the host only needs to glance casually. Friendly reminder, please try to consider the feelings of ordinary martial artists lest their Dao heart shatter. Qin Kangyi. Holy crap. 10,000 times. Not one time. Not 10 or 100 times. But a full 10,000 times. Aye. Damn. Brother system, you're so good I can totally get along with you. I'll never call you a dog system again. Qin Kangyi originally thought that getting a purple from the first lottery as a guaranteed reward was already quite good. Little did he expect that this damn system would directly drop a supreme attribute for him. He almost couldn't help laughing out loud on the spot. What bullshit, supreme bone. Compared to the supreme attribute, it's trash. 2. Even a dog wouldn't want it. Host, do you wish to equip the attribute? Equip. Attribute equipped successfully. Host Qin Kangyi. Cultivation unranked. Technique none. Martial arts none. Shock value 387. Equipped attributes 13. I understand, do as you please supreme. Immediately after, a shimmering multicolored attribute appeared above Qin Kangyi's head on which 6 characters were clearly written, I understand, do as you please. Of course, only Qin Kangyi could see this attribute. The multicolored light was damn beautiful. At this moment, Qin Kangyi felt as if his mind had become unprecedentedly clear. Everything around him became incredibly clear. He could even clearly perceive the faintly circulating spiritual energy within Su Qinghan's body. Just then, Su Qinghan, standing opposite, heard Qin Kangyi's 3-year pact and couldn't help sneering. You self-righteous waste. Trying to use a so-called 3-year pact to buy time. Don't even mention 3 years. Even if you were given 30 years, what difference would it make? A waste is still a waste. In Su Qinghan's view, Qin Kangyi's so-called 3-year pact was merely a delay tactic to avoid breaking off the engagement. A waste. What difference could 3 years make? However, Qin Kangyi suddenly grinned and waved his hand, saying, sorry, I just misspoke. It's not 3 years. Su Qinghan sneered, as if she had seen through Qin Kangyi's little delaying trick. Is it that 3 years is too short, so you want to change it to 30 years? Huh. A waste is still a waste. However, Qin Kangyi's smile grew even brighter. It's 3 days east, 3 days west. Don't bully a youth for being poor. 3 days later, you and I will fight outside the Imperial Palace in front of everyone. If you win, I agree to break off the engagement. But if you lose, you become my maidservant. How about it? Qin Xuankong shock value 199. Su Zhengfang shock value 199. Su Qinghan shock value 89. Xianli shock value 200. Boom. In the front hall, everyone's expression changed. 3 days. He actually said 3 days. Qin Xuankong's pupils contracted slightly, as if he were hallucinating. Su Zhengfang was dumbfounded. What the hell? How many days did this brat say? 3 days. Su Qinghan was outright angered into laughter. A waste with no cultivation whatsoever, claiming to defeat her in 3 days. This was pure insult. Inside the pendant, Xian Li nearly bristled on the spot. 3 days. Qin Kangyi, have you gone mad? I just said 3 years, 3 years. You can change it again. If it's really not possible, 1 year is fine. With my help, you can work hard and surpass her within a year. Qin Kangyi turned a deaf ear to Xian Li's goodwill. No way. Before the system came, they bullied me. After the system came, they still damn well bully me. Then wouldn't the system have come for nothing? I now have a 10,000-fold talent boost. What does that mean? My 1 year of seclusion equals 10,000 years of seclusion for others. If I really fought Su Qinghan after a year, by then I'd be able to punch the entire continent to pieces. Why even bother fighting? It would scare people to death. 3 days is already a long time. Su Qinghan looked at him coldly. Qin Kangi, do you know what you're saying? 3 days. Just you a waste, not even at the 9th grade is going to have a public duel with me in 3 days. Qin Kangi shrugged with a chuckle. You want to bet? Those simple 4 words struck Su Qinghan's face like a slap. Her chest heaved slightly. At this moment she was truly furious. Ever since she set foot in the Jinbei Marquis manor, she had never taken Qin Kangi seriously. Just a waste of a young marquis. If not for that engagement years ago, she wouldn't even have given him a second glance. But now this waste was asking her in front of everyone if she dared to accept the challenge. This was pure naked provocation. Su Qinghan's eyes turned icy cold as she spoke word by word. Fine. 3 days later outside the imperial palace in the capital, I will fight you. Then I will make the entire capital see clearly just how ridiculous you Qin Kangi truly are. Obviously Su Qinghan didn't think Qin Kangi could be her opponent at all. The so-called 3-day pact was merely a pathetic waste trying to save face for his so-called pride. Qin Kangi's lips curled into a faint smile. That's wonderful. Miss Su, after you return you can ask your mother for some bedroom techniques, such as playing the flute, and the like. The more varieties the better. I, the young master, don't really like rookies. If I'm not satisfied I'll have to punish you severely. Su Jingfeng shock value 199. Su Jingfeng shock value 199. Su Jingfeng shock value 199. Boom. Qin Kangi's words instantly ignited Su Jingfeng's fury. He was the honored Sinong Marquis. When had he ever been so insulted to his face? Moreover, the ones insulted were his own daughter and his wife. This little bastard had insulted 2 people with 1 sentence. This was utterly outrageous. Qin Kangi. Su Jingfeng suddenly stood up, the smile on his face completely vanishing. A powerful aura instantly burst forth from his body. Boom. In the front hall the tables trembled and teacups shattered. A terrifying pressure like a mountain pressed heavily toward Qin Kangi. However, Qin Kangi leaned back in his chair, his smile unwavering. He even leisurely picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip, as if Su Jingfeng's fury was nothing more than that in his eyes. Just as Su Jingfeng was about to strike, a figure suddenly blocked Qin Kangi. It was Qin Xiankong. His robes fluttered without wind, and his gaze was as cold as a blade. A presence no weaker than Su Jingfeng's also burst forth from his body, forcefully repelling Su Jingfeng's pressure. Boom. The 2 auras clashed in the front hall, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. Both were first-rank powerhouses, and Qin Xiankong was even slightly superior, so Su Jingfeng naturally could not overcome him. Qin Xuankong's voice was icy. Su Jingfeng, this is the Jinbei Marquis manor. Do you intend to lay a hand on my Qin family's young marquis? Su Jingfeng's face darkened to the extreme. Qin Xuankong, didn't you hear what he just said? Insulting my daughter and my wife like that? Doesn't your Qin family owe an explanation? Qin Xiankong sneered. Explanation? You and your daughter came today to break off the engagement, calling him a waste, and saying he's unworthy at every turn. What? When you insult my Qin family's young marquis, it's just telling the truth. But when my young marquis retorts, you demand an explanation. Su Jingfeng, the face of your Sinong Marquis manor is simply too big. Su Jingfeng's face turned ashen, and for a moment he was rendered speechless by Qin Xiankong's retort. Su Qinghan stood by, her delicate face icy cold, her chest heaving slightly. She was truly infuriated by Qin Kangi. Never in her life had she endured such humiliation. Even the royal offspring maintained a degree of decorum before her. But Qin Kangi, a worthless nobody, dared to suggest in public that she become his maidservant and perform such shameful acts. Moreover, he told her to consult her own mother. This was more agonizing than death itself. Su Qinghan glared at Qin Kangi, her voice frigid to the extreme. Qin Kangi, I originally planned to give you a slight lesson in 3 days and let it end there, but now I've changed my mind. In 3 days I will have you dead. The cold aura cut like a sharp blade biting to the bone. At that moment the murderous intent in her eyes was unconcealed. Yet Qin Kangi raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, "Oh, really? I don't believe it." Su Jingfeng took a deep breath, forcing down his rage. After all, this was the Jinbei Marquis manor, and Qin Xiankong had clearly made it known he would protect Qin Kangi. If he were to strike here today, he would certainly come out worse for wear. Moreover, since Qin Kangi had voluntarily issued a challenge in 3 days, he would make him lose all face before the entire imperial capital. When that time came, not only would the engagement be annulled, but this brat would also meet his end without a burial place. At this thought, Su Jingfeng gave a cold sneer. Fine. Very well. Patriarch Qin, since my nephew Kangi is so bold, then in 3 days outside the imperial palace I shall see how he manages to salvage this. With that he turned to Qin Kangi, his eyes dark. Qin Kangi, I hope 3 days from now you still possess the same sharp tongue as today. Qin Kangi smiled. Rest assured, my teeth have always been in good shape. Su Jingfeng's eyes twitched violently. Qin Kangi listened to the notification sounds in his mind, his mood growing ever more cheerful. Su Jingfeng also rose to his feet. Before leaving he cast a deep look at Qin Kangi and shook his head slightly. Take care of yourself, noble nephew. Qin Kengi picked up the teacup from the table and waved his hand casually. Go slowly. By the way, when you return to the manor, remember to have Miss Su study some bedroom arts in advance. Don't disappoint this young master. Su Qinghan, who had already reached the doorway, halted abruptly. She took a deep breath, but finally forced down her fury and did not look back. Only after the father and daughter had completely disappeared from the courtyard did Qin Xiankong suddenly turn around. Kengi, how could you be so foolish? Su Qinghan is a fourth-rank martial artist. And you? Qin Xiankong opened his mouth, his voice filled with anxiety. You haven't even entered the ranks. How could you possibly be a match for her? Qin Kengi had grown up under his watch, and he had no son of his own, only a daughter. In his heart, he had long regarded Qin Kengi as his own flesh and blood. Therefore, over the years, he had never reproached Qin Kengi for his inability to cultivate. Seeing Qin Xiankong's face full of worry, Qin Kengi felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that everything his second uncle did was for his own good. Second uncle, Qin Kengi said with a gentle smile. Who says I haven't entered the ranks? As the words fell, Qin Xiankong was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Qin Kengi's aura suddenly changed. A faint hum emanated from within his body. In the next moment, the originally calm world's spiritual energy, as if drawn by some unknown force, began to slowly converge toward Qin Kengi's position. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a frenzy. This is... Qin Xiankong's anxious voice abruptly halted. He raised his head, sharply staring intently at the Qin Kengi before him. His face was filled with disbelief. Qi absorption. 9th rank. As a first-rank martial artist, Qin Xiankong naturally knew what this scene signified. It was precisely the omen of a martial artist formally stepping into the 9th rank realm. How could this be? Qin Kengi's supreme bone had been forcibly dug out back then. Not only had all his cultivation dissipated, but even his meridians had suffered severe damage. Over the years, Qin Xiankong had sought out renowned physicians and expended countless heavenly treasures, yet no method had ever allowed Qin Kengi to step back onto the martial path. But now Qin Kengi had actually rekindled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom. A muffled roar suddenly erupted from within Qin Kengi's body. 9th rank initial stage. Yet it was not over. The spiritual energy around Qin Kengi did not disperse. Instead, as if stimulated, it surged into his body at an even more astonishing speed. 9th rank mid-stage. 9th rank late stage. 9th rank peak. In just a few breaths, Qin Kengi had crossed the 9th rank realm without any obstruction. Then, with another muffled roar, a far more powerful aura burst forth from Qin Kengi's body. Qin Xiankong's pupils contracted sharply, the shock on his face utterly beyond concealment. No, this isn't 9th rank. 8th rank. Kengi's cultivation has directly rushed into the 8th rank realm. Qin Kengi slowly raised his head and grinned. I have attained enlightenment, you all do as you please. In the next moment, he waved his hand casually, and the gathered spiritual energy of heaven and earth reluctantly dispersed. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What the a? Qin Kengi, what exactly did you do? 8th rank. You cheated. You absolutely cheated. Xuanli was completely bewildered, her voice rising an octave. Qin Kengi listened to her shocked tone, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Just 8th rank. Is it that hard? Kengi, you can really cultivate now. Qin Xiankong's voice trembled, brimming with indescribable excitement. Qin Kengi nodded emphatically. Really, second uncle, I can cultivate now. Good, good. Qin Xiankong's old eyes streamed with tears. He was moved for a long while before wiping them away. Then, as if recalling something, he spoke. Oh, Kengi, there's something else I need to tell you. Go ahead, second uncle. Qin Xiankong paused and said, the northern border has won a great victory. Your father drove the Xiongnu back 3,000 li, slaying hundreds of thousands of enemies, and returned triumphantly. His Majesty is overjoyed and will personally bestow honors upon your father. He is expected to arrive in the imperial capital in a few days. Hearing this, a slight pause flickered across Qin Kengi's face. Father. Jinbei Marquis Qin Xianlai. The name was not unfamiliar to him, yet it hardly counted as closeness. 16 years ago, his supreme bone had been dug out, destroying his foundation entirely. Qin Xianlai had personally examined his body. After confirming he had little value for cultivation, he left only a disappointed glance before turning away from the Jinbei Marquis manor and heading back to the northern region. That departure lasted a full 16 years. In those 16 years, he had never once returned. Qin Kengi, the legitimate eldest son, seemed to have been completely forgotten in the imperial capital. Now he was finally returning. A trace of faint coldness flashed in Qin Kengi's eyes. Qin Kong noticed the change in Qin Kengi's expression and sighed softly. Kengi, there are some things your second uncle knows you harbor resentment about. Over these years, your father has indeed owed you too much. Qin Kengi gave a faint smile. Second uncle, rest assured I'm fine. Qin Kong watched Qin Kengi's calm demeanor, feeling both relieved and a touch of heartache. If a child weren't truly, utterly disappointed, how could he remain so calm upon hearing his biological father was about to return? Qin Kong fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. There is one more thing. This time returning to the capital, it's not just your father. Qin Kangyi's eyebrows rose slightly. Qin Lingxiao. Qin Kong nodded. Correct. Your younger brother Qin Lingxiao will be coming back with him as well. I hear he broke through to the 3rd rank during this battle, and even personally killed 3 top experts from the Xiongnu royal court. Now this news has spread throughout the imperial capital. People everywhere say he is a rare teenage prodigy in 100 years for the Liang kingdom. Qin Kong's expression darkened slightly. Some even say, he is more suitable to be the heir of the Jinbei Marquis manor than you. The main hall fell silent at once. However, Qin Kangyi just smiled carelessly, showing no concern. If it were before, he might have felt a bit displeased. But now with the system in hand, what was there to panic about? Kangyi, rest assured, second uncle will always stand by your side. Qin Kong patted Qin Kangyi on the shoulder and said solemnly. He had raised Qin Kangyi for 16 years and long regarded him as his own flesh and blood. Qin Xianlai didn't like this son, but he did. Thank you, second uncle. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly, not taking this matter to heart. Then after chatting for a while, Qin Kangyi returned to the courtyard. Qin Manor's guest house. Just now Qin Kangyi had thoroughly understood the system's functions. Super entry system. By shocking others, one gains shock points, which can then be used for lotteries. 1,000 shock points allow 1 draw for an entry, and 10 consecutive draws guarantee a blue entry. The entry ranks from low to high are white, blue, purple, red, gold, and supreme. His I've Awakened Do As You Please is currently the most top-tier supreme entry. However, obtaining a supreme entry is naturally not easy. The probability of drawing a supreme entry is only a pitiful 1 in 10,000. In other words, to obtain more powerful entries, one must acquire as many shock points as possible. This is also why Qin Kangyi decided to publicly duel Su Qinghan in 3 days. Defeating Su Qinghan in front of everyone in the imperial capital would surely earn him a huge batch of shock points. Qin Kangyi, you were far too impulsive today. 3 days. How could you possibly defeat that woman? Just as Qin Kangyi was still immersed in the system panel, a frustrated girl's voice suddenly came from within the black pendant. The next moment, a half-transparent petite figure slowly emerged from the pendant. It was a young girl who appeared not very old. Silver-white long hair cascaded down her back with a faint crimson-gold flame marked between her eyebrows. Her figure was petite, features delicate skin, pale, almost translucent. A pair of pale purple eyes, clear and bright, now wide with anger. Though she looked like a sweetly carved jade little girl, she stubbornly stood with hands on hips, putting on an air of oldfulness. I just said 3 years. After 3 years you can righteously slap that woman's face. Not that you should rush in to seek death in 3 days. Xian Li's small face puffed up in anger. If she weren't now just a soul form, she would likely have reached out to tap Qin Kangyi's head. Qin Kangyi came to his senses, his gaze falling on Xian Li. It must be said, this companion little loli looked quite interesting. Other people's companion old grandpas spoke with an aura of immortal grace. His, on the other hand, sounded like a bristling little wild cat as soon as it opened its mouth. You are the voice from the pendant. Qin Kangyi raised an eyebrow. Xian Li sniffed lightly, tilting her chin up slightly. Correct, my name is Xian Li. You're lucky boy to have encountered a peerless expert like me. As long as you obediently become my disciple, I naturally have a way to repair your meridians and let you return to the martial path. In the future, not to mention a mere Su Qinghan, no one in the entire Liang kingdom will be your match. Qin Kangyi looked her up and down. Really? Xian Li put her hands on her hips. Of course, when I dominated the Jinling realm back then, your ancestors hadn't even been born. Qin Kangyi, you're so old. Isn't that just a little old man? Xian Li froze instantly. What does "you're so old" mean? Am I old? Oh, answer me, look my eyes. Qin Kangyi, you're excessive. The little loli's expression was agitated, her eyes somewhat teary, as if about to cry. Qin Kangyi instantly felt overwhelmed. Don't cry, I can't bear to see children cry in my life. Xian Li first paused, but upon hearing the word child, nearly exploded again. You're the child, your whole family is children. After venting for a while, Xian Li calmed down slightly. Immediately the girl crossed her arms over her chest, once again striking a posture of a senior expert. Forget it, I'm magnanimous and forgive you. Qin Kangyi, I was once the #1 genius alchemist in the Jinling realm, with pharmacological talent surpassing my peers in cultivation at the venerable realm. As long as you become my disciple, I can teach you venerable level techniques, with my personal guidance. Not only breaking through to the 1st rank, but even entering the venerable realm is not impossible. What do you think? After speaking, Xian Li looked at Qin Kangyi with eager anticipation. In her view, venerable level techniques, personal guidance from a venerable expert. For a youth from a small Liang kingdom, this was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as Qin Kangyi wasn't insane, he should kneel and become her disciple immediately. However, Qin Kangyi merely shrugged casually. Not interested. Xianli. She doubted she had heard correctly. What did you say? I am the #1 genius alchemist in the Jinling realm, and a legendary venerable expert. Are you sure you won't consider it? Moreover, I can also teach you true venerable level techniques. Qin Kangyi asked faintly, do you have the burning mantra? Xianli was stunned. Burning mantra? What is that? No. Qin Kangyi nodded. Then forget it. Not interested. Xianli, what kind of stuff is the burning mantra? Why does she look so disappointed just because she doesn't have it? Is this thing very powerful? Why has she never heard of it? Just as Xianli looked bewildered, Qin Kangyi took out a manual from his bosom. On the cover of the manual were written 5 large characters. Earth Fire Burning Origin Art. This is a heaven-grade secret art treasured by the Qin family, known as the Earth Fire Burning Yuan art. By cultivating this method, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing Earth Fire True Yuan within the Dantian. In battle, the True Yuan burns like fire, granting explosive power. If one can cultivate it to the highest realm, one can even step into the first grade of the martial path. Even throughout the entire Liang Kingdom, it could be considered a rare top-tier art. Although Qin Kangyi had no talent for cultivation as the heir of the Junbei Marquis mansion, he naturally had the right to peruse the top-tier techniques in the Qin family's sutra hall. Xianli saw this and curled her lips disdainfully. This trashy technique. Not only are its meridian circulation routes riddled with flaws, but the Earth Fire True Yuan it condenses is also impure and mixed. This inferior technique, even if cultivated to the highest realm, is useless. Qin Kangyi, if you become my disciple, I can teach you a top-tier technique that is at least 100 times more powerful than this. The little girl was patiently coaxing him, trying to make Qin Kangyi accept her as his master. In her view, Qin Kangyi's vision was too shallow. He actually regarded such a trashy technique as a treasure. As long as she showed him how powerful she was, he would surely cry and beg to become her disciple. He. However, Qin Kangyi did not reply. He merely lowered his head and carefully read the Earth Fire Burning Yuan art from beginning to end. Then slowly closing his eyes, he began to contemplate directly. It's fine if I don't have the incinerating art. I have the budget version, the Earth Fire Burning Yuan art. At worst, I can just craft the incinerating art myself by following the budget version. It's not that hard anyway. Seeing this, Xianli couldn't help but grow anxious. If Qin Kangyi practiced this piece of trash, how would she ever reshape her physical body in the future? Qin Kangyi, this trashy technique will only harm you. If you cultivate it, you will definitely never go far. Listen to me. Don't practice this piece of junk. Alright, I won't ask you to become my disciple. I'll teach you the technique for free. You. But before she could finish, her voice cut off abruptly. Because at that moment, Qin Kangyi, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly frowned. This technique has many errors. Xianli was slightly startled, then nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes. This technique is too terrible. It has at least 20-odd errors. Especially when condensing Earth Fire True Yuan, the spiritual energy must circulate through several meridians, which not only wastes a lot of time, but also causes the fire-attributed spiritual energy to continuously dissipate. I have a better one. If this trashy technique were cultivated, it would definitely limit his growth potential. Xianli was still counting on Qin Kangyi to help her resurrect herself. How could she let him practice such a terrible technique? However, the next moment, Qin Kangyi gently shook his head. No, it's not 20-odd errors. It's 126 errors. Xianli, what the heck, 126 errors? Ajahn, are you serious? The room instantly fell into an eerie silence. After several breaths, Xianli finally couldn't help asking, Qin Kangyi, what you just said? You were making it up, right? Qin Kangyi did not answer. Instead, his mind began to race with deductions. The uniqueness of the incinerating art lies in this: every time the cultivator devours a type of strange fire, the incinerating art will absorb the fire's origin power, reshape its own circulation route, and continuously elevate the technique's grade. Not only that, the special nature of the incinerating art is that it can accommodate and refine the origin of strange fires. Unlike ordinary fire techniques that merely borrow fire for cultivation, the incinerating art directly turns the strange fire into nourishment for its own evolution. In that case, if I just modify the technique to accommodate strange fires, that should do it right. After a moment, I see. I have understood, Qin Kangyi murmured to himself. Xianli widened her cute eyes, utterly bewildered. What the heck do you mean you've understood? You understand nothing. This crappy Earth Fire Burning Yuan art has meridian routes full of holes. Can you actually grow flowers from it? However, Qin Kangyi paid no attention to Xianli's shock. In his mind, meridian routes were wildly reorganizing. Originally, the cultivation method of the Earth Fire Burning Yuan art involved drawing spiritual energy into the Dantian, then refining it with fire-attributed True Yuan to condense so-called Earth Fire True Yuan. In Qin Kangyi's view, this method was too crude. Not only was it inefficient, but it also wasted spiritual energy terribly. Most importantly, it could only borrow fire, not devour it. If a true celestial strange fire was encountered, the cultivator would not only fail to refine it, but would instead be devoured by the fire, burning their meridians and dantian. In that case, I'll modify it. Thoughts spun rapidly in Qin Kangyi's mind. Use the dantian as a furnace, the meridians as a formation, true yuan as fuel, and strange fire as the seed. Bring the origin of the strange fire into the dantian, not to forcibly suppress it, but to refine and merge it, eventually nourishing oneself. Every time a strange fire is devoured, a new fire vein is opened. Continuing like this, one could even open 10 or even 100 fire veins. There is no upper limit. Boom. In that instant, it seemed as if a thunderbolt exploded in Qin Kangyi's mind. The originally flawed and crude earth fire-burning yuan art was continuously being deduced in his mind. In an instant, all 126 errors were overturned and reshaped by him. This budget technique that could only condense earth fire true yuan was now forcibly deduced into an entirely new path by Qin Kangyi. Xianli had originally wanted to mock him, but gradually she suddenly fell silent. Because she discovered that the aura inside Qin Kangyi had changed. It was no longer the scorching heat of ordinary fire attributed true yuan, but a more domineering, terrifying aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything. This is impossible. Xian Li's eyes widened, her small face full of disbelief. Is he really modifying the technique? Is this kid for real? Ding. Detected host is comprehending a heaven-grade technique, earth fire burning yuan art. Supreme affix, I understand, do as you please effect triggered. Host has comprehended the earth fire burning yuan art to perfection. Detected host is preparing to deduce the technique into a cultivation method similar to the incinerating art. Host is currently deducing on their own. Technique deduced to spirit grade. Technique deduced to king grade. Technique deduced to emperor grade. Technique deduced to sovereign grade. In just a few breaths, Qin Kangyi completed the deduction. He slowly opened his eyes, and deep within them a wisp of crimson firelight flashed and vanished. It's done. Xianli subconsciously asked, what's done? Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. The earth fire burning yuan art is too low level. I made a few modifications and elevated it to the sovereign grade. From now on, it will no longer be called the earth fire burning yuan art, but the nine heavens incinerating heaven art. This nine heavens incinerating heaven art not only reaches the sovereign grade, but also incorporates the characteristics of the incinerating art. It not only allows Qin Kangyi to devour strange fires without limit, but as long as he continues devouring strange fires, the technique can keep upgrading. Moreover, the technique deduced by Qin Kangyi started at the sovereign grade, which is far superior in quality to the so-called incinerating art. Naturally, its power was also greater. Hearing this, Xian Li beside him curled her lips in disbelief. Brag, keep bragging. Have you even seen a sovereign grade technique, kid? And you claim to have elevated it to sovereign grade. Not even a ghost would believe it. Handcrafting a sovereign grade technique. Are you joking? I don't believe you at all. Yet Qin Kangyi paid no heed to Xianli. He slowly closed his eyes and began circulating his cultivation method according to the pathways of the nine heavens burning heaven art. Boom. In an instant, a dull rumbling sound erupted within the courtyard. The surrounding spiritual energy, which had been tranquil just moments before, seemed to be forcibly drawn by some terrifying power, turning wild and turbulent. Threads of spiritual energy converged frantically from all directions. In mere moments, a visible vortex of flames formed above Qin Kangyi's head. The vortex rotated slowly, radiating intense heat in all directions, even distorting the surrounding air under the scorching temperatures. Qin Kangyi sat cross-legged, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless furnace. No matter how much spiritual energy surged in, it was instantly devoured completely. Within his dantian, a strand of crimson true essence slowly coalesced, incredibly pure. Inside the pendant, Xian Li naturally sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Qin Kangyi. She had intended to continue with her sharp retorts, but the moment that strand of burning heaven true essence condensed, she froze in place. This aura, it really is a venerable level cultivation method. Qin Kangyi, you're actually serious. Xian Li's small mouth hung slightly open, her pale violet eyes wide as saucers. She never imagined that Qin Kangyi had not been spouting nonsense moments ago. This fellow had actually managed to deduce a heaven-grade technique into a venerable grade 1. This was a venerable grade technique. Even in the true spirit realm, it would be enough to drive countless powerhouses to fight over it, shedding blood and sweat. Yet here Qin Kangyi had merely read it once, closed his eyes, and sat for a while. Then he modified it. Was that reasonable? Yet the genuine aura of a venerable grade technique before her was undeniable. Xian Li felt her mind struggling to keep up. But Qin Kangyi paid her no attention. He remained with his eyes closed, allowing the nine heavens burning heaven art to circulate naturally within him. As the burning heaven true essence grew stronger, the unstable aura he had just entered, the 8th rank, with quickly became solid. Then, a new round of explosive cultivation advancement began. 8th rank midstage. 8th rank late stage. 8th rank peak. In just a few breaths Qin Kangi surged all the way to the peak of the 8th rank. Yet this was not the end. Boom. With an even more profound rumble, the burning heaven true essence within Qin Kangi suddenly erupted. A wave of scorching energy burst outward from Qin Kangi's body. 7th rank. In a single cycle of the 9 heavens burning heaven art, he had effortlessly stepped into the 7th rank. Xianli watched her face gradually turning pale. She stared fixedly at Qin Kangi, as if struck by lightning. 7th rank. He's already at the 7th rank. Illusions, these must all be illusions. In less than 2 hours Qin Kangi had gone from a cripple unable to even enter the 9th rank to the 7th rank. What was even more absurd was that he had casually crafted a venerable grade technique along the way. If this news spread, not a soul in the Liang Kingdom would believe it. Even in the true spirit realm no one would ever believe it. Xianli even began to seriously wonder if her soul's damage was so severe that she was hallucinating. Before long Qin Kangi slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Exhilarating. So this was the feeling of cultivation, truly exhilarating. He had even begun to grow fond of the sensation of breaking through. If he didn't advance within an hour, something felt off. Xianli hurriedly approached Qin Kangi, her large pale violet eyes locked onto him. How did you manage it? You're just an 8th rank martial artist, how could you create a venerable grade technique? This was what baffled Xianli. Venerable grade techniques were priceless, almost no one below the Saint Realm could create them. Even among Saint Realm powerhouses, only a few possessed the ability to spend vast amounts of time deducing such techniques. But Qin Kangi, in a dozen breaths he said, I understand. And then, snap, he had forged one. Was that reasonable? Qin Kangi smiled faintly, isn't it simple? Just correct all the errors in the original technique. How about that? Can't you do it? His words were spoken lightly, even with a hint of genuine curiosity in his tone. Yet to Xianli's ears, it was like a heavy hammer smashing against her Dao heart. Xianli. Her small mouth parted slightly, frozen in midair for several breaths. Then, as if finally snapping back to reality, she bristled with fury. Qin Kangi, are you even speaking human language? What do you mean just correct all the errors? Do you think deducing a technique is like fixing typos? That's a venerable grade technique. Do you even understand what a venerable grade technique is, eh? Xianli's face flushed with anger, hands on her hips, as if she wanted to lunge at Qin Kangi and bite him. And don't think I'm just a remnant soul now. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse to create a venerable grade technique must consult countless cultivation manuals, deduce meridian pathways, verify true essence changes, and even experiment repeatedly through trial and error. One misstep could lead to backlash, damaged meridians at best, or chi deviation at worst. But you read it once, closed your eyes, said, I understand, and with a snap turned a heaven grade technique into a venerable grade one. Xianli grew more agitated as she spoke, her voice rising involuntarily. Is that reasonable? It's not reasonable at all. Qin Kangi listened, then nodded thoughtfully. I see. Xianli finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally grasped how absurd the situation was. But the next moment Qin Kangi said earnestly, then it must be because you can't do it. Xianli. She was frozen solid on the spot. A few moments later Xianli clutched her chest, as if struck by a heavy blow. I can't do it. I, the foremost genius alchemist of the true spirit realm, a venerable realm powerhouse, and you say I can't do it. Qin Kangi smiled, not continuing to tease her. Xianli shock value 200 Xianli shock value 200 Xianli shock value 200. Current shock value 3384. Hearing the successive system prompts in his mind, the corners of Qin Kangi's mouth lifted slightly. Not bad. Xianli was indeed a reliable tool. Just by deducing one technique, she had contributed so much shock value. But relying on her alone wasn't enough. After all, 1,000 shock value for a single draw, and he planned to save up 10,000 for a 10-draw spree. It seemed he would need to use his astonishing talent to shock more people. Just then a familiar voice came from outside the courtyard, Brother Kangi. Hearing the voice, Xianli quickly hid back into the pendant. Qin Kangi turned around to see Qin Miao Miao running over. Miao Miao, why are you here? Qin Kangi asked curiously. Qin Miao Miao was his second uncle, Qin Xuankong's biological daughter. She had grown up with Qin Kangi, and though they were not siblings by blood, their bond was even stronger than that of true brother and sister. Qin Miao Miao mysteriously produced a brocade box and chuckled. Brother Kangi, father said you're about to battle Su Qinghan, and he can't help much. This pill he took from the Qin family treasury is a first-grade pill. It should be of some assistance to you. A first-grade pill. Such a top-tier pill was rare, even in the entire Liang Kingdom. After all, the status of a first-grade alchemist was even higher than that of a first-grade martial artist. The Qin family treasury had only a few such pills left. He hadn't expected his second uncle, fearing he would suffer a crushing defeat, to give him such a precious pill. Miao Miao, I can't take this pill. Return it to uncle. Qin Kangi shook his head. With his 10,000-fold talent, he was confident he could win the battle even without the pill. However, Qin Miao Miao directly shoved the pill into Qin Kangyi's hand. No. Father instructed that you must refine it. Brother Kangyi, even if no one else believes in you, I know you can win. Go for it. With that, the girl turned and ran out of the courtyard, not giving Qin Kangyi a chance to refuse. Watching her, Qin Kangyi revealed a bitter smile. This girl. Just then, Xian Li's figure suddenly appeared before Qin Kangyi. She glanced at the first-grade pill in his hand and scoffed. Who refined this trash pill? A first-grade Huanyuan pill with only 3 pill patterns. Trash, utter trash. The number of pill patterns indicated the quality of the pill. The higher the quality, the more patterns. The maximum was 9. The more patterns, the stronger the medicinal effect. A pill with only 3 patterns had greatly diminished efficacy, naturally failing to meet Xian Li's standards. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi couldn't help but glance at her. A first-grade pill is already considered top-tier in Liang Kingdom. That's because your Liang Kingdom is too poor. Xian Li crossed her arms, her delicate face filled with disdain. She extended a fair finger, gently tapping the pill in the brocade box. Huanyuan pill restores blood, and Qi strengthens the foundation. It's indeed suitable for your current situation. But this pill's heat is uneven, its medicinal power impure, and with only 3 patterns it barely qualifies as a pill. Back in my day, if I'd refined something like this, I'd have blown up my own cauldron in shame. Qin Kangyi's lips twitched slightly. This girl's words were as merciless as ever. But he knew Xian Li's origins were mysterious, and her vision far surpassed that of anyone in Liang Kingdom. The first-grade pill, so precious in the eyes of countless martial artists in Liang Kingdom, might indeed be nothing to her. Qin Kangyi looked down at the Huanyuan pill in his hand, his expression gradually turning serious. The pill might not be perfect, but it was his second uncle's heartfelt intention. Ever since his good-for-nothing father went to the border, few in the Jinbei Marquis mansion truly cared about him anymore. Second uncle Qin Xinkong was one. Qin Miao Miao was another. No matter how poor the pill, it came from uncle's treasury, Qin Kangyi said softly. I must remember this kindness. Xian Li was momentarily stunned, then pursed her lips. I know. I'm not saying your uncle is bad. I'm saying the alchemist is incompetent. This 3-pattern Huanyuan pill has at most 30% efficacy, and it's too toxic. I wouldn't recommend consuming it. She then rolled her eyes, a sly smile appearing. But, if you're willing to become my disciple, I can help you re-refine this pill to at least 6 patterns. I can also teach you the art of alchemy. I am the foremost genius alchemist of the Jinling realm. How about it? After witnessing Qin Kangyi's terrifying talent, Xian Li wanted him to become her disciple even more. This kid's future achievements would surely be extraordinary. Taking him under her wing now, when he rose to prominence, wouldn't she, as his master, gain immense face? However, Qin Kangyi firmly shook his head. Forget it. Xian Li's smile froze instantly. She blinked as if unable to believe her ears. What did you say? Qin Kangyi said seriously. I said forget it. I won't take this pill either. Xian Li's face darkened. Qin Kangyi, do you know how many people are crying and begging to become my disciple? Xian Li, hands on her hips, gritted her teeth. I'm willing to teach you alchemy. That's an honor that would make your ancestors' graves smoke. Qin Kangyi remained calm. But I have no intention of taking a master for now. Xian Li. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Don't get angry. Can't get angry. This kid's talent is monstrous, a little temper is normal. One day, when he understands the profundity of alchemy, he'll realize what he missed today. With that thought, Xian Li snorted lightly. Fine, don't take a master. But this pill has too much toxicity. If you refine it directly and damage your foundation, don't say, I didn't warn you. Qin Kangyi glanced at the Huanyuan pill in his hand and suddenly asked, if I were to re-refine it, what would I need to do? Xian Li's eyes lit up slightly. What? Regretting it? Qin Kangyi shook his head. Just asking. Xian Li pursed her lips, dissatisfied, but still couldn't help saying, to re-refine a pill, first you must warm the pill body with spiritual fire to force out impurities. Second, you must reorganize the medicinal power to unify the properties. Finally, condense the patterns using alchemy techniques to reshape the pill. Sounds difficult, but in reality, it's not simple at all. One misstep, and the pill will explode on the spot. As she spoke, a faint golden flame flickered on Xian Li's fingertip. The flame seemed weak, yet the moment it appeared, the temperature in the room soared. Qin Kangyi's gaze shifted slightly. Xian Li tapped her fingertip, and the golden flame instantly enveloped the Huanyuan pill. The pill floated in midair, spinning slowly. Strands of gray-black impurities seeped from its surface, soon burned into nothingness by the golden flame. Qin Kangyi watched silently. As Xian Li manipulated the flame, she said smugly, see. The heat must be steady, the medicinal power smooth, the patterns condensed. Alchemy isn't just about talent, it also requires experience, discernment, and flame control. As she worked, Qin Kangyi's eyes shifted, and he seemed lost in thought. Analyzing alchemy techniques. Analyzing flame control method. Analyzing pill pattern condensation. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host has learned basic alchemy. Congratulations, host has learned flame control art. Congratulations, host has learned Huanyuan pill recipe. Qin Kangyi's eyes flickered. So this is what alchemy is all about. Moments later, Xian Li withdrew the golden flame. The Huanyuan pill in midair slowly fell back into the brocade box. The pill originally with only 3 patterns now bore 6. Its fragrance was several times richer than before, and its toxicity had decreased by 60%. Here, Xian Li lifted her chin. A 6-pattern Huanyuan pill. Still trash, but in your Liang kingdom it should barely count as a treasure. Qin Kangyi picked up the pill, examining it carefully. Not bad indeed. Xian Li crossed her arms, feigning nonchalance. Small matter. Alchemy is very difficult. Now you know how impressive I am, right? Qin Kangyi shook his head, speaking seriously. Not really. It felt quite simple. Xian Li was taken aback. What did you say? Qin Kangyi didn't explain. He simply raised his right hand, mimicking Xian Li's earlier gesture, and flicked his fingertip. The next moment a faint flame rose from his fingertip. Though weak, far inferior to Xian Li's golden flame, its manipulation was almost identical to hers. Xian Li's expression froze instantly. She stared at the flame on Qin Kangyi's fingertip, her beautiful eyes widening bit by bit. You learned my flame control technique just by watching it once. Qin Kangyi thought for a moment, then corrected earnestly. More or less, but your technique had a few flaws. I refined it. Xian Li stood in absolute shock, her delicate face frozen in bewilderment as she stared at Qin Kangyi, looking as if she had encountered a ghost. He merely observed her fire control technique once. Not only did he learn it, but he also identified its flaws. And to top it off, he actually refined it. Although Xian Li refused to believe it upon witnessing the fire control art Qin Kangyi demonstrated, she was rendered completely speechless with astonishment. The flame in Qin Kangyi's hand lacked her potency. Indeed, it was remarkably feeble. Yet his fire control technique was extraordinarily profound, derived from her methods, yet even more exquisite. But that was not all. Qin Kangyi flicked his fingers, and the 6-pattern yellow origin pill floated gently into the air. The next moment, the faint flame at his fingertip rose slowly, transforming into a thin ring of fire that enveloped the pill. Xian Li instinctively tried to stop him. Wait! You just learned fire control, and now you dare to re-refine a pill, eh? This is a 6-pattern yellow origin pill. If you're even slightly careless, the medicinal properties will conflict, and the entire pill will explode. Before she could finish, her voice abruptly stopped. Because she saw that though the flame at Qin Kangyi's fingertip was faint, it was not the slightest bit chaotic. The flame moved like silk threads, dividing into dozens of thin fire lines that precisely infiltrated every pill pattern on the elixir's surface. It was not forceful burning, but combing through. He was actually reorganizing the residual medicinal properties inside the yellow origin pill. Xian Li's pupils contracted slightly. How is this possible? The greatest difficulty in re-refining pills was never fire control, but judging the direction of medicinal properties. Once a pill took form, its internal medicinal nature had already solidified. Attempting to change it again was like rethreading a needle on an already woven tapestry. A single mistake would ruin everything. Yet Qin Kangyi's technique was terrifyingly steady, as if he was not encountering alchemy for the first time, but had been immersed in this craft for years. The yellow origin pill trembled slightly. Wisps of faint gray qi were expelled from within the pill, then incinerated into nothingness by the flames. The medicinal aroma grew richer once more, and atop the original 6 patterns, a 7th faint pattern began to emerge. Xian Li froze completely. A 7th pattern. Scarcely had she spoken when the 7th pattern solidified completely. Then the 8th pattern slowly appeared. Xian Li's eyes widened. 8 patterns. Before she could recover from the shock, Qin Kangyi pressed down gently with his finger. The flames abruptly gathered inward. Boom. Brilliant light blazed across the yellow origin pill's surface. The 9th pattern slowly took shape. A 9-pattern yellow origin pill. 9 patterns intertwined brilliantly on the elixir, medicinal fragrance permeating the entire room. Originally, it had been merely a 3-pattern yellow origin pill. Through Xian Li's refinement, it had been elevated to 6 patterns, equivalent to improving from passing to good quality. But now Qin Kangyi had forcibly elevated it to 9 patterns. This was the supreme 9-pattern level. Xian Li was utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at that 9-pattern yellow origin pill, feeling as if her entire understanding of alchemy had been ruthlessly shattered. Though this was merely an ordinary first-grade elixir, she could have achieved the same at her peak. But could it be considered the same? She had spent so many years learning alchemy before acquiring such skill. And this boy? He watched the fire control technique once and learned her method. Learning was one thing, but he even optimized it. And optimizing was not all. He actually re-refined a 3-pattern defective pill into a 9-pattern supreme elixir. Was this reasonable? Xian Li suddenly began to doubt her life. When she had first mastered fire control, it had taken her an entire month. To successfully refine a 9-pattern pill for the first time, she had secluded herself in the alchemy room for a full half year. And Qin Kangyi, he watched once, and then he could do it, even better than she could. Xian Li's small face flushed red, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Qin Kengi reached out to catch the 9-pattern yellow origin pill, examined it carefully, and appeared somewhat unsatisfied. The flame is still too weak. If the fire were stronger, the medicinal potency of this pill could be even purer. Xian Li. She nearly choked, unable to catch her breath. Not satisfied with a 9-pattern pill. What more could you possibly want? Could you actually be trying to refine the legendary 10-pattern pill? At this moment, Xian Li's attitude toward Qin Kengi changed once again. She no longer had any intention of taking Qin Kengi as her disciple. What a joke. Taking him as a disciple. Was she even qualified? This boy could learn her fire control technique with just one observation, even improving it in passing. Such comprehension, not merely in this insignificant Liang kingdom, but even across the entire Jinling realm, would be an existence that countless old monsters would fight desperately to claim. And she wanted to take him as her disciple. Wouldn't that just be humiliating herself? The more Xian Li thought, the more absurd it seemed, the more terrified she became. She suddenly realized something. Qin Kengi's current alchemy level was only limited because his cultivation was too weak and his flames insufficiently powerful. But what if he truly matured? By then his accomplishments in the Tao of alchemy might reach heights even she could hardly imagine. With this thought, Xian Li's gaze toward Qin Kengi completely transformed. Before, when she looked at Qin Kengi, she wanted to take him as her disciple. Now when she looked at him, only one thought remained. Cling to his coattails. She must cling to his coattails. And do it quickly. Just as Qin Kengi was about to put away the 9-pattern yellow origin pill, Xian Li suddenly drifted before him. She blinked her large watery eyes, her previously lofty demeanor vanishing without a trace, replaced by an expression of pitiful helplessness. Qin Kengi was thoroughly startled. Before he could speak, the little lowly Xian Li actually wrapped her arms around his leg and began wailing. Kengi Gij, please let me cling to you. Qin Kengi's mouth twitched slightly. He looked down at Xian Li clinging to his leg and refusing to let go for a moment, completely unsure of what to say. Just moments ago, she had maintained the airs of this young lady is the #1 alchemist prodigy of the Jinling realm. Now she had completely switched to grabbing his leg and wailing. The speed of her change was truly too fast. Let go first, Qin Kengi said helplessly. Won't let go. Xian Li hugged even tighter, her small face full of seriousness. This young lady has decided. From today onward, I'll follow you around. If you become an invincible powerhouse in the future, you can't forget me. Qin Kengi stared at her. Weren't you the one who wanted to take me as your disciple? Xian Li's face stiffened, then she spoke with complete brazenness. Who said that? This young lady was merely testing you just now. And now you've passed the test. Qin Kengi. Such words, even she herself probably didn't believe them. But Xian Li seemed to have completely cast aside her dignity, continuing to plead pitifully. Kengi Gij, look, I'm nothing but a remnant soul now. How pitiful is that? Can't eat, can't drink, can't cultivate, don't even have a physical body. Your talent is so monstrous that you'll certainly leave Liang Kingdom, enter the Jinling realm, and ascend to even higher heavens. When that time comes, if you casually spare even a tiny bit of fortune from between your fingers, that would be enough for me to rebuild my physical body. As she spoke, she blinked her eyes again. So please just let me cling to your coattails. Qin Kengi found this quite amusing. However, he understood that although Xian Li seemed unreliable, her knowledge far surpassed that of any warrior in Liang Kingdom. Keeping her by his side would undoubtedly be of great help. Moreover, this girl currently bore no malicious intent. Fine, Qin Kengi said calmly. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will help you rebuild your physical body. Xian Li's eyes immediately sparkled. Really? Swear an oath. Qin Kengi gave her a look. Xian Li immediately shrank her neck, laughing dryly. Swearing is unnecessary. Swearing is unnecessary. I trust Kengi Gij's character. Qin Kengi looked down at the 9-streak yellow origin pill in his hand, a trace of contemplation flashing across his eyes. The medicinal power of this pill was remarkably pure. If he refined it now, it would indeed allow his cultivation to advance another step. Yet merely advancing his cultivation by 1 or 2 ranks held little significance for him. Xuanli floated beside him, and seeing Qin Kengi delay in taking the pill, she could not help but urge, what are you standing there for? Hurry and refine it. This is a 9-streak yellow origin pill. Though its grade is relatively low, it is perfectly suited to your current cultivation level. Qin Kengi merely shook his head. There is no rush. Xuanli paused in surprise. No rush. You face a duel with Su Qinghan in 2 days. If you do not enhance your cultivation, now do you intend to keep it to breed more? Qin Kengi glanced at her and said calmly, I plan to sell it. Xuanli fell silent. Her expression froze instantly. Sold? Qin Kengi, have you lost your mind? This is a 9-streak yellow origin pill. Though it means nothing to me in Liang Kingdom, this is already a top-tier pill worth fighting over by countless martial artists. Qin Kengi nodded. Precisely why I intend to sell it. Xuanli blinked momentarily, unable to keep up with his thoughts. Qin Kangyi closed the brocade box and spoke slowly. Liang Kingdom's alchemical arts are in decline. A 3-streak first-grade pill is already extremely rare, let alone a 9-streak first-grade pill. If I take it to the largest trading firm in the imperial capital, it will surely cause an uproar. I will sell it at a high price, then use the proceeds to buy cheaper herbs and refine more pills. After all, crafting it is not difficult. Hearing this, Xuanli's eyes lit up slightly. She finally understood Qin Kangyi's intention. This fellow did not lack understanding of the pill's value. He was simply seeking to maximize its worth. A 9-streak yellow origin pill, though swallowing it would boost his cultivation somewhat, what then? It would be gone. Better to exchange it for spiritual herbs and continue refining more pills. It had to be said this lad possessed not only monstrous talent, but also a sharp mind. Xuanli suddenly felt that her decision to ally with him was absolutely correct. There is merit to that. She nodded seriously. But if you are going head to the largest trading firm in the imperial capital, ordinary shops could not handle a 9-streak pill like this, nor would they dare to. Qin Kangyi nodded. In truth, his thoughts went beyond mere profit. If such a top-tier pill were sold, it would surely shock the entire imperial capital, causing his shock value to skyrocket. Then he could perform a 10-pull draw and obtain some higher-tier traits. That was the true path to power. If a single supreme-tier trait was this formidable, what would 10 or 8 of them accomplish? He would truly take flight. Qin Kangyi left the Duke of Jinbei's mansion without disturbing anyone else, carrying only the brocade box containing the 9-streak yellow origin pill. Along the grand streets of the imperial capital, carriages and horses flowed like water, and the clamor of the crowd rose like boiling cauldrons. As the capital of Liang Kingdom, this place was naturally incredibly prosperous. On both sides of the streets, wine houses, weapon shops, pill pavilions, and auction houses stood in dense rows. The martial and going were numerous. Qin Kangyi walked through several streets and soon arrived at the most prosperous central district of the imperial capital. There, a 9-story tower stood majestically. The entire structure was built from black gold wood, with 2 ferocious stone beasts guarding the entrance, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon the plaque above, 4 burnished gold characters were strikingly prominent. Shun Trading Firm. This was the largest commercial enterprise in Liang Kingdom. It was said that this firm originated from a formidable power beyond Liang Kingdom's borders, one that even the royal family dared not easily provoke. As soon as he stepped into the Shun Trading Firm, a maid at the entrance hurried forward to greet him. Sir, may I inquire what you require? This humble servant shall seek it for you. Qin Kangyi was dressed magnificently and possessed an extraordinary bearing, clearly a person of noble birth. Therefore the maid, showing good judgment, hastened to attend to him. Qin Kangyi smiled and said, "Summon your Shun Trading Firm's manager. I wish to conduct business with her." "Conduct business with the manager?" The maid hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. Well, after all, the Shun Trading Firm held an extraordinary status. Even the royal family showed caution around them. Few had the privilege of meeting their manager. Just then a voice dripping with scorn rang out from behind Qin Kangyi. Well, if it isn't young Master Qin. What brings you to the Shun Trading Firm with such leisure?" "Oh, I see you have come to prepare for the duel with Miss Su in 3 days, have you?" Tisk, what right does a waste like you have to duel Miss Su? What an ignorant fool, lacking all sense of heaven and earth." Qin Kangyi's steps slowed slightly as he turned to look. He saw a young man in brocade robes entering the Shun Trading Firm, accompanied by several guards. The youth appeared to be in his early 20s, a jade pendant at his waist, and a folding fan in hand, his face wearing undisguised mockery. This man was Zhao Mingyuan, the legitimate son of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Though the Zhao family could not compare with a top noble estate like the Duke of Jinbei's mansion, they still held considerable influence within the imperial capital. More importantly, Zhao Mingyuan had long harbored affection for Su Qinghan. Now that Su Qinghan had come to dissolve the engagement, and Qin Kangyi still dared to accept the 3-day duel. In Zhao Mingyuan's eyes, this was sheer recklessness bordering on a death wish. "Qin Kangyi, if you know what is good for you, go to the Marquis of Simon's residence and kneel to apologize right now." Zhao Mingyuan sneered. "Perhaps Miss Su will show mercy and spare you once. Otherwise, in 3 days you, the heir to the Duke of Jinbei's mansion, will lose all face before the entire imperial capital." Upon hearing these words, several people within the Shun Trading Firm began to laugh quietly among themselves. "So that is Qin Kangyi. Is that the trash heir of the Duke of Jinbei's mansion? I heard he has cultivated for years, but never attained any rank. With that he dares to duel Su Qinghan. What a reckless fool, courting death. He just said he wanted to meet the Shun Trading Firm's manager to discuss business. That is hilarious. What grand business could he possibly have?" Murmurs of discussion rose continuously from around them. The maid's expression grew somewhat embarrassed. Originally, she had thought Qin Kangyi's noble bearing indicated he was some young master from a prestigious family. She never expected him to be the infamous trash heir of the imperial capital. Though the Duke of Jinbei's mansion held high status, the Shun Trading Firm's manager was not someone anyone could simply request to meet. If Qin Kangyi was merely seeking to save face and making a spectacle here for attention, then reporting him rashly would likely earn her reprimand. Seeing everyone laughing, Zhao Mingyuan's smug expression grew even more pronounced. He took 2 steps forward and gently tapped his folding fan against his palm. Qin Kangyi, do you hear me? This is the Shun trading firm, not your Duke of Zhenbei's mansion. You wish to see Manager Shun. Are you worthy? Qin Kangyi's expression remained calm as he glanced at him indifferently. Have you finished? Zhao Mingyuan paused, then sneered. What? You still wish to fight? Do not say I did not warn you. Though my talent is merely average, I am at least at the late stage of the 8th rank in cultivation. Handling a waste like you who has not even attained a rank is well within my capabilities. As Zhao Mingyuan's words fell, Qin Kangyi suddenly moved. Without any warning, his figure stepped forward and instantly appeared before the other. Zhao Mingyuan's pupils contracted sharply. So fast. However, before he could even react, Qin Kangyi's palm had already struck his chest. Bang! A dull thud. Zhao Mingyuan's entire body was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying backward and slammed heavily into the stone pillar at the entrance of Shun's merchant house. Crack! The stone pillar trembled slightly. Zhao Mingyuan landed awkwardly, clutching his chest, his face instantly turning pale. The entire first floor of Shun's merchant house fell silent in an instant, all laughter abruptly ceasing. The crowd stared blankly at Zhao Mingyuan lying on the ground, then at Qin Kangyi's calm expression, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhao Mingyuan. Defeated? Isn't he an 8th rank martial artist? Isn't Qin Kangyi a cripple who can't cultivate? How could he defeat Zhao Mingyuan in one move? That speed just now, I couldn't even see it. Could the rumors be wrong? Qin Kangyi isn't a cripple after all. A series of shocked gazes fell upon Qin Kangyi. Qin Kangyi heard the system prompt sound in his ear. Zhao Mingyuan struggled to get up, but found his chest surging with qi and blood, unable to even stand steadily. His face flushed red. He looked at Qin Kangyi with shock and anger. You? How can you? Qin Kangyi curled his lips, delivering a psychological blow. An 8th rank martial artist. Seems nothing special. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyuan's face turned even uglier, but the surrounding crowd could no longer laugh. If Qin Kangyi had said such words before, they would only have thought him arrogant and ridiculous. But now Zhao Mingyuan, an 8th rank martial artist, had been defeated by his palm. Who would dare say he was unqualified? At that moment, a clear, pleasant voice suddenly came from upstairs. Who is fighting in Shun's merchant house? As the voice fell, everyone looked up. They saw a woman slowly descending the jade stairs on the 2nd floor. The woman wore a light purple long dress, tall and slender, with skin like snow and delicate, cool features. Every movement exuded an air of nobility and composure. Even more astonishing was her elegantly beautiful face, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn water. A single glance was enough to evoke admiration. As she appeared, the atmosphere of the entire Shun's merchant house seemed to quieten. It's Manager Shun, the manager of the Shun's merchant house branch in the capital Shun Qingwei. I heard she not only manages Shun's merchant house's business in Liang Kingdom, but she is also a 2nd rank martial artist. 2nd rank? So young. The crowd exclaimed in low voices, their eyes full of awe. It was known that Shun Qingwei was only a year or 2 older than Qin Kangyi, yet at such an age, she was already a 2nd rank martial artist. Truly incredible. Shun Qingwei walked down the stairs, her gaze first sweeping over the disheveled Zhao Mingyuan on the ground, then falling on Qin Kangyi. Her beautiful eyes flickered, clearly recognizing Qin Kangyi's identity. However, she did not show contempt like others. She only spoke calmly. Prince Qin, private fights are forbidden within Shun's merchant house. Qin Kangyi smiled and said, I came to discuss business with Manager Shun, but some people just don't know their place. You can't blame me for that. Shun Qingwei glanced at Zhao Mingyuan, not taking him seriously. Then her beautiful eyes shifted and fell on Qin Kangyi. To be honest, she was quite interested in this young prince of the Qin residence. It was said that he was born with the supreme bone, but it was taken from him at the age of 3, causing his cultivation to stagnate. But from today's observation, he seemed to have entered the ranks, and being able to defeat Zhao Mingyuan indicated that his cultivation was not weak, at least 8th rank. However, it was merely a spark of interest. A mere young prince of the Qin residence in Liang Kingdom was still hardly worthy of her attention. I wonder what business young Master Qin wishes to discuss with me. Feel free to speak here, Shun Qingwei said flatly. She did not believe that a mere young prince of the Qin residence could have any treasure worthy of her attention. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi did not say much. With so many people around, it was a perfect opportunity to harvest shock value. He was more than happy to bring it out in front of everyone. The next moment, he took out a brocade box from his bosom and casually placed it on the counter beside him. Selling a pill. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the surrounding crowd turned strange. Selling a pill? Qin Kangyi, a notorious crippled prince. What good pill could he possibly produce? Qin Kangyi, you don't think that casually taking out a lousy pill qualifies you to discuss business with Manager Shun, do you? Zhao Mingyuan, enduring the severe pain in his chest, sneered with a dark face. He had just been defeated by Qin Kangyi's palm and was already shocked and furious. Now seeing Qin Kangyi about to sell a pill in public, he seemed to seize the opportunity and sneered repeatedly. Who doesn't know that you Qin Kangyi have had difficulty even cultivating all these years? What good pill can you produce? Could it be a defective item stolen from the treasury of the Junbei Marquis estate, and you dare to bring it to Shun's merchant house to make a fool of yourself? Hearing this, many around them came to their senses. Although Qin Kangyi's palm strike defeating Zhao Mingyuan had indeed shocked them, selling pills was another matter. What kind of place was Shun's merchant house? The largest trading company in Liang Kingdom. Every business deal that could bring Shun Xingwei out in person was worth a fortune. Qin Kangyi, a prince of the Junbei Marquis estate, even if he had some cultivation, might not be able to produce any real treasure. Young Master Zhao does have a point. Even if Qin Kangyi can cultivate now, so what? High-grade pills are not common street goods. What pills hasn't Shin's merchant house seen? He takes out one pill and wants to discuss business with manager Shin. He's overestimating himself. Maybe it's just a healing pill that the Junbei Marquis estate casually gave him. Haha, if it's an ordinary pill, then today he'll be humiliated. A series of low laughs rose again. Even the maid couldn't help glancing at the brocade box on the counter, shaking her head inwardly. Qin Kangyi's defeat of Zhao Mingyuan was indeed unexpected. But as for him producing a pill that could impress Shin's merchant house, she still didn't believe it. Shun Xingyue's expression remained calm, her gaze resting on the brocade box. She did not mock like the others, but she held no great expectations either. After all, the alchemy of Liang Kingdom was in decline. First-grade pills were already considered precious, and high-grade pills were even rarer. But to her, first-grade pills meant nothing. Even if Qin Kangyi really had a pill, it would be at most an ordinary first-grade pill. Such a thing was naturally not worth her personal attention. But since Qin Kangyi had already taken out the box, she was curious to see what trick he might have. Shen Xingyue said indifferently, "Since young Master Qin wishes to sell a pill, why not open it, and let us see." Hearing this, Zhao Mingyuan's sneer deepened. "Open it then. Let everyone see what rare treasure the great prince's so-called big business is." The surrounding crowd suddenly became interested, craning their necks to look at the brocade box on the counter. Qin Kangyi's expression remained unchanged, even with a faint smile on his lips. These reactions were exactly what he wanted. The more doubts, the more shock value later. He raised his hand and pressed it on the brocade box, speaking slowly. "I hope you all can still laugh later." Zhao Mingyuan gave a derisive laugh. Playing tricks. Qin Kangyi couldn't be bothered to respond, his fingers moving gently. The brocade box slowly opened. In the next moment, a rich medicinal fragrance instantly spread throughout the air. The entire first floor of the Shun trading house seemed enveloped in that enchanting aroma. The moment the onlookers caught a whiff, they felt their blood and qi gently surging within their bodies, their spirits invigorated and alert. Shen Xingyue lowered her gaze. Within the brocade box lay a pill, round and lustrous as jade. A first-rate yellow origin pill. Shen Xingyue's expression shifted slightly. Such a pill was indeed among the finest in Liang Kingdom, yet not commonly encountered. But that was all there was to it. No matter how precious, it remained merely a first-rate pill. With her status and standing, such items were by no means rare for her. Yet in the next moment, as her eyes scrutinized the pill more carefully, something seemed amiss. Her pupils contracted sharply. This is not right. What? 9 pill patterns. 9 pattern yellow origin pill. For the first time, Shen Xingyue's voice lost its composure. Boom. The entire Shen trading house erupted. What? 9 pattern yellow origin pill. A first-rate pill can bear at most 9 patterns. That's a legendary top-grade treasure. How many years has it been since a 9 pattern pill appeared in Liang Kingdom? Qin Kangyi actually produced a 9 pattern yellow origin pill. How is this possible? All eyes turned toward Qin Kangyi, their gazes fundamentally changed. Shock, disbelief, utter astonishment. Within an instant, the entire Shen trading house descended into an uproar. Meanwhile, the system prompts began ringing frantically in Qin Kangyi's ears. Shen Xingyue shock value 200, Zhao Mingyuan shock value 100. Maid shock value 99, Lu Renjia shock value 83. Listening to the ceaseless system notifications, Qin Kangyi's lips curled into a faint smile. Satisfying. This was the correct way to utilize the system. As for keeping a low profile, with the blessing of his 10,000-fold talent, did he really need such restraint? He could speed through Su Qinghan in 3 days and conquer the entirety of Liang Kingdom in 10. At this moment, Shen Xingyue's gaze toward Qin Kangyi had completely transformed. If it had been merely a regular first-rate yellow origin pill, she would not have cared so deeply. But a 9-pattern yellow origin pill was different. 9 patterns signified that the pill's quality had reached the absolute peak of its rank. Such pills possessed extraordinarily pure medicinal power, with pill toxins nearly negligible. Not only was a branch of the Shun trading house in a minor place like Liang Kingdom unlikely to see one, but even at headquarters such treasures were exceedingly rare. Shen Xingyue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her heart. She looked at Qin Kangyi once more, her tone significantly more solemn than before. Lord Qin, this place is too crowded. Would you prefer to discuss matters elsewhere? Qin Kangyi glanced at her and replied coldly, very well. Shen Qingyue stepped slightly aside, gesturing forward. Lord Qin, please follow me to the 9th floor. The 9th floor. Upon hearing this, the Shun trading house fell silent once again. In the next instant, astonishment deepened upon every face. The 9th floor? Manager Shun is actually inviting Qin Kangyi to the 9th floor? Am I hearing this correctly? The 9th floor of the Shun trading house is rarely open to the public. It is said that even members of the imperial family may not qualify to ascend there. Qin Kangyi merely presented a 9-pattern yellow origin pill and has now been invited to the 9th floor by Manager Shun. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. The Shun trading house comprised 9 floors, with each higher level representing greater prestige and reception honor. Ordinary martial artists could transact only on the 1st and 2nd floors. Cultivators from prominent families typically accessed the 3rd and 4th floors. Only the truly powerful and noble might gain entry to the 5th and 6th floors. As for the 9th floor, it remained shrouded in mystery. Within the entire Liang Kingdom capital, those who had ever ascended to the 9th floor could be counted on one hand. Yet now Shen Qingyue was personally inviting Qin Kangyi upstairs for private discussions. How could everyone not be utterly astonished? Zhao Mingyuan's expression darkened to an extreme degree. He fixed his gaze fiercely upon Qin Kangyi, his heart brimming with shock and envy. On what grounds? He, the legitimate son of the Zhao family, could rarely exceed the 3rd floor at the Shun trading house. Yet this worthless Qin Kangyi was being personally invited by Shen Qingyue to ascend to the 9th floor. This tortured him even more than his defeat at Qin Kangyi's palm strikes. Zhao Mingyuan shock value 99, Lu Renjia shock value 88, shock value 88, shock value 66. Qin Kangyi listened to the relentless system notifications echoing in his ears, a slight smile gracing his lips. This was an extraordinary gain. Beneath the complex gazes of the onlookers, Qin Kangyi followed Shen Qingyue toward the upper floors. The maids stood frozen in place, only snapping back to reality when their figures disappeared at the stairs' end. She had actually dared to suspect that Qin Kangyi could not produce anything worthwhile. Instead, the man revealed a 9-pattern yellow origin pill on his very first attempt. Shock and relief warred within her heart. Thank heavens she had not been disrespectful earlier, otherwise she would have committed an unforgivable mistake. Soon Qin Kangyi arrived at the 9th floor of the Shun trading house alongside Shen Qingyue. Unlike the noise below, the 9th floor was remarkably tranquil. The surroundings were not opulent, yet every detail exuded understated elegance. Rosewood tables and chairs, jade screens, and several ancient landscape paintings adorned the walls. A faint spiritual fragrance permeated the air, bringing profound peace to the mind and spirit. As soon as Qin Kangyi stepped inside, he sensed that formations had been deployed here. Sounds from the outside world could not penetrate. Shen Qingyue personally poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Lord Qin, please be seated. Qin Kangyi did not hesitate, taking his seat directly. Shen Qingyue sat opposite him, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the brocade box. With a serious expression, she said, Lord Qin, the Shun trading house is indeed interested in this 9-pattern yellow origin pill. However, according to our regulations, pill transactions require personal appraisal by a qualified alchemist. Qin Kangyi replied indifferently, very well. Shen Qingyue nodded and gently clapped her hands. Shortly after, an elderly man with white hair emerged from an inner chamber. Clad in a gray alchemist's robe embroidered with a miniature pill furnace upon his chest, he carried a faint medicinal fragrance about him. His name was Zhou Yuan, the serving alchemist of the Shun trading house in Liang Kingdom. He was a genuine first-rate alchemist holding exceedingly high standing within Liang Kingdom's capital. After all, alchemists of the same realm held greater status than martial artists. Furthermore, a first-rate alchemist, a peak existence, enjoyed a specially transcendent standing throughout Liang Kingdom. The entire Liang Kingdom possessed only 3 first-rate alchemists, and Zhou Yuan was one of them. Zhou Yuan had been researching a pill formula in the inner chamber when suddenly summoned by Shen Qingyue, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Manager, I wonder what has brought me here today. Shen Qingyue pushed the brocade box toward him. Elder Zhou, this is Qin Kangyi, heir to the Jinbei Marquis residence. This yellow origin pill was brought by Lord Qin. Please appraise it. Zhou Yuan cast a casual glance, his expression remaining unchanged. Though yellow origin pills were precious in Liang Kingdom, as a first-rate alchemist, he could refine them himself. Nothing particularly remarkable, he thought. However, the instant the brocade box opened completely, a rich medicinal fragrance struck him full force. The casual demeanor vanished from Zhou Yuan's face in an instant. He abruptly lowered his gaze. Within the box, the yellow origin pill lay round and lustrous as jade, with 9 distinct pill patterns clearly visible upon its surface. Each pattern appeared naturally formed, utterly flawless. Zhou Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body freezing where he stood. This is... He hastily extended his hand, yet just as he was about to touch the pill he paused as if fearing that his own hand might sully it. Shen Qinghua spoke softly, "Elder Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Yuan did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out a pair of gloves as thin as cicada wings from his bosom, put them on, and then carefully picked up the yellow origin pill. He first observed the pill's patterns, then sniffed the medicinal fragrance closely, and finally took out a silver needle, gently touching the surface of the pill. The pill trembled slightly, and 9 streaks of patterns simultaneously emitted a faint glow. Zhou Yuan's hand shook violently, nearly dropping the pill onto the table. 9 patterns. It really is 9 patterns. And the medicinal power is perfectly rounded. The qi is sealed without leakage, almost no medicinal toxin residue. Supreme grade. This is the supreme among supreme. Zhou Yuan's voice was trembling. As a first-rank alchemist, he understood the value of this pill far more than those outside. The yellow origin pill itself was not rare, but a 9-pattern yellow origin pill was entirely different. This not only represented the pinnacle of pill quality, but also signified that the alchemist who refined it had attained an extraordinarily terrifying level in flame control, pill condensation, and medicinal sealing techniques. At least within the Liang Kingdom, he had never seen anyone capable of refining such a pill. And he himself could at most produce a 4-pattern yellow origin pill, which compared to this one, was utterly worthless. Beside Qin Kangyi Xian, Li's coquettish voice rang out, "This old fellow may not be much of an alchemist, but he does have some discernment." Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Elder Zhou, is this pill definitely free of issues?" "No issues," Zhou Yuan answered almost without hesitation. "This pill is absolutely flawless. I can vouch for it with my life. This is a genuine 9-pattern yellow origin pill." Saying this, he could not help but look at Qin Kangyi, his eyes filled with excitement and astonishment. "Young Master Qin, may I ask, which master forged this pill?" Shen Qingyue also turned her gaze to Qin Kangyi. This was the question that concerned her most. A 9-pattern yellow origin pill was indeed precious. But if Qin Kangyi had behind him a Dao master of alchemy capable of refining 9-pattern pills, then its value would be entirely different. Qin Kangyi picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. After a moment he said calmly, "Just whipped it up casually." "Zhou Yuan." Shen Qingyue. The entire 9th floor fell into instant silence. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched fiercely, almost thinking he had misheard. "Whipped it up casually. A 9-pattern yellow origin pill. You call that casually?" To think he had devoted decades to the Tao of alchemy, yet most of the time, he could only produce 3-pattern yellow origin pills. Only on rare occasions with exceptional state could he manage for patterns. As for 9 patterns, he dared not even imagine it. Yet this young man before him claimed it was whipped up casually. Zhou Yuan shock value 200. Shen Qingyue shock value 200. Qin Kangyi heard the system notification sound again. His expression was calm, but inwardly he was quite satisfied. "Yes, keep shocking them like this." Shen Qingyue looked at Qin Kangyi for the first time, feeling that she could not see through this air of the Marquis of Jinbei. The rumored waste. Defeating an 8th-rank martial artist with a single palm. Casually producing a 9-pattern yellow origin pill. Even claiming to have refined it himself. Had it not been for witnessing it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that all these things could happen to the same person. Shen Qingyue was silent for a moment, then spoke with even more deference than before. "Young Master Qin, our Shen Chamber of Commerce is willing to accept this 9-pattern yellow origin pill. As for the price, I am willing to offer 3 times the market rate. What do you say?" An ordinary yellow origin pill had a market price of at least 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. As for a 9-pattern yellow origin pill, at least 5 times that, meaning 50,000 spirit crystals. And Shen Qingyue was willing to offer 3 times that, 150,000 spirit crystals. This sum was no small amount in the Liang Kingdom. Many minor noble families would likely be unable to raise such wealth even if they sold everything. But Shen Qingyue valued not only the pill itself, it was also a gesture of goodwill toward Qin Kangyi. Regardless of whether this pill was refined by Qin Kangyi, the fact that he could produce it meant he was far from ordinary. Offering 3 times the price to cultivate a good relationship might prove useful in the future. Moreover, if this pill were auctioned at their Shen Chamber of Commerce, it would also elevate their reputation. Why not do it? Qin Kangyi had no objection and smiled, "Of course, but please exchange half of the spirit crystals for spiritual herbs." As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper densely covered with the names of various spiritual herbs and medicinal materials. None of these herbs were ordinary. Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes swept over it, and she nodded with a smile, "Certainly no problem. Although these herbs are numerous, with the depth of Shen Chamber of Commerce gathering them is not difficult. By tomorrow at the latest, I will have them delivered to the Marquis of Jinbei's residence." Qin Kangyi nodded, and just as he was about to rise and leave, he suddenly seemed to recall something and stopped. To refine pills he had the herbs, but it seemed he still lacked a furnace. After all, hand refining was a bit inconvenient. With this thought, Qin Kangyi looked at Shun Qingwei and asked, Miss Shin, does Shun Chamber of Commerce sell alchemy furnaces? An alchemy furnace? Shun Qingwei was slightly taken aback. Naturally we do. However, the price varies greatly by grade. A first-rank furnace costs about 200,000 spirit crystals, while a second-rank furnace ranges from 100,000 to 150,000. What grade of furnace does young Master Qin require? Qin Kangyi thought for a moment and said, third rank is enough. First and second rank furnaces were too expensive. A third rank furnace would cost about 50 to 60,000 spirit crystals, which he could afford. What? You say a lower grade furnace reduces the success rate of pill refining? Then go talk to my 10,000-fold talent. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan stepped forward hastily. Wait. If young Master Qin does not disdain it, I happen to have a first-rank alchemy furnace. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a palm-sized crimson furnace appeared in his hand. The furnace was entirely crimson, with several flame patterns engraved on its surface. Though not ornate, it exuded a faint, warm aura. Zhou Yuan carefully presented the furnace to Qin Kangyi, his tone even carrying a hint of reverence. This furnace is called the Red Flame Furnace. It was one I used in my early years. Although it is only an ordinary first-rank furnace, its nature is gentle, and its flame control is stable, making it most suitable for refining first-rank pills. If young Master Qin does not despise it, I would be honored to present this furnace to you. Shun Qingwei glanced at Zhou Yuan, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She naturally knew the significance of the Red Flame Furnace to Zhou Yuan. It was a first-rank furnace of excellent quality, and he had cherished it for many years. Usually he guarded it like a treasure. Unexpectedly today, he voluntarily took it out to give to Qin Kangyi. Qin Kangyi looked at the Red Flame Furnace, raising an eyebrow slightly. Give it to me. Zhou Yuan nodded hurriedly. Exactly. Such a furnace can only realize its true value in young Master Qin's hands. If I keep it, it would only be wasted. Qin Kangyi could see that Zhou Yuan was trying to forge a connection through this gesture. But he did not refuse, as he indeed needed a furnace now. Then I thank Elder Zhou. Qin Kangyi reached out and took the Red Flame Furnace. The furnace felt slightly heavy in his hand, and a faint warmth spread through his palm. Though its grade was not high, it was naturally far more convenient than hand refining pills. Seeing Qin Kangyi accept it, Zhou Yuan's face immediately lit up with joy. Don't mention it, don't mention it. It is my honor that young Master Qin accepted it. Qin Kangyi stored the Red Flame Furnace into his storage ring, then turned to Shun Qingwei. The matter of the herbs I shall leave to Miss Shun. Shun Qingwei smiled gently. Rest assured, young Master Qin. Shun Chamber of Commerce will prepare the herbs as quickly as possible and deliver them personally to the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. Additionally, after deducting the cost of the herbs from the 150,000 spirit crystals, the remaining crystals will be sent along as well. Qin Kangyi nodded. In that case, I shall take my leave. Shun Qingwei rose to see him off. Young Master Qin, take care. Zhou Yuan also quickly stood up. If you have any alchemy-related needs in the future, please feel free to come to Shun Chamber of Commerce and seek me out. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly, said nothing more, and turned to leave the 9th floor. Soon Qin Kangyi's figure disappeared into the Shun's trading house. Until he had completely left within the private room on the 9th floor, Zhou Yuan's expression of excitement still lingered. Shun Qingwei sat down again, her jade-like fingers gently brushing over the brocade box on the table, a glimmer of light swirling in her beautiful eyes. Elder Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Miss, this young Master Qin is by no means ordinary. Shun Qingwei nodded lightly. I can see that naturally. A young master of the Jinbei Marquis Manor, rumored to be incapable of cultivation, not only defeated an 8th-rank martial artist with one palm strike, but also produced a 9-vein yellow yuan pill. This in itself is already very unusual. Zhou Yuan, however, shook his head, his expression unusually grave. It's not just this. Miss, what is truly terrifying is the 9-vein yellow yuan pill itself. He looked at the pill in the brocade box, his eyes still carrying a hint of awe. This pill has perfect pill veins, no leakage of medicinal power, pure pill qi, and almost no residual pill toxicity. The person who can refine such a pill must have unfathomable mastery in the Tao of alchemy. In my humble opinion, at least a king-rank alchemist. King-rank alchemist. Hearing these 4 words, Shun Qingyue's beautiful eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. She was all too aware of the weight of these 4 words. Across the entire Liang Kingdom, even a true 3rd-rank alchemist was extremely rare, let alone a king-rank alchemist. Such an existence, even at the headquarters of Shun's trading house, only had one overseeing. If Qin Kangyi truly had a king-rank alchemist backing him, then his value was far more than just a young master of the Jinbei Marquis Manor. Even more terrifying than the entire Liang Kingdom. Zhou Yuan continued, whether this pill was personally refined by young Master Qin or not, he is worthy of our Shun's trading house's goodwill. If the pill came from the hands of a master behind him, then he is the key to connecting with that alchemy grandmaster. If this pill was truly refined by himself, Zhou Yuan paused slightly, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Then this young man's alchemy talent cannot be described as monstrous. Shen Qingyue was silent for a moment, then said softly, I understand. Regarding the medicinal herbs, I will personally deliver them to the Jinbei Marquis Manor tomorrow. Zhou Yuan quickly said, not only should we deliver them, but we must also show sufficient sincerity. As for the price, we can make further concessions. We must never offend such a person. Shen Qingyue nodded lightly. She looked out the window in the direction Qin Kangyi had left, her eyes gaining a hint of genuine seriousness for the first time. It seems everyone in the imperial capital has underestimated this young master of the Jinbei Marquis Manor. Meanwhile, the news that Qin Kangyi had produced a 9-vein yellow yuan pill at Shun's trading house spread like a storm throughout the entire imperial capital. In less than half an hour, nearly all major noble families, marquis manors, and powerful residences received the news. The rumored waste young master of the Jinbei Marquis Manor had actually defeated Zhao Mingyuan, the legitimate son of the Zhao family, with one palm strike at Shin's trading house. Even more absurdly, he had produced a 9-vein yellow yuan pill, prompting Shen Qingyue, the manager of Shun's trading house, to personally invite him to the 9th floor for a detailed discussion. As soon as the news broke, the imperial capital was shaken. What? Qin Kangyi defeated Zhao Mingyuan. Although Zhao Mingyuan is not a top-tier genius, he is still an 8th-rank martial artist. How could Qin Kangyi defeat him in one move? What's that? The truly shocking thing is that 9-vein yellow yuan pill. A 9-vein first-grade pill. How many years has it been since the Liang Kingdom saw such a supreme-grade pill? Could the Jinbei Marquis Manor have some hidden foundation? No way. Wasn't Qin Kangyi crippled long ago? For a time, in major taverns and tea-houses, discussions about Qin Kangyi were everywhere. This news also quickly reached the Sinan Marquis Manor. In the main hall, Su Qinghan sat to one side, her brows and eyes cold and clear. Yet after hearing the servants report, a flicker of disbelief could not help but appear in her usually calm, beautiful eyes. Qin Kangyi had actually defeated Zhao Mingyuan. Naturally, Zhao Mingyuan was nothing of a genius to her. But that Qin Kangyi could defeat Zhao Mingyuan with one palm strike at least indicated that he was no longer the rumored cripple incapable of cultivation. Can Qin Kangyi cultivate now? Su Qinghan murmured softly. But in the next moment, the surprise in her eyes quickly dissipated, and she resumed her noble and aloof demeanor. So what if he can cultivate? In the end, he's still just a waste. In her view, even if Qin Kangyi had obtained some opportunity, he was merely shedding the name of a waste. Defeating a Zhao Mingyuan proved nothing at all. After all, Su Qinghan had already stepped into the 4th-rank realm at the age of 18. The gap between Qin Kangyi and her was like clouds and mud. Trying to defeat her with such meager skills. Simply a fool's dream. Su Jingfang, seated in the main seat, did not share her contempt. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed. Is the news about the 9-vein yellow yuan pill confirmed to be true? The servant quickly cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, this matter is absolutely true. At that time, many people on the 1st floor of Shun's trading house witnessed it with their own eyes, and manager Shun personally invited Qin Kangyi up to the 9th floor. Hearing the words, 9th floor, Su Jingfang's expression finally turned serious. He naturally knew what the 9th floor of Shun's trading house represented. Even if he, the Sinan Marquis himself, went there, Shun's trading house would not necessarily open the 9th floor easily. Yet Qin Kangyi had been personally invited up by Shen Qingyue. Could there be some hidden master behind the Jinbei Marquis Manor? A thoughtful gleam flashed in Su Jingfang's eyes. If it were simply that Qin Kangyi could suddenly cultivate, he would not be too concerned. But the 9-vein yellow yuan pill was different. Such a thing was not something an ordinary person could produce. Across the history of the Liang Kingdom, it would be difficult to find a second 9-vein yellow yuan pill. Seeing her father's grave expression, Su Qinghan's willow-like brows furrowed slightly. Father, you don't really think Qin Kangyi can threaten me, do you? Su Jingfang glanced at her and said slowly, I naturally believe in your strength. Even if Qin Kangyi has obtained some opportunity, he cannot catch up to you in just a few days. However, this young man has changed too much. You must not underestimate him in the duel 2 days later. Su Qinghan's face was cold as she said indifferently, Father, rest assured. In 2 days I will make sure Qin Kangyi dies without a place to be buried. On the other side, at the Liang Kingdom's 3rd prince's mansion. What did you say? Did Qin Kangyi really produce a 9-vein yellow yuan pill? In the great hall, a young man clad in a python robe abruptly stood up. The young man had handsome features and a noble bearing, but deep within his eyes lurked a trace of sinister darkness. This person was none other than the Liang Kingdom's 3rd prince, Xiao Jingxian. Currently, the princes of Liang were engaged in open strife and covert struggle, with the position of crown prince still undecided. Xiao Jingxian had been secretly rallying various forces over the years, and among them the one he valued most was Qin Lingxiao of the Jinbei Marquis Manor. Qin Lingxiao had stepped into the 3rd rank at a young age and had achieved military merits at the border, his future prospects limitless. If he could firmly draw Qin Lingxiao into his camp, it would be a great asset in the future struggle for the throne. As for Qin Kengi, in Xiao Jingshuan's eyes he was merely a waste occupying the position of young master in the Jinbei Marquis manner. If not for the fact that he was Qin Shuanglia's eldest son, Xiao Jingxian would not even bother to look at him. But now this waste he had never taken seriously had actually produced a 9-vein yellow yuan pill. The black-clad attendant below quickly lowered his head and said, "Your Highness, this matter is absolutely true. Many people inside Shin's trading house witnessed it with their own eyes. That pill not only had 9 pill veins, but was also personally brought up to the 9th floor by Shin Qinghua. It is said that Zhou Yuan, the resident alchemist of Shan's trading house, personally appraised it and confirmed it was a genuine 9-vein yellow yuan pill." Xiao Jingshuan's expression darkened instantly. 9-tier yellow origin pill. In the kingdom of Liang, this was definitely no ordinary treasure. More importantly, behind this pill likely lay a tremendous opportunity. Qin Kengi was a good-for-nothing. What right did he have to suddenly defeat Zhao Mingyuan? What right did he have to produce a 9-tier yellow origin pill? If someone said there was no secret behind this, who would believe it? Xiao Jingshuan's eyes flashed with greed. Seems I underestimated him. A good-for-nothing who suddenly cultivated and could produce 9-tier pills. There must be a great opportunity concealed on him. Thinking of this, Xiao Jingshuan's jealousy deepened. Why should such an opportunity fall into Qin Kengi's hands? If it had fallen into his own hands, he would have another trump card in the competition for the imperial throne. After a moment, he smiled coldly. "Prepare gifts tomorrow. I will personally visit the northern garrison Marquis Manor. I want to see what opportunity Qin Kengi is hiding." In an instant, the entire capital of the Liang Kingdom was buzzing with rumors. Countless factions were discussing Qin Kengi and that 9-tier yellow origin pill. And the one who started all this, Qin Kengi himself, was currently lying in bed fast asleep. The shock value notification in his mind rang throughout the night. Qin Kengi found it too noisy and directly put the system on mute mode. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window lattice and into the room. Qin Kengi finally opened his eyes comfortably. It had been a long time since he slept so soundly. Outside, the capital was in an uproar because of him, yet the instigator himself acted as if nothing had happened. Qin Kengi stretched lazily and said casually, "System, show me the attribute panel." Host Qin Kengi cultivation 7-tier early stage technique, 9 heavens, heaven scorching art supreme, grade technique martial arts, none shock value, 9123 equipped trait. 13 I've understood you do, as you please supreme trait. Seeing this number, Qin Kengi's eyes immediately lit up. Over 9,000. Just short of breaking 10,000. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Refreshing. Truly so refreshing. Yesterday he had merely produced a 9-tier yellow origin pill and casually swatted away Zhao Mingyuan, yet he had harvested over 5,000 shock values in one night. If he defeated Su Qinghan in front of the entire capital in 2 days, wouldn't the shock value skyrocket? Qin Kengi was in excellent spirits. However, Xianli naturally knew nothing of these matters. In her eyes, Qin Kengi had simply woken up and was sitting by the bed, giggling inexplicably. Xianli floated out from the pendant, arms crossed, regarding him suspiciously. "Hey, what are you smiling about so early in the morning? Dream about finding treasures last night?" Qin Kengi came back to his senses and smiled faintly. "Something like that." Xianli pursed her lips. So mysterious. Qin Kengi didn't explain. He would never reveal the existence of the system to anyone. Even Xianli, who was currently staying by his side, was not exempt. At that moment, he suddenly felt something stir within his heart. The true qi in his body trembled slightly, flowing through his meridians like threads of fire. "Oh, it seems I've comprehended something again." Qin Kengi raised his eyebrows. "So that's how it is." He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, circulating his cultivation technique. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him surged, suddenly gathering toward his body. The circulation path of the 9 heavens, heaven-scorching art became extraordinarily clear in his mind. His originally 7-tier early-stage cultivation also advanced one step forward here, as naturally as water flowing to fill a groove. 7-tier mid-stage. However, this breakthrough momentum did not stop. Spiritual energy continued to gather, and the true qi grew increasingly condensed. After just a short moment, another soft sound resonated from within Qin Kengi's body. 7-tier late stage. Xianli beside him was utterly dumbfounded. "What the hell? You've broken through again. And this time you broke through 2 minor realms at once. Qin Kengi, you. How did you break through again?" Qin Kengi slowly opened his eyes and grinned. "I had some inspiration and made a minor breakthrough." Xianli. She froze mid-air, completely stunned. Slept and woke up. Had some inspiration. And then broke through 2 minor realms. Could you listen to yourself? Xianli's eyes widened, her young face full of disbelief. "Qin Kengi. You call this some inspiration? Others need to train bitterly for months just to break through a single minor realm, even if it's only at the 7-tier level, and they still need to use pills. And you? You just woke up, sat up like you were taking a nap, and broke through 2 minor realms directly. The more she spoke, the more absurd it seemed. This fellow had just displayed that terrifying alchemy talent yesterday, and now early this morning, he casually broke through again. Could this really be something a human could achieve? Xianli suddenly felt that all the so-called geniuses she had seen over the years seemed to have become utterly ordinary. Qin Kengi stood up and stretched his body, saying lightly, "Not bad." Xianli's mouth twitched slightly. "Not bad? You call this not bad?" She suddenly felt somewhat sorry for Su Qinghan. That woman probably still thought Qin Kengi was just a good-for-nothing. But who could have imagined that this guy was growing stronger every day, every moment, and at an utterly unreasonable pace? Just then hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard. The servant Qin Wei ran in hastily. "Master, people from the Marquis Manor have arrived. His Royal Highness the Third Prince has come and specifically requests to see you." The Third Prince. Qin Kengi's eyes narrowed slightly. Xianli floated beside him and blinked. "Prince. He comes to find you at this time, probably not for anything other than yesterday's 9-tier yellow origin pill, I wager." Qin Kengi smiled faintly. "Most likely." He adjusted his robes and stepped forward. "Let's go. Let's see what tricks this Third Prince wants to play." At that moment, in the main hall of the Northern Garrison Marquis Manor, the Third Prince, Xiao Jingxian, sat upright in the guest seat, wearing a purple gold python robe, a jade pendant hanging at his waist. His face was handsome, and every gesture carried the nobility of the royal family. Behind him stood several guards with notable aura. Qin Xiankong sat in the host's seat, his expression calm, though a hint of wariness lingered in the depths of his eyes. Yesterday Qin Kengi had caused such a commotion at the Shun trading house, and today this Third Prince came to visit early in the morning. To call it an ordinary visit, only a fool would believe that. Xiao Jingxian took a light sip of tea and said with a smile, "Lord Qin's second needs not be so tense. This prince merely heard that young Master Qin shone brilliantly at the Shun trading house yesterday. Out of curiosity, I came specifically to take a look." Qin Xiankong said calmly, "Your Highness is well informed indeed." Xiao Jingshuan's smile remained unchanged. The entire capital is discussing this matter now. It would be difficult for this prince not to know. It must be said the Qin family truly produces outstanding talents. Ling Xiao entered the 3rd rank at such a young age and repeatedly distinguished himself at the border. Now Kengi suddenly reveals extraordinary ability, which truly surprises this prince. At the mention of Qin Ling Xiao's name, Qin Xiankong's eyes sank imperceptibly. He naturally knew that the 3rd prince had grown very close to Qin Ling Xiao over the years with a profound relationship. Although Qin Ling Xiao was also his nephew, Qin Xiankong had never met him in all these years, so naturally his heart leaned more toward Kengi. Just then footsteps sounded from outside the main hall. Qin Kengi walked steadily into the hall. Dressed in white robes, his expression calm. Although the aura from his recent breakthrough had been restrained, it still carried an edge of sharpness. Xiao Jingxian looked up, a flash of something unusual in his eyes. Is this Qin Kengi, the good-for-nothing heir who supposedly cannot cultivate, as the rumors say? Something seems a bit off. Xiao Jingshuan's greed intensified. As expected, this person must be hiding a secret. Qin Kengi entered the front hall, his gaze falling upon Xiao Jingxian as he spoke. "Third Prince, you've come to see me early in the morning. May I ask what business you have?" Xiao Jingxian set down his teacup, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Kengi, though we seldom interact on a daily basis, this prince is a close friend of Ling Xiao. By all rights, you are one of us." Qin Kengi sneered inwardly. "One of us? You never came before. Now that news of the 9-pattern yellow origin pill has spread, you suddenly claim I'm one of us." Qin Kengi's expression remained unchanged as he said flatly, "Third Prince, speak plainly. There's no need for beating around the bush." Xiao Jingshuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Qin Kengi to be so bluntly disrespectful. Yet for the sake of the opportunity Qin Kengi possessed, he forced down his displeasure. "Very well, then this prince will speak frankly. Yesterday you produced a 9-pattern yellow origin pill at the Shun trading house, and this matter has already spread throughout the imperial capital. This prince is deeply curious. Where exactly did you obtain that pill?" The atmosphere in the front hall instantly fell silent. Qin Xiankong frowned slightly. It was indeed about the 9-pattern yellow origin pill. Though he was also curious, he had no intention of asking. Because this was Kengi's secret. As his second uncle, he only wished for Kengi to prosper. Nothing else mattered. Qin Kengi smiled faintly. "Does that concern the Third Prince?" Xiao Jingshuan's smile stiffened slightly. As a prince he had personally asked, yet Qin Kengi dared to reply like this. This was utterly outrageous. Xiao Jingshuan's gaze turned cold, but he maintained a gentle tone. "Kengi, you misunderstand. This prince means no harm. However, the 9-pattern yellow origin pill is no ordinary thing. If you stumbled upon some fortune by chance, you might not be able to protect it yourself. Rather than let outsiders covet it, why not entrust it to this prince? I can keep it safe for you. When your strength is sufficient in the future, I will return it to you." These words were spoken with high-sounding righteousness, but the underlying meaning was clear. This opportunity is beyond your grasp. Let me handle it. Xianli couldn't help but sneer. How shameless. Even stealing can be dressed up so sanctimoniously. Qin Kangyi naturally understood the implication. He curled his lips into a cold smile. Keep it safe for me. Indeed. Xiao Jingxian nodded, his tone matter-of-fact. After all, you are merely the heir of the Zhenbei Marquis mansion, still shallow in cultivation. Carrying such a treasure will only invite calamity. This prince is willing to protect you only out of respect for Ling Xiao. He paused, his gaze turning colder. Kangyi, there are things you simply cannot possess. Holding onto them by force will only harm yourself. This was no longer a hint, but a threat. Qin Shinkong suddenly stood up, his voice grave. Third prince, have you gone too far? Xiao Jingxian glanced at him and said indifferently. Second Master Qin, why so angry? This prince is merely reminding the young marquis that all the major powers in the imperial capital have their eyes on him now. Without a sufficiently strong backer, does he truly believe he can keep that fortune? Qin Kangyi let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth lifting. Third prince, I have a suggestion for you. Xiao Jingxian frowned. What suggestion? Qin Kangyi slowly uttered a single word. Get lost. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the entire front hall fell into dead silence. The guards behind the third prince's pupils constricted sharply. Qin Xuankong's face also changed slightly. This was the third prince of the Liang kingdom. Qin Kangyi actually told him to get lost. Xiao Jingshuan's smile completely vanished. He stared at Qin Kangyi, his voice icy to the extreme. Qin Kangyi, do you know what you're saying? Qin Kangyi replied calmly. What do I need to repeat myself? A mere third prince, seemingly noble in status, but ultimately nothing special. If it were before, Qin Kangyi might have endured it. But now with 10,000-fold talent at his disposal, why should he hold back? Xiao Jingxian laughed in anger. Fine, very fine. Qin Kangyi, this prince offered you face today, and you refused it. Then don't blame me for discarding all courtesy. As his voice fell, a guard behind him suddenly stepped forward. The guard's aura erupted. He was clearly a third-rank peak powerhouse. How dare you? To be insolent toward the third prince. Kneel at once. With these words, the guard raised a hand and grabbed toward Qin Kangyi's shoulder. Qin Xuankong's face darkened, and he was about to strike. But in the next instant, a figure moved faster than he could. A faint purple silhouette appeared beside Qin Kangyi, as if from nowhere. She lifted a delicate hand, her palm devoid of any overwhelming force, and simply swept it forward. Bang! The third-rank peak guard's expression changed dramatically. He felt an utterly irresistible force crash into him, as if struck by a massive blow. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily outside the front hall. Boom! The ground trembled. The guard hit the ground without even a scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his aura instantly withered. The entire front hall fell into a deathly silence. Qin Xuankong's pupils contracted. Such speed. The guards behind Xiao Jingxian paled, retreating half a step in unison. Third-rank peak. This was a third-rank peak powerhouse. Even in the Liang Kingdom's imperial capital, he was undoubtedly a master. Yet now he had been swatted away with a single casual palm strike. Just how powerful was the one who acted? Xiao Jingshuan's face darkened, and he was about to erupt in fury, but when he saw who it was, his expression froze instantly. And Manager Shun. At the entrance of the front hall, Shun Qingyue strode in slowly. She was still dressed in a light purple gown, her features cool and elegant, her demeanor composed, as if sending a third-rank peak powerhouse flying with a casual wave was merely brushing away dust. Behind her, several attendants from the Shun trading house carried exquisite wooden boxes. Though the boxes were unopened, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs already permeated the air. Clearly the contents were far from ordinary. Shun Xingyue's gaze swept over the guard on the ground, then settled on Xiao Jingshuan, her tone cold. The third prince certainly throws his weight around, even trying to lay hands on a distinguished guest of the Shun trading house. A distinguished guest of the Shun trading house. Hearing those words, Xiao Jingshuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had never expected Shun Xingyue to appear at this moment. Even less did he expect her to take action for Qin Kangyi. After all, Shun Xingyue was no ordinary trading house manager. The Shun trading house behind her had immense influence with branches across many kingdoms. Even the Liang kingdom's imperial family dared not offend it lightly. In fact, Xiao Jingxian had once heard his own father say that the forces behind the Shun trading house were terrifyingly powerful. The Liang kingdom could court them, cooperate with them, but never become their enemy. Even his father held the Shun trading house behind Shun Xingyue in great awe, let alone a third prince who had yet to secure the position of crown prince. The anger on Xiao Jingshuan's face vanished, instantly replaced by a forced smile. Manager Shin, you misunderstand. This prince merely had a minor misunderstanding with the young marquis. I had no intention of harming him. A small misunderstanding. Shun Xingyue's beautiful eyes turned cold. If I hadn't intervened just now, that bodyguard of the third prince would have severely injured Marquis Qin, wouldn't he? Xiao Jingshuan's face twitched slightly. If this had been anyone else, he would have lost his temper long ago, but facing Shen Qingyue, he dared not. Suppressing his wrath, he said with a smile, Madame Shen jests. This prince merely heard that Marquis Qin struck a deal with Madame Shen at the Shen trading house yesterday, and out of curiosity decided to visit today. My subordinate lacked propriety and offended Marquis Qin. Upon my return, I will inflict severe punishment. Saying this, he cast a chilling glance at the bodyguard. Useless wretch, begged Marquis Qin's forgiveness at once. The bodyguard's face drained of color. Enduring his injuries, he crawled to his feet and bowed his head to Qin Kengi. Marquis Qin, I acted rudely. Please forgive my transgression. Qin Kengi's gaze flickered, and he sneered. I detest apologies made after the fact. How about this? You sever your own arm, and we shall call this matter settled. Boom. The words sent a wave of silence through the entire hall. Xiao Jingshuan's expression darkened ominously, his killing intent nearly boiling over. What did Qin Kengi mean by this? Demanding his subordinate amputate his own arm in front of him. This was blatant humiliation, showing zero respect for a prince of the royal lineage. Moreover, this struck a devastating blow to his authority. Marquis Qin, this has gone too far. His voice was icy, each word ground out through clenched teeth. Before he finished, Shen Qingyue spoke in a cold tone from beside him. I happen to agree with Marquis Qin's reasoning. Your Highness, will you do it yourself, or shall I assist? Xiao Jingxian froze momentarily. His burning rage was doused like cold water poured over his head, leaving only suffocating humiliation. He desperately wanted to refuse, but Shen Qingyue was beyond his reach. Neither her strength nor her influence could he possibly oppose. Worse still, if this incident reached the emperor's ears, his father would hardly defend him. Instead, he would be reprimanded for recklessly provoking the Shun trading house. Coldness surged in Xiao Jingshuan's eyes. After a moment, he slowly turned his gaze to the bodyguard. The man's face went pale. Your Highness. Before he could finish, a sword flash erupted. No one expected Xiao Jingxian to strike at that very moment. Squelch. Blood sprayed. The bodyguard hadn't even processed what was happening when his entire right arm was severed in a single stroke. Oh. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire front hall. The wounded man staggered backward, face white as paper, clutching his stump and collapsing to his knees, his body shaking violently. The entire hall fell deathly silent. The retainers of the Jinbei Marquis Manor were left numb with fear. None had expected the third prince to actually follow through, personally severing his own guard's arm. Truly ruthless. Blood still dripped from Xiao Jingshuan's sword. He stared fiercely at Qin Kengi, his forced smile frozen to the breaking point. Marquis Qin, he said, is this satisfactory? Qin Kengi glanced at the severed limb on the ground, then at Xiao Jingshuan, and offered a faint smile. Your Highness certainly acts decisively. In that case, this matter is settled. Xiao Jingshuan's eye twitched violently. Settled. He had personally severed his guard's arm, and Qin Kengi dismissed it with a mere whisper. At this moment, killing intent threatened to overwhelm him entirely. But Shen Qingyue stood beside Qin Kengi. He could not act, not today. With a deep breath, Xiao Jingxian slowly sheathed his sword. Today's incident was due to my poor discipline. I shall return another day to make proper apologies to Marquis Qin. Farewell. Saying this, he led his men toward the exit. Qin Kengi waved his hand with a smile. No apology needed. I only fear your Highness might bring some more ill-advised companions next time. Xiao Jingxian paused mid-step, his smile shattering completely. Forcing back his fury, he strode onward. Xiao Jingshuan shock value 108, Xiao Jingshuan shock value 108, guard, Zhao Qian shock value 180, Qin Zunong shock value 160. Hearing the notifications in his mind, Qin Kengi's lips curved upward. The shock value had broken 10,000. The 10-pull draw could finally begin. This was invigorating. Thank you, Miss Shen, for your assistance. Qin Kengi smiled and bowed his hand in gratitude. Though he wouldn't have backed down today, Shen Qingyue's intervention had spared him considerable trouble, a clear benefit. Shen Qingyue's previously icy demeanor toward the third prince had softened, replaced by a gentle smile. Marquis Qin is too polite. You are a distinguished guest of the Shun trading house, and of myself. To offend you is to offend my house. I would never stand idle. After years of leading the Shun trading house, her words carried the warmth of a spring breeze. Even Qin Kengi had to admit a subtle stirring within him. This woman was genuinely commendable. Qin Zunong, standing nearby, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. A distinguished guest of the Shun trading house. Of Shen Qingyue herself. Shen Qingyue's status in the capital was extraordinary. Though she held only the position of manager for the Shun trading house's branch in Liang country, the empire behind her was so formidable that even the imperial family dreaded provoking her. Not to mention common noble science. Even the current emperor himself dared not flaunt his authority before her. And now she had publicly declared Qin Kengi her personal guest. The weight of that statement was immeasurable. Qin Xianong took a deep breath, his awe growing with each passing moment. Qin Kengi, however, remained composed and smiled. I shall remember this favor, Miss Shen. Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered. You flatter me, Lord Qin. I merely did what was proper. Then smiling she added, "The medicinal herbs you requested yesterday have been fully prepared by our house. Additionally, I took the liberty of adding 30% more as a small token of goodwill." As she spoke, her attendants opened wooden crates one by one. Immediately, a rich herbal fragrance permeated the entire hall. Spirited herbs were neatly arranged in jade boxes radiating luminous auras and overflowing with potent medicinal energy. Many were first-grade spirit herbs. Even Qin Zhuanong's eyes flickered with interest at the sight. These herbs were extraordinarily valuable, and the Shun trading house had gone out of their way to offer more, an open gesture of goodwill toward Qin Kengi. "Would you like to inventory these herbs now, Lord Qin?" Qin Kengi shook his head. "No need. I trust you, Miss Shun." Hearing this, the corners of Shun Qingyue's lips rose slightly. "In that case, I shall have these delivered to your courtyard." Qin Kengi nodded. Soon the Shun trading house attendants carried the wooden crates out of the hall and made their way toward Qin Kengi's residence. The rich herbal fragrance drifted along the path, drawing curious glances from many servants of the Jinbei Marquis Manor. Though they didn't know what lay within the crates, the scent alone was invigorating. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Kengi, Shun Qingyue prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she looked at Qin Kengi and spoke softly. "Lord Qin, I heard that you made a wager with Miss Su of the Sinan Marquis Manor with a grand confrontation outside the Imperial Palace in 2 days' time. Though I believe in your talent, Su Qinghan has already reached the 4th rank. If you wish to postpone the duel, I still hold some modest influence in the capital. I could visit the Sinan Marquis Manor on your behalf to request a delay." Though the Sinan Marquis Manor held considerable standing, no one would dare refuse Shun Qingyue's personal request. After all, her position was undeniable. Refusing her meant making an enemy of the entire Shun trading house. Qin Zhuanong's eyes shifted subtly upon hearing this. If this succeeded, it would be ideal. However, Qin Kengi looked at Shun Qingyue and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shun, but facing Su Qinghan is hardly a challenge." Shun Qingyue was momentarily stunned. Su Qinghan was a 4th-rank warrior considered one of the most outstanding prodigies among the youth of Liang country. Yet Qin Kengi spoke of her as though discussing something trivial. Such composure was not feigned. It radiated from deep within his bones a genuine, unshakable confidence. A flicker of astonishment passed through Shun Qingyue's eyes, followed by a gentle smile. "In that case, I look forward to the duel in 2 days even more. I shall attend in person." She couldn't fathom the source of his confidence or what backing he possessed, and her curiosity deepened accordingly. Qin Kengi nodded with a smile. "By all means." Shun Qingyue inclined her head gracefully. "Then Qingyue takes her leave first." With these words, Shun Qingyue led the Shun family merchant guild away from the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. Only after she had completely departed did the front hall fall silent once more. Qin Shinkong looked at Qin Kengi, his expression complex. "Kengi Shun Qingyue is no ordinary woman. I've heard she holds a significant position at the Shun family merchant guild headquarters. Be careful when you deal with her." Regarding Shun Qingyue's identity, Qin Shinkong knew little beyond the fact that she wielded considerable influence at the guild's headquarters. He feared that his nephew might get too close and suffer repercussions. Qin Kengi nodded with a chuckle. "Second uncle, rest assured. I understand." Qin Shinkong nodded firmly and patted Qin Kengi on the shoulder. "Kengi, you've grown up. I believe in you. Do whatever you want, and I'll have your back." A warmth spread through Qin Kengi's heart. "Thank you, second uncle." Then he turned and left the front hall, heading toward his own courtyard. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, a rich aroma of herbs assailed him. Wooden boxes were neatly arranged in the yard, filled with various spirit medicines. Xianli drifted out from the pendant, circling the boxes with a face full of satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. This Shun Qingyue knows how to handle people. These herbs are of good quality," and she even added an extra 30%. "Quite sincere." Qin Kengi smiled. "Indeed." Xianli folded her little arms and suddenly leaned close to Qin Kengi, blinking. "But that woman seems to treat you a bit differently. You don't think she might have a crush on you, do you?" Qin Kengi reached out and tapped her on the head. "Adults' business. Kids shouldn't meddle." Xianli was stunned for a moment, then bristled. "Qin Kengi, I just look young. I'm actually quite mature, you know." Qin Kengi grinned, sweeping his gaze up and down her body, then fixed his eyes on her chest, nodding in agreement. You have a point. Indeed, not small. To be honest, though this little loli was short, she certainly had impressive assets." Xianli, under Qin Kengi's scrutinizing gaze, her face flushed crimson. "This is driving me mad. Where's that dog's eyes looking? I'm furious, I'm furious." Xianli hopped around in anger, while Qin Kengi withdrew his gaze and focused on the system. Host Qin Kengi. Cultivation 7th grade, late stage. Technique 9 heavens, blazing heaven art, supreme grade technique. Martial arts none. Shot points 10,453. Equipped words 13. I understand you do as you please, supreme word. Excellent. Shot points exceeded 10,000. The 10-draw gotcha could begin. This was his first time doing a 10-draw, and Qin Kengi felt a flutter of excitement. He rubbed his hands together, concentrated his mind, and hesitated no longer. System perform a 10-draw gacha. Consuming 10000 shock points. Initiating 10-draw gacha. As the words fell, a wheel appeared before Qin Kangi, and the system's hypnotic voice echoed in his ears. The odds of winning are sky high, and the prizes are top-notch. White, blue, purple, gold. Supreme words for the taking. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white word gaze entwined. When the host locks eyes with the opposite sex, their gaze becomes slightly affectionate with a small chance of causing a momentary misunderstanding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white word swift hands. Slightly boosts the host's hand movement speed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white word vitality surge. Slightly increases the host's inner chi and blood, enhancing endurance, stamina, and recovery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white word steady footing. Improves the host's stability during walking, dodging, and turning, reducing the chance of slipping. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white word nimble limbs. Slightly enhances the host's limb coordination. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white word firm grip. When wielding a sword-type weapon, slightly improves wrist stability, reducing trembling during strikes. White. The smile on Chi. 9 whites. And what on earth are these? Gaze entwined. Swift hands. Are these even proper words? I spent 10,000 shock points for this. Besides, I'm the young master of the Qin family. Do I even need to use my own hands? Absolutely not. Dog system, is there something wrong with your gacha pool? Just then the final system notification finally sounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the purple word eagle eye. Eagle eye, my eyes are the measure. Purple perception type word. When activated, all movements before the eyes slow down tenfold, and it predicts the opponent's next attack trajectory, making it easier to catch flaws in their techniques. Note, the higher the opponent's cultivation level, the harder the prediction. When the gap is too great, the effect is weakened. Qin Kangi's eyes lit up instantly. Eagle eye. This word is pretty impressive. Though the first 9 white words were a letdown, this purple word is somewhat useful. Predicting attack trajectories, catching flaws in techniques. In battle, this is a complete game changer. Imagine an opponent unleashes a flawless combo, all their skills spent, and every move is dodged by your prediction. What's left for them to play with? If their mental state doesn't shatter, they're impressive. Especially since in 3 days he was to face Su Qinghan in a public duel. Su Qinghan was at least a 4th grade martial artist, higher in cultivation and far more experienced in battle. If Qin Kangi simply clashed head-on, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. But if he could see through Su Qinghan's attack trajectory in advance, everything would change. The moment she lifted her leg, he would know exactly what she was going to do. Haha. Then don't blame this young master for giving you a good spanking. Qin Kangi's lips curled upward. That's just great. Does the host wish to equip the word eagle eye? Qin Kangi didn't hesitate. Equip. Word equipped successfully. Host Qin Kangi. Cultivation 7th grade late stage. Technique 9 heavens blazing heaven art supreme grade technique. Martial arts none. Shot points 453. Equipped words 23. I understand, you do as you please. Supreme word eagle eye purple word. The next moment, Qin Kangi felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Not stinging, but rather a refreshing coolness spreading from the depths of his pupils. His vision suddenly became unprecedentedly clear. The veins on the spirit medicine leaves in the courtyard, the tiny dust particles in the gaps of the wooden boxes. He could even distinctly perceive the airflow stirred by Xian Li's skirt as she floated midair. And in his mind, the trajectories of these things in the next instant automatically appeared. So this is eagle eye. Quite interesting. After experiencing the effects of the eagle eye trait, Qin Kangi was exceedingly satisfied. This thing would undoubtedly be a devastating weapon in battle. After all, slowing an opponent's speed tenfold and predicting their next move was nothing short of a divine-level maneuver. However, a sudden thought crossed Qin Kangi's mind. Since the eagle eye trait can slow down speed tenfold, if I activate it while refining pills, would the effect be even better? With this thought, Qin Kangi's eyes lit up. If so, perhaps he could produce pills of even higher quality. Without further ado, he immediately took out his alchemy furnace. This was a 1st grade furnace given to him by Zhou Yuan, named the Qihua furnace. Its entire body was fiery red engraved with flame patterns. Though only a 1st grade furnace, it had a gentle temperament and stable flame control more than sufficient for refining 1st grade pills. Qin Kangi swept his hand, and the Qihua furnace landed steadily in the courtyard. Thud! The furnace hit the ground with a dull sound. Xian Li, seeing Qin Kangi suddenly produce the furnace, wore a puzzled expression. Qin Kangi, you're refining pills again. Qin Kangi nodded. Indeed. Xian Li hugged her small arms and let out a light snort. You've refined a 9-mark Huanyuan pill before, but that was somewhat lucky. Alchemy requires mental focus, heat control, medicinal properties, and pill condensation. Every step cannot afford any error. Even the same alchemist cannot guarantee producing pills of identical quality each time. Especially the 9-mark Huanyuan pill, which is already the limit of 1st grade Huanyuan pills. Refining another one is no easy feat. Qin Kangyi casually picked up a spirit herb, a faint smile on his lips. 9 marks is the limit. Qianli nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, 9 pill marks signify complete medicinal power and no leakage of qi. An ordinary alchemist achieving 3 marks is already decent. 6 marks can be considered high grade. 9 marks is perfection. Any higher. Qianli spread her small hands. It exists only in ancient records, absolutely impossible for anyone to refine. Knowing that even Qianli, the most talented alchemist in the true spirit realm, had never managed to produce a 10-mark pill, she naturally refused to believe anyone could refine such a legendary pill. Qin Kangyi glanced at her and grinned. Really? I don't believe it. Qianli, why did these words sound so infuriating? Just as she was about to retort, Qin Kangyi had already thrown the first spirit herb into the furnace. Boom. Crimson flames surged instantly. At the same time, a sharp gleam flashed deep in Qin Kangyi's eyes. Eagle Eye trait activated. In the next moment, the world in Qin Kangyi's eyes transformed instantly. The flow of flames within the furnace was slowed down infinitely. Every minute change as the impurities on the outer layer of the herbs were burned away after entering the furnace was vividly reflected in his sight. The condensation of medicinal liquid, the flow of properties, the separation of impurities, the intensity of the flame. Every detail became crystal clear in his eyes. Originally fleeting flame changes now seemed slowed tenfold. Even the subtle fluctuations of impurities inside the liquid could be detected in advance. Qin Kangyi's eyes brightened. It worked. If before his alchemy relied on the heaven-defying insight granted by I understand, do as you wish, then now with the addition of Eagle Eye, he could directly see every detail during the pill formation process. Then each detail was analyzed and comprehended through his 10,000-fold talent. Naturally, the result was even more terrifying. Qianli originally intended to offer some guidance, but soon she found herself unable to interject. Qin Kangyi's movements were too steady. Every herb was added at the perfect moment, and every flame adjustment was precise to an almost eerie degree. Several times, just as Qianli sensed an impending conflict in medicinal properties, Qin Kangyi had already adjusted the flame in advance, completely dissolving the clash. The more Qianli watched, the wider her eyes grew. No. How does he seem to know in advance where the imbalance will occur? That's impossible. The hardest part of alchemy is that the changes in medicinal properties cannot be fully predicted. Even the same herbs, due to differences in age, quality, and storage, have subtle variations. An alchemist must rely on experience and perception to make on-the-spot adjustments. But Qin Kangyi's reactions didn't seem like improvisation at all. It was as if he already knew what would happen next. Such adept movements were not those of a novice alchemist, but rather of an ancient monster who had immersed himself in the Tao of alchemy for 1,000 years. Boom. The Qihua furnace trembled slightly. The medicinal liquid inside began to condense, and a rich fragrance of herbs filled the entire courtyard. Qianli's spirits lifted. The pill is forming. Within the furnace, a round jade-like Huangyuan pill gradually took shape. The first pill mark appeared. Then the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Qianli's small face stiffened. 6 marks again. No, it hadn't stopped. The 7th and 8th marks slowly emerged. Soon the 9th mark also fully formed amidst the rising medicinal fragrance. Qianli couldn't help but gasp. 9 marks. Another 9-mark Huangyuan pill. Though she had seen Qin Kangyi refine a 9-mark pill before witnessing it again, still filled her with shock. This was 9 marks, something many alchemists couldn't achieve even once in a lifetime. But Qin Kangyi, in his second attempt, he had done it again. Yet he didn't stop. Staring at the 9-mark Huangyuan pill in the furnace, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Under the eagle eye, he could clearly see that there was still an extremely subtle residue of impurities inside the pill. That trace was so minuscule, it was almost negligible. Not only ordinary first-grade alchemists, but even Qianli, a revered-level alchemist, couldn't detect it. Yet Qin Kangyi saw it. Not only that, but he also saw a tiny gap in the medicinal power that hadn't fully harmonized. So that's it. 9 marks are not the limit. Just the limit that ordinary alchemists can reach. As he spoke, the flame in Qin Kangyi's palm changed abruptly. The original crimson flame instantly split into over a dozen hair-thin fire threads. These threads didn't continue burning the pill's surface, but like silver needles precisely penetrated into the pill's interior. Qianli's face changed drastically. Qin Kangyi, are you insane? The pill is already 9-mark perfect. If you continue, you might ruin it, or even cause an explosion. Qin Kangyi remained calm. No, I can see. Qianli was stunned. See what? Before she could react, the 9-mark Huangyuan pill in the furnace suddenly trembled slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible wisp of gray qi was expelled from inside the pill. Then all 9 marks lit up simultaneously. The medicinal fragrance surged dramatically, and the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard seemed drawn by the pill, slowly converging toward the furnace. Qianli's expression froze bit by bit. No. This medicinal power. It's still rising. In the next moment, the Chihuahua furnace vibrated violently. Beyond the 9 pill marks, an extremely faint golden pattern slowly emerged on the pill's surface. At first the pattern was very blurry, but as Qin Kangyi continued to regulate the medicinal power with fire threads, the golden mark grew clearer. Finally, it completely encircled the pill. The 10th pill mark. Boom. A burst of medicinal fragrance far surpassing that of a 9-mark Huangyuan pill shot into the sky. The entire courtyard was filled with surging spiritual energy and mist-like medicinal aroma. Xianli was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the flawless 10-mark Huangyuan pill in the furnace as if struck by lightning. 10 marks. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 9 marks are perfection. What is 10 marks? Qin Kangyi reached out and beckoned, and the 10-pattern yellow essence pill fell into his palm. The pill was warm and smooth like jade, with 10 pill patterns encircling it, the faint golden luster of the 10th pattern shimmering. The medicinal potency was harmonious and flawless, with all pill toxicity completely eliminated. In other words, swallowing such a 10-pattern pill required no concern about toxicity, for there was none at all. It was utterly perfect. Not only that, but the potency of this pill was 3 times that of a 9-pattern yellow essence pill. Qin Kangyi glanced at it and said with a chuckle, "Who says no one can refine a 10-pattern pill? Here it is." Xian Li's small mouth fell open, and for a long moment, she could not speak. He had actually refined the 10-pattern yellow essence pill. How could this be possible? What kind of background does this kid have? This is too terrifying. Qin Kangyi, you better tell me honestly, are you the reincarnation of the legendary alchemy emperor? Xian Li said, her face full of shock. At this moment, she could think of no other word to describe Qin Kangyi except the reincarnation of the alchemy emperor. However, Qin Kangyi grinned and shook his head. Reincarnation of the alchemy emperor. Not exactly, but if you wish, you can also call me the dad emperor. Xian Li, what the hell? Dad emperor. How could Xian Li not understand what he meant? This dog of a man dared to take advantage of her. I'm so furious. Qin Kangyi, you're taking advantage of me again. Xian Li stomped her feet in anger. Qin Kangyi smiled as he watched the flustered Xian Li, then turned around and continued refining pills. Having just refined the 10-pattern yellow essence pill, he had accumulated considerable experience. Now turning all these herbs into 10-pattern pills was naturally no difficulty. Immediately, Qin Kangyi continued to activate the cauldron and began refining pills. With the experience from the first batch and the precise capture of details by Eagle Eye, his speed was noticeably faster. Herbs into the cauldron, impurities burned away, medicinal liquids fused, fire lines sorted, and finally the pill condensed. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water without a single pause. After just a short while, another 10-pattern yellow essence pill emerged. Xian Li was stunned. Bro, another 10-pattern pill. Others refined pills one by one, but Qin Kangyi was like a wholesaler. The 3rd batch, the 4th batch, the 5th batch. As time passed, the fragrance of herbs in the courtyard grew richer and richer. One by one, 10-pattern yellow essence pills were casually collected by Qin Kangyi into jade bottles. Of course, apart from the yellow essence pills, he also refined other pills for enhancing cultivation. Although he had never learned them before, with Xian Li, a revered great alchemist, as his guide, and the boost of 10,000-fold talent, and Eagle Eye, naturally, there was no problem. Every pill he refined bore 10 patterns. Xian Li went from initial shock to numbness and finally to complete existential doubt. She floated in midair, her eyes vacant, as she watched Qin Kangyi refine batch after batch, muttering to herself, "Fake, this must be fake. Alchemy isn't like this. How can alchemy be like this? How does he never fail? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy?" A night passed quietly. When the eastern sky began to show a hint of pale white, all the spiritual herbs in the courtyard were finally consumed. Qin Kangyi slowly withdrew his flames, and the crimson fire cauldron gave a light tremor as the last 10-pattern yellow essence pill fell into the jade bottle. He looked down and counted. Exactly 200 pills, 100 10-pattern yellow essence pills, and another 100 10-pattern heavenly spirit pills. The heavenly spirit pill, like the yellow essence pill, was a first-grade pill that could accelerate cultivation speed. Gazing at the 200 pills before him, Qin Kangyi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, Xian Li. You call this not bad? Xian Li had completely lost the will to speak. One night, 210 pattern pills, 0 failures, 0 explosions. All perfect. You call this not bad? Do you even hear what you're saying? Xian Li raised her head, her gaze complex, as she looked at Qin Kangyi. After a long silence, she finally blurted out, "Qin Kangyi, are you really not the illegitimate son of the heavenly Dao Wei?" Xian Li even suspected that this guy was the heavenly Dao's own father. But Qin Kangyi paid no heed to Xian Li's look of existential crisis. He reached out and took 2 jade bottles. One bottle contained 10 pattern yellow essence pills. The other bottle contained 10 pattern heavenly spirit pills. Qin Kangyi poured out a few pills and examined them in his palm. The 10 pattern pills were round and smooth like jade with a rich fragrance and 10 faint golden patterns encircling them, looking exceptionally extraordinary. After a busy night, it's time to try the effect. Having said that, Qin Kangi directly opened the 2 jade bottles. Xianli didn't react at first until she saw Qin Kangi grab a handful of more than a dozen pills, and her face instantly changed. Qin Kangi, what are you doing? Qin Kangi casually replied, eating pills. Xianli's eyelid twitched violently. Eating pills? Why are you taking so many? You don't intend to eat them all at once, do you? Qin Kangi glanced at her. Is there a problem? Xianli's small face turned pale. A big problem. Although the yellow essence pill and the heavenly spirit pill are both first grade, their medicinal potency is extremely abundant. Ordinary martial artists need to be careful when refining even one pill at a time. Even if you refine 10 pattern pills with no toxicity, you can't just eat them recklessly. If your body can't withstand the surge of medicinal potency, your meridians will burst. The more Xianli spoke, the more anxious she became, and she floated directly in front of Qin Kangi, reaching out her small hand to stop him. Qin Kangi, calm down. You're only at the late stage of the 7th grade. At most, you can swallow 1 yellow essence pill at a time along with 1 heavenly spirit pill and refine them slowly. That's already very fast. Qin Kangi blinked. 1 pill. Xianli nodded seriously. Yes, 1 pill. At most 2. No more. Qin Kangi looked down at the pills in his hand, thoughtful. Seeing this, Xianli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. This guy, though outrageous, at least listens to advice. But the next moment, the heart she had just set down was instantly lifted again. Because Qin Kangi directly inverted the jade bottle. Clatter. 1 by 1 10 pattern pills rolled into his palm. 30 yellow essence pills, 30 heavenly spirit pills. A full 60 pills, and the pill fragrance instantly became extremely intense. Xianli's small face turned deathly pale. No way. He wasn't going to swallow 60 pills at once, was he? No. It couldn't be. Qin Kangi couldn't be that stupid, right? But the next moment, Qin Kangi's action instantly terrified Xianli. He tilted his head back and swallowed. 30 10 pattern yellow essence pills, 30 10 pattern heavenly spirit pills. All went into his mouth. Boom. The moment the pill entered his stomach, it felt as if a volcano had violently erupted within Qin Kangi's body. The surging medicinal power exploded instantly, and streams of pure refined spiritual energy spread wildly through his limbs and bones. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even one at the 1st grade, they would have their meridians shattered by the medicinal power in that instant. But Qin Kangi was different. Under the blessing of the supreme talent, 10,000-fold aptitude, his meridians were strong enough to withstand the impact of the pill's effects. The moment the power erupted, the 9 heavens blazing art activated on its own. Boom. True chi within Qin Kangi surged like a river of blazing flames, frantically devouring the vast medicinal power. Strands of energy were instantly refined by the 9 heavens blazing art into pure, true chi, converging into his dantian. The aura around Qin Kangi began to climb madly. Peak 7th grade. Boom. 6th grade. Beside him, Xianli was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? 60 pills worth of power, and he actually suppressed it? No, not just suppressed, he's refining it. How can his refining speed be so fast? This is absurd. She had never seen such an outrageous person. It was one thing to be a master alchemist, but his cultivation was equally terrifying. Qin Kangi's body was like an endless vessel capable of fully absorbing such horrifying medicinal power. As soon as the words left her mouth, another dull thud sounded from within Qin Kangi. Boom. Mid-6th grade. Late 6th grade. Peak 6th grade. The vast power still hadn't been exhausted, continuing to surge through his body. Qin Kangi sat cross-legged, his expression calm. His body seemed to transform into a bottomless furnace, forcibly refining every bit of the incoming power with the 9 heavens blazing art. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also drawn and forming a visible vortex above his head. Boom. At that moment, an even more formidable aura erupted from Qin Kangi's body. 5th grade. Qin Kangi had directly broken through the barrier of the 5th grade. And he still didn't stop. Early 5th grade. Mid-5th grade. Only when his cultivation steadied at mid-5th grade did the raging medicinal power finally begin to subside. In the courtyard, the spiritual energy slowly dispersed, and Qin Kangi opened his eyes. A trace of crimson light flashed through his eyes. He lowered his head, feeling the surging true chi within him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Mid-5th grade. Not bad. Xianli stood speechless. Not bad. You went from late 7th grade to mid-5th grade in one go, crossing 2 major realms. And you call that not bad? Xianli was completely numb. She floated in front of Qin Kangi, pointing her little finger at him, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. You. What kind of monster are you? Xianli was utterly terrified by Qin Kangi. Her shocked expression spoke volumes. Qin Kangi's series of actions were simply inhuman. Too outrageous. At this moment Xian Li even felt a bit of pity for Su Qinghan. What sin did that foolish woman commit in her past life to provoke such a freak as Qin Kangyi? She now realized that when Qin Kangyi said 3 days east, 3 days west, meaning fortunes could reverse, he wasn't joking. It was real. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly, not answering. His attention was fixed on his own cultivation. Vast true qi flowed within him, dozens of times more powerful than before the breakthrough. The feeling of surging power was truly wonderful. He wanted to do it again. Qin Kangyi glanced at the remaining 10 mark pills, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Should I take a few more? But he quickly dismissed the idea. He had just broken through from 7th grade to 5th grade, crossing 2 major realms. Too fast. It was best to give his body a few hours to settle and adapt to the current cultivation level, lest the foundation become unstable, which would be counterproductive. Therefore Qin Kangyi decided to take the pills in the evening. So what to do now? As if struck by an idea, his eyes suddenly lit up. I haven't properly learned any martial arts yet, have I? Why not head to the scripture library and pick a couple of techniques? Previously, because he couldn't cultivate, Qin Kangyi had never learned any martial arts. Tomorrow was the day of his battle with Su Qinghan, so learning a few techniques beforehand was essential. With that thought, he made his way to the clan's scripture library. The Qin family, as one of the top noble houses in the capital of Liang Kingdom, naturally possessed their own hereditary martial arts, all housed in the scripture library. Qin Kangyi swaggered in. Elder Qin Yuan. Qin Kangyi greeted the elder in charge of the library with a smile. This elder Qin Yuan was a first-grade martial artist of the clan, but his qi and blood were weakened by age, and his combat power had declined, so he had been assigned to guard the library. Elder Qin Yuan had a fairly good relationship with Qin Kangyi. Despite his current appearance as an old man with one foot in the grave in his youth, he had been a renowned figure of the capital. Even now in his old age, his tongue was still loose. Over the years, because he couldn't cultivate, Qin Kangyi had spent his time enjoying life, eating, drinking, and amusing himself. Occasionally they would go to the pleasure houses to listen to songs, always together with Elder Qin Yuan. At that moment Elder Qin Yuan was lying on a bamboo chair, holding a palm leaf fan, eyes closed, basking in the sun. Hearing Qin Kangyi's voice, he slowly opened his eyes. After recognizing the visitor, Elder Qin Yuan was clearly startled. Kangyi, what brings you to the scripture library? He looked Qin Kangyi up and down, his expression growing more curious. Did the sun rise in the west today? Didn't you once say that the martial arts manuals in this library were not as interesting as the girls dancing at Zuichuan Tower? Qin Kangyi grinned. I'm here to pick some martial arts today. Pick martial arts. Elder Qin Yuan's fan stopped midair. He stared at Qin Kangyi, his smile slowly fading. After a moment, as if a thought struck him, he suddenly sat up straight. I almost forgot. You have a fight with Su Qinghan of the Sinan Hofu tomorrow. Elder Qin Yuan's brow furrowed. Kangyi, I'm not one to scold, but you usually talk too much. How did you let things get this big? I don't like that girl Su Qinghan, but she is an 18-year-old 4th-grade martial artist. And I've heard she has already mastered the Sinan Hofu's Cold Moon sword art to perfection. Fighting her is like playing with your life. Elder Qin Yuan's tone grew more worried as he spoke. Though he was usually frivolous, he genuinely cared for Qin Kangyi. Over the years, while Qin Kangyi was unable to cultivate and was secretly mocked by many clan members, Elder Qin Yuan had always treated him well, never regarding him as a waste, often taking him out for drinks and music. Qin Kangyi felt a warmth in his heart, seeing Elder Qin Yuan like this. He smiled and said, Elder Qin Yuan, don't worry. I have a plan for tomorrow's battle. Elder Qin Yuan glared at him. You have a feather of a plan. You don't even know proper martial arts, and you're only now coming to the library to pick some. Do you think that's enough time? At that, Elder Qin Yuan paused. His eyes narrowed sharply. Wait, the aura on you. Elder Qin Yuan, though his vitality had declined and his combat prowess was far from his prime, was after all a first-rank martial artist. His discernment was naturally beyond that of ordinary people. Just now Qin Kangyi had deliberately suppressed his aura, so Elder Qin Yuan hadn't paid much attention. But now, upon careful sensing, he immediately noticed something amiss. Qin Kangyi actually had true qi circulating within him, and this qi was scorching and profound, nothing like that of a mere 9th-rank novice. Elder Qin Yuan abruptly stood up and grabbed Qin Kangyi's wrist. A strand of true qi probed inside, and in the next moment, he froze in place. 5th rank. 5th rank mid-stage. Elder Qin Yuan jerked his head up, staring at Qin Kangyi with utter shock. When did you break through to 5th rank, you brat? Aren't you supposed to be unable to cultivate? How in the blink of an eye are you at 5th rank mid-stage? Boom. Elder Qin Yuan felt his mind buzz. He knew that Qin Kangyi had had his supreme bone taken years ago, damaging his foundation, and for 16 years he had been unable to draw qi into his body. But now, not only could Qin Kangyi cultivate, he had even directly stepped into 5th rank mid-stage. How could this be? Qin Yuan shock value 199. Qin Yuan shock value 199. Elder Qin Yuan stared fixedly at Qin Kangyi, and after a long while he finally forced out a sentence. No wonder you brat dared to gamble with Su Qinghan. Qin Kangyi chuckled, not answering, just smiling. Elder Qin Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock. Forget it. You have secrets, boy, and I'm too lazy to pry. Being able to cultivate is a good thing. At this, Elder Qin Yuan's gaze turned serious. However, against Su Qinghan at 5th rank mid-stage you still cannot be careless. Su Qinghan is at the 4th rank late stage, and she has been training in the sword since childhood. Her foundation is solid and her combat prowess is considerable. When you fight her tomorrow, prioritize staying alive. Qin Kangyi smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I know. Elder Qin Yuan stroked his beard. He knew this kid was not one to suffer losses and had a good head on his shoulders, so he stopped worrying. Alright, go pick some martial arts. If you don't understand anything, come ask me anytime. Got it. Qin Kangyi turned cheerfully and entered the scripture pavilion to select techniques. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Elder Qin Yuan's shock did not diminish in the slightest. He lightly laughed and shook his head. This kid truly hard to fathom. The Qin family scripture pavilion had 5 floors. The first floor housed martial arts from rank 9 to 7, the second floor held ranks 6 to 4, the third floor held ranks 2 and 3, and the fourth floor held rank 1. As for the 5th floor, it was said to house martial arts above rank 1, the Qin family's ancestral treasure and foundation. As the Qin family's heir, Qin Kangyi could browse the techniques on the other 4 floors freely without restriction. However, Qin Kangyi was not in a hurry. Instead of going directly to the 4th floor, he started from the 1st. Although the 1st floor contained only basic techniques, the skyscraper rises from the ground. High-level techniques are merely derivations of the basics. For Qin Kangyi, who possessed 10,000-fold talent starting from the basics, would help him comprehend higher-level techniques. Soon he began with the 9th rank techniques. Basic fist art, basic leg art. After scanning each book, clear images of the moves appeared in his mind. Under the analysis of his 10,000-fold talent, he not only instantly grasped the essence of these techniques, but his mind began to deduce and elevate these basic martial arts to higher realms. For a 9th rank introductory fist art, Qin Kangyi could execute it perfectly after a single glance, and even deduced its rank to 7th rank, or even 6th rank. His speed increased rapidly from half an incense stick per book at the start to dozens of breaths per book later. Soon his gaze settled on a book. Martial Ancestors Long Fist. This is a basic fist art created by the martial emperor founder of the Liang Kingdom. It is at the 8th rank level with only 9 forms, yet its power is considerable. But Qin Kangyi stared at this technique for a long time. No, this fist art is exquisite. His gaze sharpened slightly. He had originally been flipping through casually since most on the 1st floor were 7th to 9th rank techniques, but this Martial Ancestors Long Fist was different. On the surface, this fist art had only 9 forms: Mountain Splitter, Wave Breaker, Cloud Piercer, Mountain Suppressor, Earth Renter, River Reverser, Sun Chaser, Dragon Catcher, and Dynasty Stabilizer. The 9 forms were simple in moves and straightforward in power, without flashy variations or explosive chi bursts. Ordinary martial artists would only see it as a basic technique suitable for beginners. But Qin Kangyi was different. With the blessing of his 10,000-fold talent, he saw this technique's extraordinariness at a glance. These 9 forms, seemingly simple, actually contained profound martial foundations. Fist, palm, elbow, shoulder, footwork, body, momentum, chi, and spirit. The 9 forms combined, covering the most basic and core changes in martial combat. Interesting. No wonder it's called Martial Ancestors Long Fist. This is no ordinary 8th rank technique. It's the martial essence of the founding martial emperor broken down and simplified, left as a foundation for future generations. A gleam of surprise flashed in Qin Kangyi's eyes. It was a pity that later martial artists of Liang Kingdom lacked vision. They only saw the simplicity of the technique, but not the profound truth hidden within simplicity. Thus, for so many years, Martial Ancestors Long Fist had been regarded as a basic 8th rank technique. A pearl shrouded in dust, a bit of a pity. Inside the pendant, Xian Li heard Qin Kangyi's appraisal and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. You say this fist art is not simple? Qin Kangyi nodded. Of course it's not simple. Xian Li was somewhat skeptical since even she hadn't found anything special about this technique. This Martial Ancestors Long Fist is widely spread in Liang Kingdom. Almost everyone knows it. If it were truly a profound technique, how could no one have discovered it in all these years? Qin Kangyi smiled. Because they are merely practicing the moves. What is truly powerful about this fist art is not the forms. Xian Li was taken aback. Not the forms. Qin Kangyi said calmly. It is the martial momentum. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the 9 forms of Martial Ancestors Long Fist continuously surfaced. Once, twice, thrice. With each deduction, the 9 forms transformed. The originally simple and plain moves were constantly broken down, reorganized, and elevated by him. The Mountain Splitter form transformed into a momentum crushing mountains and rivers. The Wave Breaker form became a momentum sweeping through armies. The Cloud Piercer form turned into a momentum tearing through the heavens. Boom. In Qin Kangyi's mind, a majestic figure clad in armor appeared. Standing before myriad troops, the figure thrust out a fist, shaking mountains and rivers. With a footstep, the earth rumbled. The 9 forms in his hands were no longer ordinary moves, but seemed like the supreme martial path of founding a dynasty and sweeping across all directions. You have comprehended martial ancestors' long fist. You have discovered that martial ancestors' long fist is not an ordinary 8th-rank fist art. It conceals the early martial foundation of the founding martial emperor of Liang Kingdom. You are deducing the true form of martial ancestors' long fist. Deduction successful. You have obtained king-level martial technique martial ancestors' 9 forms. Martial ancestors' 9 forms deduced from martial ancestors' long fist. 9 forms combined, condensing martial momentum. Fist strike like splitting mountains and stabilizing dynasties, overwhelming the 8 directions. Qin Kangyi slowly opened his eyes, a faint glint of sharp light flashing across his gaze. So this martial technique actually originated from a king-level martial technique. Xianli was startled. Though she did not know the specifics of what Qin Kangyi had deduced, she could clearly sense a change in the aura around him. He was still standing in the same spot. Yet in that instant Xianli felt as if a fierce bloody aura of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emanated from Qin Kangyi. Xianli's small face changed slightly. Qin Kangyi, what did you comprehend just now? Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. Nothing much. Just made some minor improvements to this fist technique. Xianli. Minor. Now whenever she heard Qin Kangyi say the word minor, her head ached. The minor from this guy seemed to mean something quite different from what others intended. Just then a mocking voice came from behind Qin Kangyi. Oh, isn't this our Qin family's young master? What did the sun rise from the west today? You actually came to the scripture pavilion. Qin Kangyi slowly turned around, seeing several young Qin family disciples approaching from the stairway. The leader was dressed in fine clothes with an arrogant expression and undisguised contempt in his brows. This person was named Qin Chenghao, the grandson of the Qin family's 3rd elder. He was somewhat well known among the younger generation of the Qin family. Qin Chenghao was 19 years old, his cultivation having reached the early 6th grade. He often flaunted his authority in the clan, relying on his grandfather's status. In the past, when Qin Kangyi could not cultivate, Qin Chenghao often mocked him behind his back, even sneering at him directly several times. Qin Chenghao glanced at the martial ancestor's fist in Qin Kangyi's hand and let out a scornful laugh. Martial ancestor's fist. Qin Kangyi, you really know how to pick. This is an 8th grade basic fist technique. What you're going to face Su Qinghan tomorrow, and only now you remember to practice this kind of elementary martial art. As his words fell, the several Qin disciples behind him burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 8th grade fist technique. The young master is cramming at the last moment, huh? Cramming with this sort of technique. Your opponent tomorrow is Su Qinghan, a late 4th grade martial artist, and you're here practicing martial ancestor's fist. It's killing me. Does he really think he can beat Su Qinghan with this fist technique? Stop joking. Even if Su Qinghan stood still, he might not be able to break through her protective, true qi. Their laughter was piercing, their faces full of mockery. Qin Kangyi, however, was not angry. He simply looked down at the martial ancestor's fist in his hand, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Perfect. He had just deduced the 9 forms of the martial ancestor, and had yet to find a place to test the power of this king-level martial art. Using these fellows as practice targets would be ideal. Qin Chenghao, seeing Qin Kangyi remain silent, thought he was afraid, and his sneer grew even more pronounced. Qin Kangyi, don't say I didn't warn you. Su Qinghan is not someone you can provoke. If you're smart, you'd better just concede tomorrow. Otherwise, if you get beaten like a dog on the arena, you'll not only disgrace yourself, but also bring shame to the Qin family. Qin Kangyi lifted his head and glanced at him calmly. Are you done? Qin Chenghao was taken aback. Qin Kangyi closed the martial ancestor's fist and casually placed it back on the bookshelf. If you're done, then come here. Qin Chenghao frowned. What do you mean? Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. I just learned a fist technique. I'll test it on you. Boom. As soon as the words were spoken, the first floor fell silent. Qin Chenghao was stunned at first, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Test your fist on us. Qin Kangyi, have you lost your mind? What are you going to test it with? With that martial ancestor's fist you just read. The several Qin disciples behind him were laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, martial ancestor's fist. I practiced that when I was at the 8th grade. Does the young master really think this fist technique has any power? An 8th grade basic fist technique works on wooden dummies, but against people, Hilarious. Young Master Qin, maybe you should pick another one so you don't lose and claim we bullied you. Qin Kangyi's expression remained calm. No need. Beating you with this is enough. Qin Chenghao's smile instantly froze. Then his eyes darkened. Qin Kangyi, do you really think you're the exalted young master? Once your younger brother Qin Lingxiao returns, your position will be stripped. You've been a joke for 16 years. Do you really think learning an 8th grade fist technique on the fly allows you to act recklessly in front of me? Qin Kangyi didn't bother to waste words. He beckoned to Qin Xinghao with his finger. All of you come together. Let's not waste time. Boom. The entire first floor of the scripture pavilion fell silent. This time Qin Xinghao's face turned completely dark and the disciples behind him stopped laughing. All of them together. Qin Kangyi actually wanted them all to attack at once. This wasn't arrogance, it was madness. Qin Xinghao laughed in fury. Fine. Very well. Since the young master wants us to witness the power of martial ancestors' fist, we naturally won't refuse. He then looked at the others behind him. You all go and spar with the young master together. The several Qin disciples stepped forward with cold smiles. Though their cultivation was not as high as Qin Xinghao's, they were all 7th or 8th grade martial artists. In their eyes, dealing with Qin Kangyi, who had only recently begun to cultivate, would be as easy as crushing an ant with one hand. At this moment, Elder Qin Yuan, who was lying leisurely on a bamboo chair in a corner of the scripture pavilion, merely cast a casual glance in their direction. A faint smile appeared on his face, but he made no move to stop them. If Qin Kangyi still had no cultivation, he would naturally step in to prevent the young men from bullying Kangyi. But now that Qin Kangyi had reached the 5th grade, dealing with these little brats would be no problem. He chuckled softly and shook his head. These lads are in for a world of pain. Over there the group cracked their wrists and surrounded Qin Kangyi. Young master, we won't hold back. Exchanged glances and smiles, then their figures flickered as they charged toward Qin Kangyi. Qin Kangyi's eyes were calm. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers curling into a fist, and simply assumed the starting stance of martial ancestors' fist. Seeing this, the Qin disciples couldn't help laughing again. It really is martial ancestors' fist. I know that starting stance. He doesn't actually think this will work, does he? Qin Xinghao stood nearby with his arms crossed, a sneer curling his lips. But in the next moment, Qin Kangyi moved. He took a step forward. Boom. The entire first floor of the scripture pavilion seemed to tremble slightly. Qin Kangyi thrust out his fist. It was still the first form of martial ancestors' fist. Mountain cleaving. But the moment the fist landed, the air exploded violently. Everyone seemed to see a towering mountain being shattered by a single punch. The smiles on the faces of the Qin disciples froze instantly. Not good. Before they could even react, the terrifying fist momentum swept over them. Thud, thud, thud. Several dull sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The Qin disciples, as if struck by a massive boulder, were sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 5 or 6 Qin disciples fell heavily to the ground, writhing in agony and letting out pained cries. The entire first floor of the scripture pavilion fell into a deathly silence. The sneer on Qin Xinghao's face froze in place. His eyes widened as he stared at the fallen Qin disciples, utterly stunned. One punch. Qin Kangyi only threw one punch. And he used the martial ancestor fist. How is that possible? That's an 8th rank basic fist technique. When did it ever have such power? Does this even make sense? The several Qin disciples lying on the ground were even more horrified. They hadn't even seen Qin Kangyi's movements clearly. They just felt a blur before their eyes, followed by a terrifying fist momentum bearing down on them. In that instant, they felt as if they were facing not a person, but a mountain crashing down upon them. This is the martial ancestor fist. Are you kidding me? How can the martial ancestor fist be this strong? I've also practiced the martial ancestor fist, and it's nothing like this. Was that punch really an 8th rank technique? Their voices trembled, faces filled with disbelief. Qin Kangyi slowly withdrew his fist, glanced down at his own hand, and seemed somewhat disappointed. Couldn't even withstand the first move. That's just too fragile. Qin Xinghao shock value 160, Qin Mo shock value 87, Qin Xin shock value 90, shock value 95, shock value 77. Xuanli shock value 200, Elder Qin Yuan shock value 200. Inside the pendant, Xuanli stared with a dazed little face. Though she knew Qin Kangyi had just elevated the martial ancestor fist to a higher level martial art, she never expected the power to be so absurd. It was only the most basic opening move, yet the fist momentum had already completely surpassed the scope of an 8th rank martial technique. It even surpassed the scope of a 1st rank technique. This martial technique seems to be at the king grade level, even vaguely touching the threshold of imperial grade. Xuanli murmured, her eyes filled with utter shock. Not only her, but Elder Qin Yuan, who had been sitting in his bamboo chair, also shot to his feet, staring at Qin Kangyi as if he had seen a ghost. Having guarded the scripture pavilion for so many years, he naturally knew every technique and skill inside like the back of his hand. The martial ancestor fist was a widely spread 8th rank basic fist technique throughout the Liang Kingdom. How basic was it? Almost every martial artist in the Liang Kingdom had practiced it. The martial ancestor fist that Qin Kangyi had just unleashed was nothing like the 8th rank basic technique. Within that fist momentum was a domineering intent to sweep all before it. When the fist landed, it felt as if it wasn't a man throwing a punch, but an armored martial ancestor standing before an army of thousands sweeping through mountains and rivers. Elder Qin Yuan's eyelids twitched violently, and the corner of his mouth spasmed slightly. This kid. How did he manage that? Qin Qinghao's face turned extremely ugly. He stared fixedly at Qin Kangyi and gritted his teeth. Qin Kangyi, don't get too cocky. They were just caught off guard. Let me see what your so-called martial ancestor fist is really capable of. With that, Qin Qinghao stepped forward, his sixth rank, true qi, erupting explosively. A faint green light appeared on his palms, and he moved with incredible speed, darting toward Qin Kangyi in an instant. Green wind palm. The palm wind howled, and the energy was sharp and fierce. Qin Qinghao was clearly holding nothing back. If this palm strike landed on an ordinary 7th rank martial artist, it would be enough to shatter bones and tear tendons. Yet Qin Kangyi stood still, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. Under the eagle eye, Qin Qinghao's movements were slowed tenfold in his vision. The flow of true qi, the trajectory of the palm technique, and even the weaknesses in his power, everything was crystal clear. My eyes are the measure. Qin Kangyi slowly raised his fist, still using the martial ancestor fist. Second stance. Wave breaker. Boom. With a single punch, the air seemed to echo with the sound of surging rivers. Qin Qinghao's green wind palm had barely closed in when it was torn apart head-on by the terrifying fist momentum. The next moment, the fist force slammed violently into his chest. Bang! Qin Qinghao's face instantly turned deathly pale. As if struck by lightning, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a wooden pillar nearby. Crack! The pillar shuddered, cracks spreading across its surface. Qin Qinghao collapsed to the ground in disgrace, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The entire first floor of the scripture pavilion fell into absolute silence. Qin Qinghao had lost, and again it was just one punch. From start to finish, Qin Kangyi hadn't even moved a step. The technique he used was still the martial ancestor fist, familiar to everyone. But this technique, regarded by all as a basic fist art, had unleashed a power that made one's scalp tingle in Qin Kangyi's hands. Qin Qinghao lay on the ground, his face pallid, his eyes no longer holding any trace of mockery, only deep terror. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can the martial ancestor fist be this strong? Qin Kangyi looked down at him from above and said with a grin, maybe it's just that you guys are lousy. Hearing this, Qin Qinghao felt his Tao heart shatter. This guy, killing and then breaking the spirit. He truly deserved to die. I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight, or else. Qin Kangyi sneered, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. Seeing this, Qin Qinghao and the others felt their hair stand on end, and they quickly scrambled up and dashed out of the scripture pavilion. They were truly terrified. Qin Kangyi, that guy must have taken some wrong medicine. He was suddenly so fierce. If they stayed any longer, they had no doubt he would beat them to death. After they left, Elder Qin Yuan walked over looking puzzled. Kangyi, was that the martial ancestor fist you just used? It feels different from the one I practice. Your fist, my fist, they seem different. Qin Kangyi chuckled. Maybe you practice the male fist and I practice the female fist. The male fist can never be as powerful as the female fist. Elder Qin Yuan pondered this for a moment. Huh, that actually sounds reasonable. Seeing that he had fooled Elder Qin Yuan, Qin Kangyi barely suppressed a laugh. Just kidding, Elder Qin Yuan. Give me a few days, and I'll teach you the real martial ancestor fist. Elder Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Hey, that's great. You're a good kid. I knew I didn't spoil you for nothing. He patted Qin Kangyi's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Afterward, Qin Kangyi continued browsing through the martial techniques in the scripture pavilion. He flipped through them at an increasingly rapid pace. In just half an hour, he had read all the techniques on the first floor and mastered every one of them to perfection. Then the second floor, also half an hour. The third floor. The fourth floor. After a full 2.5 hours, Qin Kangyi had read through all the techniques and skills on the first 4 floors. As for the 5th floor, which housed the Qin family's 3 spirit-grade martial arts, he couldn't enter. But it didn't matter, because Qin Kangyi had already learned all the techniques from the first 4 floors and deduced over 100 spirit-grade martial arts. 1 king-grade martial technique, and over 100 spirit-grade techniques. That should be enough to deal with Su Qing'an. As for why he didn't deduce higher-grade techniques, it was because activating them required true qi support. Qin Kangyi was only at the 5th rank now, and the amount of true qi in his body was far from sufficient to sustain higher-grade techniques, so he didn't continue deducing. Elder Qin Yuan, I'm done. I'm heading out now. Hearing Qin Kangyi's words, Elder Qin Yuan was stunned. Aren't you going to pick a few martial skills to cultivate? Qin Kangyi chuckled. No need, I've understood them all. Elder Qin Yuan, you mean you've understood all the thousands of martial arts in the scripture pavilion? How is that possible? You know, even a low-grade 7th rank martial skill would take an ordinary disciple at least half a month to master. But Qin Kangyi, in just 2.5 hours, he glanced through all the martial skills in the scripture pavilion and claimed he had mastered them all. Fake news. However, Qin Kangyi ignored the shocked Elder Qin Yuan. He cheerfully tossed out 2 pills, 1 Huanyuan pill and 1 Tianling pill. Elder Qin Yuan, these 2 pills are for you. I'll be going now. With that, Qin Kangyi walked out of the scripture pavilion with a smile. Today's harvest was great, very satisfying. Meanwhile, Elder Qin Yuan left behind looked down at the 2 pills in his hand and was instantly stunned. Huanyuan pill, Tianling pill. He naturally recognized these 2 pills. They were both relatively common cultivation pills among first-grade elixirs. But the problem was, Elder Qin Yuan stared fixedly at the 2 pills in his palm, his pupils gradually dilating. The pills were as round and smooth as jade, their fragrance restrained, and on their surfaces ran faint golden pill patterns. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. Elder Qin Yuan's whole body trembled violently, nearly dropping the pills from his hand. T10. 10 patterns. This is a 10 pattern pill. Bang. It was as if another thunderclap exploded in Elder Qin Yuan's mind. 10 pattern Huanyuan pill. 10 pattern Tianling pill. What did this mean? An ordinary first-grade alchemist who could produce a 3-pattern pill was already considered skilled. If one could refine a 6-pattern pill, they would be treated as a guest of honor by all factions. As for a 9-pattern pill, that was nearly the limit of all pills considered perfect. But now the 2 pills in his hand were both 10-pattern. Ultimate perfection. Elder Qin Yuan swallowed hard, his entire body numb. He suddenly looked up, staring in the direction Qin Kangyi had left. Kangyi, stop right there, you brat. However, Qin Kangyi had already vanished without a trace. From outside the scripture pavilion, only a lazy voice drifted in. Elder Qin Yuan, no need to thank me. Visit the pleasure houses fewer times and take better care of yourself. Elder Qin Yuan. His mouth twitched fiercely. You little rascal. At my age, do I need you to teach me? But scold as he might, Elder Qin Yuan's hand was tightly clutching the 2 pills, unwilling to let go even a little. He looked down at the pills in his palm again, his heart still pounding uncontrollably. If these things were taken out, the entire imperial capital would go mad. To a martial artist, they were a supreme treasure for improving cultivation, but to an old man like him, with declining vitality, they were equally beneficial. After refining them, he might even be able to advance further. Especially since 10-pattern pills had no pill toxins, and their medicinal power was perfectly rounded and complete. Even with his aged body, he could refine them without worry. Elder Qin Yuan was silent for a long time, then suddenly muttered a curse. This kid. He's becoming more and more incomprehensible. Just a few days ago, Qin Kangyi was still the good-for-nothing heir known throughout the capital. Dumped, mocked, looked down upon. Yet in just 2 days, not only had this kid stepped into the middle stage of the 5th rank, but the pills he casually gave away were all 10-pattern pills. Elder Qin Yuan suddenly felt that he no longer knew this kid he had watched grow up. But after a moment, he smiled again. Good, good. The heir of the Northern Marquis Manor, silent for 16 years, is finally rising again. With that, Elder Qin Yuan slowly put away the 2 pills, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Su Qinghan, does your Southern Marquis Manor really think you've dumped a good-for-nothing? After tomorrow, I'll be watching to see if you regret it until your guts turn green. Elder Qin Yuan shock value 200. Elder Qin Yuan shock value 200. Elder Qin Yuan shock value 200. After leaving the scripture pavilion and returning to his own courtyard, it was already late at night. Qin Kangyi wasted no time. He grabbed the pills and began refining them directly. This time Xianli did not stop him, because now she felt that what Qin Kangyi was doing seemed quite reasonable. A night of silence. The next morning, outside the imperial palace, a sea of people. On the vast square, a huge bluestone arena had already been erected. Around the arena, figures were densely packed. Martial artists from the capital and even many scions of noble families were on the viewing stands not far away. After all, this battle had already spread throughout the entire capital. Qin Kangyi, heir of the Northern Marquis Manor, was challenging Su Qinghan, the legitimate daughter of the Southern Marquis Manor. One was the good-for-nothing heir who couldn't even step into the 9th rank. The other was the foremost beauty of the Liang Kingdom, a heavenly maiden who had reached the late 4th rank at just 18. From the very beginning, no one believed Qin Kangyi could win this match. They had come today more just to watch the excitement. To see how Qin Kangyi would lose face, how the good-for-nothing heir of the Northern Marquis Manor would be defeated by Su Qinghan's single sword strike in front of everyone. On the arena, Su Qinghan stood quietly, dressed in a white gown, holding a long sword. A gentle morning breeze blew, causing her dress to flutter lightly and her hair to brush against her face, her demeanor as cool and clear as the moon. It must be said that Su Qinghan was called the foremost beauty of the Liang Kingdom for good reason. Just standing there, she made many young martial artists' hearts sway. Miss Su is too beautiful today. Indeed worthy of being the legitimate daughter of the Southern Marquis Manor, the foremost beauty of Liang. 18 years old, late 4th rank. With such talent, even among the youth of the entire capital, she is definitely top tier. How did Qin Kangyi dare to challenge her? Who knows? Maybe he's humiliated and furious after being dumped. Ha ha, indeed, a good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. Amid the crowd, murmurs arose continuously. Below the arena, Su Zhengfang, the southern marquis, stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. He looked at his daughter on the arena, his eyes full of confidence. There would be no surprises in today's battle. If Qin Kangyi dared to come, he would die for sure. Every time he thought of the humiliation Qin Kangyi had caused him that day, he ground his teeth in anger. Today he would watch Qin Kangyi die here to vent his hatred. Not far away, the third prince, Xiao Jingxian, had also arrived. He wore a python robe followed by several guards with a faint smile on his face. But within that smile lurked a trace of coldness. Last time at the Northern Marquis Manor, he had lost all face. Today he would not miss the chance to see Qin Kangyi become a laughingstock. Time passed, bit by bit, the sun gradually rising. But from the direction of the Northern Marquis Manor, there was still no sign of Qin Kangyi. At first the crowd could wait patiently. But after waiting for a long time, the murmurs around gradually changed tone. What's going on? Why hasn't Qin Kangyi come? He's not too scared to show up, is he? Ha, do you even need to ask? He's definitely scared. 3 days ago he talked so tough, saying battle outside the Imperial Palace in 3 days, but now when the day comes he doesn't dare show his face. This is hilarious. Is this the heir of the Northern Marquis Manor? A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. When talking tough he's crazier than anyone, but when it's time to fight he goes limp. If I were him, I wouldn't dare come either. What for? To get beaten. The ridicule below grew louder and louder. On the dueling platform, Su Qinghan's delicate brows knitted slightly. She lifted her gaze toward the direction of the Zhenbei home mansion, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Qin Kangyi had not yet arrived. Could it be that he was truly afraid? At this thought, a trace of scorn involuntarily surfaced in Su Qinghan's heart. Indeed, a waste remained a waste. 3 days ago he had made grand boasts within the Zhenbei home mansion, declaring that in 3 days' time the river would shift and the young man would not be underestimated. Yet now that the day of battle had come, he lacked even the courage to show himself before her. Beneath the platform, Xiao Jingxian observed this, a slow smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seems the heir of Zhenbei will not be coming today. At these words, many in the crowd fell silent. Xiao Jingxian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile on his face. This prince originally thought that since the heir dared to challenge Miss Su to a duel, he must have at least a shred of backbone. Unexpectedly, he lacks even the courage to step onto the stage. The heir of Zhenbei mansion. He shook his head slightly. What a pity for the Marquis of Zhenbei's illustrious reputation. Boom. The instant these words were uttered, a wave of uproar erupted around them. Everyone could tell that Xiao Jingxian was publicly slapping the face of the Zhenbei mansion. Yet coincidentally, Qin Kangyi's prolonged absence seemed to affirm this. Among the crowd, many young scions of noble families immediately chimed in agreement. The third prince speaks truly. Qin Kangyi has indeed shamed himself this time. He spoke so boldly, then yet dares not show up today. It's utterly laughable. How could the Zhenbei mansion produce such an heir? I heard that the Marquis's second son Qin Lingxiao has already stepped into the 3rd grade and achieved great merits in the northern frontier. Both sons of the same Marquis, one a 3rd grade prodigy, the other a coward who dares not fight. What a disparity! TSK. Not far away, the Qin family disciples, upon hearing these taunts, all had darkened expressions. What is Qin Kangyi doing? Is he coming or not? Exactly. Now he's playing the turtle, and our Qin family's face is thoroughly disgraced. A waste is a waste. What do you think, Brother Qinghao? At these words, Qin Shenghao was instantly stunned, unsure how to respond. A waste? He had just been defeated by that so-called waste yesterday. If Qin Kangyi was a waste, what did that make him? Less than a waste. He cleared his throat and said, perhaps. The heir was delayed by something. I think he will come. He definitely will come. The Qin disciples exchanged dubious glances. Previously, Qin Shenghao had looked down on the so-called heir Qin Kangyi, sneering and mocking him as a matter of course. Why was he suddenly so different today? He was unexpectedly speaking well of Qin Kangyi. Was that right? Qin Shenghao naturally offered no explanation. After all, being defeated by Qin Kangyi in a single move yesterday was too shameful. Thus he had strictly ordered those few Qin disciples to keep the truth to themselves. Therefore the Qin family members were unaware of Qin Kangyi's one-punch victory over Qin Shenghao. Qin Shinkong cast a cold glance over the surrounding Qin disciples. All of you shut up. Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. Beside Qin Xuankong, elder Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a palm leaf fan in his hand. Compared to the other's anxiety, he appeared remarkably calm, even with a faint, elusive smile at the corner of his lips. Qin Shinkong glanced at him, curious. Elder Qin Yuan, what are you smiling about? Elder Qin Yuan chuckled. Patriarch, no need to worry. That boy Kangyi is not as simple as you think. I'll bet he will definitely come today. Though uncertain why Qin Kangyi had not yet arrived, he knew the lad was cunning and deeply hidden. If he had no sure victory in mind, how could he have agreed to Su Qinghan's challenge? Qin Shinkong was startled, but upon reflection, elder Qin Yuan's words made sense. He then relaxed and waited quietly. At that moment, not far from the crowd, a graceful figure stood still. Shen Qingwei. Today she was still clad in a purple dress, her demeanor elegant and refined, followed by several guards of the Shun Trading Company. Beside her, Zhou Yuan of the Shun Trading Company whispered, "Miss the air of Jinbei, Ho has yet to arrive. Could it be that he truly dares not come?" Shen Qingwei gently shook her head. "No." Zhou Yuan was taken aback. "Why is Miss so certain?" Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered, her mind conjuring the lazy, confident image of Qin Kangyi. A person like that was not one to retreat at the last moment. Shen Qingwei said calmly, "The heir of Jinbei Ho is not the type to flee. Since he said he would come, he will definitely come." Zhou Yuan's heart trembled slightly. He rarely saw Shen Qingwei speak so affirmatively of anyone, especially this person, the Qin Kangyi who had been labeled a waste for 16 years. Yet recalling the elixir Qin Kangyi had produced that day, Zhou Yuan's conviction grew. Perhaps the heir had been delayed by something. Not far off, Xiao Jingxian also noticed Shen Qingwei. Seeing her gaze fixed toward the Jinbei Ho mansion, his eyes darkened. Qin Kangyi. Again Qin Kangyi. Why should a waste of an heir receive such attention from Shen Qingwei? Xiao Jingshuan's jealousy burned hotter, and the smile on his face grew more scornful. He turned back to the platform and announced loudly, "Miss Su, in this prince's view, Qin Kangyi probably dares not come today. As such, there is no need to continue waiting for this duel. A man who cannot even keep an appointment has no right to cross swords with Miss Su." Su Zhengfang nodded faintly. "Your Highness speaks wisely. Qinghan, come down. Qin Kangyi dares not fight. This duel no longer serves any purpose." Su Qinghan was silent for a moment, then slowly sheathed her sword. She had originally intended to slay Qin Kangyi here with her own hand, but it seemed he was not even worthy of her striking. She turned to descend from the platform, and a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. "Ha ha ha, he really isn't coming. Qin Kangyi is indeed afraid. What 3-day pact? It was just a joke. The Jinbei Ho mansion has lost all face this time. From now on, Qin Kangyi probably won't even dare to step outside his door." The title of waste heir is now thoroughly confirmed. The waves of mockery grew louder and louder. Nearly everyone was convinced that Qin Kangyi was too scared to come. Yet, just as Su Qinghan was about to step off the platform, a commotion suddenly arose from beyond the distant crowd. Those at the outermost edge turned, startled by something. Then a lazy voice drifted over from afar. "What's the rush? Isn't this young master here?" The voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. In an instant, the entire palace square fell utterly silent. In an instant, the entire palace square fell into absolute silence. Everyone turned their heads, almost simultaneously looking toward the direction from which the voice had come. At the end of the crowd, a black-clad youth was strolling leisurely. He was tall and slender, with a languid expression and a faint, elusive smile at the corners of his lips. The newcomer was none other than Qin Kangyi. As he walked, he let out a yawn. "Sorry everyone, I'm a bit late. I went a little overboard in my cultivation last night and lost track of time. By the way," he paused and chuckled, "I've made a small breakthrough." Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent, then erupted into a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? He says he overdid his cultivation and made a small breakthrough, eh? That's hilarious. How small is this breakthrough? Did he increase his chi by a tiny bit? Just putting on a show?" "Exactly. A useless young master, what strength could he have?" The crowd buzzed with ridicule, and few believed Qin Kangyi's words. After all, in their eyes, Qin Kangyi had been useless for a full 16 years. Even if he could resume cultivation in the past few days, how far could he really break through? 9th grade, 8th grade. At most, he might reach the 7th grade. But Su Qinghan, 4th grade, late stage. The gap between them was not something easily bridged. On the arena platform, Su Qinghan watched Qin Kangyi, her brow slightly furrowed. Overdid his cultivation. A small breakthrough. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes, and she snorted inwardly. Even now, Qin Kangyi still tried to maintain a ridiculous semblance of dignity with such means. But before true strength, all pretense was meaningless. Xiao Jingxian heard Qin Kangyi's words and burst into laughter. Young Master Qin is truly unique. Other people cultivate in seclusion carefully and cautiously, but for young Master Qin, it's a matter of overdoing it and breaking through on the side. This humble prince has learned something new today. Saying this, Xiao Jingxian shook his head lightly, his face full of mockery. I wonder if the so-called breakthrough of young Master Qin is from unranked to 9th grade, or from 9th grade to 8th grade. Another round of laughter erupted around them. Qin Kangyi glanced at him, his smile unwavering. "Is the third prince so concerned about my cultivation level? Or did you not get enough of a slap in the face last time, and want more today?" Xiao Jingshuan's smile froze instantly. The incident at the general's mansion, where he was forced to cut off his own guard's arm, was a disgrace to him. Now Qin Kangyi brought it up, publicly rubbing salt in the wound. Xiao Jingshuan's eyes turned cold. "Qin Kangyi, all you have left is a sharp tongue. Today with Miss Su here, this prince will see how long you can keep up your arrogance." Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. Then keep your eyes wide open. Don't blink. On the platform, Su Qinghan spoke coldly. Qin Kangyi, since you're here, get on the stage. Today will be your death. I'll show you that empty words are meaningless. Qin Kangyi, however, was in no hurry to ascend. He glanced at the dense crowd and suddenly chuckled. Wait a moment. Since we're all here, jumping straight into a fight would be a bit dull. Xiao Jingxian raised an eyebrow. What trick are you playing now? Qin Kangyi said lazily. I didn't expect so many spectators. Since that's the case, why not add some stakes to make it more entertaining for everyone? Xiao Jingxian smiled upon hearing this. Fine, since young Master Qin has the interest, this prince will oblige. Today I'll open a betting pool here. If anyone is interested, feel free to place your bets. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd became animated. A betting pool. Who wouldn't enjoy such excitement? Especially today, when this battle had already drawn the attention of the entire capital. With the addition of a betting pool, the scene would only become more electrifying. Xiao Jingshuan's lips curled slightly. He had been looking for a chance to further humiliate Qin Kangyi. Now that Qin Kangyi had delivered himself to his doorstep, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip. Someone, open the betting pool. A steward from behind the third prince stepped forward, producing a large odds board. Soon 2 lines were written on it. Su Qinghan wins 1-1. 1 Qin Kangyi wins 1-1-0. Boom. The moment the odds were announced, the entire square exploded. 1 to 10. Haha, these odds are ridiculous. This is an insult to the young master. Though it's a bit absurd, it does make sense. How could a useless Qin Kangyi possibly win? Exactly. It's like free spirit crystals. I'll bet 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals on Su Qinghan. Hey, didn't you say gambling is a scam? You don't understand, this is the 10th time. I'll bet 5,000 low-grade spirit crystals. And me? I'll bet 3,000 low-grade spirit crystals. In no time, everyone was placing their bets. Almost everyone unhesitatingly bet on Su Qinghan. Even with odds of only 1 to 1, it was a sure-win deal, earning 1/10 of the stake in a flash. Only a fool would miss out. It was practically free spirit crystals. On the other hand, despite the terrifyingly high odds, almost no one dared to bet on Qin Kangyi. 1 to 10 was tempting, but how could Qin Kangyi possibly win? Xiao Jingxian watched the scene, his smile growing wider. He deliberately looked at Qin Kangyi and said with amusement, Young Master Qin, the odds are set. Are you interested in placing a bet? After all, 1 to 10. If you win, you'll get 10 times the return. Qin Kangyi smiled. You said it. With that, he casually tossed out a spatial ring. Inside were the spirit crystals left over from selling the 9-stripe yellow yuan pill to Shun Qingwei last time. There are 90,000 low-grade spirit crystals in here. I'm betting it all on myself to win. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the entire square fell silent. Everyone stared at Qin Kangyi in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. 90,000 low-grade spirit crystals. All on himself. Was he insane? That was 90,000 low-grade spirit crystals. More than a year's profit for many noble families. Yet Qin Kangyi was willing to stake it all on himself for the sake of face. No one could understand. But Xiao Jingxian was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. How satisfying. This was 90,000 low-grade spirit crystals, no small sum. Qin Kangyi might as well be giving it away. As for the possibility of Qin Kangyi winning and having to pay him 900,000 spirit crystals, Xiao Jingxian wasn't worried at all. How could a useless Qin Kangyi ever defeat Su Qinghan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Young Master Qin is truly generous. Xiao Jingxian opened the spatial ring with a smile, confirmed the contents, and his grin grew even wider. On the platform, Su Qinghan sneered. She seemed to see through Qin Kangyi's petty act of saving face, and her disdain deepened. Just then a voice suddenly rang out, shocking everyone once again. The Qin family bets 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals on Qin Kangyi to win. Boom. The moment this voice rang out, the entire square fell silent once more. Almost everyone turned their heads simultaneously, looking toward the direction of the Qin family. Qin Xiankong stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, his gaze lightly falling on Xiao Jingxian. 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals betting on my Qin family's heir Qin Songyi to win. As his words fell, the surroundings erupted. What? The Qin family is betting 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Has the Qin patriarch lost his mind? That's 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Even if the Jinbei Marquis mansion is wealthy, they can't just squander it like this, can they? Does Qin Songyi really have some hidden card? A hidden card? Are you kidding? In 3 days, even if he had heaven-defying cards, how could he possibly beat Su Qinghan? All the surrounding martial artists were stunned. Qin Songyi betting on himself was one thing. After all, a young man face-saving and stubborn. That could be understood. But Qin Xiankong was different. He was the patriarch of the Qin family, the current ruler of the Jinbei Marquis mansion. How could he be as crazy as Qin Songyi? 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals betting on Qin Songyi to win. Isn't that just throwing money away? Even many disciples of the Qin family were stunned. The patriarch really bets on the heir to win 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. If he loses, shut up. Since the patriarch placed the bet, he must have his reasons. But the Qin family members were filled with doubt and uncertainty, not knowing where Qin Xiankong's confidence came from. Although Qin Shenghao knew some of the situation, he never expected Qin Xiankong to dare to directly bet 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Qin Shenghao's mouth twitched, and he muttered softly, "The patriarch truly believes Qin Songyi can win." Elder Qin Yuan beside him let out a sly chuckle. 200,000. Too little. Qin Shenghao. Too little. Elder Qin Yuan waved his fan, his expression unfathomable. If this old man had spirit crystals, I'd also bet on that boy to win. Unfortunately, I've spent too many years in brothels and haven't saved a single coin. Qin Shenghao paused upon hearing this. Could it be that the heir really could win? If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have believed it. But yesterday Qin Songyi had defeated him in one move, leaving him utterly helpless. Someone with such strength was no ordinary person. Therefore, after a moment's thought, he decided to gamble, staking all his money on Qin Songyi's victory. If he won, it would be 10 times his wealth. Near the arena, Xiao Jingxian was also visibly stunned. Qin Xiankong was actually betting on Qin Songyi to win, and with a single move of 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. This made his heart sink slightly. After all, Qin Xiankong was no fool. If he dared to bet like this, could it be that Qin Songyi truly had some unknown means? But this thought barely arose before it was forcibly suppressed by Xiao Jingxian. Impossible. Everyone in the capital knew Qin Songyi's situation. His supreme bone had been taken, his foundation damaged, and for 16 years he had been unable to enter the ranks. Even if he had recently resumed cultivation, there was no way he could catch up to Su Qinghan in just 3 days. Su Qinghan was at the 4th grade late stage, and she had cultivated the Su family's top-tier 1st-grade martial art, the Cold Moon Sword art, which she had already mastered to a great extent, granting her formidable combat power. What could Qin Songyi possibly use to win? Thinking this, the slight unease in Xiao Jingxian's heart vanished, instantly replaced by intense delight. 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals, plus Qin Songyi's own 90,000. That made 290,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Free money. All free money. As for the odds of 1 to 10, Qin Songyi simply couldn't win. So Xiao Jingxian didn't give the payout a second thought. He looked at Qin Xiankong, his smile growing even brighter. Patriarch Qin is indeed bold. Since you want to bet on the Qin heir winning, this prince naturally has no reason to refuse. 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. This prince accepts. With that, he waved his hand, and the steward behind him stepped forward to register. Xiao Jingxian's smile did not fade. This situation was getting more and more interesting. Originally, he had only intended to humiliate Qin Songyi through the bet, but unexpectedly, he could also make a tidy profit in spirit crystals. Delightful. Simply delightful. Seeing this, Su Zhengfang also curled his lips in a mocking smile. Qin Xiankong, oh Qin Xiankong, it seems you are truly blinded by your protective nature. For the sake of a useless heir, you dare to throw in 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Too bad. After today, you will not only lose the spirit crystals, but also your face. On the arena, Su Qinghan was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Qin Xiankong to have such faith in Qin Songyi. But soon the surprise in her eyes turned to coldness. Faith. Meaningless. Among martial artists, ultimately strength speaks. The more Qin Xiankong bet, the worse the Qin family would lose after she defeated Qin Songyi. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of Qin Xiankong's bet, a clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the crowd. Shen Qingyu of the Shun family merchant house, betting 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals on Qin Songyi to win. Boom. At that moment, the entire Imperial Palace Square was struck as if by a thunderbolt. All sounds ceased abruptly. Countless faces froze instantly. 500,000. Shen Qingyu of the Shun family merchant house, betting on Qin Songyi to win. Are they crazy? If Qin Songyi betting on himself was youthful bravado, and Qin Xiankong betting was family favoritism, then what was Shen Qingyu's bet? She was the head of the Shun family merchant house's capital branch. What kind of force was the Shun family merchant house? It was a behemoth that even the Liang imperial family dared not offend lightly. Shen Qingyu, as the head of the merchant house, held a transcendent status. And now she was taking out 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals to bet on Qin Songyi winning. At this moment, everyone was stunned, utterly stunned. Did I hear that right? Head Shun is betting on Qin Songyi to win. And 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Why would she do that? What is the relationship between Qin Songyi and the Shun family merchant house? Does Qin Songyi really have some hidden card we don't know about? No way. Could he actually beat Su Qinghan? With Shen Qingyu's bet, the one-sided atmosphere finally began to waver. Many people's mocking expressions started to freeze. If it was just the Qin family forcefully building up Qin Songye's image for the sake of face, they could laugh. But now even Qin Yu had stepped forward, and things seemed no longer that simple. Xiao Jingxian's smile in particular froze completely at this moment. He abruptly turned his head, looking at Qin Yu not far away. "Headshin, what did you say?" Qin Yu, dressed in a purple gown, remained calm. She walked forward slowly, took out a spatial ring, and looked at Xiao Jingxian with serene eyes, speaking indifferently. "Prince Third, aren't you opening a betting pool? The Shun family merchant house bets 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals on young Master Qin's victory. What is there a problem?" At this moment, Xiao Jingshuan's expression finally changed. If the 90,000 from Qin Kangyi and the 200,000 from Qin Xuanqu were in his eyes merely offerings, then Qin Yue's 500,000 stirred a faint unease in his heart. Qin Yue was no fool, nor was she one to casually stake her claims on a mere clash of pride. For her to dare wager 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals, she must have discerned something. Could Qin Kangyi truly? No. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Jingxian forcefully suppressed the turmoil within him. Yet his gaze had lost its earlier composure. 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals, Steward Shun. Are you truly certain? Qin Yue's lips curled into a smile. Of course I believe His Highness Qin will win. With such a fine opportunity to profit, how could I not seize it? Tenfold. Qin Yue had wagered 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals. If Qin Kangyi won, she would turn that into 5 million. How could she not partake in such a lucrative venture? Xiao Jingshuan's face contorted with extreme displeasure, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. He had originally set the odds at 1 to 10 merely to humiliate Qin Kangyi. After all, in his view, no one would truly bet on Qin Kangyi's victory. Even if someone did, it would be at most a few hundred or thousand low-grade spirit crystals for amusement. But now, Qin Kangyi 90,000, Qin Xuanqu 200,000, Qin Yue 500,000, total 790,000 low-grade spirit crystals. At 1 to 10 odds, if Qin Kangyi won, he would have to pay 7,900,000 low-grade spirit crystals. 7,900,000. Even as a third prince, he could never produce that sum. At this thought, cold sweat broke out on Xiao Jingshuan's palms. Yet before so many witnesses, he had set the odds and opened the gambling house. If he refused now, would he not be publicly admitting cowardice? As the third prince of Liang, openly acknowledging weakness before such a crowd would be a devastating blow to his prestige. From then on, he would never have a chance at the throne, for his reputation would be utterly ruined. Moreover, he still refused to believe Qin Kangyi could win. How could Su Qinghan lose? She was at the 4th grade late stage. Qin Kangyi was merely a prince who had been a cripple for 16 years. Could he defy heaven in just 3 days? Xiao Jingxian gritted his teeth, his gaze growing fierce. Fine, since Steward Shun wishes to wager, this prince shall accept. These 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals, I take them. At these words, the crowd erupted once more. The third prince had actually accepted. The bet had completely changed its nature. Everyone had initially come to watch Qin Kangyi be humiliated. But now they realized the amount of spirit crystals tied to this duel had reached an utterly terrifying scale. This was a true gamble. On the platform, Su Qinghan narrowed her beautiful eyes toward Qin Yue. Why would Qin Yue bet on Qin Kangyi? And to stake 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals at once? Could there truly be some connection between her and Qin Kangyi? At this thought, Su Qinghan felt an inexplicable discomfort. She did not know where this discomfort came from. Qin Kangyi was merely the cripple she wanted to break off the engagement with. Yet seeing Qin Yue trust him, so a vague irritation stirred within her. He was just a cripple. How could he deserve this? Su Qinghan tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze growing icy. Qin Kangyi, let me see what abilities you truly possess. Qin Kangyi did not reply. Instead, he turned his gaze to Qin Yue and said with a smile, Miss Shun, do you have such faith in me? Qin Yue's beautiful eyes met his, a faint smile gracing her exquisite face. Naturally, I believe in His Highness Qin. Her words were filled with certainty, with no doubt that he would lose. Qin Kangyi's smile widened. Then you may be in for a great profit this time. Qin Yue's lips curled slightly. I shall borrow your auspicious words, young Master Qin. Xiao Jingxian watched the two converse openly, his expression darkening. Mere bluster. He turned abruptly to Su Qinghan and said coldly, Miss Su, since the bet is set, let us begin. Do not keep everyone waiting. Su Qinghan, equally irritated, nodded lightly. Today, before all eyes, she would not merely defeat Qin Kangyi, she would slay him here. Su Qinghan slowly drew her longsword. Clang! A crisp sword cry echoed across the square, and a chilling aura instantly spread from the platform. Qin Kangyi, today is your death day. With those words, her figure moved like a phantom charging toward him. Boom! The true energy of the 4th grade late stage erupted without reserve. Su Qinghan's body surged with cold energy, her toes lightly brushing the ground as she swept across the platform like a white blur. A cold light flashed on the longsword, a sharp sword aura tearing through the air straight for Qin Kangyi's throat. This strike was fast, ruthless, and precise. There was no mercy. Clearly, Su Qinghan had truly intended to kill. Below the platform, many martial artists paled at the sight of this strike. Such a swift sword. No wonder it's the cold moon sword art of the Sinan Marquette. This strike would be hard for even a third-grade martial artist to escape unscathed. Qin Kangyi is finished. Su Qinghan is going for a throat cut. Xiao Jingxian saw this, and his tense expression finally eased. Yes, just like that. Kill him. Once Qin Kangyi died, the bet would naturally end. Not only would he avoid paying the spirit crystals, but he would also gain 790,000 low-grade spirit crystals. At this thought, excitement flickered in Xiao Jingshuan's eyes. Qin Kangyi, aren't you arrogant? Let me see how you survive this time. Su Zhenfang also watched coldly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Qinghan's strike was more than enough to kill Qin Kangyi. However, just when everyone thought Qin Kangyi was doomed, he remained standing still, his smile unchanged. A sharp gleam quietly flashed in the depths of Qin Kangyi's eyes. Eagle Eye trait activated. Instantly, Su Qinghan's movements seemed to slow tenfold in his vision. Shoulders slightly lowered, wrist turned, true energy gathered 3 inches ahead of the blade's edge, the sword momentum aimed at the throat. The next move would shift to a thrust toward the chest. Too obvious, too slow. Qin Kangyi sighed softly. Is that all? His voice was low, yet it landed perfectly in Su Qinghan's ears. Su Qinghan's eyes turned cold. You're courting death. The sword light closed in instantly. But just as the blade was about to pierce his throat, Qin Kangyi finally moved. He merely sidestepped slightly, the motion effortless, as if casually avoiding a falling leaf. Swish! The long sword grazed his collar, the sharp aura even severing a strand of hair from his shoulder. Yet Qin Kangyi himself remained unscathed. The entire square fell silent. He dodged. Qin Kangyi had actually dodged Su Qinghan's strike. Before the crowd could react, Su Qinghan's eyes narrowed and her wrist snapped. True to form, the sword momentum shifted from thrust to slash, sweeping horizontally toward his chest. This transition was extremely fast, almost seamless. But Qin Kangyi seemed to have anticipated it, stepping lightly aside to evade again. The sword light brushed past his robes, still failing to touch him. Qin Kangyi stood beside Su Qinghan, even taking the time to glance down at his sleeve. Miss Su, your sword technique is quite graceful, but far too slow. Boom. The moment those words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. He dodged it. Qin Kangyi actually dodged 2 strikes from Su Qinghan. How is that possible? That was the cold moon sword art. Weren't they calling him a waste? How could a waste evade a 4th-grade later stage sword? The mockery on the faces of the crowd finally began to solidify. Xiao Jingshuan's expression shifted slightly. Something was off. 9 parts out of 10 it was wrong. Even he himself couldn't evade such an onslaught, so how could Qin Kangyi? Su Qinghan was at the 4th-grade later stage. Her sword speed far exceeded what an ordinary martial artist could react to. Yet Qin Kangyi had dodged with such ease, as if he had long seen through the trajectory of her strikes. Shen Qingyue stood amidst the crowd, the corners of her lips curling slightly. As expected, Qin Kangyi did not disappoint her. A flash of surprise flickered in Qin Xuankong's eyes. Though he knew Qin Kangyi had undergone considerable changes in recent days, witnessing him so effortlessly evade Su Qinghan's sword on the arena still left him profoundly shaken. Elder Qin Yuan let out a chuckle. Good lad, you've been hiding deep. On the arena, Su Qinghan's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Qin Kangyi to evade those 2 strikes. But soon she snorted coldly. Merely dodging 2 blows by luck. Let's see how long you can keep this up. With those words, Su Qinghan's true chi erupted once more. The cold moon sword art was fully unleashed. In an instant, the arena blazed with sword light like frost, and a chilling aura spread. Sword shadows interwove, converging into a single cold, clear moon that enveloped Qin Kangyi entirely. Cold moon 7 kill. Su Qinghan let out a low shout, and 7 sword beams sliced out simultaneously. Each carried a chilling, murderous intent, sealing off all of Qin Kangyi's escape routes from different directions. Below the arena, many gasped. Cold moon 7 kill. Su Qinghan actually used the killing move of the cold moon sword art. 7 swords unleashed at once, sealing all directions. There's nowhere to run. Qin Kangyi is done for. Xiao Jingshuan's smile returned to his face. Yet facing the overwhelming 7 sword beams, Qin Kangyi merely shook his head lightly. All flash, no substance. The next moment, he stepped forward. His figure suddenly became ethereal. Wandering dragon void step. This was a movement technique he had derived from a 4th-grade martial skill of the Qin family. It probably fell into the category of spirit-grade martial skills. Of course, it was a cut above ordinary spirit-grade skills. His form weaved through the 7 sword beams like a dragon. Each movement landed precisely in the gaps between the beams. Though it looked perilous, he was utterly composed. All 7 sword beams struck down, but not even a corner of Qin Kangyi's robe was touched. Boom. The The sword chi struck the arena, leaving several deep gashes. And Qin Kangyi had already appeared 3 steps away from Su Qinghan. He stood with his hands behind his back, a languid expression on his face. "Is that all you've got, Miss Su? I'm honestly underwhelmed." In that moment, the entire venue fell dead silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Qin Kangyi on the arena. He had dodged again, and this time it was Su Qinghan's Cold Moon 7 kill. How was this possible? Su Qinghan's expression finally changed. Her hand gripping the sword tightened slightly, and for the first time a look of disbelief appeared in her beautiful eyes. "You? How could you dodge my Cold Moon 7 kill?" Qin Kangyi smiled. "Could it be that you're just too weak?" Boom. Su Qinghan's face instantly turned icy. Insult. This was a blatant insult. She had trained in the sword since childhood, entered the 4th grade later stage at 18, and was hailed as a sword prodigy among the younger generation of Liang Kingdom. And now Qin Kangyi dared to call her weak. "Qin Kangyi." Su Qinghan's killing intent exploded. "Let's see how long you can keep up your bravado." Boom. The next moment she unleashed her true chi without reserve, her 4th grade later stage aura sweeping across the entire arena. A chill permeated the air, and a thin layer of frost formed on the surface. She raised her long sword high, and a cold, clear moon shadow slowly emerged behind her. "Moonfall." Su Qinghan's voice was frigid. Sword chi soared into the sky, transforming into a several zhang-long, icy sword beam. The beam radiated a biting cold, as if a moon of winter had descended from the heavens, slashing down fiercely at Qin Kangyi. Below the arena, many faces paled. This is the final move of the Su family's Cold Moon sword art. I didn't expect Su Qinghan to have comprehended it. Truly extraordinary. The power of this sword strike is terrifying. Qin Kangyi can't dodge this. If it lands, he'll either die or be crippled. Xiao Jingxian stared fixedly at the arena, his fists clenched. "Kill him. Su Qinghan, kill him. Once this strike lands, everything will be over." Yet just as the Cold Moon sword beam was about to descend, the smile on Qin Kangyi's face gradually faded. He looked up at the beam and said calmly, "Martial skills are not meant to be used like this." With these words, Qin Kangyi slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. His feet parted slightly, his body sank, and his right fist was drawn back to his waist. An extremely ordinary, even unremarkable, starting stance appeared before the crowd. The moment they saw it, many martial artists below the arena were stunned. "Wait. This starting stance looks familiar. Damn, isn't that the martial ancestor fist?" These words caused the entire square to fall silent for a moment. Then an uproar of disbelief erupted. "Martial ancestor fist? Are you kidding me? Qin Kangyi is going to use the martial ancestor fist to block Su Qinghan's moonfall. He's lost his mind. That's a grade 8 basic martial skill. Practically every beginner in Liang Kingdom knows it. He's using that to counter the killing move of the Cold Moon sword art. This guy is insane." Everyone was bewildered. They had imagined Qin Kangyi would reveal some hidden trump card or would continue to evade. Some even thought that since he was so arrogant, he must have some powerful martial skill up his sleeve. But no one expected that facing Su Qinghan's sword strike approaching the 3rd grade level, Qin Kangyi would assume the stance of the martial ancestor fist. A grade 8 basic martial skill going head-to-head with the killing move of the Cold Moon sword art. If that wasn't courting death, what was? Xiao Jingxian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Huh. Qin Kangyi, you really know how to surprise this prince. I thought you had hidden some ace up your sleeve. Instead, it's the martial ancestor fist. You don't seriously believe that this common grade 8 boxing style can block Miss Su's moonfall, do you?" Su Zhengfang also sneered. "Grandstanding. It seems this brat has run out of tricks." On the arena, seeing Qin Kangyi's fist stance, the fury in Su Qinghan's eyes intensified. Martial ancestor fist. He actually intended to use that basic fist technique to counter her killing move. Was he looking down on her? "Qin Kangyi, you're courting death." Su Qinghan let out a cold shout, and the Cold Moon sword light instantly became even more fierce. Boom. A terrifying chill swept down, and the frost on the arena surface spread instantly. Before the sword light arrived, the chill was already bone-piercing. Many martial artists near the arena couldn't help shivering and stepped back. Such intense cold. This strike is probably close to the full force of a 3rd-rank martial artist. If Qin Kangyi keeps dodging, he might have a chance, but if he takes it head-on, he will surely lose. Everyone stared intently at the arena, curiosity in their eyes. However, facing the Cold Moon sword light descending from the sky, Qin Kangyi remained standing still. His expression was calm, almost excessively calm, as if the terrifying sword light charging at him was not something that could severely wound a 4th-rank martial artist, but merely a trivial breeze. Under the eagle eye, he could clearly see every change in Su Qinghan's sword strike. Qin Kangyi gently exhaled. In the next moment, his fist posture changed. It was still the starting stance of the martial ancestor fist, still the basic form that everyone knew all too well. But at this instant, everyone inexplicably felt an indescribable pressure. It felt as if the person standing before them was no longer Qin Kangyi, but a martial ancestor emerging from an ancient battlefield. He stood before myriad armies with thousands of miles of mountains and rivers behind him and mountains of corpses under his feet. With a single fist he could secure the realm. At this very moment Qin Kangyi stopped suppressing his aura. Boom. A surge of true chi far denser than before exploded from his body. Fourth rank perfection. In an instant the entire imperial palace square fell silent. Then a cry erupted from the crowd. No. His cultivation. Fourth rank perfection. Boom. At these words, everyone immediately exploded. Fourth rank perfection. How is that possible? Wasn't he not even at ninth rank 3 days ago? This must be fake. Isn't he a waste? How can his cultivation be a minor realm higher than Su Qinghan's? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Countless people widened their eyes, their sneers frozen. They had originally thought that Qin Kangyi's so-called small breakthrough would at most bring him to ninth rank or eighth rank. But now, fourth rank perfection. A minor realm higher than Su Qinghan. This was no small breakthrough. This was turning from a waste into a monster. Below the arena, Xiao Jingshuan's face changed drastically, panic appearing in his eyes for the first time. Fourth rank perfection. How is this possible? A strong unease surged in his heart. 7,900,000 low-grade spirit crystals. This number was like a heavy hammer smashing into his chest. Su Zhengfang's pupils also contracted sharply, the cold smile on his face completely vanishing. Impossible. How could he be at fourth rank perfection? It's only been 3 days. In 3 days, how did he go from a cripple to fourth rank perfection? On the arena, Su Qinghan's face also changed drastically. She stared at Qin Kangyi, disbelief in her eyes. Fourth rank perfection. Qin Kangyi was actually at fourth rank perfection. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her previous sword techniques had been easily evaded by Qin Kangyi. It was not luck or chance. From the very beginning, Qin Kangyi's strength was not inferior to hers. No, he was even stronger. But before the crowd could recover from the shock of Qin Kangyi's cultivation, Elder Qin Yuan suddenly stood up, his pupils contracting sharply. Here it comes. This is the fist. Others were shocked by Qin Kangyi's cultivation. But what truly shocked Elder Qin Yuan was the fist posture Qin Kangyi was now displaying. Because he had witnessed it yesterday in the scripture pavilion. Qin Kangyi had used this seemingly ordinary martial ancestor fist with exquisite skill to defeat Qin Qinghao and others with a single punch. But today's punch was even stronger than yesterday's. More than twice as powerful. Qin Xuankong's expression also changed dramatically at this moment. Although he had not seen Qin Kangyi's punch yesterday in the scripture pavilion, he could now clearly feel that the fist momentum rising from Qin Kangyi had far surpassed the scope of so-called 8th rank martial techniques. Even, it could not compare to ordinary 1st rank martial techniques. This kid. Qin Xuankong muttered, his eyes filled with shock. How much more is he hiding? Among the crowd, Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes brightened. With her insight and experience, she could naturally see that the martial technique Qin Kangyi was now using was far from ordinary. Spirit grade? No. This is king grade martial technique. Shen Qingyue's red lips parted slightly, a rare shock appearing in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she felt that the 500,000 low-grade spirit crystals she had bet were probably going to yield a huge profit. Boom. The cold moon sword light finally descended completely. The icy sword light tore through the air, carrying bone-chilling cold, heading straight for Qin Kangyi's head. However, Qin Kangyi did not dodge. His aura surged, his fingers clenched into a fist, and he punched out. Martial Ancestor 9 Form's first form, Mountain Splitter. Boom. A pure domineering fist momentum burst forth instantly. In an instant, everyone seemed to see a towering mountain before them, and Qin Kangyi's punch was about to shatter that mountain with sheer force. The fist force and the cold moon sword light collided violently, and in an instant a deafening roar echoed across the entire Imperial Palace Square. A violent shockwave spread from the arena. Many martial artists nearby changed color and quickly channeled their true chi to defend. In the next moment, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. The seemingly invincible cold moon sword light began to crack inch by inch under Qin Kangyi's fist. Crack! 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 The icy sword aura was covered in cracks. The cold moon phantom trembled violently. Then boom! It shattered completely. The chilling air surged back, countless fragments of sword light scattering like ice crystals. Su Qinghan's face turned pale instantly, her eyes filled with deep disbelief. This is impossible. Her voice had just sounded when the terrifying fist force broke through all remaining sword aura and charged straight at her. Su Qinghan's pupils shrank, and she quickly raised her sword to block. But as soon as she lifted it, the fist momentum had already struck the blade. Bang! A dull thud. Su Qinghan felt an indescribable terrifying force travel through the sword. The sword in her hand trembled violently, nearly slipping from her grip. Then, struck by a heavy blow, she was sent flying backward. Blood spurted from her mouth. Su Qinghan's body slammed heavily against the edge of the arena, the stone slabs beneath her feet cracking into pieces. She struggled to stand, but her knees gave way, and she fell to one knee. She thrust her sword into the arena floor to prop herself up. Instantly, a dead silence fell over the entire venue. Everyone stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the scene on the arena. Su Qinghan had lost. A single punch. Qin Kangyi had defeated Su Qinghan's strongest killing move with just one punch, and he used the martial ancestor fist. That was a basic 8th rank martial technique. When did it have such terrifying power? At this moment, everyone's mind was struck by lightning, unable to process what happened. Xiao Jingshuan's smile completely froze. His body swayed slightly, as if all strength had been drained from him, his face turning paper white. No. Impossible. How could Qin Kangyi win? Only one number remained in his mind. 7,900,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Qin Kangyi had won. That meant he had to pay 7,900,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Boom. Xiao Jingxian felt his vision go black, nearly collapsing on the spot. Su Zhengfang was utterly stunned. He stared intently at Su Qinghan, who was half kneeling on the arena, his cold smile long vanished. What replaced it was thick disbelief. His daughter, the proud daughter of the Sinan Marquis Manor, a sword prodigy, who had reached the 4th grade late stage at 18. Had she actually lost to Qin Kangyi? To the Qin Kangyi who had been a cripple for 16 years, and defeated by a single punch. Finally, after a brief dead silence, the entire imperial square erupted. He won. Qin Kangyi won. Am I seeing things? Su Qinghan was defeated by him with one punch. Ancestral fist. He used the ancestral fist. An 8th grade basic martial art. When did it become so terrifyingly powerful? Insane. This world has gone insane. Who said Qin Kangyi was a waste? Can your waste defeat a 4th grade late stage with one punch? Shock value 200, 200, 200. The system notification rang wildly. Qin Kangyi heard the dense cascade of notifications in his mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted slowly. This wave was a direct win. Then he turned his gaze to Su Qinghan, who was half kneeling with her aura in disarray, and said with a smile, "Miss Su, you lost. So, from now on you are my maidservant. I expect to see you in my chamber tonight." Boom. At these words, Su Qinghan froze on the spot. Maidservant. She understood perfectly well what those two words meant. What does a maidservant do? Naturally serve and attend to her master. And Qin Kangyi was the master she was to serve. The shift from being the esteemed daughter of the Su family to Qin Kangyi's maidservant was a change she found hard to accept. She did not want to admit defeat, but Su Qinghan also knew she was no match for Qin Kangyi. The power of his punch earlier was so terrifying that she still felt a nameless fear in her heart. Below, the crowd hearing Qin Kangyi's words was also shocked beyond words. From now on, Su Qinghan truly was Qin Kangyi's maidservant. Heavens! Such a heavenly maiden, the first beauty of Liang Kingdom, had become Qin Kangyi's private possession. Who could accept that? But they had all witnessed the terrifying combat power Qin Kangyi displayed. Disagree. They could only bear it. Below, Su Jingfang, upon hearing this, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and rage. His precious daughter was gone. From now on, she would truly be Qin Kangyi's maidservant. The Su family's illustrious reputation was completely ruined. Of course, that was not all. Qin Kangyi smiled, and turned to Third Prince, Xiao Jingxian. Third Prince, don't forget the spirit crystals. I'll send someone to your mansion to collect them tomorrow. Qin Kangyi owed 900,000. Qin Mansion owed 2 million. A total of 2,900,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Not counting Shen Xingyue's 5 million, such an enormous sum would bankrupt even Xiao Jingxian if he tried to sell everything. However, Shen Xingyue, standing aside, curled her lips and added, "If the Third Prince cannot come up with the money, don't blame me for going directly to the Liang Emperor to demand it." Hiss. At these words, Xiao Jingxian was terrified. Demand money from his father. That would be the end of him. After all, 7,900,000 low-grade spirit crystals was no small sum. If Shen Xingyue really went to his father to collect the debt, his position as prince would be finished. He would never have a chance at the throne. So he hurriedly said, "No, I'll pay, I'll definitely pay." At that moment, Xiao Jingxian had lost all his previous arrogance. The fear and panic on his face were plainly visible. This time he was truly going to be bankrupt. But he dared not refuse. After all, the bet was made in front of the entire capital, and Shen Xingyue's status made it impossible for him to back out. Besides the Third Prince, many others in the square were ruined. Wails instantly filled the entire square. It's over. My entire savings are gone, all gone. Gambling is a scam. I'll never gamble again. Where is the guaranteed win? I just borrowed 10,000 spirit crystals, all gone, damn it. Qin Kangyi paid no heed to the crowd's lamentations. A bet is a bet, there was nothing to say. If not for their excessive greed, how could they have lost everything? He walked up to Su Qinghan, smiled, and uttered a few words, "I'll be waiting for you." With that, Qin Kangyi left elegantly. Only Su Qinghan remained standing there, stunned, her heart racing, completely at a loss. The shock of this battle was immense and spread quickly throughout the entire capital. Everyone found it hard to believe that Qin Kangyi was at the 4th grade peak and had defeated Su Qinghan in front of everyone. If not witnessed with one's own eyes, who could believe it? Who would dare? Meanwhile, not far from the Imperial Square in a street-side tavern, in the top-floor private room, a young man in black brocade sat quietly by the window. His face was calm, his demeanor restrained, and his every gesture exuded an air of authority. This person was the first prince of Liang Xiao Jingyuan. He had watched the entire duel on the arena from start to finish. Now the teacup in his hand hovered in midair, not yet lowered. 4th grade peak, defeating 4th grade late Su Qinghan with a single punch. Qin Kangyi. Everyone underestimated him. The middle-aged man standing behind him said in a low voice, "Your Highness, this man has been dormant for 16 years and now rises with a single strike. He must have a great fortune. If we can win him over, he could be a great asset to your Highness." Xiao Jingyuan did not answer immediately. He gazed in the direction Qin Kangyi had left, his eyes deep. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Qin Kangyi is indeed talented. If he were just an ordinary scion of a noble house, I would naturally recruit him at once. But he is precisely the heir of the Jinbei Marquis Manor." The middle-aged man was slightly startled. Xiao Jingyuan continued, "Jinbei Marquis Qin Xianlai is about to return to the capital, and Qin Lingxiao is also returning. Entering 3rd grade at 16, achieving great merits in the northern border, slaying 3 3rd grade Xiongnu experts. Many throughout Liang Kingdom believe that Qin Lingxiao is more suited than Qin Kangyi to inherit the Jinbei Marquis Manor. Moreover, Qin Lingxiao is deeply favored by Jinbei Marquis Qin Xuanlia, and his rise to power is only a matter of time. If I rashly recruit Qin Kangyi at this point, I would be opposing Qin Lingxiao. Even if Qin Kangyi has some remarkable fortune, compared to Qin Lingxiao, his value is still insufficient. Qin Kangyi's talent and transformation were indeed astonishing, but they still fell short when compared to Qin Lingxiao." The middle-aged man finally understood and cupped his hands. "Your Highness is wise." Xiao Jingyuan's lips curled into a confident smile. Xiao Yanhuang. Across from the Imperial Palace Square, within an elegant room of a tea house, Second Prince Xiao Jingyao held a folding fan in hand, leaning against the window, his laughter barely contained. "Ha ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. That fool 3rd brother is completely finished. 7,900,000 inferior spirit crystals. TSK. Even if he bankrupts himself, he couldn't possibly repay that." A strategist beside him couldn't help but reveal a smile as well. "Third Prince's prestige has suffered greatly today. It will be difficult for him to compete for support in the court for a considerable time." Xiao Jingyao gently waved his folding fan, a playful smile dancing across his features. 3rd brother has always been arrogant. To have his face slapped publicly by Qin Kangyi like this, and to lose so miserably, I'm sure he'll be spitting blood the moment he returns to his mansion. However, his expression slightly cooled as he spoke. "Qin Kangyi the boy, he's actually quite interesting." The strategist lowered his voice. "Does your Highness wish to recruit him?" Xiao Jingyao did not answer immediately, but narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the direction where Qin Kangyi had departed. After being crippled for 16 years, he suddenly broke through to 4th grade perfection in a single day, defeating Su Qinghan with a single punch. Such a person, if he could be recruited under my banner, would naturally be excellent. But unfortunately, he is Qin Kangyi. The strategist's heart stirred. "Is His Highness concerned about Qin Lingxiao?" Xiao Jingyao nodded. "Correct. Qin Lingxiao will soon return to the capital with the commander of the Northern Defense. At 16 years old, he has already reached 3rd grade with military achievements from the northern border. Though Qin Kangyi was impressive today compared to Qin Lingxiao, there still exists a considerable gap. Previously, that Qin Lingxiao was close to 3rd brother. Now 3rd brother has not only lost face, but must also face bankruptcy. Qin Lingxiao certainly won't remain friendly with him. If I can recruit him and gain control of the northern border army, great matters can be accomplished." On this point, Xiao Jingyao and First Prince Xiao Jingyuan had actually come to the same conclusion. Qin Lingxiao's talent and strength, as well as his own value, were all superior to Qin Kangyi's. If they chose Qin Kangyi, that would be pushing Qin Lingxiao into the enemy's hands. Naturally, neither of them would do something so foolish. Therefore, both had decided to wait until Qin Lingxiao returned to the imperial capital before attempting to recruit him properly. As for Qin Kangyi, impressive as he was, that was about it. After all, even if he had reached 4th grade perfection, as for 2nd or 3rd grade martial artists, both of them had quite a few under their command. It was naturally impossible for them to pay too much attention to Qin Kangyi. How interesting. How truly fascinating. The maidservant paused slightly. She had served the princess for many years and rarely seen Her Highness take such interest in a young man. Xiao Yanhuang spoke slowly. 3 days ago, Qin Kangyi was still the laughingstock of the imperial capital. 3 days later, he has broken through to 4th grade perfection and defeated Su Qinghan with a single punch. Do you think this is normal, eh? The maid-servant pondered for a moment, then lowered her voice. Not normal unless he had been hiding his true strength all along. Xiao Yunhuang heard this and let out a light laugh, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. But what if he wasn't hiding his strength at all? She murmured softly to herself, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Kangyi's departing figure, growing increasingly bright. For some unknown reason, Xiao Yunhuang felt in her heart that this Qin Kangyi was absolutely not as simple as she had imagined. In fact, she felt that if she wanted to surpass the three princes and take that throne, she would need to rely on Qin Kangyi's assistance. As for why she had such a feeling, all she could say was that it was a woman's intuition. Unfortunately for her, her intuition had always been remarkably accurate. At this moment, deep within the imperial palace inside the imperial study, the Northern Emperor sat upright behind the dragon desk, holding a secret report that had just been delivered. The report detailed everything that had transpired on the imperial palace square. Qin Kangyi's battle with Su Qinghan, his display of fourth-grade perfection, defeating Su Qinghan with a single punch using the martial ancestor's long fist. The bet was won, and third prince, Xiao Jingxian, owed 7,900,000 inferior spirit crystals. Each detail made the atmosphere within the imperial study grow a few degrees heavier. Crash! In the next instant, the Northern Emperor violently slapped the secret report onto the dragon desk. Fool! What a fool! The chief eunuch standing nearby trembled all over, quickly lowering his head, not daring to speak. The Northern Emperor's face was dark and gloomy, fury blazing in his eyes. An imperial prince actually establishing a gambling den before the entire imperial capital. If he had to do that, he actually dared to offer 10-to-1 odds. 7,900,000 inferior spirit crystals. What does he have to pay with? Does he plan to pay with the imperial family's dignity? The more the Northern Emperor spoke, the more ghastly his expression became. It was not a big deal that Xiao Jingxian had lost the spirit crystals. What truly infuriated him was that Xiao Jingxian had disgraced the imperial family's face before the public eye today. A prince having his face slapped publicly by Qin Kangyi, being publicly dunned by Shen Qinghua, and even being so flustered that he lost his composure on the spot. Once this matter spread, Xiao Jingxuan's prestige in court would inevitably plummet. Even the imperial family would be secretly ridiculed by others. Waste. The Northern Emperor coldly spat out 2 words. The chief eunuch lowered his head and cautiously said, "May your majesty calm your wrath." Third prince probably never imagined that Qin Kangyi could actually defeat Su Qinghan. Upon hearing this, the Northern Emperor's gaze instantly turned icy cold, and the temperature within the imperial study seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Indeed, Qin Kangyi actually won. The Northern Emperor slowly picked up the secret report, his gaze falling once more upon the 4 characters, fourth-grade perfection. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. 3 days. Merely 3 days. A commander of the Northern Defense's heir who had been crippled for 16 years had actually suddenly broken through to fourth-grade perfection. Was this normal? Extremely abnormal. If it had been someone else, the Northern Emperor might have merely found it impressive, even conceiving a desire to recruit them. But this person just had to be Qin Kangyi, that very Qin Kangyi who once carried the supreme bone. Thinking of this, a cold, murderous intent suddenly flashed through the depths of the Northern Emperor's eyes. When Qin Kangyi's supreme bone was taken, the Northern Emperor had also participated, and moreover, he had played an extremely crucial role. Originally, in the Northern Emperor's eyes, Qin Kangyi was merely a useless person who had lost his supreme bone. As long as he could never cultivate, as long as he remained that ridiculous waste heir of the commander of the Northern Defense's mansion, the Northern Emperor couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. But now it was different. Qin Kangyi could cultivate again, and his cultivation was not low at that. This couldn't help but make the Northern Emperor feel alarmed. What if he was allowed to continue growing? For himself, and indeed for the entire imperial family, it would probably be no small threat. The Northern Emperor's fingers gently tapped on the dragon desk, his killing intent growing increasingly dense. Qin Kangyi, I have truly underestimated you. The chief eunuch's heart jolted violently. Having served the Northern Emperor for many years, he could naturally discern the murderous intent within the Emperor's tone. What does your majesty mean? The chief eunuch's voice was extremely low. The Northern Emperor did not answer, but merely gazed gloomily at the secret report. After a long while, he finally spoke coldly. This boy cannot be allowed to grow up. However, we cannot act openly, for this boy's relationship with Shen Qinghua is not simple. Behind this, Shen Qinghua stood the Shun Commercial Consortium. If he were to strike Qin Kangyi openly, that would be slapping the face of the Shun Commercial Consortium. Of course, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. In the evening, Qin Kangyi returned to his private courtyard. His face was brimming with excitement. This battle had brought him an immense harvest. He exclaimed, "System, check the status panel. Host Qin Kangyi, cultivation 4th grade perfection, art 9 heavens, blazing heaven art, venerable grade martial techniques 9 styles of the martial ancestor king grade, wandering dragon void step spirit, grade sunset, sword art spirit grade. Shock value 1034-44 equipped traits, 23. I comprehend. Do as you please. Supreme trait eagle, eye purple trait acquired traits gaze like threads white speed hands white slightly enhanced chi white. 1 million shock value. Staring at this staggering number his heart pounded uncontrollably. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This was a fortune beyond compare. Even a 10 draw could be done 100 times. Just as Qin Kangi was about to go for several dozen draws the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host's shock value exceeds 1 million. Upgrade mode can be activated. Do you wish to spend 1 million to upgrade the system? Qin Kangi. What? Upgrade for 1 million? Damn. Dog system, why don't you just rob me? Just as Qin Kangi was about to refuse, the system's voice rang out again. After this upgrade, the following functions will be unlocked. 1. The number of traits the host can equip will increase from 3 to 5. 2. The maximum shock value per single target per use will increase from 200 to 400 points. 3. After successful upgrade, reward 1 high-level draw with a guaranteed red trait. 4. Enable the 50 draw function with a guaranteed purple trait every 50 draws. Qin Kangi's eyes widened instantly. Holy shit. I was about to refuse, but now that I think about it, upgrading isn't such a bad idea after all. First, the trait equipment slot upgrade. Originally, only 3 traits could be equipped at once, now it's 5. Second, the single target shock value cap increased from 200 to 400, making shock value acquisition more efficient. And the 50 draw function with a guaranteed purple trait. Additionally, the upgrade comes with a free high-level draw with a guaranteed red trait. Qin Kangi felt that even 110 draws might not guarantee a red trait. Thinking it over, he was definitely not losing out. In fact, it was a massive gain. So the refusal that was already on his lips was swallowed back. He grinned, his face creased with joy. Ahem, bro system, I may have been a bit loud earlier. Upgrade, give me a thorough upgrade. Ding. Deducting 1 million shock value upgrading system. System upgrading. 1. 15. Watching his 1 million shock value vanish, instantly Qin Kangi felt a pang of heartache. My hard-earned 1 million shock value. But when he thought of the functions after the upgrade, the pain in his heart eased slightly. Soon the system upgrade was complete. System upgrade successful. Current system level 2. Trait equipment slot expanded. Now can equip 5 traits. Current single target shock value cap increased to 400 points. 50 draw function enabled. Congratulations host, you have received 1 high-level draw opportunity. Do you wish to draw now? A series of system prompts echoed in his mind, and Qin Kangi's lips curled into a wild grin. Absolutely exhilarating. System, use the high-level draw. Without any hesitation, Qin Kangi initiated the high-level draw. With a guaranteed red, he was quite curious about what he would get. The next moment, a massive wheel appeared before him. High winning probability, excellent prize quality. White, blue, purple, gold. Supreme traits are yours to choose. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the trait you can't die, even if you want a gold trait. Qin Kangi's eyes lit up, and he almost jumped with excitement. Holy shit, a gold. He had thought getting a guaranteed red was already amazing, but he never expected to pull a gold trait directly. Qin Kangi quickly looked at the trait description. You can't die even if you want a gold trait. As long as the host does not die instantly, they can recover from injuries in an extremely short time. Severed arms can be reattached, broken legs can regrow, damaged organs can be restored, and shattered meridians can be reforged. If the host suffers a fatal injury, as long as the soul is not destroyed and the heart meridian is not severed, they can forcibly cling to a thread of life and rapidly repair the physical body. Note, the more severe the injury, the more true chi consumed. Reminder host, feel free to be reckless. As long as you don't die, you absolutely won't die. Seeing the trait description, Qin Kangi's eyes gleamed with greed. This trait was absurdly powerful. As long as he didn't die on the spot, he could quickly recover from injuries. Lost limbs would regrow, damaged organs, and shattered meridians could be repaired. What did that mean? It meant that from now on, unless he was killed in one hit, he would have an almost terrifying regenerative capacity. When others are injured, their combat power plummets. When he is injured, he'll be back to full health soon. When others lose an arm, their martial path might be ruined. When he loses an arm, it grows back in a few breaths. How could anyone fight that? The more Qin Kangi thought, the brighter his eyes shone. Of course, the recovery's speed and extent depended mainly on his true chi. It was like in a game where he could use mana to heal health. So increasing the quantity and quality of his true chi was essential. System equipped trait. Ding, equipped successfully. The next moment, another gold trait appeared above Qin Kangi's head. You can't die even if you wanna. The moment the gold trait appeared, he felt his physical body being fully activated by some invisible force. Boom. An extremely rich vitality suddenly erupted from deep within his body. That power was not violent, but it was overwhelmingly dominant. It surged through his flesh, bones, meridians, and organs as if it intended to refine his entire body from the inside out. Qin Kangi raised an eyebrow slightly. The next moment, he could clearly feel the residual medicinal power from the consecutive consumption of 10 strike pills, which had not been fully refined, being forced out by this vitality. Those medicinal powers originally hidden deep in his flesh now seemed to ignite, transforming into pure energy that surged wildly into his meridians. Rumble. A low roar echoed from within Qin Kangyi's body. The nine heavens blazing heaven art began to circulate on its own. Crimson true chi surged through his meridians like a torrent, growing faster and stronger. The bottleneck of the fourth grade perfection began to tremble violently. Qin Kangyi's eyes flickered. Seems like I'm getting that feeling again. Crack. A crisp sound seemed to resonate inside his body. The next instant, boom, a far more formidable aura exploded from Qin Kangyi. Third grade. In the blink of an eye, Qin Kangyi had ascended from the fourth rank perfection to the early stage of the third rank. Throughout the entire courtyard, tables and chairs trembled faintly and window frames rattled. The plants in the yard swayed violently under the blast of air, and even the atmosphere itself seemed to grow scorching hot. Qin Kangyi slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his gaze a fleeting glimmer of crimson flame vanished. He looked down at his hands, clearly sensing that his physical body had strengthened by an entire order of magnitude. His flesh and blood had surged in power, his meridians had become more resilient, and his internal organs felt as though they were enveloped by a vast surge of vitality. Evidently, this was the special effect bestowed by the golden word inscription. Third rank. Not bad at all. Qin Kangyi clenched his fists, and a slow smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Xian Li was utterly frozen. While Qin Kangyi had been communicating with the system during the lottery draw, she had been blocked out by the system, so she had no idea what had happened. All she knew was that a terrifying surge of life energy had suddenly emanated from Qin Kangyi. Then, before she could even figure out what was going on, he had broken through once more. Another breakthrough. Xian Li's small mouth fell open, and she was utterly speechless as she stared at Qin Kangyi. Third rank. Qin Kangyi, you broke through again. Xian Li shock value 213. Xian Li shock value 213. Xian Li shock value 213. Her voice had even changed. It wasn't shock. It was terror. After all, early this morning before the competition, Qin Kangyi had just broken through to the fourth rank perfection. He had only gone out to fight, and then returned and directly broke through to the third rank. This speed was ridiculously fast. Did this guy really have no bottlenecks? Qin Kangyi grinned. Just a small breakthrough. Small breakthrough. This was still small. Night gradually deepened. Under the cover of darkness, a white-clad, graceful figure slowly appeared outside Qin Kangyi's courtyard. The woman was tall and slender, her skin as white as snow, and her features cold and breathtakingly beautiful. But at this moment, that usually icy and proud face carried an indescribable complexity. Shame, reluctance, and a hint of barely concealed panic. The visitor was none other than Su Qinghan. She stood outside the courtyard gate, hesitating to enter. During the day on the arena, Qin Kangyi's fist seemed to be still imprinted in her mind. That overbearing ultimate fist style had shattered her cold moonsword radiance into pieces with a single punch. Every time she recalled it, Su Qinghan couldn't help but tremble inside. She had lost. Lost without a shadow of doubt. The entire capital had witnessed it. More importantly, she had lost not only the match, but also that absurd bet. From now on, she was Qin Kangyi's maidservant. At the thought of those two words, Su Qinghan's fingertips tightened slightly, and she bit her crimson lip. Maidservant. The legitimate daughter of the Sinan Marquis Manor, the #1 beauty of Liang Kingdom, was truly going to serve Qin Kangyi as a maid. How could she accept this? But if she didn't come, she would become a person who broke her word. So many had witnessed it in broad daylight. If she reneged, she would not only lose her own face, but also that of the entire Sinan Marquis Manor. Not only that, if she went back on her word, her thoughts would be obstructed, and her path of martial arts would come to an end, never to advance further. After a long silence, Su Qinghan finally took a deep breath and pushed open the courtyard gate. With a creak, the gate lightly sounded. Qin Kangyi was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, a cup of tea in his hand. Hearing the noise, he slowly lifted his gaze. The moment he saw Su Qinghan, a smile instantly curled at the corners of his mouth. "Missy, you've come at last. I thought you might back out." Su Qinghan's pretty face turned slightly cold, and she forced herself to muster some confidence. "Qin Kangyi, don't get too cocky." Qin Kangyi put down his teacup and said with a grin, "How is that being cocky? I'm just reminding you that from now on you can no longer address me by my name." Su Qinghan was taken aback. "If I don't call you Qin Kangyi, what should I call you?" Qin Kangyi leaned back lazily in his chair. "You are now my maidservant. Naturally, you should call me Master." Boom. It felt as if something had exploded in Su Qinghan's mind. Her cold, beautiful face instantly flushed with shame and anger. "You." Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. "What, not convinced? It seems I'll have to personally discipline you." He slowly stood up, and an overwhelming pressure surged straight towards Su Qinghan. Instantly, Su Qinghan froze in place, staring at Qin Kangyi with utter disbelief. Third rank. How is this possible? She was completely dumbfounded. After all, in the morning, Qin Kangyi had only been at the fourth rank perfection, and now he had suddenly broken through to the third rank. This speed was far too fast. It was simply incredible. Yet Qin Kangyi couldn't be bothered to explain. He was the master. When had you ever seen a master explain things to a maidservant? Come here, kneel, and call me master. Qin Kangyi's commanding voice suddenly rang in Su Qinghan's ears. She was startled greatly. If it had been before, she would have drawn her sword. But now she dared not. First, she had lost the bet and become Qin Kangyi's maidservant, so naturally she had to obey him. Second, she was no match for Qin Kangyi now. In the morning, when he was only at the 4th rank perfection, she couldn't beat him. Now that he was at the 3rd rank, what could she possibly do? If she forced a fight, she would only end up suffering. Su Qinghan was silent for a long time. Finally, she slowly lowered her proud head, walked slowly to Qin Kangyi, and then thudded to her knees. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Master. Delightful. Even Qin Kangyi felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Imagine a top-tier beauty kneeling before you, calling you master. Who could resist? Get up. Go take a bath and prepare for the night. Remember to wash yourself thoroughly. I detest bad odors. Qin Kangyi said with a sly smile. Su Qinghan, kneeling before him, was instantly stunned. She had originally thought that Qin Kangyi's talk about bed matters was just a joke. After all, as the #1 beauty of Liang Kingdom, with such a high status, how could Qin Kangyi really treat her as a maid, a slave? But now it seemed the situation had exceeded her expectations. This guy actually intended to sleep with her. Oh no. Her heart suddenly tightened with nervousness, and her body even trembled slightly. Qin Kangyi glanced at her. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and take a bath. Or do you want this lord to bathe with you? Su Qinghan snapped back to reality. Bathe together? No way. Absolutely not. And no need. I'll go right now. With that, Su Qinghan hurriedly got up to bathe. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Kangyi's lips curled slightly into a mischievous smile. He had no intention of letting Su Qinghan off. After all, she was the #1 beauty of Liang Kingdom. Why not sleep with her? It wasn't as if Qin Kangyi was a eunuch. Refuse what comes to his door. That would be insane. The night breeze in the courtyard was slightly cool. Before long, Su Qinghan returned from her bath. She was now clad in a plain white dress, her jet black hair, still slightly damp, softly falling over her shoulders. The cold, sharp edge she had shown during the day was gone, replaced by a rare vulnerability and fluster. She stood not far away, her hands lightly clutching her sleeves, clearly at a loss. Being a maidservant was something she had never done before. She had absolutely no experience. Qin Kangyi raised his eyes to glance at her. It had to be said, Su Qinghan was indeed the most beautiful woman in Liang Kingdom. During the day, when she held a sword, she was cold and unattainable like the moon, but now, with her edge sheathed, she exuded a tender beauty that stirred the heart. The corners of Qin Kangyi's mouth lifted slightly. Come here. Su Qinghan's body stiffened slightly. She looked up at him, a flicker of shame and anger in her eyes, but in the end she did not resist. She walked slowly to stand before him. Qin Kangyi reached out and lifted her chin. Instinctively, Su Qinghan wanted to pull away, but recalling her current status, she forced herself to stop. Yet her cold, beautiful eyes still held a trace of defiance. Qin Kangyi, she began, but then saw his brow arch. Su Qinghan's voice faltered. After a moment, she bit her lip and changed her tone in a low voice. Master. That title sounded incredibly satisfying. Taming this kind of tsundere was something Qin Kangyi had plenty of experience with. A smile spread across his face as he gave her a light smack on her rounded bottom. Not bad, you're adapting quite quickly. Su Qinghan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, making her look like a ripe, juicy red apple. Faced with his wandering hand, she dared not resist. Of course, she didn't have the ability to resist either. After all, the current Qin Kangyi was not someone she could handle. Go warm my bed for me, young master. Qin Kangyi said with a perfectly composed expression. Su Qinghan felt an immense relief and nodded gently. She then quickly walked into the room, not daring to linger before him for even a moment. Just then, Xian Li's voice suddenly came from the pendant. Qin Kangyi, you're not really going to do something to her, are you? Oh, he had almost forgotten the girl was still in the pendant. He'd better not let a child watch his heroic display later. He laughed and said, none of your business, go play in the mud. Xian Li. But before she could even react to ask, Qin Kangyi shot a stream of true qi directly at the pendant, sealing it completely. What followed was a scene not suitable for children. Children, look away. After doing all that, Qin Kangyi walked into the room with a smile. At that moment, Su Qinghan lay on the bed, still dressed, obediently warming the sheets. Such a scene, not even Qin Kangyi, let alone anyone else in the imperial capital, had ever witnessed. The bed is warm. I'll take my leave now. With that, Su Qinghan prepared to get up and leave. But Qin Kangyi directly flipped onto the bed, simultaneously pressing her down. Leave? You won't be leaving tonight. I've told you before, my maid has to bear a lot, a great deal. The corners of Qin Kangyi's mouth curled up into a mischievous grin. Su Qinghan's face instantly burned, reddening all the way to her ears. Though she had never experienced such a thing, she understood perfectly well what he meant. This guy was going to. Soon the candlelight in the room began to flicker. And Su Qinghan was stunned by Qin Kangyi. Her small mouth opened slightly. This is two. Then the system's voice rang out one after another. Su Qinghan shock value 189, Su Qinghan shock value 176, Su Qinghan shock value 171. The sounds of shock value seemed to form a beautiful interlude, with some melody echoing throughout the entire night. The next morning a ray of dawn light filtered through the window lattice, spilling into the room. On the bed, Su Qinghan curled up within the silk quilt, revealing only half of her snow-white, exquisitely beautiful face. The once cold, aloof, and ethereal beauty of Liang Kingdom, who seemed to live on air, now looked like a startled kitten that had finally quieted down. Her black hair was slightly tousled, her long lashes fluttered, and a faint blush still lingered on her cheeks. Hugging the corner of the quilt, she shrank to one side of the bed. Hearing Qin Kengi stir, she instinctively opened her eyes. The sharpness in her cold eyes had faded, replaced by a hint of shyness, a trace of panic, and a complex emotion even she herself could not define. Qin Kengi stood by the bed looking down at her like this, and couldn't help but laugh. "Did you enjoy it?" Su Qinghan's pretty face instantly flushed. She bit her lip, wanting to retort, but the words stuck in her throat. "Not enjoy it? Well, perhaps not entirely true." After a moment she said in a low voice, "Don't go too far." Qin Kengi raised an eyebrow and gave her a firm slap on the rear. "My." Su Qinghan's body stiffened slightly. Then, as if remembering her current status, her voice dropped several notches. Master. That's right. A maidservant should behave like one. Don't think you can shout at me just because you've slept with me. A Sigma male never panders." The corners of Qin Kengi's mouth lifted slightly. "Remember your place." "Yes." Su Qinghan lowered her eyes and nodded softly. The next moment she paused and spoke. "Master, there is something I want to tell you." Qin Kengi raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Su Qinghan said, "My coming to the Jinbei Marquis Manor to break off the engagement was not entirely my own decision." A flicker of interest passed through Qin Kengi's eyes. "Go on." Su Qinghan's voice grew softer. "Before the annulment, someone secretly contacted my father. That person told us that the Jinbei Marquis would soon return to the capital, and that Qin Lingxiao would also come back with the army. He also said that Qin Lingxiao has already reached the 3rd rank, achieved great merit in the northern frontier, and would surely inherit the Jinbei Marquis Manor in the future. As for you," Su Qinghan bit her lip, "you are just a hereditary prince who has been a cripple for 16 years. Once Qin Lingxiao returns, your title will be revoked." The smile on Qin Kengi's face gradually faded. "And then," Su Qinghan said quietly, "so that person urged our Sinong Marquis Manor to break off the engagement with you as soon as possible and sever all ties. Moreover, he boasted that after I broke off the engagement with you, once Qin Lingxiao returned, he would personally come to our Sinong Marquis Manor to propose to me." My father agreed. The morning breeze blew across the courtyard, but the atmosphere in the room turned cold at that moment. Qin Kengi stared at Su Qinghan. "That person was sent by Qin Lingxiao, wasn't he?" Su Qinghan nodded. "Yes." Qin Kengi's lips curled into a mocking smile, but a chill flashed deep in his eyes. "My foolish younger brother. So soon you want to take everything from me. Too bad this young master has a cheat. What I don't want to give you, you can never take." "Very well, I am aware of the matter. Rest well. This heir has other business and must take his leave first." Qin Kengi smiled faintly, not caring at all about his foolish younger brother in his heart. What a joke. This heir possesses a 10,000-fold talent attribute. If you delay returning by a few more days, I fear I shall utterly demolish the entirety of Liang Kingdom. What's there to fear? Merely trivial trash unworthy of mention. Hearing these words, Su Qinghan paused, then asked Qin, "Master, where are you going?" Qin Kengi smiled faintly. "The matters of my master require no inquiry from your lips." Su Qinghan lowered her eyes and replied softly, "Yes." Qin Kengi chuckled. "This heir is going to collect what's owed from the 3rd prince. Rest here for the day. Also take time to consider how a maid ought to serve her master." Qin Kengi still offered Su Qinghan some explanation of his intentions. Admittedly, this was not born of softness, but rather a calculated method to tame Su Qinghan's tsundere nature. First deliver a blow to dampen her spirits. Then offer a sweet reward. This way her emotions will swing like a roller coaster, keeping her heart perpetually suspended in your grasp. Now that's what I call professionalism. As expected, a flicker of joy crossed Su Qinghan's face. Her cheeks warmed slightly as she said obediently, "I understand." Qin Kengi nodded in satisfaction and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Morning light bathed the courtyard perfectly. Not long after leaving the residence, Qin Kengi encountered a familiar figure head-on. Qin Qinghao. Just days prior at the scripture pavilion, Qin Qinghao had worn an expression of defiance, but now he seemed like an entirely different person. Upon sighting Qin Kengi, he immediately quickened his pace and approached, his face plastered with respectful smiles. "Your Highness." Qin Kengi halted his steps and glanced at him. "What is it? Something on your mind?" Qin Qinghao immediately split into a grin. Hehe, I'm here to thank you, Your Highness. Qin Kangyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, thank you. Qin Qinghao hurriedly drew closer, lowering his voice, though his tone could barely conceal his excitement. Yesterday, when the third prince opened the betting, I wagered 5,000 low-grade spirit crystals on Your Highness to win. The odds were 1 to 10, so I walked away with 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals. As he spoke, Qin Qinghao's face flushed with excitement. 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals. For him, this was an absolute fortune. It was an absolutely crushing victory. The more Qin Qinghao thought about it, the smarter he felt. Thankfully, he had witnessed Qin Kangyi's prowess firsthand at the scripture pavilion that day. Otherwise, he might have foolishly placed his bet on Su Qinghan like the rest of those idiots. With that thought in mind, Qin Qinghao's gaze toward Qin Kangyi grew increasingly fervent. Ladies and gentlemen of the imperial capital, do us a favor. Step out and lend your voice alongside our young master to demand that Xiao Jingxian repay his debts. Make the effort, show your face. We all stand to gain from this. Come chant with me. Accept defeat gracefully and settle your debts. Xiao Jingshuan, pay up. From the Qin residence all the way to the third prince's mansion, Qin Qinghao did not stop talking for a single moment. He turned several streets of the imperial capital upside down, drawing the attention of many passers-by, and the crowd grew larger by the moment. Hey, you'd never guess. It turns out this kid truly is a genius. With those words spoken, many onlookers fell into step behind the two of them, chanting in unison. Xiao Jingshuan, pay up. Accept defeat gracefully and settle your debts. A prince of noble stature. Surely he won't renege on his word. How majestic he was when placing bets yesterday. Could he be playing dead today? Haha, let's go and see for ourselves. 7.9 million low-grade spirit crystals. I've never even seen anything close to that many in my life. The crowd continued to swell. At first it was merely idlers on a few streets who followed to watch the spectacle. By and by, nearly half the martial artists in the entire imperial capital could not resist trailing behind the two of them, and some didn't even finish their meals. Bowls in hand, they followed along. Such an opportunity to witness a prince humiliated was rare indeed. No one wished to miss it. Qin Kangyi led the way, hands clasped behind his back, his expression relaxed and carefree. He had merely set on a whim to bring Qin Qinghao along, but looking at the massive throng now following in their wake, he suddenly felt that bringing this lad along had been the right decision indeed. This kid may have lacked in many things, but when it came to stirring up trouble and fanning the flames, he was truly unmatched. Qin Qinghao's throat had grown dry from shouting, yet his face remained alight with excitement, as though he had been injected with pure adrenaline. Everyone, you all witnessed what happened yesterday with your own eyes. The third prince himself opened the betting pool, and my young master defeated Su Qinghan in open combat. Now that the third prince has lost the spirit crystals, should he not repay them? Someone from the crowd immediately played along. He should repay. Qin Qinghao slapped his thigh. Exactly. Settling debts is only natural and just. If His Highness the third prince repays his debt today, then he remains the dignified and honorable prince of our Liang kingdom, open and above board. But if he refuses to acknowledge it, then he is nothing but a coward. Qin Qinghao deliberately paused, then raised his voice sharply. And all of you, the citizens of the imperial capital, are watching. Boom. At these words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha, well said. Today we give young Master Qin our full support. Indeed, settling debts is only natural. Even a prince is not exempt. Let's go and see together. Together we go. The crowd grew even more excited. Qin Kangyi glanced sideways at Qin Qinghao, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Well done. Qin Qinghao's spirits soared at once. Having received his young master's approval, he felt as though he were floating on air. Mere trifles. Compared to my young master, nothing at all. Meanwhile, at the third prince's mansion, Xiao Jingxian had not slept throughout the entire night. Inside the main hall, shattered teacups and splintered furniture littered the floor, while several maids knelt in the corner, not daring to breathe loudly. His face was grave, his eyes red-rimmed. 7.9 million low-grade spirit crystals. That figure weighed upon him like a mountain, pressing the breath from his lungs. The mansion treasury had already been counted. Even counting every last coin, there was barely 1.3 million low-grade spirit crystals. Add in various spiritual weapons, pills, medicinal herbs, and liquidating the entire mansion, the total would barely exceed 2-point-something million. Including the spirit crystals wagered by those who had bet on Su Qinghan's victory yesterday, the grand total came to roughly 5.3 million. The shortfall was still over 2.6 million, a sizable sum indeed. If only Qin Kangyi and the Qin family had been the ones gambling, this matter might have passed with little trouble. He could have leaned on his status as a prince to stall or dodge payment. Even if he couldn't completely evade it, he could have delayed for a while. But the trouble was that Shun Qingyue had also placed a bet. How dare he refuse to pay the funds of the Shun merchant house? Moreover, Shun Qingyue had already spoken publicly yesterday, If he did not repay, she would personally go to the Emperor of Liang to claim her money. At the mere thought, Xiao Jingxian felt his vision blur. He knew all too well the temperament of his father the Emperor. Going to the Emperor to demand repayment. If his father flew into a rage, this third prince might very well be stripped of his title and reduced to a commoner. That would truly be the end of him. Just then a commotion rose from outside the mansion. At first the noise was distant, but gradually it drew nearer and clearer. Xiao Jingxuan, pay up. Accept defeat gracefully and settle your debts. A prince of such noble standing. Surely he won't renege. 7.9 million low-grade spirit crystals. Not a single coin less. Boom. Xiao Jingxuan's expression shifted abruptly. He sprang to his feet. What's going on outside? A guard stumbled in flustered and knelt to report. Your Highness, terrible news. Qin Kangyi has arrived. Xiao Jingxuan's pupils contracted sharply. He's here. The guard swallowed hard. It's not just him. Behind him, there are many people. Xiao Jingxuan's heart sank, and a foreboding sensation rose within him. How many exactly? The guard's expression was grim as he stammered. Roughly. Half the imperial capital has come out. Half the imperial capital. Xiao Jingxuan's vision swam, and he nearly lost his footing. What the hell? Qin Kangyi, are you even human? Collecting a debt and dragging half the capital out here with you. It's over. This time it's truly over. Xiao Jingxuan, shock value 158. Xiao Jingxuan, shock value 145. Even more distressing for Xiao Jingxian was the fact that the shouts outside only grew louder. If Qin Kangyi kept this up, it seemed as though every person in the entire imperial capital would soon descend upon him. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Jingxian rushed out of the mansion. Gazing upon the endless sea of faces before him, he nearly fainted on the spot. Trembling all over, he forced himself to steady his breathing and spoke. Qin Kangyi, what? What do you think you're doing? Qin Kangyi smiled and replied. Why, I've come to collect my debt from the third prince. My 900,000 spirit crystals plus 2 million from the Qin family. Oh, and not to mention Qin Qinghao's 50,000. Hand them all over, please. If you refuse, we shall simply not leave, and have a pleasant chat right here. Hearing these words, Xiao Jingxian nearly spat blood. He had originally planned to gather part of the money to repay the Shun merchant house first, and delay payment to the Qin estate and Qin Kangyi. He never expected this fellow to play such a scheme. He understood clearly. If he failed to repay today, the entire imperial capital would surely besiege his mansion. He could not bear to lose such face, nor could the royal house. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly said, I'll pay. I'll pay right now. Please tell them all to disperse. Qin Kangyi remained unmoved, still smiling. Very well. Hand over the money first. Xiao Jingxuan. He stared fiercely at Qin Kangyi, his chest heaving violently. He wanted to curse him out, but he dared not. Xiao Jingxian gritted his teeth and spoke almost word by word. Someone. Bring the spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghao's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately turned around and shouted to the crowd behind him. Did you all hear that? His Highness the Third Prince is going to pay. His Highness the Third Prince is indeed as straightforward as they say. A man who accepts defeat with grace. Let's give His Highness the Third Prince some applause to encourage him. Clap, clap, clap. A round of enthusiastic applause immediately erupted from the crowd. Some people were laughing while applauding. The Third Prince is so generous. As expected of a royal, he accepts his losses like a true man. Xiao Jingxian listened to these words, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Was this supposed to be praise? Soon several managers from the Third Prince's mansion emerged carrying heavy boxes. Bang, bang, bang. Wooden crates landed on the ground one after another. The lids were opened, revealing them filled with shimmering low-grade spirit crystals. Rich spiritual energy instantly spread throughout the air, making many onlookers' eyes widen in astonishment. So many spirit crystals. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen so many spirit crystals. Good heavens, is this what the prince's mansion is worth? What a pity these spirit crystals won't belong to the third prince for much longer. Xiao Jingxuan's face twitched sharply. Damn it, these bastards. A manager stepped forward reluctantly and whispered, Your Highness, the count is complete. Lord Qin receives 900,000 low-grade spirit crystals, the Jinbei Marquis Manor provides 2 million, and Master Qin Qinghao contributes 50,000. The total comes to 2,950,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Xiao Jingxian felt another sharp pain in his chest. 2,950,000. This was only what Qin Kangyi was demanding. The 5 million from the Shun family trading house was still waiting for him. This time he was truly going bankrupt. Xiao Jingxian suppressed the urge to spit blood and gritted his teeth. Give it to him. The manager hurriedly packed the low-grade spirit crystals from the ground into 3 spatial rings, then handed them over. Qin Kangyi took the spatial rings, swept his divine sense across it to verify the count, and his smile grew even brighter. Excellent, His Highness the Third Prince is indeed straightforward. Truly admirable. Qin Kengi gave a thumbs up. I just love dealing with such easy marks like this. Qin Xinghao also received his 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals, his hands trembling with excitement. 50,000. A full 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Qin Xinghao had never been this wealthy in his life. At this moment, the look in his eyes toward Qin Kengi was no longer one of respect. It was fanaticism. My lord, not even my own father has ever been this generous. From now on, the young marquis is my real father. Xiao Jingshuan's face darkened like stormy water, and he gritted his teeth. The money has been given to you, Qin Kengi. You can leave now, can't you? Qin Kengi looked at him with a broad smile. Of course. Then I won't disturb His Highness's rest. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and added, oh, by the way, don't forget that 5 million spirit crystals owed to Miss Shun. The money from the Shun trading house is much harder to wriggle out of than my own. Xiao Jingshuan's face turned pale in an instant. That strike from Qin Kengi had hit him right in the heart. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly, Humph, I don't need your reminder. Qin Kengi's lips curved into a faint smile. Instantly, he turned and walked away with Qin Xinghao. The surrounding crowd also dispersed one by one. Watching Qin Kengi's retreating figure, the murderous intent on Xiao Jingshuan's face almost became tangible. Qin Kengi, someday this prince will make you regret everything you've done today. Xiao Jingxian didn't dare say these words to Qin Kengi's face. He could only roar them once Qin Kengi had gone far enough that he couldn't hear. Wasn't this just impotent rage? Of course, even if Qin Kengi had actually heard, he probably wouldn't have cared. After all, by the time Xiao Jingshuan's promised someday arrived, he would likely have long stood at the pinnacle of the entire world. He was merely an incompetent husband. On the way back to the Jinbei Marquis Manor, Qin Xinghao remained in a state of excitement. Walking along, he kept looking at the spatial ring in his hand, his mouth practically splitting at the ears. My lord, today was so satisfying. Did you see the third prince's expression just now? His face turned green, then white. He must be furious to the point of exploding. Especially when he was handing over the money, his hands were trembling. I'd say his heart must have been bleeding. Qin Kengi gave a faint smile, but did not respond. In a few days, when his ambitious younger brother returned, the scene would be even more satisfying. Just then, at the end of the street ahead, a figure slowly approached. It was a woman wearing a cyan palace dress. Her features were delicate, her demeanor composed, her manners carrying the peculiar propriety and composure of a palace maid. She came directly to Qin Kengi and bowed slightly. This servant is Qing Wan, paying respects to Lord Qin. Qin Kengi paused in his steps. Qin Xinghao immediately stepped forward half a pace, watching her warily. Who are you? Qing Wan's expression remained unchanged as she softly replied, this servant has been sent by Her Highness the eldest princess to invite Lord Qin for a conversation. The eldest princess. Qin Kengi was momentarily stunned, recalling information about her in his mind. This eldest princess was no ordinary person. Oh, she was a notoriously ruthless figure within the Liang royal family. In terms of tactics and boldness, she was no less capable than any of the princes. Indeed, in certain aspects, this eldest princess exceeded them all. Rumors had long circulated that if not for her gender, the eldest princess might have been a contender for the crown prince position rather than leaving it to those princes to vie for. And now this eldest princess was actually taking the initiative to send someone to invite Qin Kengi. Her intentions were naturally clear. She was likely trying to win him over. Though he had already guessed as much, Qin Kengi's face remained calm as he asked with a smile, what does the eldest princess want with me? Qing Wan replied respectfully, Her Highness the eldest princess has prepared tea at the Lanyu Tower. She said if Lord Qin is convenient, he may come for a conversation, as this matter concerns your title as young marquis. Oh, concerning his young marquis title. That was quite interesting. Qin Kengi's lips curved upwards, slightly, a touch of interest rising within him. On one hand, he wanted to see what the eldest princess meant by concerning his young marquis title. On the other hand, Qin Kengi was quite curious about this Liang royal princess. It was said that this eldest princess's talent and beauty were no inferior to Su Qinghan's. Who doesn't appreciate a beautiful woman? Qin Kengi was no gentleman himself. Thirdly, and most importantly, Qin Kengi felt that this eldest princess should be able to yield quite a bit of shock value. He had a display to make. He said cheerfully, in that case, lead the way. Qinghao, you return to the manor first. Although Qin Xinghao was somewhat concerned about his lord's safety, he dared not contradict the order and nodded respectfully yes. Qing Wan smiled beautifully, feeling a touch of curiosity toward Qin Kengi herself. This man before her seemed not entirely ordinary. Young Marquis, please follow this servant. Lanyue Tower stood at the end of the imperial capital's most bustling thoroughfare, reputed as the city's most extravagant establishment. 7 stories tall, it soared with elegant grandeur, its upturned eaves like wings in flight. It was said that from its highest vantage point one could overlook half the imperial capital. On ordinary days, even youths from noble families could only ascend to the 4th floor at most. Those who reached the 5th floor were already considered figures of real prominence in the capital. As for the 7th floor, it was essentially closed to guests. Qinghuan led Qin Kangyi all the way up to the 7th floor. Qin Kangyi's first time entering that hallowed level, and he could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Prince Qin, please enter. The elder princess awaits you inside. Qinghuan stood at the entrance of the 7th floor smiling. Qin Kangyi nodded and stepped in. As he reached the 7th floor, a faint fragrance of tea wafted toward him. Before his eyes lay an elegant private room where beaded curtains hung softly, and by the window sat a figure clad in crimson gold. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, breathtakingly beautiful. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like phoenix feathers, lips of vibrant red, skin fairer than snow. She wore a long crimson gold gown, its hem draping over the side of her chair, exuding nobility tempered with a sharp edge. Her delicate, flawless feet were casually placed by the window. Unlike Su Qinghan's cold aloofness, this elder princess, merely by sitting there, radiated an innate, powerful aura. It was as if she were born to occupy a high station commanding respect. This person was none other than Xiao Yunhuang, the elder princess of Liang Kingdom. Hearing footsteps, Xiao Yunhuang slowly raised her eyes. Their gazes met, and for an instant the air seemed to still. Xiao Yunhuang looked at Qin Kangyi, her pupils contracting sharply, a flicker of strange light flashing in her eyes. 3rd rank. She was inwardly shocked. Yesterday, when she saw Qin Kangyi battle Su Qinghan, the fellow was only at the peak of 4th rank. Just a single day had passed, and he had already broken through to 3rd rank. Such cultivation speed was simply staggering. Qin Kangyi, Prince Qin, I have long heard of your name. Xiao Yunhuang spoke first, rising to her feet. As she spoke, her jade feet touching the ground, her crimson gold gown swaying slightly. Though she did not deliberately release her aura the moment she stood, the atmosphere in the entire private room grew subtly more oppressive. This was not a pressure of cultivation, but a presence cultivated from long-standing authority. Qin Kangyi looked at the elder princess before him and inwardly acknowledged her composure. No wonder she was the elder princess of Liang Kingdom. Her temperament was indeed extraordinary. Had an ordinary man stood before her, he would likely lack the courage even to meet her gaze. Of course, Qin Kangyi was an exception. He smiled genially at Xiao Yunhuang and said, Your Highness flatters me. A worthless prince like me hardly deserves the phrase, long heard of your name. But since your Highness specially sent for me today, I assume it's not just for pleasantries. Please speak frankly. Qin Kangyi had no interest in beating around the bush with Xiao Yunhuang. He cut straight to the point. Clearly, Xiao Yunhuang was also somewhat surprised. In all these years, Qin Kangyi was the first person who dared to speak to her like this. Yet she was not angered. Instead, she said with a smile, Prince Qin is indeed direct. Very well, then I will speak plainly. According to my information, in 3 days the Jinbei Marquis and your younger brother Qin Lingxiao will arrive in the imperial capital. What's more, I've heard that the Jinbei Marquis intends to depose you from your position as heir, planning to make Qin Lingxiao the new heir of the Qin estate on the very day they enter the capital. Having said this, Xiao Yunhuang paused, her gaze fixed on Qin Kangyi, waiting to see his reaction. Perhaps tension, anguish, or something else. Yet Xiao Yunhuang was disappointed. Qin Kangyi's face was as calm as still water, not a trace of nervousness. He merely smiled faintly, casually picked up his teacup, and took a slow, leisurely sip. It was as if he were not the one about to be stripped of his heir status. Xiao Yunhuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing her curiosity, and continued, The vast imperial capital is full of those who wish to see you fall. But I, Yunhuang, am willing to lend you a hand to help you secure your position. Of course, what I ask is not much. Only that you pledge your allegiance to me and help me ascend the throne. What do you say? Hearing Xiao Yunhuang's words, Qin Kangyi remained calm, as if he had long anticipated her intentions. But to expect him to pledge allegiance, that was pure wishful thinking. Qin Kangyi stood up with a chuckle and said, No, I have no interest. If your Highness has nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Qin Kangyi turned to leave. At that moment, Xiao Yunhuang was stunned. She had never expected Qin Kangyi to ignore the usual rules and simply walk away. Wait, she called out hastily. Prince Qin, won't you at least consider it? And I can assure you, if you help me ascend the throne, I will not treat you poorly. I can even send you to a sect to cultivate. How about that? Liang Kingdom governed 2 capitals and 13 provinces, seemingly vast beyond measure, but in truth it was merely a subordinate force under the sects. The sects were the true arbiters of discourse across the entire star domain. And the Shao family had sat firmly on the throne for so many years precisely because of the support of a sect behind them. But Qin Kangyi, upon hearing this, remained utterly composed. Sects? What did they matter? Give me a year or so, and they'd be nothing. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at Xiao Yunhuang. Believing that Qin Kangyi was enticed by her offer, a confident smile curled at the corners of her lips. So, Prince Qin, have you come to a decision? But Qin Kangyi did not answer. Instead, his smiling gaze swept over her from head to toe. I have no interest in your terms, your Highness. But I am very interested in you. Extremely interested. If you want me to help you reach the throne, you'll have to give something in return. How about warming my bed tonight? What do you say? At these words, the entire private room fell into dead silence. Xiao Yunhuang was visibly taken aback. She had thought that Qin Kangyi's turning around meant he was tempted by her offer, but she never expected him to utter such a treasonous remark. After a brief silence, the stunningly beautiful face of Xiao Yunhuang was instantly suffused with a mixture of shame and anger. Even the tips of her ears flushed crimson. Not from shyness, from fury. Boom. A cold, sharp aura erupted from Xiao Yunhuang's body. The beaded curtains in the entire room rattled noisily, teacups trembled, and the wind outside the window seemed to freeze in that moment. Qin Kangyi. Xiao Yunhuang's beautiful eyes blazed with anger as she stared at Qin Kangyi. How dare you? I value talent, but that does not mean you can be insolent before me. The system notification chimed frantically in Qin Kangyi's mind, and a wave of delight washed over him. Heh, that felt good. Looking at the furious Xiao Yunhuang, Qin Kangyi remained completely composed. He chuckled. Her Highness the eldest princess, why be so angry? To be honest, you won't lose out. You'll not only enjoy it, but also ascend to the throne. Won't you at least consider it? Qin Kangyi directly mimicked Xiao Yunhuang's tone and expression from just now, saying roughly the same words. The reason he dared to be so bold was naturally because he had his own backing. First, Xiao Yunhuang would absolutely not kill him. His relationship with the Shun family trade company was known to everyone in the imperial capital. If Xiao Yunhuang killed him, she would offend the Shun family trade company and lose all chance at the throne. She wouldn't do something so foolish. Second, she couldn't kill him. Qin Kangyi possessed a golden trait, can't die even when courting death. As long as Xiao Yunhuang couldn't kill him with a single move, he would never die. That was the absurdity of the golden trait. And Xiao Yunhuang clearly couldn't kill Qin Kangyi in one move. Thus he dared to tease her so recklessly. Upon hearing Qin Kangyi's words, Xiao Yunhuang was both shocked and enraged. She had never expected Qin Kangyi to be so audacious. It was utterly outrageous. At that moment she wished she could kick him off the 7th floor of Lanyue Tower. How insolent. Absolutely insolent. In all her life no man had ever dared to say such things to her. Even more outrageous, when Qin Kangyi said this, he actually had a serious expression. This guy wasn't just talking big. He truly meant it. Xiao Yunhuang was so furious that her chest heaved slightly. On her noble, elegant, and stunningly beautiful face a rare flush of shame and anger appeared. Fine, Qin Kangyi. Get out of my sight. She suppressed her anger, trembling as she pointed at the door and roared. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi chuckled. In that case, I'll take my leave. However, regarding my suggestion, Your Highness the eldest princess should really consider it carefully. You truly won't lose out. With that, before Xiao Yunhuang could flare up, Qin Kangyi quickly ran out of the private room. Although he didn't know how angry Xiao Yunhuang was, the constant shock value notifications in his ears told him everything. This wave of shock value had yielded over 5,000. How satisfying. As expected of the eldest princess, she's quite something. Of course, Qin Kangyi's words just now weren't entirely a joke or nonsense. Struggles for the throne were always life and death, and extremely perilous. If she couldn't offer something that tempted him, how could Qin Kangyi possibly get involved? The conditions Xiao Yunhuang had just offered were decent, but merely decent. They held no real appeal for Qin Kangyi. As for the position of heir, he would handle it himself. There were still 3 days until his foolish younger brother returned. Time was plenty, even more than enough. As for entering a sect, he didn't care at all. What sect could compare to his own cultivation speed, which was 10,000 times faster? Therefore, the only thing Xiao Yunhuang could truly offer was herself. If Xiao Yunhuang was willing to become his personal maid like Su Qinghan, serving him, then supporting her ascension to the throne would not be out of the question. That way, he would become the true power behind the throne of Liang Kingdom. Calculated this way, he wouldn't lose out. As for whether Xiao Yunhuang would refuse, Qin Kangyi didn't care at all. If she refused, so be it. It wasn't like he had to sleep with her. Qin Kangyi wasn't the type to lose his head over a woman. Of course, Qin Kangyi estimated that the next time he shook the imperial capital with his fame revealing his terrifying talent and strength again, Xiao Yunhuang would seriously consider his suggestion. After all, this eldest princess's situation wasn't very good. At this moment, inside the private room on the 7th floor of Lanyue Tower, the anger on Xiao Yunhuang's face had not yet dissipated. She stood still, her crimson gold long dress swaying slightly, her chest heaving unevenly. That face, which was usually composed and noble, as if everything was under control, was now rarely tinged with a blush of shame and anger. Bastard. Shameless. Lecher. Xiao Yunhuang cursed through gritted teeth. Qingwan stood by the side, head bowed, not daring to breathe. In all her years serving the eldest princess, this was the first time she had seen Her Highness so infuriated by a man. Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, Your Highness, shall I send someone to arrest him? Arrest him? Xiao Yunhuang gave her a cold glance. Can you catch him? Qingwan was momentarily speechless. Qin Kangyi was already at the 3rd rank initial stage. Moreover, yesterday when he was at the 4th rank peak, he could defeat Su Qinghan with one punch. Now that he had stepped into the 3rd rank, his strength was only more terrifying. If it came to a fight, even ordinary 3rd rank martial artists might not be able to subdue him. Moreover, this was the imperial capital. If she made a big show of moving against Qin Kangyi, and the Shun family trade company found out, her situation would likely become even worse. Xiao Yinhuang sat back down by the window, picked up the teacup, and found the tea had gone cold. She frowned slightly, and set the cup down carelessly. Her mind couldn't help but replay Qin Kangyi's cheerful demeanor from earlier. The more she thought, the angrier she got. But as her anger simmered, a hint of contemplation appeared deep in her eyes. Qin Kangyi seemed to possess an extraordinary confidence. Even when he heard about the revocation of his heir position and the massive opportunity of entering a sect for cultivation, he remained unerringly calm. This was very unusual. Could it be that this guy really had some hidden card? Thinking this, Xiao Yinhuang's gaze sharpened slightly. She suddenly realized that she might have underestimated Qin Kangyi. Xiao Yinhuang had thought that although Qin Kangyi was brilliant, he had just risen and had shallow foundations. As long as she gave him some help and benefits, he would naturally side with her. But now it seemed that was not the case. Qin Kangyi. Xiao Yinhuang murmured the name softly, her gaze gradually deepening. Do you truly have confidence, or are you just bluffing? Qing Wan said in a low voice. Your Highness, what should we do next? Xiao Yinhuang did not answer, immediately lost in thought. After a long while she said coldly, send someone to keep watch on the Junbei Marquis Manor. I want to know every move Qin Kangyi makes as soon as possible. I want to see if this kid truly has a hidden card, or is just bluffing. Qing Wan respectfully replied yes. Xiao Yinhuang leaned back against the chair, her jade-like hand gently stroking the edge of the teacup, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Qin Kangyi, you dared to toy with me like this today? I will remember this. When you fall into my hands one day. At this point her voice suddenly paused. For some reason Qin Kangyi's absurd words surfaced in her mind again. The next moment a blush reappeared on her face. Xiao Yinhuang suddenly clenched the teacup. Crack! The teacup shattered directly. Qing Wan was startled. Your Highness. Xiao Yinhuang said coldly, it's nothing. Change the tea. Qing Wan quickly nodded. After leaving the Lan Yu Pavilion, Qin Kangyi returned directly to the Qin Manor. This trip had been a bountiful harvest. Not only had he earned 2,900,000 spirit crystals, but his shock value had also increased by over 8,000. What a delight. In the front hall of the Qin family, Qin Kangyi strode in briskly. Qin Xiankong and the elders who had been discussing matters within all paused and offered gentle smiles upon seeing him. Previously Qin Kangyi had been considered an utter waste, and the elders had treated him with indifference. However, after his battle with Su Qinghan, their attitudes had completely changed. This young lord was no ordinary person. Kangyi, what brings you here? Qin Xiankong rose with a chuckle. Second uncle, I had just visited the 3rd prince's residence and retrieved all the 2,900,000 spirit crystals I won. Here are 2 million spirit crystals. Saying this, Qin Kangyi produced a spatial ring and handed it to Qin Xiankong. The elders present were all astonished. 2 million low-grade spirit crystals. Good heavens, that was no small amount. The vast Qin family owned numerous shops and properties in the capital, yet their annual net income was probably only 300,000 to 400,000 low-grade spirit crystals. For Qin Kangyi to suddenly produce 2 million low-grade spirit crystals, equivalent to several years of the Qin family's income. How could the elders not be shocked? An elder couldn't help but gaze at the spatial ring in Qin Kangyi's hand, his throat bobbing slightly. Kangyi, you actually managed to get the spirit crystals back. After all, the loser was the 3rd prince, a person of high status. Had it been them, they would never have dared to go to the 3rd prince's residence to demand payment. Qin Kangyi grinned, stating matter-of-factly, of course. Qin Xiankong couldn't help but laugh. You rascal, after today's trip you've probably offended the 3rd prince deeply again, haven't you? Without needing to guess, Qin Xiankong knew that Qin Kangyi must have used some extraordinary means to get the money back. The 3rd prince was likely not feeling too well. Qin Kangyi grinned and didn't deny it. Qin Xiankong chuckled softly and said gently, keep these spirit crystals for yourself. The path of cultivation requires wealth, companions, the Tao, and the environment. None are dispensable. Now that you've just resumed your training, you need resources. These 2 million low-grade spirit crystals should suffice for a while. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had never experienced paternal love, the care his second uncle had given him was more than enough. 2 million low-grade spirit crystals were an immense fortune for any martial artist. Yet Qin Xiankong simply gave them to him. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. Though the elders had their thoughts, they were in no position to say much given Qin Xuankong's status. Moreover, the bet was placed by Qin Xuankong and the victory was won by Qin Kangyi. The money had nothing to do with them. Qin Kangyi smiled and didn't refuse. In that case, I'll accept it. But there is one more thing I would like to ask for your help, second uncle. Qin Xiankong was taken aback. Tell me. A smile curled at the corners of Qin Kangyi's mouth. I want to take out 1 million spirit crystals and ask you to distribute them among the clan disciples in my name as a token of my appreciation as their young lord. The moment these words were spoken, the entire front hall fell silent. Qin Xiankong was stunned. The elders were also dumbfounded. This was not 10 or 20,000, but a full 1 million spirit crystals. Even with the Qin family's wealth, they had never been so generous. An elder couldn't help but ask, Kangyi, are you sure you want to give 1 million spirit crystals to the clan disciples? That's no small amount. Qin Kangyi smiled. Of course I know it's no small amount. But spirit crystals sitting in a spatial ring are just numbers to scatter them, and they become people's hearts. The front hall fell silent once more. Qin Xuankong's eyes flickered. He gazed deeply at Qin Kangyi, and his smile gradually broadened. What a clever lad. So that was his plan. Qin Xiankong was no fool. He instantly understood Qin Kangyi's intention. In 3 days, Qin Lingxiao would return to the capital with the Jinbei Marquis, and a storm would surely brew within the Qin family. After all, Qin Lingxiao had stepped into the third rank at 16 and had achieved great merit in the northern border, riding a wave of popularity. Qin Xianlai doted on him exceedingly. If Qin Kangyi were still the cripple, who couldn't cultivate the position of young lord, would be almost certain to fall into Qin Lingxiao's hands sooner or later. But now things were different. Qin Kangyi had resumed his cultivation and had defeated Su Qinghan with a single punch, reaching the 4th rank perfection. In terms of talent, he might not be weaker than Qin Lingxiao. In terms of reputation, Qin Kangyi's single-strike victory over Su Qinghan had shaken the entire capital. If he could also win over the elders and the clan disciples, his position as young lord would be even more secure. After all, scattering 1 million spirit crystals would make everyone in the Qin manor praise the young lord's generosity. Qin Xiankong couldn't help but laugh. You rascal, you've thought further ahead than your second uncle. Qin Kangyi grinned. Second uncle flatters me. I just think that since I am still the young lord of the Qin manor, I should let the people here know that following me brings no harm. The elders exchanged meaningful glances. They were all old foxes. They understood perfectly well what Qin Kangyi meant. But understanding was one thing, having the boldness to scatter 1 million spirit crystals was something only an extraordinary person could do. Previously, they had never paid this useless young lord any heed. But in the past few days, Qin Kangyi had become completely different, as if he had become another person. Not only was his talent and battle prowess outstanding, but he also possessed such boldness. Having such a young lord didn't seem like a bad thing. The elders had little to do with Qin Lingxiao. On the contrary, they had watched Qin Kangyi grow up and had some affection for him. Today's move naturally made them lean even more toward Qin Kangyi. The elders exchanged glances and clasped their hands in unison, smiling. The young lord is wise. Qin Xiankong also laughed heartily. Then let's do as Kangyi says. Rest assured your second uncle will handle this flawlessly. Thank you, second uncle. Qin Kangyi replied with a smile. He then took his leave from the front hall and returned to his own courtyard, preparing to go into seclusion for cultivation. His foolish younger brother would soon return. Qin Kangyi intended to prepare a grand surprise for him before that. As he entered the courtyard, he saw Su Qinghan sitting by the stone table. She had changed into a light white long dress, her raven black hair simply tied up, which softened the cold sharpness of the day and made her appear more gentle and demure. Yet when she saw Qin Kangyi return, her eyes instinctively flinched like a frightened kitten, as if she had been startled. Qin Kangyi couldn't help but smile at her expression. He walked over and sat by the stone table, casually asking, "How's your recovery?" Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip and murmured, I'm okay." Qin Kangyi nodded. "Good. Since you've recovered, make sure to clean the courtyard properly and don't slack off. And remember to wash my clothes and underwear daily. Don't think that just because you've slept with me you can skip work." "Got it." Su Qinghan was stunned. "What the hell? Are you even human? You're being so cold after getting what you wanted." But she didn't dare to resist. After all, she was now a maidservant. Besides, she really couldn't defeat Qin Kangyi. "Why, yes." Su Qinghan lowered her head, biting her lip. Qin Kangyi's lips curled in satisfaction. "All right, go about your business. I'll be in seclusion for 2 days. Don't disturb me." "Yes, master." Before entering seclusion, Qin Kangyi personally guided Su Qinghan once more, and only then did he begin his closed-door cultivation. Inside the room, he sat cross-legged. The moment he activated the 9 heavens incinerating art, his aura surged violently, and a terrifying blaze of flames swept through the entire courtyard. Not only that, but Qin Kangyi's aura rose at an astonishing speed. Just moments ago, he was at the early stage of the 3rd grade, yet within a few breaths, he directly stepped into the middle stage of the 3rd grade. That's right, he had broken through. This scene left Su Qinghan, who had just stepped out of her room, rooted to the spot. Shock filled her heart as she murmured, Another breakthrough. This guy. What kind of monster is he? Just yesterday when he wagered against her, he was still at the peak of the 4th grade. Yet in only one day, he had directly broken through to the middle stage of the 3rd grade. Such a cultivation speed was simply unheard of. If yesterday Su Qinghan still thought that Qin Kangyi was pretending to be weak that he had long been able to cultivate, but was merely biding his time. But now she felt that it might not be the case. Perhaps this guy had truly only begun to rise in the past few days. Yet if that were true, it would be even more terrifying. In just a few short days, he went from being unable to enter the ranks to the peak of the 4th grade, and then to the middle stage of the 3rd grade. This could no longer be described by the word genius. He was a prodigy. A true prodigy. Su Qinghan stood in the courtyard feeling the continuously rising scorching aura from the room. Her cold, beautiful face was filled with complexity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. During these 2 days Qin Kangyi remained in his room, cultivating, while the entire Qin mansion was bustling with excitement. Qin Xuankong on behalf of Qin Kangyi distributed 1 million spiritual crystals to all the disciples of the clan. As soon as the news broke, it instantly ignited the entire Qin mansion. Countless disciples were ecstatic. After all, this was 1 million low-grade spiritual crystals, an absolute fortune for the many Qin disciples who usually only earned about 100 spiritual crystals a month. Coupled with Qin Qinghao's vigorous promotion, the entire Qin clan was filled with gratitude toward Qin Kangyi. In fact, Qin Qinghao even recruited several dozen lackeys for him. These Qin disciples initially thought that Qin Qinghao's groveling was too disgraceful, but after they received their spiritual crystals, their mindset instantly changed. Disgraceful? What disgrace? Following the young master clearly meant a bright future. In an instant, the entire atmosphere within the Qin mansion underwent a complete reversal. Previously, some had privately called Qin Kangyi a useless young master. But now anyone who dared to say that would immediately be confronted by someone nearby, without Qin Kangyi even needing to speak. Useless? Can your useless one defeat Su Qinghan with a single punch? Can your useless one retrieve 2,900,000 spiritual crystals from the 3rd prince's residence? Can your useless one distribute 1 million to the entire clan? If you dare call the young master useless again, I'll slap you. In just 2 short days, Qin Kangyi's prestige within the Qin mansion had soared to an astonishing degree. As for Qin Lingxiao, I'll go play with your mud elsewhere. And at this moment, Qin Kangyi had also reached a critical juncture. Inside the room, countless streams of spiritual energy converged from all directions, madly pouring into Qin Kangyi's body. The 9 heavens incinerating art operated at extreme speed, crimson, true qi surging and roaring through his meridians like a sea of fire. Boom. In an instant, the entire room was illuminated by the blazing firelight. Qin Kangyi's robes billowed and wisps of crimson, true qi swirled around him like roaming fire dragons. His aura began to climb frantically. The plants in the courtyard swayed violently, and the stone tables and stools trembled incessantly. Su Qinghan stood in the yard staring blankly at the room, where Qin Kangyi was utterly stunned into silence. Over these 2 days, she had practically witnessed Qin Kangyi's successive breakthroughs with her own eyes. At first she was shocked, though later she grew numb. And now only terror remained. She swore that the shock she had experienced in the past 10-odd years was less than what she had felt in these 2 days. 2 days. From the 3rd grade to the 1st grade. Is he even human? Su Qinghan's red lips parted slightly, her voice trembling faintly. At this moment, a strong sense of belated fear surged within her. How foolish had she been to agree to a duel with Qin Kangyi? And how blind was she to think that Qin Kangyi was unworthy of her? Looking back now, her stupidity was terrifying. So 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, is not just a figure of speech. 3 days is enough. Su Qinghan's heart was bitter. Amidst the regret, she also felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't continued to play tricks, and had honestly fulfilled the bet, becoming Qin Kangyi's maidservant. Otherwise, given the terrifying talent Qin Kangyi had now displayed, not to mention the Sinong Hofu, even the entire Liang kingdom might not be able to withstand his wrath in a few days. Just then, boom. A low muffled roar came from within the room. It was as if some invisible shackle within Qin Kangyi's body had been utterly shattered. The next moment, a terrifying pressure far beyond what had come before swept across the entire courtyard. Crimson firelight shot into the sky, the air warped from the heat, and dust churned on the ground. Su Qinghan's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively took a half-step back. This pressure. 1st grade. Qin Kangyi had stepped into the 1st grade realm. Su Qinghan stood frozen in place, utterly lost. In 2 days he had truly advanced from the 3rd grade to the 1st grade. What kind of monster was this? At that moment, inside the secret chamber, sensing his now surging aura, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Qin Kangyi's face. Finally broke through to the 1st grade. Not bad, not bad. 2 days of seclusion were worth it. A satisfied smile played on his lips. At this moment, he was hundreds of times stronger than he had been just a few days ago, when he made the wager with Su Qinghan. To put it bluntly, he could now pin Su Qinghan down with a single finger. Just then Qin Kangyi suddenly slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. That girl Xian Li is still sealed by me. No wonder it's been so quiet these past few days. With that he flicked his fingers, sending a strand of true qi onto the pendant. The next instant Xian Li's furious voice rang out. Qin Kangi, you bastard. You sealed me for 2 whole days. Do you have any idea how I've suffered these 2 days? As soon as she emerged, Xian Li prepared to curse Qin Kangi thoroughly. But before she could finish, she suddenly froze. Her eyes widened as she stared at Qin Kangi. First grade. The anger on Xian Li's little face instantly solidified, and she was dumbfounded. 2 days ago Qin Kangi was still at the early stage of the 3rd grade. And then in a flash he was at the 1st grade. What the hell kind of cultivation speed was this? Xian Li opened her mouth, but it took her a long time to finally squeeze out a sentence. Qin Kangi, are you even human? Qin Kangi grinned. He had gone into seclusion for 2 days and broken through to the 1st grade precisely to give his foolish younger brother a little surprise tomorrow. Get ready to face the storm. Foolish little brother. As he stepped out of the room, the terrifying aura of a 1st-rank martial artist emanated from Qin Kangi, causing Su Qinghan's heart to race with fear and her eyes to fill with shock. After all, her father, the Marquis of Sinan Su Zhengfang, was also a 1st-rank martial artist, even at the late stage of the 1st rank, yet the aura emanating from him was far less terrifying than Qin Kangi's. Domineering. It made one dare not look directly. This was the terror of a noble rank cultivation art. Qin Kangi's 9 heavens blazing sky art was a genuine noble rank technique infinitely close to the saint rank. Su Qinghan stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Qin Kangi. At this moment, she finally realized clearly that the gap between her and Qin Kangi had become too vast to describe. Moreover, this gap would only grow wider. Master. Su Qinghan bowed voluntarily. She called him master, willingly without any resentment. Are you kidding? With Qin Kangi's terrifying talent breaking through to the 1st rank in 2 days. If given another year or so, he would likely ascend to immortality. Even if Su Qinghan was proud to the bone, she couldn't muster any thought of resistance against such a prodigy. Qin Kangi smiled slightly. Just then Qin Wei's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, Manager Shen from the Shun family merchant house has arrived and wishes to see you. Shen Qingwei, why did she suddenly come? Please invite her in. Outside the door Qin Wei responded respectfully yes. Before long the courtyard gate was pushed open. Shen Qingyue, dressed in a purple long skirt, walked slowly into the courtyard. She still wore that gentle and composed expression with a smile in her eyes and an elegant demeanor. Behind her Zhou Yuan and several guards from the Shun family merchant house carried in several chests. But just as she stepped into the courtyard before Shun Qingwei could speak, her footsteps suddenly halted. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her gaze instantly fell on Qin Kangi. 1st rank. This. How is this possible? Shen Qingyue's heart was stirred with a storm of shock. 3 days ago Qin Kangi was at the peak of the 4th rank at the Imperial Palace Square. But now, 1st rank. In just 2 days he had broken through from the peak of the 4th rank to the 1st rank. Moreover, Qin Kangi's foundation was solid and profound, definitely not achieved by forcibly swallowing pills. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Shen Qingyue would never have believed it, even if beaten to death. Not only her, but Zhou Yuan beside her also naturally discerned Qin Kangi's cultivation level, and he stood there dumbfounded. Shen Qingyue shock value 300, Shen Qingyue shock value 303, Zhou Yuan shock value 266. Shen Qingyue forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart, and a smile reappeared on her face. Congratulations, young Master Qin, on your great advancement in cultivation. I never expected that in just 3 days you would have stepped into the 1st rank realm. It's simply incredible. Qin Kangi chuckled. Just a stroke of luck. Shen Qingyue. Luck? You call that luck? Breaking through 2 major realms in 3 days, and you call that luck? Zhou Yuan stood nearby, his mouth twitching violently. Is this kid even speaking human language? He had lived so many years and never heard of such an outrageous cultivation speed. Qin Kangi smiled and spoke. Miss Shun, is there something you came to see me about today? Shen Qingyue smiled lightly, then raised her hand to signal. Zhou Yuan immediately had people set down the chests. Bang! The chest lids opened. Inside were countless sparkling low-grade spirit crystals, and a dense spiritual energy instantly filled the air. Shen Qingyue said softly, here are 2,500,000 low-grade spirit crystals. A few days ago I bet on young Master Qin's victory and won 5 million low-grade spirit crystals. If not for you, I wouldn't have earned this fortune. So this 250,000 is my token of gratitude to you. Though it was called a gift of thanks, it was actually just a way for Shen Qingyue to build a good relationship with Qin Kangi and win him over. After all, the talent and strength Qin Kangi had displayed along with the king-rank alchemist behind him were extraordinary. Getting along well with him was definitely the right move. But now seeing Qin Kangi break through to the 1st rank, Shen Qingyue instantly regretted a little. Only 250,000 spirit crystals. She had brought too little. She should have brought all 5 million low-grade spirit crystals she had won. Qin Kangi's eyes brightened slightly. 5 million spirit crystals. Shen Qinghua had already collected them from the third prince so quickly. But then again, even if the third prince had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare owe money to the Shun family merchant house. Qin Kangyi said with a smile, Miss Shen, you are too kind. Since that's the case, I will gratefully accept. Since Shun Qinghua had delivered it to his doorstep, Qin Kangyi naturally didn't stand on ceremony. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly stored the chests into his spatial ring. Su Qinghan felt instantly displeased at the sight. 250,000 spirit crystals given away just like that. This Shen Qinghua was really generous. Moreover, back when she had fought Qin Kangyi, these two had acted so intimately in front of the entire capital, and Shen Qinghua had even dared to bet 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals on Qin Kangyi's victory. Such heavy trust. If anyone said Shen Qinghua didn't have any other thoughts about Qin Kangyi, she wouldn't believe it. In the past, Su Qinghan wouldn't have cared about this. But now she felt very unhappy. Seeing Qin Kangyi accept Shen Qinghua felt a little relieved. Then she spoke again, besides that I have come today with another request. Qin Kangyi asked curiously, what matter could the Shun family merchant house not solve? Shen Qinghua did not speak. Instead, Elder Zhou Yuan stepped forward and said, it is like this, young Master Qin. The Shen family merchant house recently received a commission from an honored guest. They wish to refine a spirit rank pill called the 9 Revolutions Soul Protecting Pill. This pill is extremely difficult to refine, requiring precise control of heat, medicinal fusion, and stable pill patterns. My previous attempts all ended in failure. Later I invited 2 other spirit rank alchemists from the capital to join me, but unfortunately, we still failed. Now only one set of ingredients remains. If we fail again, it will be nearly impossible to gather them again in a short time. At this, Zhou Yuan sighed softly. Therefore I have come with brazen face to ask for young Master Qin's assistance. Of course, Zhou Yuan did not think Qin Kangyi had the ability to help him refine pills. Instead, he wanted to seek the help of the king rank alchemist behind Qin Kangyi. If that king rank alchemist were to take action, refining a mere 9 Revolution soul protecting pill would be no trouble at all. Before Qin Kangyi could speak, Shen Qinghua added, of course this matter will not trouble you for nothing, young Master Qin. Our Shun family merchant house headquarters recently obtained a king rank extraordinary flame called the Xianhuang Ancient Flame, and our Liang country branch has received a child flame of this extraordinary flame. Although it is a child flame, it is still at the spirit rank level. If refined and cultivated properly, it still has a chance to ascend to the king rank extraordinary flame in the future. If young Master Qin is willing to help, I would like to present this flame to you. Before Qin Kangyi could speak, Xian Li's voice rang out impatiently in his mind. Qin Kangyi agreed to her. Although the 9 Revolution Soul Protection Pill is a spirit-level pill, with your current cultivation and my guidance, the difficulty of refining it should not be too great. I possess a secret technique to nurture a child flame. If I can obtain this child flame, I am absolutely certain I can help you cultivate it into a king-level strange flame. Xian Li's voice carried a hint of excitement. Strange flames were exceedingly rare, devouring one not only enhanced cultivation, but for an alchemist, it was an unparalleled treasure that increased the success rate and efficiency of pill refinement. Thus this was why Xian Li valued it so highly. As for the 9 Revolution Soul Protection Pill, it was indeed one of the most difficult spirit-level pills to refine. But with Xian Li's experience and Qin Kangyi's terrifying talent, refining it would certainly pose no problem. Xian Li might not trust herself, but she would never doubt Qin Kangyi's talent. This kid was simply a freak. Upon hearing this, Qin Kangyi felt a surge of interest. If Xian Li could truly cultivate a spirit-level strange flame into a king level 1, and he then devoured and refined it using the 9 heavens blazing art to open a new fire meridian, his own strength would inevitably skyrocket. Therefore, without any hesitation, Qin Kangyi spoke. In that case, I accept this task. Miss Shen, lead the way. Shen Qinghua and Zhou Yuan were stunned. Where was the king-level alchemist? However, seeing Qin Kangyi's confidence, they did not press further. Perhaps the king-level alchemist was hidden in the shadows and unwilling to reveal himself for now. After all, a king-level alchemist's cultivation was at least at the Life Palace realm, or even stronger. It was only natural that they could not detect such a presence if it chose to conceal itself. Shen Qinghua smiled and said, young Marquis Qin, please. Qin Kangyi turned back to Su Qinghan and instructed, stay at home and don't wander off. Yes. Su Qinghan bit her lip. Although she deeply wished to accompany Qin Kangyi to the Shun family trading company, she dared not defy his command and could only obediently comply. Shen Qinghua, watching this scene, couldn't help but feel curious. Just a few days ago, the arrogant and renowned Miss Su of the imperial capital now looked like a mere maidservant. Such a transformation was truly unbelievable. Soon they left the Qin mansion and headed toward the Shun family trading company. Before long, they arrived at the rear courtyard of the trading company. By a secluded alchemy chamber, several people had already been waiting for some time. 2 elderly men in alchemist robes stood nearby. One of them had snow-white hair and beard, wearing a spirit-level alchemist badge on his chest, his expression haughty. The other was lean with half-closed eyes, his brow also carrying a hint of arrogance. These two were none other than Lu Qingshan, the president of the Liang Kingdom Imperial Capital Alchemist Association, and Han Song, the vice president. Both were the only two spirit-level alchemists in Liang Kingdom, holding extremely high status in the realm of alchemy. Seeing Shun Qingwei and Zhou Yuan bringing Qin Kangyi over, Lu Qingshan frowned slightly. Manager Shun, is this the assistance you mentioned? Han Song also glanced at Qin Kangyi, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Such a young lad, Manager Shun, are you joking? Qin Kangyi appeared far too young. Alchemy required experience, control of heat, and mastery of medicinal properties. Without decades of study, one could not achieve much. What could a mere teenager like Qin Kangyi know about alchemy? At most 7th or 8th grade. Zhou Yuan quickly explained, President Lu, Vice President Han, please be patient. This is the young Marquis of the Junbei Marquis Mansion, Qin Kangyi. The 9-mark first-grade Huanyuan pill from before was provided by him. At these words, Lu Qingshan and Han Song's expressions changed. What? He provided that 9-mark Huanyuan pill. Days ago, the appearance of the 9-mark first-grade Huanyuan pill at the Shun Family Trading Company had caused quite a stir. As the top alchemists of Liang Kingdom, Lu Qingshan and Han Song were naturally aware of the matter. In fact, even the two of them combined could not refine a 9-mark Huanyuan pill, let alone a 7-mark one. Thus they had speculated that behind Qin Kangyi stood a high-level alchemist, possibly even a king-level one. With this thought, their gazes toward Qin Kangyi shifted slightly. Their earlier dissatisfaction and disdain somewhat subsided. Lu Qingshan asked in a deep voice, Young Marquis, might the senior behind you be present today? Han Song also quickly looked around. Clearly they believed that the real alchemist was the mysterious high-level master behind Qin Kangyi. Qin Kangyi, however, smiled. Refining a single 9-revolution soul protection pill is no trouble. There's no need to trouble others. I'll do it myself. At these words, the entire area outside the alchemy chamber fell silent. Lu Qingshan and the others stood frozen. Zhou Yuan also paused. Even Shun Qingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed. What? He would do it himself. Lu Qingshan's face darkened. Young Marquis, I admit that you may have guidance from a master, but the 9-revolution soul protection pill is one of the most difficult spirit-level pills. The slightest error in the refining process will cause the medicinal properties to collapse completely. Moreover, only one set of ingredients remains. This is no time for frivolity. Han Song also frowned. Indeed, this is no ordinary pill. Even President Lu and I have failed several times when working together. If the senior behind you wishes to refine the pill, I would naturally welcome it. But if you intend to do it yourself, forgive my bluntness, this is sheer folly. Zhou Yuan's expression also turned awkward. He had seen the 9-mark Huanyuan pill, so he believed there was a master behind Qin Kangyi. But Qin Kangyi refining the pill himself? That was too insane. Those were the last ingredients. If they were ruined, the Shun Family Trading Company could not explain to that important client. Shun Qingwei hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Young Master Qin, this pill is of great importance. If the senior is unwilling to appear, I can clear the area and ensure no one disturbs the process. Qin Kangyi naturally knew what they were thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. He looked at Zhou Yuan and said calmly, Where's the cauldron? Zhou Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Young Marquis. Qin Kangyi chuckled. What? You invited me to refine the pill, and now you won't let me. Lu Qingshan's face was grim. Young Marquis, it's not a matter of letting you or not. It's that you simply don't understand alchemy. Qin Kangyi shot him a look. How do you know I don't understand? Lu Qingshan snorted coldly. The path of alchemy is not as simple as martial cultivation. You are young. Even if your martial talent is extraordinary, you cannot have profound attainments in alchemy. Han Song nodded. Exactly. Moreover, this is the 9-revolution soul protection pill. Even if the three of us, all spirit-level alchemists, work together, our chances would be less than 30%. If you rashly take over, you will only destroy the last set of ingredients. Qin Kangyi's lips curled upward. That only proves you're incompetent. Lu Qingshan. Han Song. At these words, both of their faces flushed red. Brother, that stung. Qin Kangyi didn't waste words. He looked at Shun Qingyue and smiled. Miss Shun, if you don't trust me, you can find someone else. This. Shun Qingyue faltered, but when she saw Qin Kangyi's confident expression, a certain resolve formed in her heart. Perhaps he really could do it. Shun Qingyue bowed solemnly. I trust you. Please, young Marquis, open the furnace and refine the pill for me. At Shun Qingyue's words, everyone present changed countenance drastically. Could it really be that Qin Kangyi would refine the pill? Was this not a joke? Yet gazing at Shun Qingyue's resolute eyes, the three spirit-level alchemists dared not say more. After all, the medicinal herbs belonged to the Shun firm. They were merely here to assist. The true decision-maker was naturally Shun Qingyue. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly, pushed open the secret chamber door, and strode straight in. In the center of the secret chamber stood a red bronze cauldron. Its surface was engraved with fire patterns, and the furnace body exuded a scorching aura. This was a spirit-level cauldron of no low quality. Qin Kangyi swept his gaze across the room and casually took out the medicinal herbs needed to refine the 9 Revolutions soul-protecting pill. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan and Han Song's hearts tightened instantly. Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her fair hands unconsciously clenched. Even though she trusted Qin Kangyi, she could not help but feel nervous at this moment. After all, this pill carried too much significance. If it failed, the consequences would be extremely troublesome. Yet Qin Kangyi remained calm. He raised his hand and waved, and the herbs floated neatly before him. The next moment, a wisp of crimson flame rose from his palm. Boom! The scorching heat instantly filled the entire chamber. The moment Lu Qingshan and Han Song saw that flame, their voices abruptly ceased. This flame! Lu Qingshan's pupils contracted and Han Song's eyes widened sharply. Such pure fire! Such exquisite flame control! That wisp of crimson flame danced in Qin Kangyi's palms, sometimes transforming into a fine thread, sometimes into a fire lotus, incredibly agile, as if it possessed life. Such flame control was far superior to theirs. For a moment, Lu Qingshan and Han Song simultaneously harbored an absurd notion. Could it be that this kid really knew how to refine pills? Qin Kangyi paid no heed to the astonishment of the others, for at that moment Xian Li's voice resounded in his mind. First, warm the cauldron fire at 3 tenths, do not rush. The key to the 9 Revolutions soul-protecting pill is to preserve the soul power of the soul infant flower. The first step must be to refine the auxiliary herbs and stabilize the cauldron's medicinal properties. Qin Kangyi's eyes sharpened. Under the terrifying boost of "I understand, you do as you please," Xian Li only needed to say it once, and he instantly grasped the crucial point. The next moment, Qin Kangyi flicked his finger, and the first spirit herb flew into the cauldron. The crimson flame immediately enveloped it. In just a few breaths, that herb was refined into a crystalline medicinal liquid. There was not a trace of impurity. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan's body trembled violently. This? How is this possible? Han Song gasped sharply. The refining speed is so fast. And the medicinal properties haven't been lost at all. Zhou Yuan was also stunned. He had originally thought Qin Kangyi was merely relying on the king-level alchemist behind him. But now it seemed that Qin Kangyi himself was no simple figure. Was that pill really refined by a king-level alchemist? Shen Qingyue gazed at Qin Kangyi's back, her beautiful eyes shimmering with extraordinary brilliance. She suddenly felt that she had underestimated this youth. Qin Kangyi remained calm, continuing to throw the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spirit herbs into the cauldron. Each herb that entered the cauldron was rapidly refined by the flame. The medicinal liquids floated within the cauldron, separated from each other, yet subtly forming a mysterious connection. From their initial anger to later suspicion, and now Lu Qingshan and Han Song were completely speechless, because they could see. Although Qin Kangyi's technique was somewhat raw, his flame control was astonishingly powerful. Most terrifyingly, every move he made was incredibly precise, as if he knew the changes in medicinal properties in advance. This was nothing like a youth refining a spirit-level pill for the first time. It was more like an old monster in alchemy with years of experience. Monster? Han Song murmured involuntarily. Lu Qingshan did not refute, for he felt the same. Just then Xian Li's voice rang out again. Now put in the soul infant flower. Remember, reduce the fire to 1/10. Protect the soul, not the form. First preserve the soul power, then refine the medicinal properties. Qin Kangyi's eyes focused, and the light purple soul infant flower slowly rose and fell into the cauldron. In an instant, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron surged violently, and a faint wave of soul power spread outward. Lu Qingshan and Han Song's expressions changed drastically. The soul infant flower has entered the cauldron. This step is the most prone to cauldron explosion. If the fire is even slightly unstable, the soul power will dissipate. The moment they finished speaking, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron suddenly trembled violently. Zhou Yuan's face turned ashen. Not good. Shen Qingyue's heart also tightened. But Qin Kangyi remained calm. He pressed down with his hand, and the originally blazing crimson flame instantly contracted, turning into fine fiery threads that wrapped layer upon layer around the soul infant flower. The soul power that was about to dissipate was forcibly stabilized. Lu Qingshan's pupils shrank violently. Controlling fire into threads? Han Song was utterly horrified. Damn, isn't this a technique that only king-level alchemists can master? The two were completely dumbfounded. They had thought Qin Kangyi was just putting on an act, but now it seemed this kid was not pretending at all. He was clearly a hidden master. Such skill, to put it bluntly, was 100 times more formidable than theirs. Soon the medicinal properties of the soul infant flower were fully refined, and within the cauldron the various liquids began to slowly merge. The 9 Revolutions soul-protecting pill had officially entered the most critical condensation stage. Lu Qingshan, Han Song, Zhou Yuan, and Shen Qingyue all held their breath. No one dared to speak again, for they knew this was the most dangerous moment. If condensation failed, all previous efforts would come to naught. Qin Kangyi's gaze was calm as he manipulated the changes in the cauldron. Xian Li's voice kept resounding in his mind. First revolution, stabilize the soul. Second revolution, lock the medicine. Third revolution, return the fire. Fourth revolution, condense the patterns. Qin Kangyi followed Xian Li's instructions, controlling the flame step by step. Within the cauldron, the medicinal liquid gradually coalesced into the rudiment of a pill. A faint fragrance of the pill also spread. Upon smelling it, Lu Qingshan became extremely excited. A rudimentary pill. A pill has actually been formed. Han Song's throat bobbed, his face full of disbelief. This kid. No, this Prince Qin has actually refined the 9 revolutions soul-protecting pill. Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes shone brightly. She had bet correctly. She had truly bet correctly. After a short, while a light purple pill floated quietly in the cauldron. On the surface of the pill patterns gradually emerged. 1, 2, and finally a full 9 patterns clearly appeared on the pill's surface. 9 patterns. The 9 revolutions soul-protecting pill was complete. However, Qin Kangyi was somewhat dissatisfied with this 9-pattern pill. After all, this was his first time refining a spirit-level pill, and such a top-tier one at that. The difficulty had increased sharply, so it was normal not to achieve perfection. But when they saw the 9-pattern 9 revolutions soul-protecting pill in the cauldron, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Damn! A 9-pattern 9-fold soul protection pill. Han Song stared at the pill before him and exclaimed in shock, his entire body, trembling, his eyes filled with intense astonishment. This was a top-tier spirit-grade pill, the 9-fold soul protection pill. Even the 3 of them, all spirit-grade alchemists, couldn't refine a single pill with 4 patterns. But Qin Kangyi, with a casual flick, he produced 9 patterns. How the hell is he still human? Lu Qingshan stared blankly at the pill in the furnace, looking as if struck by lightning, unable to utter a word for a long time. Zhou Yuan was no exception. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that when Qin Kangyi first came to the Shun Trading Company, he had brought a 9-pattern first-grade yellow origin pill. Back then, Qin Kangyi said he had casually refined it, and he thought it was a joke, even suspecting that there was a king-grade alchemist behind him. But now it seemed he was wrong, and completely wrong at that. If he could refine a top-tier spirit-grade 9-fold soul protection pill to 9 patterns, then a mere first-grade pill was nothing. This young Lord Qin at such a young age possessed such mastery of alchemy. He was clearly a peerless prodigy. Shen Qingyue's beautiful eyes were fixed on the 9-fold soul protection pill, and a storm raged within her heart. She knew Qin Kangyi was no ordinary person, and she had guessed that there might be a king-grade alchemist behind him. But she never imagined that the true alchemist was Qin Kangyi himself. And with one attempt, he produced 9 patterns. How could this be called a martial genius? This was clearly a peerless prodigy with dual mastery in alchemy and martial arts. At that moment, Lu Qingshan and Han Song exchanged a glance, then stepped forward together, their faces full of shame. They cupped their hands and said, "Young Lord Qin, we were rude earlier. We never expected that you possessed such extraordinary alchemy talent. We admire you deeply. We apologize for our offense." With that, they bowed deeply. Seeing this, Shen Qingyue and Zhou Yuan were both startled. After all, these two were no ordinary figures. They were the only 2 spirit-grade alchemists in the Liang Kingdom, controlling the Liang Kingdom Alchemist Guild. With a single stomp, the entire Liang Kingdom would tremble. Even the Liang Emperor would not dare to show disrespect to them. Yet these 2 beings were now apologizing to Qin Kangyi with utmost deference. If this were to spread, it would likely cause an earthquake across the entire Liang Kingdom. However, Qin Kangyi paid little attention to their apology. At this moment, he was more concerned about the subflame of the primordial yellow flame that Shen Qingyue had mentioned. Therefore, he casually waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's nothing." Hearing Qin Kangyi's forgiveness, both of them sighed in relief. To be honest, the reason they could swallow their pride so quickly and apologize to Qin Kangyi was that they were truly afraid of him coming after them later. After all, even a fool could see that Qin Kangyi's future achievements were boundless. It was not impossible for him to become a king-grade alchemist or even reach a higher level. To be enemies with such a being would mean they wouldn't even know how they died. "Thank you, young Lord Qin." The 2 cupped their hands in thanks. Qin Kangyi waved his hand. Shen Qingyue took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young Master Qin, I will remember today's kindness. This 9-fold soul protection pill is extremely important to the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Rest assured, young Master Qin, the reward I promised you will not be lacking." Qin Kangyi smiled. "Miss Shun is a wise woman, I naturally trust you." Without hesitation, Shen Qingyue turned to Zhou Yuan. "Elder Zhou." Zhou Yuan immediately understood and quickly took out a red gold jade box from his spatial ring. As soon as the box appeared, the temperature in the entire secret room rose sharply. Even with the seal isolating it, the scorching fluctuations within could still be felt. Lu Qingshan and Han Song's expressions changed slightly. "This is the aura of a strange flame." Shen Qingyue took the jade box and handed it to Qin Kangyi with both hands. "Young Master Qin, this is the subflame of the primordial yellow flame. Although it is only a subflame, the seed is intact and has already reached the spirit grade. If you nurture it with enough fire attribute spiritual objects in the future, it may not be impossible for it to continue advancing. Qin Kangyi took the jade box. As soon as he held it, he felt a thick, scorching power emanating from the box. Unlike ordinary flames that were wild, it carried an ancient, profound aura. Truly extraordinary. From within the pendant, Xian Li's voice was filled with intense excitement. That's right, it's the subflame of the primordial yellow flame. Although it's a bit weak, its origin is intact. With my secret method, I guarantee it will advance to a king-grade strange flame. Qin Kangyi, we hit the jackpot this time. Qin Kangyi's lips curled slightly. 2,500,000 spirit crystals, a subflame about to advance to king grade, and a pile of shock value. This trip to the Shin Trading Company was not in vain. Shen Qingyue is a good person, reliable. He casually put the jade box into his spatial ring and looked at Shen Qingyue. Pleasure doing business. Shen Qingyue smiled softly. It is my honor to cooperate with young Master Qin. After obtaining the subflame of the primordial yellow flame, Qin Kangyi was eager to go back and upgrade the strange flame, so, without further conversation, he took his leave. Watching Qin Kangyi's departing figure, a thought suddenly struck Lu Qingshan. Old Han, with such terrifying talent, what level do you think young Lord Qin will reach in the future? Lu Qingshan suddenly said. Han Song was startled, then pondered carefully. Such monstrous talent is unheard of. In the future, at the very least, he might become a royal-grade alchemist. The words royal-grade alchemist seemed to grip everyone's throats like an invisible hand, making their breaths quicken. Lu Qingshan turned to Han Song and said slowly, tell me, is there a possibility that if we too were to apprentice under young Lord Qin, we could advance further? At these words, Han Song was stunned. Even Zhou Yuan and Shen Qingyue looked at the two with disbelief. After all, these two were renowned spirit-grade alchemists of the Liang Kingdom. Their combined age was at least 150 years, yet they wanted to apprentice themselves to a teenager. Were they mad? But thinking of Qin Kangyi's terrifying talent, it all seemed somehow reasonable. Han Song, as if awakened by Lu Qingshan's words, trembled, and his eyes gradually lit up. That's right. Old Liu makes sense. If we can become disciples of young Lord Qin, our future will be promising. Apprenticeship, we must become his apprentices. Tomorrow we will go to his mansion and request to be his disciples. Lu Qingshan also nodded solemnly. This apprenticeship ceremony must be grand. Let's gather all alchemists above the 9th rank from our alchemist guild and prepare a generous gift. Tomorrow we will go to the Qin residence together to request apprenticeship. Haha, excellent idea, excellent. Old Liu, you're a bloody genius. The two exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter together. Ha ha ha, we are true geniuses. Watching such a crazy and absurd scene, Shen Qingyue and Zhou Yuan were stunned on the spot. Is this right? Lu Qingshan and Han Song departed from the Shun family merchant house in high spirits, eagerly preparing for the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow. Both of them placed great importance on this event. They were determined to convey their sincerity to the young Prince Qin. The ceremony must be grand and fervent. Shen Qingyue clicked her tongue in astonishment. Pill Master Lu and Pill Master Han are serious about becoming disciples of the young Prince Qin. She had initially thought they were joking. After all, the two men were over 150 years old enough to be Qin Kangyi's grandfather, yet now they sought to be his disciples. Beside her, Zhou Yuan wore a look of regret and sighed. Miss, you have no idea how terrifying young Prince Qin's talent truly is. To put it plainly, the three of us will never surpass the king-level Pill Master in our lifetime, but young Prince Qin's potential is immeasurable. In the future, even the royal level, or even the venerable level Pill Master may not be his limit. If I were not a Pill Master of the Shun family merchant house, I would truly wish to join them in seeking apprenticeship under the young Prince Qin. Zhou Yuan's face was filled with regret, as if he had lost some tremendous opportunity. Shen Qingyue was stunned. Royal level Pill Master. Venerable level Pill Master. Even such a level was not the end. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Shen Qingyue finally realized how terrifying Qin Kangyi's alchemy talent truly was. Moreover, Qin Kangyi's cultivation talent also seemed extraordinarily formidable. In just a few days, he had already broken through to the 1st rank. Such a cultivation speed was simply inconceivable. With this in mind, a firm resolve crystallized in Shen Qingyue's mind. She must build a good relationship with Qin Kangyi. As long as such a being did not fall, he would undoubtedly become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Suddenly, she recalled that tomorrow was the day Qin Kangyi's biological father and younger brother were to return. I remember that tomorrow is the day the Marquis of Jinbei and Qin Lingxiao return. That second young Master Qin has long coveted the position of the young prince. His return this time will not end peacefully. Since Pill Master Lu and Pill Master Han will bring the Alchemist Association to pay respects tomorrow, our Shun family merchant house must also lend our support. We must never allow anyone to bully the young Prince Qin. Even if that person is his father, it will not be tolerated. As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in Shen Qingyue's eyes. She had long known Qin Kangyi's background. After his supreme bone was taken, the so-called father of Qin Kangyi had not returned to the Qin mansion even once in 16 years, nor had he ever visited Qin Kangyi again. Instead, he went to the northern border and married another woman, starting a new family. A person like that was worthy of being called a father. Zhou Yuan stepped forward respectfully. Mrs. Wright, gilding the lily is nothing compared to offering timely aid. If our Shun family merchant house extends a helping hand tomorrow, the young Prince Qin will surely be grateful to us. Shun Qingwen nodded. Yes, that was the plan. That old fool Qin Xianlai had abandoned such a prodigy as Qin Kangyi. What utter stupidity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Kangyi had returned to the Qin mansion's separate courtyard. As soon as he entered the room, Xianli eagerly emerged from the pendant. Quick, bring out the subflame of the primordial yellow ancient flame. The little Loli's face was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling. There was no trace of the dignified, venerable level pill master about her. Qin Kangyi smiled and casually took out a red gold jade box. The moment the box appeared, the temperature in the entire room surged sharply. Even through the seal, one could feel the heavy, scorching aura of the flame within. When the jade box was opened, a wisp of a yellow flame slowly rose. The flame seemed faint, yet it carried an ancient, profound aura, as if it contained the power of the primordial earth and sky. Xian Li's expression turned serious. This subflame retains its complete origin, but it is still at a low level. However, with my secret technique, raising it to the king level is not difficult. Qin Kangyi raised an eyebrow. Really? Xian Li lifted her chin proudly. Nonsense. I was the youngest venerable level pill master in the true spirit realm with the greatest talent. Watch closely. I am about to activate the secret technique to enhance its quality. As she spoke, Xian Li's soul aura surged and waves of soul power gushed out, enveloping the subflame of the primordial yellow ancient flame layer by layer. 9 revolutions flame nurturing art. Xian Li murmured softly. In an instant, the wisp of yellow flame trembled slightly. The flame, originally the size of a thumb, seemed to awaken to an ancient power and began to pulse slowly. Obscure and profound runes flew from Xian Li's fingertips, circling the subflame of the primordial yellow ancient flame. With each rune that landed, the aura of the flame grew stronger by 1 degree. Qin Kangyi stood by, his eyes flickering slightly. He could clearly sense that the secret technique Xian Li was now employing was extraordinary. Xian Li's face gradually grew pale, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Clearly, activating the secret technique placed a heavy toll on her current soul state. Yet her eyes remained bright. Qin Kangyi, inject your 9 heavens incineration true qi. Quickly. Qin Kangyi did not hesitate. He raised his finger and a surge of crimson true qi instantly poured into the primordial yellow ancient flame. Boom. The yellow flame suddenly swelled. What was once a thumb-sized flame instantly transformed into a fist-sized ball of blazing yellow fire. As the flame danced, the ground of the room faintly trembled, radiating a domineering and scorching heat. The very air around them grew heavy. Half an hour later, a glimmer of joy flashed in Xian Li's eyes. It's done. The king-level strange flame, primordial yellow ancient flame. Qin Kangyi gazed at the ball of yellow flame before him, his eyes burning with intensity. A king-level strange flame. This was a rare treasure. If he could refine it, not only would his cultivation surge, but his 9 heavens incineration art could even advance to a higher level. Xian Li quickly reminded him. Qin Kangyi, the primordial yellow ancient flame has a heavy nature. When you refine it, it will temper your meridians and dantian. If you are not careful, your meridians could burst and you might die. You had better be cautious. Qin Kangyi grinned. Don't worry, these are just minor issues. He possessed the golden trait, will not die no matter what, so a mere meridian burst was nothing. He would not die. With that, he raised his hand, grabbed the primordial yellow ancient flame, and swallowed it into his body. Boom. In an instant, terrifying flames exploded within Qin Kangyi's body. The primordial yellow ancient flame transformed into rolling waves of fire rampaging through his meridians. The heavy scorching force seemed intent on burning and reforging his flesh and meridians. If it had been an ordinary first-rank martial artist, they would have been reduced to a cripple in an instant. But Qin Kangyi was different. The 9 heavens incineration art spun wildly. The primordial power of the primordial yellow ancient flame was gradually refined and merged by the 9 heavens incineration art. A low rumble echoed from within Qin Kangyi's body. His meridians were continuously scorched by the primordial yellow ancient flame, yet they were swiftly restored by the terrifying vitality of the golden trait, will not die no matter what. Shattered, then reforged. Shattered again, reforged again. With each reforging, his meridians grew even tougher. Xian Li watched, her face turning pale. This guy, he's a madman. Xian Li shock value, 289. An ordinary person refining a strange flame would prepare countless pills, proceed with extreme caution and fear even the slightest mistake. But Qin Kangyi simply swallowed it directly. Was he truly not afraid of death? Yet bizarrely this brute force approach actually worked on him. Not only that, but Qin Kengi's aura was also soaring rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, a loud bang echoed from within his body as the primordial yellow ancient flame was completely refined. In his dantian, a yellow flame vein slowly condensed, its heavy flame power flowing through his entire body, making his true qi even more formidable and domineering. Qin Kengi slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze a flicker of yellow flame flashed and vanished. The primordial yellow ancient flame has been refined. Qin Kengi felt the powerful aura within him, his face brimming with excitement. First grade late stage. Indeed, devouring a king grade strange flame had directly elevated his cultivation to the first grade late stage. Moreover, the 9 heavens blazing heaven art had also opened up a fire vein, skyrocketing his combat power. However, since the 9 heavens blazing heaven art was already a venerable grade top tier technique, devouring the Xianhuang ancient flame did not upgrade the technique itself, but it did bring about subtle improvements. Xianli was exceptionally excited, her eyes darting back and forth over Qin Kengi. It worked. It actually worked. This is a king-grade strange flame, and you actually managed to devour and refine it, and even smoothly opened a fire vein. It shows that the thing you practice is really useful. Feeling the excitement of this girl, Qin Kengi chuckled. Just basic operations, nothing special. He was not at all surprised by this result. Are you kidding? The 9 heavens blazing heaven art was crafted by his own unparalleled talent. How could he not know if it was useful? Xianli pouted. Humph. Alright, I've consumed too much soul power. I need to sleep for a while. If you get a chance, find me some spiritual herbs that restore the soul, which can help me speed up my recovery. As she spoke, the light of Xian Li's soul form flickered, clearly exhausted from nurturing the strange flame. Qin Kengi naturally understood the girl's efforts. He nodded affirmatively. Go to sleep. When I find spiritual herbs to restore the soul in the future, I will get them for you. Good. Xian Li naturally believed that Qin Kengi would not deceive her. With a flash, she entered the pendant and fell asleep. She was just curious about what level Qin Kengi would have reached when she next woke up. He couldn't possibly destroy a star domain with one punch, could he? Qin Kengi slowly stood up, feeling the terrifying aura around him, his face filled with excitement. System display, the status panel. Host Qin Kengi cultivation, first grade late stage technique, 9 heavens blazing heaven art, venerable grade technique, martial arts, 9 forms of martial ancestor, king grade martial skill, wandering dragon, void step, spirit grade martial skill, sunset, sword art, spirit grade martial skill. Shock value 50324, equip tags, 35. I understand you do as you wish, Supreme Hawk. I purple can't die, even if you try gold acquired tags. Looking at his status panel, Qin Kengi was quite satisfied. My shock value has exceeded 50,000. I can do a 50 pull guaranteed to get purple. Qin Kengi thought for a moment and decided to start the lottery. System 50 consecutive pulls. The next moment, a huge electronic screen appeared in front of Qin Kengi. The winning probability is super high and the prize quality is super good. White, blue, purple, gold supreme tags to choose from. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white tag, strong and healthy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white tag, know a little martial arts. A string of white tags flashed across the screen. Qin Kengi skipped them directly. What trash. But the next moment he got a few blue tags. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue tag, flame affinity. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue tag, alchemy beginner. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue tag, accelerated recovery. Looking at these blue tags, Qin Kengi's expression calmed down a bit. Although for him, now the improvement from blue tags was very small, they were still better than white tags. Especially flame affinity and alchemy beginner, which would be quite good for an ordinary martial artist. Unfortunately for him, it was a bit useless. Qin Kengi watched the flickering screen and couldn't help frowning. System, where's the guaranteed purple you promised? As if responding to Qin Kengi, the next moment a rich purple light suddenly burst forth on the electronic screen. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple tag, dual cultivation prodigy, purple tag effect 1. When engaging in dual cultivation, greatly increase the cultivation speed of both parties, no gender restriction. Effect 2. During dual cultivation, stabilize the foundation and accelerate wound recovery. Effect 3. If the other party has a special constitution or bloodline, there is a certain chance to copy and obtain it. Effect 4. The higher the mutual affection and deeper the trust, the stronger the dual cultivation effect. Qin Kengi stared at the purple tag before him, falling into a brief silence. It's not that it's bad. It's excellent. For effects, the first 2 go without saying, the third is simply too overpowered. If the other party has a special constitution and bloodline, there is a certain chance to copy it during dual cultivation. If he could dual cultivate with all the top talented women, he would soar. Awesome, awesome. Brother system is reliable, can be trusted. Qin Kengi grinned. System equip, dual cultivation prodigy. Ding. Purple tag, dual cultivation prodigy, equipped successfully. Currently equipped tags, I-45 I understand you do as you wish Supreme Hawk, I-Purple can't die. Even if you try Gold Dual Cultivation Prodigy Purple, with the successful equipped Qin Kengi, immediately felt a kind of extremely mysterious sensation in his body. This feeling was very peculiar, not simply a boost in power, but a new understanding of the harmony of yin and yang, and the complementarity of qi. It was as if as long as the two people's qi merged they could form a special cycle. If coordinated properly, it could even allow both parties to improve their cultivation. It's midnight right now, why not call Su Qinghan over and have a good experiment? Hee. This time forcibly guide her. Qin Kengi's lips curled slightly, and he spoke calmly, Su Qinghan. His voice was not loud, but it carried a strand of true qi directly transmitting out of the room. After a moment, light footsteps sounded outside the door. Master. Su Qinghan's voice came from outside. Qin Kengi said indifferently, enter. The door was gently pushed open, and Su Qinghan walked in wearing a pale white long dress, her black hair, falling her brows, and eyes cold and stunningly beautiful. But now facing Qin Kengi, the coldness on her face had diminished, replaced by a hint of obedience. The moment she saw Qin Kengi, Su Qinghan's small face froze again. The terrifying flame aura stirred a storm in her heart. Had her master's strength increased again? It had been less than a day, and she could feel that Qin Kengi's power had skyrocketed by no less than tenfold. Such a cultivation speed was unheard of. She quickly asked, Master, what are your orders? Qin Kengi stood up with a smile and sat on the bed. I, the young prince, have obtained a dual cultivation secret technique that can improve cultivation speed. Take off your clothes and get on the bed. I will give you a good guidance. Hearing this, Su Qinghan's delicate body trembled, and her whole body instantly flushed with heat. But she dared not refuse, and of course now in her heart the thought of not wanting to refuse was stronger. Yes, she bit her lip lightly, then removed her clothes, her fair body stirring the blood. The capital's #1 beauty, Su Qinghan's worth needless to say. After a night of intimate union, both Qin Kengi and Su Qinghan reaped considerable gains. At dawn, 2 terrifying waves of energy emanated from the chamber. Qin Kengi's aura surged, then subsided into calm. First-grade perfection. As expected of a purple affix. Under dual cultivation, my cultivation speed is about 1.5 times faster than normal. The main reason is Su Qinghan's low cultivation. If I were to dual cultivate with a higher-level female cultivator, the boost would be even faster. At this thought, excitement flickered across Qin Kengi's face. A 1.5-fold increase seemed modest, but with the supreme affix, I understand you may do as you please. Qin Kengi's cultivation speed was already multiplied by 10,000 times. In other words, under normal conditions, his cultivation speed was 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. Under dual cultivation, it became 15,000 times. This was truly terrifying. It was precisely why he had broken through to first-grade perfection in just one night. He was still unfamiliar with the Divine Vault realm and dared not advance recklessly. Otherwise, he might have directly broken into the Divine Vault realm that very night. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan, benefiting from her first dual cultivation session, gained even more than Qin Kengi. She now had her eyes tightly shut, preparing to break through to the 3rd grade. Indeed, in a single night, Su Qinghan had advanced from late 4th grade to the verge of the 3rd grade. The speed was astonishing. But there was no helping it. Qin Kengi's cultivation was far higher, and what he gave her was so immense that she nearly exploded. Qin Kengi did not leave, he waited by her side. Unlike the tranquil courtyard of Qin Kengi, the imperial capital was bustling with excitement today. The news that Qin Xuanlia, the Marquis of Jinbei, was returning to the capital with his prodigal son Qin Lingxiao to receive rewards had spread throughout the city the previous night. Thus before dawn, the streets of the capital were already lined with eager onlookers. After all, Qin Xianlai was the pillar of the Liang Kingdom's military, having guarded the northern border for years and earning a formidable reputation. And Qin Lingxiao was the most celebrated young prodigy in the capital. At 16, he had entered the 3rd grade and slain 3 3rd-grade Xiongnu experts on the northern battlefield. Such achievements were dazzling even among the entire younger generation of the Liang Kingdom. At today's morning court, the Liang Emperor personally summoned Qin Xianlai and his son. He bestowed a large quantity of spirit crystals, pills, and spirit weapons, and publicly praised Qin Lingxiao as a future pillar of the kingdom, even granting him the title of Viscount. Among the 5 ranks, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. Viscount ranked 4th, but for a 16-year-old to be in theft was extremely rare in the entire history of the Liang Kingdom. For a time, Qin Lingxiao was unmatched in glory. After the court session, Qin Xianlai and Qin Lingxiao did not take a carriage, but rode on horseback with a squad of northern border troops through the capital's main street toward the Marquis' residence. The streets were lined with cheering citizens. Look, that's the Marquis of Jinbei. No wonder he's the military god of our Liang Kingdom. Such imposing presence. The youth beside the Marquis must be Qin Lingxiao, right? A 16-year-old 3rd-grade martial artist. Truly extraordinary. I heard he slew 3 3rd-grade Xiongnu experts in the north. a true prodigy forged in blood and battle. Like father like son. With such a Kylan son, the Marquis' residence will likely flourish for another century. If only I could marry young Master Qin. The murmurs of the crowd continued. Riding his tall horse, Qin Lingxiao listened to the praises and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Dressed in silver light armor with handsome features and a sharp aura, a 16-year-old third-grade martial artist was indeed worthy of pride. Especially after the emperor's public praise at court, his fame had reached its peak. Qin Lingxiao reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention. This was the treatment he deserved, the glory befitting a true prodigy. As for Qin Kangyi, a useless waste who had been crippled for 16 years after having his supreme bone taken, Qin Xianlai rode at the front, his face stern and his presence as imposing as a mountain. Years of guarding the northern border had imbued him with an intense iron-blooded authority. The cheers of the people reached his ears. Though his expression remained impassive, a hint of satisfaction flickered deep in his eyes. Hearing the praise for Qin Lingxiao, he felt even more gratified. This was his son, young, famous, and accomplished in battle, destined to inherit the Marquis' title. As for Qin Kangyi, thinking of his eldest son who had been a cripple for 16 years, Qin Xuanlia's brow furrowed slightly. He did not wish to dwell on the past. But facts were facts. A crippled heir incapacitated for 16 years was no longer fit to hold that position. Now that he was back in the capital, it was time to settle this matter once and for all. The procession moved slowly, and soon they arrived at the Marquis' residence. At the gate of the Qin mansion, a crowd had already gathered. Qin Xuankong, along with the elders, stood ready to receive them, with numerous clan members behind them. A grand spectacle. Qin Xianlai dismounted, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Qin Xiankong. Second brother. Qin Xiankong stepped forward, cupping his hands. Brother, you've had a long journey. Qin Xianlai nodded. Qin Lingxiao also dismounted and bowed to Qin Xiankong. Greetings, second uncle. Qin Xiankong smiled faintly. So this is Lingxiao? Truly a fine young man, impressive. The words were spoken, but the tone lacked warmth, sounding like mere polite formalities. A flicker of sharpness passed through Qin Lingxiao's eyes. He keenly sensed that the reaction of the Qin household today was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Logically, with his meritorious service from the northern border and the emperor's recent bestowal of the title of Viscount, the entire clan should have been ecstatic. Yet although everyone had come out to welcome him, their expressions were not as fervent as he had expected. Especially the younger disciples. Their gazes were even somewhat subtle. A few even looked at him with wariness and caution. This stirred a faint displeasure within Qin Lingxiao. Just then a carriage slowly came to a halt, and the curtain was drawn aside. A beautiful woman in an elegant gown stepped down. Her features were dignified, her bearing graceful, though a hint of sharpness was barely concealed in her brows. This was Qin Lingxiao's mother, Lu Wanrong. She was also Qin Xuanlia's current wife. After alighting, Lu Wanrong's eyes swept over the members of the Qin household. A faint smile on her face, she spoke casually. Second brother, with the Marquis returning home and Lingxiao being honored by the emperor, why is Kangyi not here to welcome us? At these words the scene fell into a brief silence. Qin Xuankong's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Qin Lingxiao, as if just noticing, chimed in with feigned confusion. Yes, second uncle. As the heir of the Marquis' residence, why hasn't my elder brother come to greet father today? He then let out a soft sigh. Could it be that brother still resents father for not visiting him all these years? But father was guarding the northern border for the safety of the Liang kingdom, not deliberately neglecting him. If brother holds a grudge over this, it would be rather inconsiderate. Qin Lingxiao's words on the surface were a sigh of regret and explanation for Qin Xianlai. But in reality his intentions were extremely malicious, subtly accusing Qin Kangyi of being inconsiderate, disrespectful to his father, harboring resentment, and lacking an understanding of the bigger picture. If Qin Kangyi were here at this moment, he would surely silently give a thumbs up. What a delicate white lotus. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xuanlia's expression indeed darkened instantly. He was already dissatisfied with Qin Kangyi, and hearing Qin Lingxiao say this only fueled his anger further. Where is Qin Kangyi? Qin Xuanlia's voice was low, carrying a sense of oppression. As the commander of the Northern Pacification Army, he was a formidable spirit sanctuary realm powerhouse, and the terrifying pressure he emitted made everyone present hold their breath. The members of the Qin mansion exchanged glances. If it had been a few days ago, they might have thought Qin Kangyi was indeed unruly. But now it was different. Qin Kangyi had just bestowed gifts upon the entire mansion, and everyone in the Qin mansion was grateful to him. Qin Xiankong and the elders also held him in high regard. Now seeing Lu Wanrong and Qin Lingxiao speaking with sarcastic undertones upon their return, many felt uncomfortable. Yet constrained by Qin Xuanlia's authority, they dared not speak. Qin Xiankong said calmly, Kangyi is cultivating in the side courtyard. Cultivating? Lu Shi chuckled lightly, her tone tinged with mockery. The Marquis has returned home, and his son is hiding in the courtyard to cultivate. Besides, Kangyi couldn't cultivate for 16 years. Even if he can now, what can he possibly achieve? Is it more important than greeting his own father? Qin Lingxiao also lowered his voice and said, "Mother, please don't say that. Big brother might have just resumed cultivation and been too diligent losing track of time. But father has returned home today, and as the eldest son, he should not have been absent." The mother and son acted in perfect coordination, echoing each other. Qin Shuanglia's expression grew darker. In the northern border, he was accustomed to having the final say and valued propriety above all. Today on his return, Qin Kangyi had not appeared. To him this was disrespect. With Lu Shi and Qin Lingxiao constantly adding fuel to the fire, his anger toward Qin Kangyi surged. "How dare you!" Qin Xianlai bellowed, releasing the terrifying aura of the spirit sanctuary realm. Everyone present paled, and even Qin Xiankong and the other first-rank martial artists were forced to take a step back. The gap between the spirit sanctuary realm and the first rank was like the difference between clouds and mud. I return to the mansion, and he dares not come to greet me. Is Qin Kangyi, that useless and rebellious son, so devoid of manners? Qin Xuankong's eyes turned cold upon hearing this. He had watched Qin Kangyi grow up and treated him like his own son. He would not allow anyone to insult Kangyi, not even his own elder brother. Big brother Kangyi is neither useless nor a rebellious son. He is grateful and filial. Please take back your words. Hearing Qin Xuankong's words, Qin Shuanglia's brows furrowed into a deep crease, his displeasure growing. He snorted coldly. "I am disciplining my son. When did you get a say?" Lu Wanrong stepped forward with a smile, subtly fanning the flames. "Marquis, please calm down. Perhaps Kangyi has something important to attend to." Qin Lingxiao also spoke up. "Father, big brother has suffered many grievances over the years. It is natural for him to hold resentment. Please do not blame him." This mother and son pulling and pushing once again ignited Qin Shuanglia's rage. He snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Qin mansion, and said word by word, "Grievances. What grievances does he have? A useless cripple who cannot cultivate not even 1/10,000th of Shower's talent and capacity. How can such a person be the heir of the Qin family? Qin Xuankong have that rebellious son roll out here. I will strip him of his heir status today." Qin Xiankong was shocked and hurriedly said, "Big brother, no." As Qin Xuankong's words fell, all the elders of the Qin mansion and every Qin disciple present, over 1,000 people, bowed in unison and spoke in chorus, "Please, Marquis, withdraw your command." The sound shook the heavens, echoing before the entire Jinbei Marquis mansion. At this moment, not only Qin Xianlai was stunned, Lu Wanrong was stunned. Qin Lingxiao was also stunned. Even the soldiers of the Northern Pacification Army who had returned with Qin Xianlai showed expressions of disbelief. What was happening? The Marquis wanted to depose Qin Kangyi as heir, and the entire Qin mansion stood up to oppose it. And over 1,000 people voiced their objection in unison. This was hardly the treatment one would expect for a useless heir. Qin Lingxiao's eyes were filled with incredulity. He had secretly gathered information about Qin Kangyi over the years. This useless heir had never been respected in the Qin family. The younger disciples often mocked him, even insulted him. Logically, deposing him should have met no opposition. But today's situation gave Qin Lingxiao a great shock. Over 1,000 people in the Qin mansion pleaded for Qin Kangyi. What had happened in these few days? How could there be such a drastic change? For a moment a flicker of unease passed through Qin Lingxiao's eyes, but then his gaze grew even more resolute. No matter what happened, he had to make sure Qin Kangyi was cast down from the position of heir. Hearing the crowd's protest, Qin Shuanglia's expression shifted several times. These people were actually pleading for that useless waste. Qin Lingxiao spoke insidiously, "Father, it seems big brother hasn't wasted his years as heir. He has managed to win over so many people. Now his prestige in the Qin family might even surpass yours. One must admit this Qin Lingxiao was indeed treacherous." These words directly touched Qin Shuanglia's sore spot. What does the head of a family fear most? Undoubtedly the loss of his own voice and status within the family. As the saying goes, only name and vessels should not be lent to others. And Qin Kangyi, by winning over so many people, was clearly challenging Qin Shuanglia's position. Instantly Qin Xianlai was furious. "Good, very good. It seems that rebellious son does have some ability. Today I want to see whether this Qin family is ruled by me or by that rebellious son." A wave of overwhelming anger swept across the scene, and everyone's hearts tightened. Just then a voice came with a smile. "Marquis, why be so angry? Anger harms the body." The familiar voice made everyone present turn around. They saw Qin Kangyi accompanied by Su Qinghan walking slowly toward the gate. His face showed no fear, only calmness and endless calmness. The moment they saw Qin Kangyi, the Qin family members immediately broke into smiles. Qin Lingxiao, however, had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He stepped forward and was about to speak, "Big brother." But before he could finish, Qin Kangyi's cold and contemptuous voice rang out, "Big brother? Who is your big brother? My mother is the legitimate wife of the Qin family, married through proper rights. I am the legitimate eldest son recognized by the clan and recorded in the genealogy. And you, a bastard child from who knows where, born of a singing concubine who has been ridden by thousands. How dare you bark in the Qin mansion? What do the two of you think you are? Qin Kangyi's words instantly plunged the entire assembly into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by his speech, their scalps tingling. Ruthless. Too ruthless. This was not merely cursing. It was openly grinding Lu Wanrong and Qin Lingxiao's faces into the dirt before everyone. As Qin Kangyi's voice fell, the sound of shock value prompts kept ringing in his ears. Lu Wanrong's smile instantly froze. The next moment her entire face turned livid and her body trembled slightly with rage. Qin Kangyi. You? How dare you insult me like this? She had once been a singing girl in the northern frontier, caught the eye of Qin Xuanlia, and after a night of passion gave birth to Qin Lingxiao. It was precisely because Qin Lingxiao's exceptional talent won Qin Xuanlia's favor that she rose to status through her son and continued to enjoy Qin Xuanlia's affection. However, her past as a singing girl was a forbidden scale that could never be touched. Yet she never expected Qin Kangyi to expose this matter in front of so many people. How could she not be furious? Qin Lingxiao's gaze also turned extremely dark. Over the years in the northern frontier, he had been called the Qilin child of the Marquis Jinbei's mansion. Everyone who saw him showed utmost respect. But now Qin Kangyi dared to call him an illegitimate bastard of unknown origin before the entire Qin household and the Jinbei army. This was worse than death. Qin Kangyi. Qin Lingxiao gnashed his teeth, murderous intent surging in his eyes. You're asking for death. Yet Qin Kangyi grinned, his heart bursting with joy. He stepped forward, sneering at the mother and son. What? Struck a nerve. Can't handle it. Lu Wanrong and Qin Lingxiao's faces grew even uglier. Qin Xuanlia's expression also darkened. He stared coldly at Qin Kangyi and said in a chilly tone, "Rebellious son, you are insolent." The terrifying pressure of the divine treasury realm instantly crashed down on Qin Kangyi. This time Qin Xianlai was truly enraged. The pressure was like a collapsing mountain, instantly engulfing the entire front of the Qin mansion. Many Qin disciples turned pale, their legs weak, nearly falling to their knees. Qin Xuankong's expression changed. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Qin Kangyi standing still, his expression still calm. His black robe stirred slightly, his hair gently lifted. Facing Qin Xuanlia's divine treasury pressure, Qin Kangyi not only did not retreat half a step, but did not even furrow his brow. Qin Xianlai was slightly stunned. This rebellious son was actually unharmed. Qin Kangyi let out a cold laugh, then turned his gaze to his second uncle and the elders behind. Second uncle, esteemed elders. Kangyi has a question to ask. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what Qin Kangyi intended. Kangyi, speak, Qin Xiankong said. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly, his gaze on Qin Xiankong and the elders present. Second uncle, esteemed elders. Among the Qin family rules is there a clause that if a direct line descendant of the Qin family marries a woman of low birth, a singer, dancer, or one from a debased register, she shall not enter the ancestral hall nor be recorded as a legitimate wife, and her offspring shall not be entered into the family genealogy. As these words were spoken, Lu Wanrong's face instantly turned ashen, and Qin Lingxiao's pupils contracted sharply. Disaster. A glint of joy flashed in Qin Xuankong's eyes as he slowly spoke. Kangyi is correct. The Qin family rules contain the provision if a direct line descendant marries a woman of debased status, such as a singer or dancer, she shall not enter the ancestral hall with the rights of a legitimate wife, and her offspring shall never be entered into the family genealogy. The other elders exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Correct, the Qin family rules indeed have this clause. The young master speaks truth. A singing girl and a bastard. They cannot enter the Qin family genealogy. Hearing the voices ring out one after another, Lu Wanrong and Qin Lingxiao's faces grew increasingly pale. How could this be? Lu Wanrong's heart trembled, her face pale, with almost no color. Qin Lingxiao clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. Cannot enter the family genealogy. These 5 words were crueler to him than death. Qin Xuanlia's face also turned completely dark. Qin Lingxiao was the Qilin child he valued. Can't enter the genealogy. Absolutely not. Insolent. Qin Xianlai roared, and the divine treasury pressure swept out again. Qin Kangyi, you dare to use the family rules to pressure me. Qin Kangyi still wore a smile, but that smile held a hint of mockery. Your words, Marquis, are quite strange. The Qin family rules were established by successive ancestors. I am merely speaking according to the rules, so how is that insolent? With that, Qin Kangyi stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Qin Xianlai. The truly insolent one is not me. It is you, Marquis. Boom. As these words fell, everyone's hearts trembled again. Qin Xuanlia's pupils contracted, his face livid. What did you say? Qin Kangyi sneered. I said the insolent one is you. As a direct descendant of the Qin family, knowing full well that the family rules cannot be violated, you insist on elevating a lowly singing girl to the position of wife. Knowing that her son cannot enter the genealogy, you still stubbornly persist, defying the Qin family rules. Marquis, if this is not insolence, what is? Every word stabbed into Qin Shuanglia's face like a knife. Fine, a fine Qin Kengi indeed. Qin Xianlai laughed in fury, his lungs nearly bursting, but he could not find words to refute. Just then a voice came from not far away. Qin Kengi, you are insolent. Ling Xiao is an imperial meritorious figure honored by his majesty and theft as a viscount. He has fought for the empire and bled for the empire. How can he not enter the Qin family genealogy? Everyone turned around. Third Prince Xiao Jingxian strode over with dozens of guards. Xiao Jingxian looked in Qin Kengi's direction, a flicker of venom in his eyes. If not for Qin Kengi, how could he have gone bankrupt and even sold his own mansion? Now that Qin Lingxiao had returned, he had to win him over and support him at all costs to become the heir. Only then, with Qin Lingxiao's help, could he advance further. Xiao Jingxian walked to Qin Lingxiao's side and said with righteous indignation, Lingxiao, rest assured, with this prince here, I will never allow an imperial prodigy and meritorious figure like you to be bullied. As soon as he finished, two more voices came from behind. This prince also thinks it is absurd that a prodigy like Ling Xiao cannot even enter the Qin family genealogy. Indeed, although the Qin family has rules, the rules should not chill the hearts of meritorious contributors. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed again. The next moment, two figures appeared side by side. The one on the left, wearing a python robe with a steady bearing, was the first prince, Xiao Jingyuan. The one on the right, in a white brocade robe with handsome features and a gentle smile, was the second prince, Xiao Jingyao. Seeing them appear, the crowd immediately erupted in commotion. The first prince and second prince have also come. What is happening today? Three princes have arrived at the Marquis Jinbei's mansion, all for Qin Lingxiao. Seeing this, Qin Lingxiao's originally pale face regained some color. Three princes. All of them stand on his side. At this moment, the unease in his heart dissipated considerably. Even if Qin Kengi had the Qin family rules to back him, so what? With three princes present today, he did not believe Qin Kengi could turn the world upside down. At this moment, within a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital, Xiao Yunhuang lazily listened to Qinghuan's report, gently swinging her jade-like feet. Over the past few days, she had been keeping watch on Qin Kengi, receiving reports of his every move. Today's events naturally did not escape her notice. The first, second, and third princes all went. Interesting, truly interesting. Qin Kengi, oh Qin Kengi, when you rejected my support back, then did you ever imagine today? After today, I'm afraid you'll have to come knocking on my door, kneeling to beg for my help. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yunhuang's lips. The pressure from the three princes was something neither Qin Kengi nor the entire Qin residence could withstand. At that moment, if Qin Kengi still wished to preserve his position as heir, his only recourse would be to seek her aid. However, upon hearing this, Qinghuan hesitated, then said with some uncertainty, Your Highness, I'm afraid Qin Kengi may not necessarily lose. Oh, Xiao Yunhuang's gaze sharpened as she slowly sat up straight. What do you mean? Qinghuan quickly spoke. Yesterday, the young lord went to the Shun Trading Company. Guild Master Lu and Vice Guild Master Han from the Alchemist Guild were also there. After the two guild masters returned from the Shun Trading Company, they urgently summoned all the alchemists of the guild. Just now, the two guild masters led all the alchemists of the guild to the Qin residence. I sent someone to inquire, and it seems the two guild masters are going to the Qin residence to take Qin Kengi as their master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunhuang froze completely. Two spirit-level alchemists take Qin Kengi as their master. What a joke. Who were Lu Qingshan and Han Song? They were the guild master and vice guild master of the Imperial Capital Alchemist Guild, the only two spirit-level alchemists in the entire Liang Kingdom. Not to mention ordinary noble families, even the royal family treated them with utmost respect. Yet now Qinghuan was telling her that these two alchemists were going to the Qin residence to take Qin Kengi as their master. Xiao Yunhuang's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and the laziness on her face vanished entirely. Are you certain? Qinghuan quickly replied. Your Highness, it is absolutely true. The Alchemist Guild is in great commotion. Guild Master Lu and Vice Guild Master Han have summoned nearly all the guild's alchemists and are heading to the Qin residence. Moreover, they have prepared an extremely grand apprenticeship ceremony. It doesn't seem like a mere formality. Xiao Yunhuang fell silent. She suddenly realized that she had once again underestimated Qin Kengi. She had originally thought that Qin Kengi merely possessed remarkable cultivation talent and formidable combat prowess, perhaps with the backing of the Shun Trading Company promising a bright future. But now, two spirit-level alchemists from the guild were actually going to take him as their master. What did this mean? It meant that Qin Kengi's value in the Tao of alchemy was so immense that two spirit-level alchemists were willing to set aside their pride. This was terrifying. A martial prodigy might merely be worth courting, but a martial prodigy combined with an alchemy prodigy was an entirely different matter. Such an existence, as long as he did not fall, was destined to become a figure that the entire Liang Kingdom could not contain. Qinghuan hesitated, then continued, Your Highness, there is one more thing. Speak. The head manager of the Shun Trading Company has also set out. Just now the Shin Trading Company mobilized a number of people. Elder Zhou Yuan is accompanying them personally, and head manager Shin Qinghua has also departed. Their direction also seems to be the Qin residence. Boom. Xiao Yunhuang could no longer remain seated. She abruptly stood up, her crimson golden long dress swaying gently, and the aura around her turned sharp and fierce. The Shin Trading Company is also going. Qinghua nodded. Yes, and it doesn't seem like they are going to watch the excitement. It's more like they are going to support the young lord. A flicker of shock passed through Xiao Yunhuang's beautiful eyes. The Alchemist Guild, the Shin Trading Company. Either of these two powers alone was enough to intimidate the major noble families of the imperial capital. Even her father, the emperor, would have to tread carefully. If the two powers joined forces, her father would likely be terrified. After all, the royal family could not afford to offend the Shin Trading Company, nor could they afford to offend a large group of alchemists. Xiao Yunhuang took a deep breath, her heart churning with waves. Qin Kangyi, just how much more have you been hiding? She had originally thought that today Qin Kangyi would be relentlessly cornered by the three princes. At that time, Qin Kangyi would take the initiative to come to her door begging for her support. She would then offer some assistance, help him secure his position as heir, and in doing so smoothly win over this prodigious martial artist. But now she realized she had been wrong. Completely wrong. The Alchemist Guild, the Shin Trading Company. Playing these two cards would shake the entire imperial capital. Xiao Yunhuang's gaze flickered continuously. The first, second, and third princes were all aligned with Qin Lingxiao. If she did not act now, once Qin Kangyi single-handedly resolved today's situation, she would have missed the best opportunity to court him. Adding flowers to brocade is never as good as providing charcoal in snowy weather. Though it could not be called charcoal in snow at this moment, at least she could still stand by his side. If she delayed even a step further, even that position would be lost. Xiao Yunhuang made a swift decision. Prepare the carriage. Qingyuan was startled. Your Highness, are you going to the Qin residence? Xiao Yunhuang gave a cold laugh. Of course I'm going. My three good brothers have all gone, how could I not? Those three fools actually think Qin Lingxiao has already won. With that, a sharp glint flashed in Xiao Yunhuang's eyes. No matter how talented Qin Lingxiao is, he is nothing more than a blade in Qin Shuangya's hands. But Qin Kangyi is different. He is the one who can truly change the landscape of the imperial capital. Qingyuan's expression shifted. She had never seen Xiao Yunhuang so decisive. Your Highness, are you really going to agree to the condition Qin Kangyi proposed earlier? Recalling that absurd condition, Qin Kangyi's words surfaced in Xiao Yunhuang's mind, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. If Qin Kangyi truly possessed such immense power, why not agree to him? Stop talking nonsense, prepare the carriage. Yes. Qingyuan's heart jolted, and she hurried off to prepare the carriage. Outside the Jinbei Marquis' residence, with the backing of the three princes, Qin Lingxiao was instantly brimming with confidence. His aggressive gaze fell upon Qin Kangyi, and his tone finally shed all pretense. Qin Kangyi, the three princes have already spoken. Don't you understand yet? The position of heir concerns the future of the Jinbei Marquis' residence, and even more so the safety of the northern border of Liang Kingdom. If you truly care for Liang Kingdom, you should willingly relinquish the position of heir. Third Prince Xiao Jingxian also sneered. Indeed, Lingxiao was personally bestowed the title of Viscount by His Majesty with outstanding military achievements and extraordinary talent. For him to inherit the Jinbei Marquis' residence is only fitting. The first prince, with a dignified expression, said calmly, Qin Kangyi, some positions are not yours to occupy as you wish. The second prince added with a gentle smile, taking a step back may not be a bad thing. With the three princes applying pressure simultaneously, the faces of the Qin residence members changed. This was no longer an internal dispute of the Qin family. It was the royal family forcing Qin Kangyi to submit. A trace of smugness appeared in Qin Lingxiao's eyes. Qin Kangyi, no matter how arrogant you are, what can you do? The three princes stand behind me. How can you possibly contend with me? However, Qin Kangyi merely smiled. Fitting. You lot are not worthy. The third prince's face darkened. Qin Kangyi, you still dare to speak recklessly. Just then a loud proclamation rang out from outside the residence. Lu Qingshan, Guildmaster of the Imperial Capital Alchemist Guild, and Han Song, Vice Guildmaster, along with the guild's alchemists, hereby request an audience with Master Qin. Boom. As the voices of Lu Qingshan and Han Song rang out, the previously noisy and clamorous area outside the Qin residence instantly fell into silence. Everyone turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on the source of the sound. The next moment, every person present had their pupils constricted, their eyes filled with intense shock. What the hell? What's going on? Aren't these the two presidents of the Alchemist Guild? Oh my god, not just the two presidents, but also hundreds of alchemists have all come. I mean, are you saying that all the registered alchemists in the entire capital of Liang Kingdom have come? I just heard the two presidents say they came to pay respects to Master Qin. Who exactly is this Master Qin? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for the moment. Even the three princes were somewhat puzzled at heart. The two presidents of the Alchemist Guild were figures of immense power, dominating the entire Liang Kingdom. Not to mention them, even the emperor himself would not dare to act rashly when meeting them. Not to mention the arrival of over 100 alchemists. Xiao Jingxian frowned slightly, and suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao, could it be that the two presidents and all the alchemists have come to visit you? After all, you are the youngest Viscount in Liang Kingdom, a third-rank martial artist with outstanding talent. Upon hearing this, the crown prince and the second prince's eyes lit up instantly. What the hell? That makes sense. Indeed, among everyone present, only Ling Xiao is most qualified. That's right, it must be so, the two princes said in succession. Hearing this, Lu Wanrong and her son Qin Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a glint of light, and then their faces revealed an uncontrollable excitement. That's right. Among those present, who else but Qin Ling Xiao could have caused the Alchemist Guild to make such a grand appearance? Qin Kangyi. Impossible. He was nothing but a useless waste who had been crippled for 16 years. How could he possibly make the two presidents of the Alchemist Guild come to pay respects personally? Thinking this, Qin Ling Xiao immediately straightened his back. A gentle smile reappeared on his face, and he became composed. Your Highnesses flatter me. Ling Xiao merely had the fortune to earn a few military merits. How could I deserve such generous treatment from the two presidents? Though his words were humble, the pride in his eyes was almost overflowing. Lu Wanrong too shed her previous embarrassment and smiled again. She cast a glance at Qin Kangyi, her eyes full of mockery. See, this is my son's prestige. Not only do the three princes personally support him, but now even the Alchemist Guild has come. What can you Qin Kangyi compare with? Qin Xinlai also showed a satisfied smile. Truly worthy of being my outstanding son, as it should be. Xiao Jingxian laughed heartily. Ling Xiao, don't be modest. You became a third rank at 15, were granted the title of Viscount by His Majesty, and will surely become a pillar of our Liang Kingdom. It's only natural that the Alchemist Guild values you. The Crown Prince and the second prince nodded slightly. Qin Ling Xiao became even more excited. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and cupped his hands in salute to Lu Qingshan and Han Song. Junior Qin Ling Xiao greets President Lu and Vice President Han. I never expected the two presidents to come in person. Oh, Ling Xiao is deeply honored. I will remember this kindness today. He spoke with great sincerity, and his posture was impeccable. But the next moment, Lu Qingshan and Han Song merely glanced at him indifferently. Their eyes were lost and slightly puzzled, as if asking, who the hell are you? The smile on Qin Ling Xiao's face instantly froze. Huh, what does this mean? Lu Qingshan frowned and said, you are. Boom. The two words fell. Qin Ling Xiao felt as if struck by lightning. You are. He had just set up so much, presented himself so well, and yet they asked who he was. The surrounding crowd instantly fell silent, and the smiles of the three princes froze completely. Lu Wanrong's face turned pale. Forcing himself to stay calm, Qin Ling Xiao hastily said, President Lu, I am Qin Ling Xiao, who was just honored by His Majesty today. Lu Qingshan finally understood. Oh, don't know you, no relation. No relation. Hearing these words, the smile on Qin Ling Xiao's face completely died. Seriously, bro, are you kidding me? Just then Han Song pushed Qin Ling Xiao aside. Excuse me, make way. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, Lu Qingshan and Han Song directly led the hundreds of alchemists past Qin Ling Xiao and walked straight to Qin Kangyi. The next moment, before everyone's shocked and stupefied eyes, Lu Qingshan and Han Song simultaneously adjusted their robes. Then, in front of everyone, with a thud, they knelt directly on the ground. Disciple Lu Qingshan pays respects to Master Qin. Disciple Han Song pays respects to Master Qin. Behind them, hundreds of alchemists followed suit, kneeling on the ground and performing the kowtow, paying respects to Master Qin. Boom. This shout fell like a thunderclap, and the area in front of the Qin residence erupted completely. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy shit. Master Qin. The Master Qin they spoke of is actually Qin Kangyi. The two presidents of the capital's Alchemist Guild were actually going to worship Qin Kangyi as their master, and they knelt down in public in front of so many people. How could this be? After all, these two presidents were spirit-rank alchemists, figures whose mere stomp could shake the entire Liang Kingdom, yet they were willing to worship a crippled prince as master. Had it not been for their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Qin Ling Xiao's face turned deathly pale instantly. He stood frozen, muttering to himself, they came to worship Qin Kangyi as master. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He's just a waste. Qin Ling Xiao simply couldn't believe it. Qin Kangyi, a waste, was being worshipped as master by two spirit-rank alchemists on their knees. This was utterly preposterous. No, he must be dreaming. Qin Ling Xiao slapped himself twice, trying to wake himself up. But the more he slapped, the more awake he became. This is not a damn dream. Lu Wanrong's face was ashen, and the pride that had just appeared vanished without a trace. The faces of the three princes turned extremely ugly, especially Xiao Jingxuan, who had just confidently claimed that the Alchemist Guild had come for Qin Ling Xiao. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lu Qingshan and Han Song knelt before Qin Kengi. This was a slap in the face too damn loud. Not only them, but also Qin Xuanlia, Qin Xuankong, and all the members of the Qin family were dumbfounded by the sight. What are the two presidents doing? When did I, the prince, ever say I would take you as disciples? In fact, Qin Kengi, as the person involved, was also quite bewildered. He had never expected that Lu Qingshan and Han Song, two top figures of Liang Kingdom, would kneel before him and ask to be his disciples in front of everyone. Lu Qingshan, with a solemn expression, hastily said, "Master Qin's alchemy reaches the profound mysteries. Your guidance yesterday opened my mind. If I cannot become your disciple, I will never find peace in this life." Han Song also spoke urgently, "Please accept us, Master Qin. We are willing to honor you as our master and follow your commands in the future." After speaking, they both gave a heavy kowtow. Seeing Lu Qingshan and Han Song in such a state, the crowd present nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Were these the same two great figures who had once shaken the imperial capital in their memory? Lu Qingshan and Han Song paid no heed to the strange glances from others. How could these mortals possibly comprehend the might of Master Qin? That was a grandmaster capable of refining 9-pattern spirit-grade pills. If he continued to grow, he would become at least an imperial-grade alchemist, or even a venerable-grade alchemist. If they failed to latch on to Qin Kengi's coattails, they would surely regret it for life. If Master Qin does not agree today, we will kneel here forever and never rise. With that, Lu Qingshan and Han Song slammed their foreheads heavily onto the ground. Qin Kengi was somewhat stunned by the sight. Playing it this big. However, though these two were a bit advanced in years, their judgment was indeed excellent. If he took them as disciples, it would do no harm to Qin Kengi. At least it wasn't a bad thing. Very well. However, this prince can only accept you as nominal disciples. Are you two willing? Qin Kengi spoke. His future achievements would surely not be confined to a small Liang kingdom. Before long, he would have to go to a greater world, so naturally, he couldn't take two old men with him. If they were two voluptuous beauties, he might consider nominal disciples. Upon hearing these 4 words, the two men showed not the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, a sharp gleam flashed in their eyes, filled with intense excitement. "Thank you, Master, thank you. We are both willing." Lu Qingshan and Han Song had almost no hesitation, their voices trembling with excitement. So what if it was nominal disciples? It depended on whose nominal disciples they were. Qin Kengi could refine the 9-pattern, 9-cycle soul-protecting pill. Such alchemy talent was practically unheard of. If he became a venerable grade alchemist in the future, then they would be the nominal disciples of a venerable grade alchemist. Who would dare to provoke them once that was known? Therefore, not to mention nominal disciples. Even if they were asked to serve tea and pour water by Qin Kengi's side, they would be more than glad to do so. Seeing this, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. The dignified president and vice president of the Imperial Capital Alchemist Guild actually so thrilled just because Qin Kengi accepted them as nominal disciples. This world must be insane. Qin Lingxiao's face turned pale, his whole body frozen, and placed the last shred of pride in his heart utterly shattered. Just moments ago, he had thought the Alchemist Guild had come for him, but they didn't even know who he was. Now they were kneeling before everyone, begging Qin Kengi to take them as disciples. The stark contrast between before and after nearly made his chest tighten, almost causing him to spit blood. Lu Wanrong's expression was even more hideous. She had originally thought that with the support of the 3 princes, Qin Lingxiao would surely overwhelm Qin Kengi today. But who could have expected the Alchemist Guild to appear at this moment? And moreover, to come and pay homage to Qin Kengi as their master. Qin Kengi nodded calmly. "Rise. Since you have become this prince's nominal disciples, do your work well in the future, and don't disgrace me." Hearing this, Lu Qingshan and Han Song felt as if they had been granted amnesty, hurriedly standing up. Disciple will remember Master's teachings, and will never tarnish Master Qin's reputation. The hundreds of alchemists behind them bowed in unison, their expressions exceedingly respectful. President Lu and Vice President Han had become Qin Prince's nominal disciples, so these alchemists were all considered his grand disciples. So young, yet he had directly jumped up in seniority. Just then a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations to the 2 presidents for becoming disciples of Prince Qin. Your future is boundless." Hearing this, everyone turned around simultaneously, their eyes widening instantly. For the newcomer was none other than Shen Xingyue, the head of the Shen merchant house. Shen Xingyue brought Zhou Yuan and a group of merchant guards arriving specially. "Ha ha ha, we must thank head Shen for the matter of apprenticeship." Indeed, indeed. Lu Qingshan and Han Song were in high spirits, grinning from ear to ear, expressing their gratitude to Shen Xingyue. After all, if it hadn't been for Shen Xingyue inviting Qin Kengi and having him refine that pill, the two would never have discovered Qin Kengi's terrifying talent. Zhou Yuan felt a pang of jealousy at the sight. Damn it, these 2 old bastards got ahead of me. "Head Shen, what brings you here today?" Qin Kengi spoke with a smile. Shen Xingyue said with a grin. "I heard that something big happened in the prince's household today. The Marquis of Jinbei brought a songstress and a bastard back to claim ancestry and even wants to contend for your title as prince. I am indignant for you, prince, and have come specially to lend you my support. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present felt a shock in their ears. Shin Qingyue's words were an unabashed show of support for Qin Kangyi. She didn't even bother to conceal it. Songstress. Bastard. The moment these two words were uttered, Lu Wanrong and Qin Lingxiao's faces turned extremely ugly. If anyone else had dared to say such things, they would have already erupted in anger. But unfortunately, the speaker was Shin Qingyue, the head of the Shin merchant house, backed by the entire Shin merchant house. Even though they had spent years in the northern frontier, they had heard of the Shin merchant house's reputation and dared not provoke it. Even Qin Xianlai was extremely wary of Shin Qingyue. As soon as Shin Qingyue spoke, Lu Qingshan and Han Song's expressions changed instantly. They stood on either side of Qin Kangyi, fuming. What? How could this be? If anyone dares to lay a hand on our master, they will have to step over the dead bodies of all the alchemists in the imperial capital. Lu Qingshan and Han Song had not known about this before. They had simply come to take Qin Kangyi as their master. They never expected that right after becoming disciples they would hear that their master was being bullied. How could they tolerate this? If an uncle can't bear it, an aunt can't bear it even more. Seeing the state of Lu Qingshan and Han Song, everyone present felt a tightness in their hearts. Step over the dead bodies of all alchemists in the imperial capital. Not to mention Qin Xianlai and the three princes, even the Liang Emperor would never dare to entertain such a thought. If the Liang Emperor dared to lay a hand on all the alchemists in the imperial capital, he would likely be found dead the next day. After all, the Liang Kingdom Alchemist Guild was just a branch with higher-level guilds above it. These alchemists were extremely united. If a kingdom's alchemist guild were wiped out, those high-level alchemists would never let it rest. The eldest prince, Xiao Jingyuan, became anxious instantly, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Everyone, you misunderstand. We have no such intention, no such intention. Xiao Jingyao and Xiao Jingxian also hurried to explain. Yes, we don't mean that. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We have absolutely nothing to do with this songstress and bastard. Hearing the three princes hurriedly distancing themselves, Lu Wanrong and Qin Lingxiao were dumbfounded. Not cool, bro. Just a moment ago you were firmly on my side. Now you're calling me a bastard. F your mother. In that case, I propose that from now on this pair of bastard mother and son shall never enter the Qin family. Who agrees, who opposes? As the voice resounded, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Turning around in unison, they saw a crimson golden carriage slowly coming to a halt outside the Jinbei Marquis Manor. Around the carriage stood dozens of guards from the Grand Princess's mansion in solemn silence. Qingwan stood by the carriage, her expression cool and detached. The next moment the carriage curtain was drawn aside. A breathtakingly beautiful figure in a crimson golden gown stepped down slowly. The woman bore noble features and a sharp, commanding aura, exuding an air of lofty authority in every movement. It was none other than the Grand Princess of Liang Kingdom, Xiao Yunhuang. The moment Xiao Yunhuang appeared, everyone present was shocked once more. Your Highness, the Grand Princess. Oh my heavens, the Grand Princess has come as well. Today the Jinbei Marquis Manor is incredibly lively. Almost every powerful figure in the imperial capital is here. Good heavens, this is terrifying. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their hearts shaken. Upon hearing Xiao Yunhuang's words, Qin Lingxiao and his mother Lu Wanrong were drenched in cold sweat, their faces dark and dreadful. There was no doubt that the Grand Princess stood on Qin Kangyi's side. The three princes exchanged glances, though they longed to retort, not a single one dared to speak. For one thing, Qin Kangyi had the support of the Alchemist Guild and the Shin Merchant Association, the two most powerful forces in the imperial capital. If they opposed him, they would offend these two major powers. They did not have the courage for that. For another, the Grand Princess, Xiao Yunhuang, was extraordinary in her own right. In terms of influence, she even surpassed the three of them. Thus, no matter which side they chose, they could not afford to provoke them. They could only abandon Qin Lingxiao. Who would have thought that Qin Kangyi had such formidable backing? That boy was simply a freak. I refuse. I refuse. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Lingxiao's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Qin Kangyi, his chest heaving violently. This roar was practically squeezed out through clenched teeth. He had planned everything meticulously before returning to the imperial capital. He would have the Su family call off the engagement, severely undermining the authority of that useless heir Qin Kangyi. Then, relying on his military exploits in the northern border, he would win the recognition of the Qin family and the entire imperial capital. On the very first day back, he intended to force Qin Kangyi to relinquish the heir's position. From then on, he would be the Qin heir, and everything that belonged to Qin Kangyi would be his. But he never expected that his plans would not only fall apart, but would also leave him utterly unable to recover. He knew that once his status as a bastard was confirmed, he would never advance further in this life. Qin Kangyi, you are nothing but a waste. a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate for 16 years. What right do you have to be the heir of the Qin family? I refuse to accept this. Today I challenge you before everyone. If you lose, you will hand over the heir's position to me. Roars of fury echoed throughout the entire Jinbei marquee manor. At this moment Qin Lingxiao finally laid bare everything he had in mind. Yet faced with Qin Lingxiao's hysterical frenzy, Qin Kangyi remained as steady as a mountain, a faint, barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips. Oh, my foolish little brother, has he already run out of tricks? I thought you had some hidden card, but it turns out you're nothing special. However, since the boy challenged him in front of so many people, he naturally could not refuse. Not only would he accept, but he would also crush him on the spot. The principle of remove the root to prevent regrowth in spring had been proven by countless predecessors from other worlds. Moreover, Qin Lingxiao's talent was not weak, roughly 1,000th of his own, and such a prodigy would surely become a major threat in the future. Fine, I accept. Today's battle will decide both superiority and life and death. As Qin Kangyi uttered these words, the crowd collectively gasped. What audacity! Qin Lingxiao was a third-rank martial prodigy who had entered the rank at 16 and had experienced life and death battles. Even if Qin Kangyi had defeated Su Qinghan a few days ago, what did that prove? Su Qinghan was merely a fourth-rank martial artist who had never been on the battlefield or seen blood. Even if Qin Kangyi had defeated her, he was absolutely no match for Qin Lingxiao. Hearing Qin Kangyi's words, Qin Lingxiao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, his eyes blazing with manic excitement. Excellent, I accept. A battle to the death. He had been longing for this very moment. Unexpectedly, Qin Kangyi had lost his mind and actually dared to fight him to the death. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. Soon he would use his strongest technique to brutally slay Qin Kangyi. The three princes nearby also brightened up. A golden opportunity. With the support of the Alchemist Guild, the Shen Merchant Association, and Xiao Yunhuang, they had been unable to interfere further. But if Qin Kangyi himself agreed to a life-and-death duel, everything changed. In a life-and-death duel, each party's fate was their own. Even if Qin Kangyi died at Qin Lingxiao's hands, the Alchemist Guild and the Shen Merchant Association could hardly pursue the matter forcefully. Qin Xuankong's face changed drastically. Kangyi, don't act rashly. Lu Qingshan and Han Song also hurriedly spoke. Master, a mere Qin Lingxiao, why dirty your hands? Indeed, if Master is displeased, we can have him expelled from the imperial capital with a single word. Having just become disciples of Qin Kangyi, they feared their master might do something impulsive. If that happened, it would be over. Even the Qin clan members urged Qin Kangyi to reconsider. After all, Qin Lingxiao's reputation was quite formidable. He had slain 3 third-rank martial artists in battle. Such combat prowess was far from weak. If Qin Kangyi fought him to the death, his chances of victory seemed slim. Among the crowd, only Su Qinghan stood behind Qin Kangyi, her expression calm. She had engaged in profound exchanges with her master, and with the blessing of dual cultivation genius, she had a rough perception of his cultivation. First-rank perfection. How could he possibly lose? This was clearly an old man playing with a child. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. Rest assured, this heir knows what he is doing. Ridiculous. As a first-rank perfection cultivator, how could he fail to crush a mere third-rank ant? With those words, Qin Kangyi stepped forward. Seeing this, Qin Lingxiao's face twisted into a cruel smile. Qin Kangyi, today you die. Qin Lingxiao roared inwardly, his third-rank true qi surging wildly. In an instant, the long spear in his hand trembled violently. Bloodthirsty killing aura coiled around the shaft, faintly echoing the clamor of battlefield slaughter. Army-breaking, sky-rending spear. Die! Qin Lingxiao bellowed, his figure instantly blurring into a streak of light. This spear was a killing move he had honed on the northern border battlefield. The spear thrust forth like a dragon, its momentum overwhelming, aimed directly at Qin Kangyi's brow. In this moment, Qin Lingxiao held back nothing. He would pin Qin Kangyi to death with a single thrust. He would prove before everyone that he was the true prodigy of the Jinbei marquee manor. The Qin family members' expressions changed drastically. So powerful. No wonder he could slay 3 third-rank martial artists in a row. Be careful, heir. A glimmer of joy appeared in the eyes of the 3 princes. This spear was immensely powerful, an ordinary third-rank martial artist could never block it. Qin Kangyi was doomed. Lu Wanrong was so excited, she almost forgot to breathe, her eyes fixed on Qin Kangyi. Kill him, my son. As long as Qin Kangyi dies, the heir's position will be yours. She would finally become the mistress of the Qin household. Yet facing Qin Lingxiao's thunderous strike, Qin Kangyi did not even lift an eyelid. Too slow. With these words, Qin Kangyi raised his right hand. The 9th form of the martial ancestors' 9 forms. During his tournament with Su Qinghan, Qin Kangyi had already activated the martial ancestor 9 forms. Yet he had only employed the 1st form, and Su Qinghan could not withstood it. After all, this was a king-tier martial art. Now that Qin Kangyi had broken through to peak rank 1, he directly unleashed the most powerful ninth form, clearly intending to obliterate Qin Lingxiao in a single strike, leaving no threat for the future. Rumble. Upon the release of the ninth form, the surrounding space instantly altered. As a cultivator of the divine treasury realm, Qin Xianlai was the first to sense this, his expression turning grave in an instant. Peak rank 1. How? How is this possible? Qin Kangyi had clearly been a cripple for 16 years. How could he possibly possess cultivation at the peak rank 1 level? This was impossible. In the next moment, as though realizing something, he hastily called out, "Shower, watch out." Hardly had the words left his mouth when Qin Kangyi moved. A single punch was unleashed. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent. Behind Qin Kangyi, a vague phantom of the martial ancestor faintly materialized. Though its face was indistinct, the phantom stood towering between heaven and earth, as if in supreme existence, walking forth from ancient ages. At the moment that fist descended, the very air cracked apart, and the bluestone ground shattered wildly. The ferocious grin upon Qin Lingxiao's face had not yet fully faded when his pupils contracted to their sharpest point. Fast. Too fast. He could not even perceive this punch. Nor could he block it. No. Qin Lingxiao could only manage a terrified shriek. The next instant, the fist mark crashed down upon his body. Boom. Terrifying power detonated in an instant. Qin Lingxiao's third-rank divine energy was as fragile as paper before this single strike, unable to endure even a breath, and shattered completely. His entire body was instantly swallowed by the fist light. No. Showered. Witnessing this, Lu Wanrong's face drained of color, her eyes nearly splitting from fury. Her only child, her sole reliance. Had it truly vanished like this? Qin Xuanlia's forehead veins swelled, murderous intent rising in his eyes. Qin Lingxiao was the heir he had personally groomed over 16 years. With his life taken this day, how could he not be enraged? Rebel, how dare you slay your own brother? As soon as the words fell, Qin Xuanlia's body surged forward, launching toward Qin Kangyi with killing intent. His 5 fingers formed a fist, and his divine treasury realm aura was left completely unhidden. Witnessing this, Lu Qingshan and Han Song immediately stepped forward to shield Qin Kangyi. Master, we shall protect you. Though both were cultivators of the divine treasury realm, their cultivation was feeble, and they were not adept at combat. Moreover, advanced in years with declining blood, and they could not possibly match Qin Xianlai. Yet they were willing to stake their lives to protect their master. Shen Xingyue's expression tightened, and she addressed the void. Elder Wang, stop him. On the other side, Xiao Yunhuang's attendant urgently cried out, "Make your move. We cannot let Qin Xianlai harm Lord Qin." Qin Kangyi smiled faintly and pushed them both aside. There is no need. In fact, he had been eager to test the power of his mystic yellow ancient flame. After devouring and evolving the king-tier heavenly flame into the mystic yellow ancient flame, Qin Kangyi had not yet had the chance to trial it. Heavenly flames were not merely useful for alchemy. They provided tremendous enhancement to combat power as well. Kangyi, Qin Xuankong's face changed upon seeing this. He knew Qin Kangyi had reached peak rank 1, but Qin Xianlai was after all a veteran expert of the divine treasury realm. Between the divine treasury realm and rank 1 lay an abyss. No matter how extraordinary Qin Kangyi was, he had still not truly stepped into the divine treasury realm. Yet Qin Kangyi merely offered a faint smile. Second uncle, rest assured. A mere divine treasury realm cannot kill me. Boom. As his words fell, a wisp of dark yellow flame slowly rose from Qin Kangyi's palm. The moment that flame appeared, the surrounding air instantly began to distort. Upon the emergence of the mystic yellow ancient flame, Lu Qingshan and Han Song's pupils contracted sharply. Heavenly flame. Know this. This is a king-tier heavenly flame. Their voices had changed. Their master actually commanded a king-tier heavenly flame. At this moment, Lu Qingshan and Han Song looked upon Qin Kangyi with ever more fervent eyes. On the other side, Shen Qingyue and Zhou Yuan stood completely stunned, their pupils contracting as though they had seen a ghost. The mystic yellow ancient flame had been given to Qin Kangyi by Shen Qingyue herself, so she naturally understood the situation. She had originally given him merely a single seed flame at the spirit tier level. How had it become a king-tier heavenly flame? How was this even possible? Zhou Yuan, amidst his shock, revealed a bitter smile. Miss Young Master Qin must have formidable backing behind him. In merely a single day, he cultivated a spirit tier heavenly flame into a king tier 1 and successfully refined it. I am beginning to regret not kneeling alongside those two to become their disciples just now. Zhou Yuan was genuinely regretful. In merely a single day, he had cultivated a spirit tier heavenly flame into a king tier 1. Behind Qin Kangyi must lurk a high-ranking alchemist. At minimum at the imperial tier. Shen Qingyue's heart was also greatly shaken. Young Master Qin was even more extraordinary than she had imagined. Shock value 7,354. And at this moment, Qin Xianlai had already closed in his divine treasury realm, pressure pressing down like a tidal wave. His eyes were bloodshot fury roaring to the heavens. Rebel. Die, old man. Northern Defense Tiger Annihilation Fist. With one punch, a tiger's roar shook the skies. This was a killing move honed by Qin Xianlai on the northern battlefield. Even ordinary Divine Treasury experts would not dare to underestimate it. Boom. With a single punch, Divine Treasury Realm true energy condensed into a ferocious tiger phantom, carrying overwhelming killing intent, and came crashing down upon Qin Kangi. Yet facing this punch, Qin Kangi did not retreat. His 5 fingers slowly closed into a fist, and the mystic yellow ancient flame, within his palm, surged explosively, resembling a dark yellow dragon coiling up along his arm. Boom. A dense mountain-like aura erupted from Qin Kangi's body. Qin Kangi raised his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling his lips. My flame has accumulated centuries of power. Do you think you can withstand it? As his words fell, he too struck with a single punch. Boom. At the moment the two fists collided, terrifying shockwaves exploded outward. Boom. In an instant the tiger phantom was incinerated into nothingness. Qin Shuanglia's face changed sharply. What? Before he could react, the mystic yellow ancient flame forcefully invaded his meridians through the force of the punch. In that moment Qin Xianlai felt his true energy suddenly stagnate. His Divine Treasury Realm true energy, which had been surging like a mighty river, was as if crushed beneath a massive mountain, its circulation speed dropping by 1/3 in an instant. Bad. Qin Xianlai was startled, urgently activating his Divine Treasury power to resist. But Qin Kangi gave him no opportunity. Get lost. Qin Kangi roared coldly, and the mystic yellow ancient flame upon his knuckles suddenly detonated. Bang! Qin Xianlai felt an indescribable terror striking him, and his entire body was sent flying backward by a single punch. Boom. His body crashed fiercely into the stone lion at the gate of the Jinbei Marquis Manor. That multi-zhang-tall stone lion instantly shattered into pieces with fragments flying in all directions. Qin Xianlai stumbled to the ground, taking several steps back before barely stabilizing himself. But in the next instant, his face turned deathly pale, and a streak of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Silence. Dead silence. All present stared with wide eyes, faces frozen in absolute astonishment. Qin Shuanglia, a formidable cultivator of the Divine Treasury Realm, was actually forced back by Qin Kangi, and even wounded. Had this not been witnessed with one's own eyes, few would dare believe it. Shower my shower. Lu Wanrong collapsed to her knees, staring at the spot where Qin Lingxiao had vanished, as if she had completely lost her mind. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled, with no trace of her former noble demeanor. Qin Lingxiao had been her sole hope, and the foundation of her standing by Qin Shuanglia's side all these years. But now, everything was gone. All her wealth, glory, and ambition had been shattered by Qin Kangi's single blow. Qin Kangi. Lu Wanrong jerked her head up, her eyes filled with venom. You beast. You killed my shower, I'll make you pay with your life. With those words, she lunged recklessly at Qin Kangi. Though Lu Wanrong's cultivation was not particularly strong, she had lost all reason, determined to exact vengeance. Qin Kangi watched her charge, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. To uproot the weeds you must pull out the roots. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me, the young prince. Of course Qin Kangi had never intended to spare Lu Wanrong. This mother and son were ambitious, plotting to seize everything he had, and even take his life. Qin Kangi was no saint, he would naturally wipe them out completely. As he spoke he slowly raised a finger. At its tip a wisp of Xianhuang ancient flame quietly appeared. The flame was tiny, no larger than a bean. But the moment it emerged, the surrounding air warped instantly, as if space itself was being scorched and collapsing. The Xianhuang ancient flame. Qin Kangi flicked his finger. Go down and join your son. Whoosh. A streak of Xianhuang firelight shot through the air. Incredibly fast. Lu Wanrong didn't even have time to scream before the firelight pierced through her forehead. Boom. The next moment, the Xianhuang ancient flame exploded inside her body. Lu Wanrong's figure froze mid-air, the venom, madness, and unwillingness in her eyes all turning to stone. Then she was completely engulfed by the Xianhuang flames, dead beyond dead. This sight utterly stunned the onlookers. What astonished them was not that Qin Kangi could kill Lu Wanrong, but his ruthless decisiveness. At the slightest disagreement, he truly dared to kill. And with a single move, he delivered a killing blow. Wanrong. Qin Shuanglia's eyes reddened, his pupils trembling as he stared in disbelief. His prized son, his beloved concubine, both dead. Qin Kangi, you unfilial wretch, murdering your own brother and stepmother. Heaven and earth will not tolerate this. Qin Xianlai tried to stand on moral high ground and interrogate Qin Kangi. However, Qin Kangi was not swayed by such tactics. Admit fault. A singing girl and a bastard, they don't deserve it. With that, Qin Kangi stepped forward, locking eyes with Qin Xianlai. Qin Shuanglia, Qin Lingxiao and his mother schemed to take my position as heir, to seize everything I have, and even to kill me. Do you truly claim ignorance? Or did you know from the start, and simply played deaf and dumb. Qin Xianlai opened his mouth wanting to speak, but in the end he could not utter a word. Because what Qin Kangyi said was the truth. In fact, he had long wanted Qin Lingxiao to replace Qin Kangyi as the heir of the Qin manor. In his heart, Qin Kangyi, this waste was unworthy of being his son. Qin Kangyi's gaze grew icier. Since the day my supreme bone was taken when I was 3 and I became a cripple for 16 whole years, have you, the northern pacifying Marquis, ever come back to see me even once? When I endured cold stares, you were in the northern frontier, doting on your beloved concubine and your prized son. When I was mocked as a cripple, you were scheming to let Qin Lingxiao replace me. Now that they failed to contend with me and died by my hand, you suddenly remember you are a father. Qin Kangyi let out a contemptuous laugh. Pity it's too late. The word father is not something you can use to pressure me when it suits you and discard like a worn-out shoe when it doesn't. You never fulfilled a father's duty, so don't expect me to fulfill a son's filial piety. Boom. These words struck the hearts of everyone present like a thunderbolt. Though they had not experienced it themselves, they could imagine the suffering Qin Kangyi had endured all these years. If not for Qin Xuankong's care, Qin Kangyi would have been even worse off. Perhaps he would not have survived to this day. Qin Xuanlia's face turned ashen. He wanted to refute, but could not utter a single word. Qin Kangyi slowly raised his eyes, his tone calm, yet laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Qin Xuanlia, for the sake of the blood we share, I, the young prince, will give you one last chance. Within 3 breaths, get out of my sight. Otherwise, the Xianhuang ancient flame flickered on his fingertip, his voice as cold as if it came from the underworld. You will go down and join them in reunion. Qin Xuanlia's body trembled upon hearing this. He looked up at Qin Kangyi, a hint of fear hidden in his eyes. Indeed, at this moment, he was truly terrified. Qin Kangyi had the strength to kill him, and if he continued to stay, Qin Kangyi would likely follow through, not just empty threats. Moreover, Qin Xianlai was not a man of deep affection. His earlier rage was merely because he had lost the prized son he had cultivated for over a decade. But compared to his own life, everything else meant nothing. Without hesitation, Qin Xianlai fled, not even taking the bodies of Lu Wanrong and her son, as if afraid Qin Kangyi would change his mind. This stunned the crowd. No one could believe that the mighty northern pacifying Marquis had been scared off by a few words from Qin Kangyi. The 3 princes stared blankly, clearly dumbfounded. They had come today to recruit Qin Lingxiao. Unexpectedly, Qin Lingxiao was dead, and the northern pacifying Marquis had been defeated by Qin Kangyi in a single blow. This clearly overturned their understanding. The 3 wanted to approach Qin Kangyi and curry favor, but seeing his terrifying gaze, they all froze in their tracks. The 3rd prince in particular trembled like a leaf, his heart filled with fear. At this moment, he already regretted provoking such a killing star. The 3 left with grim faces. Shock value 53042. Shun Xingyue's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed at Qin Kangyi, a trace of sympathy deepening in her gaze. Though she had already investigated Qin Kangyi's experiences over the years, words were pale. Hearing him voice his grievances so openly before so many people only made her heart ache more. Of course, besides sympathy, there was also a different thought. This man, resilient and unyielding, yet decisive and ruthless, struck a chord deep within her. On the other side, Xiao Yunhuang's thoughts churned. Recalling the conditions Qin Kangyi had once proposed, her resistance faded considerably, and she even felt a hint of anticipation. But when she glanced and saw Shen Xingyue's eyes fixed on Qin Kangyi, her expression turned cold, and she felt a surge of displeasure. Young Prince Qin, I shall take my leave. Do not forget the matter we discussed the other day. I await your reply. Xiao Yunhuang turned around and left without hesitation after finishing her words. Qin Kangyi was momentarily stunned. The matter he and Xiao Yunhuang had discussed, but soon he came to his senses. Oh, that matter. Hee. I knew it. Her Highness the Grand Princess would eventually come to understand, even beg me to enter. See, here it comes. Qin Kangyi always grants such requests readily. Miss Shin, Elder Zhou, President Lu, Vice President Han, why not come into the mansion and sit for a while? Qin Kangyi was in great spirits, speaking with a cheerful smile. Even if they hadn't come today, he could have handled it. But since they chose to support him, he naturally would remember this favor. He was indeed decisive and fierce, but he always repaid kindness. Upon hearing Qin Kangyi's words, Lu Qingshan and Han Song's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, Master. Shen Qinghua smiled sweetly. All right. Her smile was like a painting full of charm, leaving many around in a daze. Su Qinghan stood behind Qin Kangyi, her cold eyes shifting slightly. For some reason, she felt a vague displeasure toward this manager Shun. Uncle, there are distinguished guests in the mansion today. Have tea prepared. Qin Xiankong heard this and finally snapped out of a series of shocks. The manager of the Shun Merchant House and the 2 presidents of the Alchemist Guild were all top-tier figures in the imperial capital. Yet such figures showed such reverence to his own nephew. How could he not be shocked? Qin Xiankong took a deep breath and nodded. Good. Summon the servants, prepare tea and a banquet immediately. The Qin mansion has honored guests today. Do not be remiss. Yes. The Qin household replied in unison. 2 hours later in the front hall of the Qin residence. After the banquet, Qin Kangyi imparted many alchemy techniques to Lu Qingshan, Han Song, and Zhou Yuan. The three listened with rapt attention, their hearts filled with admiration. The Qin prince's alchemy skills were truly terrifyingly profound. Becoming his disciple was undoubtedly the most correct decision of their lives. Miss Shun, Qin Kangyi picked up his teacup, took a casual sip, and asked, "Your Shin merchant house is well informed. I have a question." Shun Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said with a smile, "Please speak, Your Highness." Qin Kangyi set down his teacup. How should one cultivate the divine treasury realm? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was startled. Could it be that Qin Kangyi was about to break through to the divine treasury realm? Impossible. He had only just broken through to first-rank perfection a few days ago. For an ordinary martial artist, breaking through from first-rank perfection to divine treasury would take at least several years, even a decade. Shen Xingyue was also taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Qin Kangyi was now at first-rank perfection, only a step away from the divine treasury realm. It was only natural for him to ask about cultivating the divine treasury realm. However, just thinking that Qin Kangyi had only resumed cultivation a few days ago, and was already aiming for the divine treasury realm, made her feel a chill in her heart. This cultivation speed was simply inhuman. Shen Xingyue organized her thoughts and spoke slowly. Your Highness, from the 9th rank to the 1st rank, one cultivates the muscles, bones, and flesh, and tempers the meridians and true qi. But the divine treasury realm is completely different. The so-called divine treasury refers to opening the 5 great divine treasuries of the human body. The 5 internal organs correspond to 5 secret treasuries: the heart treasury, liver treasury, spleen treasury, lung treasury, and kidney treasury. The divine treasury realm has 5 levels. Each breakthrough opens one of the body's secret treasuries. Qin Kangyi nodded slightly and continued listening. The first level opened the heart treasury. The heart is the source of qi and blood. Once the heart treasury is open, the martial artist's qi and blood will surge dramatically, and their true qi will gain greater explosive power. The second level opened the liver treasury. The liver governs growth and regeneration. After opening, the martial artist's vitality will be stronger, and their injury recovery speed will far exceed that of ordinary martial artists. The third level opened the spleen treasury. The spleen belongs to thick earth and can bear true qi. After opening, the martial artist's internal true qi will become more abundant and profound. The fourth level opened the lung treasury. The lungs govern inhalation and exhalation. After opening, one can draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, drastically increasing the rate of true qi recovery. The fifth level opened the kidney treasury. The kidneys store essence, the foundation of the 5 viscera. After opening, the physical body vital energy and true essence will undergo a complete transformation. At this point, Shen Xingyue said softly, "If all 5 divine treasuries are open, the martial artist is considered to have reached divine treasury perfection. After that, when the 5 treasuries resonate and true qi transforms into an ocean, one can step into the Fate Palace realm." Qin Kangyi listened thoughtfully. So the key to breaking through to the divine treasury realm is not to continue accumulating true qi, but to guide true qi into the 5 internal organs and open the body's secret treasuries. A flicker of surprise flashed in Shun Qingyue's beautiful eyes. She had only spoken a few simple sentences, yet Qin Kangyi had already grasped the key point. Your Highness is correct. But this step is extremely dangerous. The 5 internal organs are the foundation of the human body. A slight mistake can damage one's foundation. Thus, ordinary first-rank perfection martial artists prepare a large number of meridian protection pills, organ-nourishing pills, and spiritual medicines to stabilize qi and blood before breaking through to the divine treasury. Especially the first level, the heart treasury. The heart meridians are the most fragile. Forcibly impacting them could cause qi and blood to reverse flow and the heart meridians to rupture. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan and Han Song quickly nodded. They were also first-level divine treasury cultivators, but as they had long focused on alchemy, their cultivation had stagnated at the early and middle stages of the first level, unable to advance. Manager Shun is right. Master must not break through rashly. The 2 of us can prepare meridian protection pills for you. However, Qin Kangyi seemed not to hear, his eyes gradually growing brighter. Heart treasury, the source of qi and blood. True qi enters the heart meridians, opening the body's secret treasury. Oh, so that's it. A sharp light flashed in Qin Kangyi's eyes. I understand. As these 3 words fell, the hall instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Come on, man. Wasn't that just a simple explanation of the 5 levels of the divine treasury realm? What the hell do you understand? Before anyone could react, a low rumble suddenly sounded from within Qin Kangyi's body. Boom. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the entire hall erupted into chaos, strands of spiritual energy madly converging toward Qin Kangyi. Seated cross-legged on his chair, Qin Kangyi closed his eyes slightly, and the 9 heavens blazing heaven art within him began to operate on its own. Crimson true chi surged and roared through his meridians like a sea of fire, while within his dantian the primordial flame meridian trembled slightly. The ancient primordial flame transformed into a spark of fire slowly flowing along the meridians into his heart meridians. Rumble. A series of thunderous sounds echoed from within Qin Kangyi's body. Shen Qingyue's expression changed drastically. Is he breaking through to the divine treasury realm? Lu Qingshan and Han Song were dumbfounded. Didn't Master just ask how to cultivate the divine treasury realm? And now he's already breaking through. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched violently. Is this reasonable? When others break through to the divine treasury realm, they all spend years preparing, months in seclusion, and even require the protection of pills. Qin Kangyi, on the other hand, just asked a question, listened once, and then directly broke through. What kind of monster is this? Boom. As everyone stood in shock, the ancient gate within Qin Kangyi's body was finally blasted wide open. The heart divine storage. Open. A faint crimson divine light gradually manifested upon his chest. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful surge of chi and blood erupted from within his body. Divine storage realm, first stage. But it wasn't over yet. The true chi within Qin Kangyi's body continued to surge wildly, his aura steadily climbing. Divine storage realm, first stage mid-level. Divine storage realm, first stage late stage. Divine storage realm, first stage peak. Only after reaching the peak did that crazily surging aura finally come to a gradual halt. The entire front hall fell deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Kangyi, their minds beginning to question reality. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Shocking value 3252. Qin Kangyi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the newly opened heart divine storage within his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. With the heart storage now open, he had directly broken through to the peak of the first stage of the divine storage realm. His strength was now tens of times greater than before. Frankly speaking, at this moment, with a casual flick of his palm, he could wipe Qin Lingxiao out of existence without leaving a trace. Prince Qin, what level have you broken through to now? Shen Qingyue spoke timidly. Everyone turned their eager gazes toward him. Qin Kangyi saw no need to hold anything back. There was really nothing to conceal. He was at the first stage of the divine storage realm today. Was he going to remain there tomorrow? Wouldn't that be completely pointless? I'm at the peak of the first stage of the divine storage realm. The divine storage realm. First stage peak. Holy shit. You're saying you heard the cultivation method for the divine storage realm just once, then directly broke through past the peak of the first rank, leaping across multiple minor realms to become a divine storage realm, first stage peak cultivator. What the hell? My mindset is crumbling. At this moment, whether it was Shen Qingyue or Zhou Yuan and the others, their mental state was genuinely unraveling. She came from the Shun merchant house and considered herself well acquainted with prodigies and geniuses. But not one of them could compare to Qin Kangyi. Not a single one. Such a cultivation pace was simply world-shattering. Prince Qin, how exactly did you manage this? Zhou Yuan swallowed hard. He was already well past his prime, his cultivation still stuck at the late stage of the first realm of divine storage, making no progress whatsoever. He truly could not fathom how Qin Kangyi had achieved this. Has Miss Shen not made it clear enough? It's quite simple, really. The heart is the source of chi and blood. Since we're opening the first heart divine storage, we merely use true chi as the guide, chi and blood as the fuel, and the heart meridians as the door, then forcefully knock it open. As long as the true chi is sufficiently profound, the chi and blood sufficiently formidable, and using the otherworldly flame to protect the heart meridians from damage, isn't that how one breaks through? Qin Kangyi spoke with an air of complete nonchalance. Didn't Shen Qingyue just explain all this clearly? Didn't they understand? Upon hearing this, everyone froze momentarily. Shen Qingyue herself stood dazed. Huh, did I say those things just now? I don't recall that at all. Lu Qingshan and Han Song both exclaimed excitedly, worthy of being our master's disciple, truly extraordinary. Exactly. Both had thoroughly become devoted fans of Qin Kangyi, their eyes practically sparkling with admiration. Night fell, and everyone departed. Later that evening in the courtyard, Qin Kangyi sat on a stone bench smiling slyly. Remember to wash yourself thoroughly. Tonight this prince shall teach you a few different techniques, such as the flying dragon in the sky, and so on. Hearing this, Su Qinghan's delicate face flushed crimson, yet she made no objection, and deep within a faint sense of delight stirred. The night before she had already witnessed Qin Kangyi's prowess. Not only was it heavenly ecstasy, but her cultivation base had also surged upward like a rocket. If she cultivated together with her master just a few more times, she might even break through to the second rank, or perhaps even the first rank. How could this girl not yearn for such things? With such thoughts in mind, Su Qinghan hurried off to bathe, scrubbing herself until she was clean and pure. The young master has such taste. Just then Qin Kangi, seated on the stone bench, suddenly narrowed his eyes. A trace of faint, almost imperceptible killing intent permeated the surrounding air. This killing intent was exceedingly subtle, meaning it was well concealed. An ordinary martial artist would never have detected it. But Qin Kangi, now at the peak of the first stage of the divine storage realm, could naturally see through such concealment. Friends, there's no need to remain hidden in the shadows. Since you've come, why not show yourselves? After Qin Kangi's voice faded, the courtyard remained eerily silent save for the rustling of bamboo leaves stirred by the night breeze. The corner of Qin Kangi's mouth rose slightly, refusing to come out. Then this prince shall have to invite you out himself. With those words he flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A strand of dark yellow ancient flame instantly shot through the air, crashing straight toward a shadow in the courtyard. Boom! The firelight exploded. The next moment a figure clad in black stumbled backward in disarray. Then whoosh! Whoosh! Four figures sequentially emerged from the darkness, landing around the courtyard and surrounding Qin Kangi from all sides. All five wore black garments and ghost masks upon their faces, rendering their features indiscernible. Their aura was chilling and murderous. Most crucially, all five were cultivators at the first stage of the divine storage realm. Qin Kangi's expression remained calm, though a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. 5 divine storage realm first stage cultivators. Quite the grand arrangement. Speak. Who sent you? Looking across all of Liang Kingdom, the number of people who could deploy 5 divine storage realm cultivators against him on a whim could be counted on one hand. Who was the mastermind behind this? What staggering resources? The leader among the black-clad figures spoke in a hoarse voice. The dead have no need to know so much. Qin Kangi, today is your death day. As the words fell, all 5 moved simultaneously. Boom. The aura of 5 divine storage realm cultivators erupted instantly. Their bodies moved like phantoms, their coordination extremely seamless, striking from 5 directions simultaneously and cutting off every possible escape route. An ordinary cultivator at the peak of the first stage of the divine storage realm would likely struggle to survive such an ambush. Alas, they had encountered Qin Kangi. Qin Kangi remained seated on the stone bench without even standing. He merely raised his gaze lazily. Is that all? Those 2 words fell. Boom. The dark yellow ancient flame instantly erupted from within his body, the flames sweeping outward and engulfing the entire courtyard. All 5 black-clad figures' expressions simultaneously changed. Something's wrong. Retreat. But it was already too late. Qin Kangi slowly raised his right hand, and upon his fingertip the dark yellow ancient flame condensed into a flame seal. The next moment he flicked his fingers. Boom. The dark yellow flame instantly detonated, splitting into 4 fiery rays that shot toward the 4 black-clad figures. Fast. Too fast. The 4 black-clad figures couldn't even react before the fiery rays pierced their forehead. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. 4 divine storage realm first stage cultivators didn't even have time to scream before being consumed by the dark yellow ancient flame. In the span of a single breath, the 4 figures turned to ashes. Only the leader among them remained, deliberately spared by Qin Kangi. Even so, he was knocked flying by the residual wave of the ancient flame, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. A single move. 5 assassins at the divine storage realm, first stage, 4 dead, 1 severely injured. Qin Kangi had remained seated on the stone bench the entire time, never truly standing. The black-clad leader's eyes were filled with terror. Monster. Qin Kangi slowly rose to his feet and approached the man in black, looking down at him with an air of dominance. Now you may speak. Who sent you? The man in black stared fixedly at Qin Kangi, his eyes brimming with fear and bitter resentment. He opened his mouth, but uttered no words. Qin Kangi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Refuse to speak. It matters not. This young master has countless means to make you talk. As he spoke, a strand of Xianhuang, ancient flame, danced lightly at his fingertips. Though the flame was but a whisper, it caused the man in black to tremble violently. He had just witnessed with his own eyes as 4 of his companions were instantaneously reduced to ashes by this flame. This terror could not be concealed. Qin Kangi said indifferently, "This young master asks you one final time who sent you." The man in black's breathing quickened, his eyes darting back and forth. After a moment, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Qin Kangi, you shall not live long." Qin Kangi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh." The man in black grinned broadly, but suddenly a stream of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment his body went rigid and dark crimson patterns emerged along his neck. His vitality rapidly dissipated. Poison swallowed to take his own life. This was something Qin Kangi had not anticipated. He frowned deeply, then quickly searched through the bodies of the 5 men in black. The 5 were empty-handed, possessing nothing at all save for a token carried by their leader. The token bore a single character. Emperor. Upon seeing this character, Qin Kangi's eyes narrowed and a fearsome killing intent surged from within him. Originally, he had considered the possibility that these 5 might have been sent by his putative father to assassinate him. But now it was clear that was not the case. Behind them must stand the ruler of Liang State, Emperor Liang. He merely wondered why Emperor Liang would act this way, as there should be no grudge between them. Just then Qin Shinkong arrived hastily accompanied by numerous elders of the Qin family. As they entered the courtyard, they immediately noticed the scorch marks covering the ground, with the air still thick with the lingering heat from the Xianhuang ancient flame. Although all 5 men in black had perished, the lingering aura of the Xinzong realm expert had not yet completely dissipated. Qin Xuankong's expression changed instantly. Xinzong realm. Moreover, there had been more than one. The elders' pupils contracted sharply, their hearts trembling with shock. Although they had sensed movement in the courtyard earlier, they never imagined that Xinzong realm cultivators would infiltrate the Qin estate to assassinate Qin Kengi. What was even more terrifying was that by the time they arrived, all the assassins were already dead. In other words, Qin Kengi had dealt with 5 Xinzong realm assassins, all by himself. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze toward Qin Kengi turned, filled with awe once again. This young master's strength seemed even more terrifying than they had imagined. Kengi, are you unharmed? Qin Shinkong asked. Qin Kengi smiled faintly and shook his head. I am fine. Then he casually tossed the black token to Qin Shinkong. Uncle, take a look at this. Qin Shinkong took the token. When he saw the chilling emperor character on the front of the token, his expression changed instantly. His previously calm eyes suddenly grew extremely grave. Seeing this, the elders also gathered around, but when they clearly saw the character on the token, their expressions similarly changed. This is... An elder began to speak, but was stopped by a glance from Qin Shinkong. Qin Shinkong gripped the token tightly, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. Then he said in a deep voice, everyone withdraw. What transpired tonight must not be disclosed to outsiders. Should anyone dare leak even a single word, they will face clan discipline. The elders' hearts tightened, and they immediately saluted. Yes. The elders exchanged glances and realized this matter was no trivial affair. Qin Kengi narrowed his eyes. It seemed this token was more troublesome than he had imagined. Uncle, do you recognize this? Qin Shinkong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Kengi, come inside with me. I have something to tell you. Very well. Qin Kengi nodded and quickly followed. Inside the room, Qin Shinkong closed the door, gripping the token in his hand, his eyes growing cold. Uncle, is this token connected to Emperor Liang? Hearing this, Qin Shinkong narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of silence nodded slightly. Correct, this token is indeed connected to His Majesty. Moreover, it is not merely the token. Over the years I have always suspected that your supreme bone being taken is also connected to him. What? Upon hearing these words, Qin Kengi's pupils contracted sharply. His supreme bone being stolen when he was 3 years old was also connected to Emperor Liang. Qin Xuankong's gaze grew distant, as if recalling, back then, when you were just born and discovered to possess the supreme bone, our entire Qin family was in jubilation. Everyone believed you were the future of our clan. But when you were 3, several armed men in black infiltrated your chambers and excavated your supreme bone. From that day forward, I have been investigating this matter. Qin Shinkong paused and continued, this matter I did manage to uncover some clues. The reason the Liang imperial family has been able to maintain their position as rulers of Liang State is because behind them stands Taichu sect, a top-tier power in the Xinghai Star domain. 2 years after your supreme bone was taken, I learned of rumors that the young master of Taichu sect possessed the supreme bone. Therefore, I suspected then that your supreme bone being stolen was inevitably closely related to the Liang imperial family and Taichu sect. But I originally had no intention of telling you, since with your supreme bone taken, cultivating becomes nearly impossible in this lifetime. Knowing this would only harm you. Having said this, Qin Shinkong sighed softly. After hearing all that his uncle had told him, Qin Kengi's gaze grew distant, a trace of cold light flashing in his eyes. So, my supreme bone being stolen originally was the work of Emperor Liang and Taichu sect, pulling the strings behind the scenes. Excellent, simply excellent. By the way, uncle, was my mother also killed by Taichu sect? Since transmigrating here, Qin Kengi had never seen his mother, let alone known her name or where she came from. However, Qin Shinkong shook his head. I am uncertain, but it likely was not. Qin Kengi was stunned, and Qin Shinkong continued to explain. Back then, when you were 1 year old, your mother suddenly disappeared without a trace. Our entire Qin family knew little about her, but it can be confirmed that her origins were extraordinary. It was precisely after your parents married that your father's cultivation rapidly advanced, breaking through to the Xinzong realm. Regarding specific information about her, you may need to ask your father. Upon hearing this, Qin Kengi's eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Xinlai, that putative father. It seemed that after dealing with Emperor Liang, he needed to seek clear answers from him. Kengi, regarding revenge, your uncle's cultivation is limited, and I cannot assist you. You must protect yourself, well plan before acting, and must not be impulsive. Qin Shinkong warned. He was afraid Qin Kengi would rashly charge to Taichu sect for revenge. That was one of the most top-tier powers in the Xinghai star domain, with profound foundations far beyond what the current Qin Kengi could confront. Qin Kengi grinned. Fear not, uncle, I know what I am doing. Before the system arrived, I could not take revenge. If I still cannot after it has come, then that damned system was utterly pointless. Qin Kengi had already formed a plan in his mind. First eliminate Emperor Liang, then seclude for a month and directly assault Taichu sect. A month seemed a bit too lengthy, did it not? 10 days. At night, Qin Kengi once again employed his talent for dual cultivation. He tried every technique he had known in his past life on Su Qinghan. Not only did that keep the girl content through the night, but the next morning her cultivation broke through to the third-rank late stage. Of course, Qin Kengi's own cultivation also smoothly advanced to the second layer of the spirit treasury realm, unlocking the liver spirit treasury. His combat power skyrocketed. If Shun Qingyue and the others learned that he had broken through just by sleeping, they would probably be stunned. At noon, Qin Kengi dressed and left the room. Seeing Su Qinghan's reluctant gaze, he chuckled and said, "All right, stay home and consolidate your cultivation. Don't wander off." Yes, master. Su Qinghan had been tamed like an obedient kitten, extremely docile. Only then did Qin Kengi leave with satisfaction. Yesterday, having learned that the theft of his supreme bone was connected to Emperor Liang, the killing intent in his heart could no longer be contained. If Emperor Liang did not die, his heart would never be at ease. Moreover, since the other party had sent assassins to kill him, they had already made up their mind to take his life. Even if he did not strike, first Emperor Liang would never let him go. Qin Kengi naturally understood the principle of striking first to avoid disaster. However, Xiao Yunhuang had long coveted the throne and had even agreed to his unreasonable demands yesterday. Therefore, Qin Kengi decided to visit and assess the situation. If the Grand Princess was willing to serve him, then, after some thorough persuasion, giving her the throne might not be out of the question. After all, the mere position of Liang's ruler was something Qin Kengi truly looked down upon. Of course, if the Grand Princess was unwilling to serve him, then he would have no choice but to send father and daughter down together. A Sigma man never shows mercy. Outside the Grand Princess's residence, 2 guards changed expression slightly upon seeing Qin Kengi. The events at the Marquis of Jinbei's residence yesterday had already spread throughout the capital. Now everyone knew that Qin Kengi had killed Qin Lingxiao with a single punch, extinguished Lu Wanrong with a finger, and even forced back the Marquis of Jinbei Qin Xianlai. This young Master Qin was now a name known to almost everyone in the capital. Young Master Qin. The 2 guards quickly cupped their hands in salute. "I want to see the Grand Princess," Qin Kengi said calmly. One of the guards hurriedly replied, "Young Master Qin, please wait a moment. I will announce your arrival." However, before he finished speaking, a cool voice came from within the residence. "No need to announce. Her Highness has ordered that if young Master Qin arrives, he may enter directly." As the voice fell, Qingluan walked out slowly, dressed in green robes with a sword at her waist. Her cool expression softened into a smile upon seeing Qin Kengi. "Young Master Qin, the Grand Princess has been expecting you. Please follow me." Qingluan's demeanor was respectful as she stepped aside. Facing Qin Kengi, this close mate of the Grand Princess truly dared not harbor any ulterior thoughts. After all, she had witnessed his terrifying strength with her own eyes yesterday. Qin Kengi replied, without ceremony, nodding and entering the residence. Inside the courtyard, flowers and trees were serene, a spiritual spring flowed, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Xiao Yunhuang was sitting in a pavilion today, wearing a dark red dress that lessened her sharpness from yesterday, but added a touch of lazy nobility. Seeing Qin Kengi approach, she slowly raised her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a blush. She waved her hand, and Qingluan and the other maids all withdrew. Qin Kengi entered the pavilion, sat down opposite her, without ceremony, and smiled slightly. "Have you thought over the conditions I proposed a few days ago, Grand Princess?" Xiao Yunhuang's cheeks flushed at his words. In the past, she would never have agreed to Qin Kengi's conditions. After all, as the Grand Princess of the Empire, how could she kneel at the feet of another man? But yesterday, after witnessing Qin Kengi's terrifying combat talent and incredible connections, she had changed her mind. In the entire capital, only Qin Kengi had the power to push her onto the throne. She was silent for a long moment, then bit her lip and whispered softly, "I have made up my mind. As long as you can help me ascend the throne, I am willing." Qin Kengi was not surprised, but he changed the subject and asked with a smile, "What if? I can help you ascend the throne, but the condition is that you must kill your father, the emperor." "Kill her father?" Xiao Yunhuang was stunned, but only for a moment. She quickly calmed down and uttered 2 words slowly, "I can." Such a straightforward answer caught Qin Kengi off guard. "I suppose you are curious why I agreed so readily, aren't you?" Xiao Yunhuang gave a bitter smile. Qin Kengi nodded noncommittally. "Though I am the Grand Princess of the Empire, seemingly glorious and deeply favored by my father, I know all this comes with conditions. The Xiao family has deep ties with the Taichu sect. My father has always wanted to curry favor with the young master of the Taichu sect. Over the years, he has not only offered most of the national treasury's treasures as tribute, but also plans to send me to be the young master's concubine. Speaking of this, Xiao Yunhuang laughed bitterly. As the Grand Princess of Liang being passed around like a commodity, how could her heart not be filled with sorrow? I have sent people to investigate the character of the Taichu sect's young master. He is extremely lecherous and delights in abusing women. Those he takes by force rarely live more than half a month. So, if my father does not die and I cannot ascend the throne, then I will be the one to die. After speaking, Xiao Yunhuang stood up, her expression terrifyingly calm, her eyes fixed on Qin Kangyi. Young Master Qin, I have accumulated some power over the years, but it is far too weak to challenge the throne. If you are willing to lend me your strength, I, Yunhuang, will follow your lead for the rest of my life. With that, Xiao Yunhuang bowed deeply. She did not want to die, nor did she want to become someone's plaything. Therefore, this was her only path. Kill her father, the emperor. And Qin Kangyi was her only hope. What if I not only want to kill your father, but also all the princes and the entire royal clan? What would you choose? Qin Kangyi's voice came again. Xiao Yunhuang had not expected Qin Kangyi to be so decisive. Not only killing Emperor Liang, but also exterminating the entire Xiao imperial clan. However, after only a moment's thought, she said firmly, I can. Emperor Liang was someone she had to kill, and the other princes would not be spared either. Once she ascended the throne, they would all be potential threats to her rule. The principle of eliminating the root was clear to her. Since Xiao Yunhuang could kill her father and brothers, what did the rest of the royal family matter? They were nothing but irrelevant people. A group of the dead compared to her own survival and destiny. The choice was far too easy. Hearing Xiao Yunhuang's words, a smile slowly spread across Qin Kangyi's face. He was very satisfied with her answer. If she had refused or hesitated, he would have sent the Grand Princess to hell without a second word, and then annihilated the entire Liang royal family. But now that was no longer necessary. The Grand Princess was very sensible. Giving her a chance to be thoroughly cooked might not be a bad idea. Qin Kangyi's gaze toward Xiao Yunhuang grew more approving. Excellent. This prince appreciates a clever mind. Your answer pleases me greatly. I will help you ascend the throne. Prepare yourself. Your coronation awaits. Hearing this, Xiao Yunhuang's breath quickened. Many thanks, Prince Qin. She knew his words were no idle boast. Yet amid her delight, curiosity stirred within her. Prince Qin, I have a question. Speak. Why must you eradicate the entire Xiao imperial clan? Logically, Qin Kangyi bore no deep grudge against the royal family, so why such ruthless intent? Qin Kangyi let out a cold laugh. 16 years ago, your father, your esteemed emperor, had my supreme bone ripped from me and offered it to the young master of the Taichu sect. At these words, Xiao Yunhuang's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, she understood why Qin Kangyi was determined to kill Emperor Liang and the entire royal clan. This was a blood feud that blocked his path to the Tao, a grudge that could never be resolved. Even if Emperor Liang's soul were extracted and tormented for 10,000 eons, it would not be too much. I understand now. I knew nothing of this before. Rest assured, Prince, if I ascend the throne, I will follow your lead without question. Xiao Yunhuang immediately pledged her loyalty. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Kangyi's mouth. He was satisfied with her attitude. He glanced at the stone table nearby and said with a grin, all right, get up there. Hearing this, Xiao Yunhuang's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Yet she did not refuse. She merely bit her red lips, gently her phoenix eyes lowered, her voice softer than ever before. Prince Qin, this is a pavilion after all. If someone sees us, it wouldn't be proper. Could we go to the room and discuss in detail? Her voice was tender beyond compare, utterly devoid of the usual lofty dignity of the Grand Princess. At this moment, Xiao Yunhuang's brow was shy, her breath unsteady, her dark red gown accentuating her tall and graceful figure. On that exquisite face there was both the regal bearing of a grand princess and the bashfulness of a woman lowering her head for the first time. Especially her phoenix eyes, normally sharp and commanding, now veiled in a misty haze. Though embarrassed, they held an indescribable hint of anticipation. Qin Kangyi looked at her like this, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Go to the room. He slowly rose and walked towards Xiao Yunhuang. Your Highness just said you would follow my lead without question, didn't you? What? Is this your first task? And already you're bargaining with me. Xiao Yunhuang's body trembled slightly, her red lips pressed together. I didn't mean that. Qin Kangyi looked down at her, his voice laced with amusement. Then right here, boom. With a wave of his hand, the mystic yellow ancient flame rose silently, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire pavilion, sealing off all sound from the outside world. Xiao Yunhuang's heartbeat quickened as she watched the flames rise around her. She knew Qin Kangyi had left her no way back. Yet strangely, she felt little resistance in her heart. Instead, there was nervousness and an unspoken thrill. After all, this was her first time. She had never experienced such feelings before, nor had she ever imagined such a thing. Qin Kangyi reached out and pulled her slender waist, gently drawing her into his embrace. Xiao Yunhuang's body went limp. She looked up at him, so close her breath growing ragged. Prince Qin. Qin Kangyi chuckled softly. You should change how you address me. Call me master. Xiao Yunhuang's cheeks flushed even deeper. She bit her lip, hesitating at the slightly humiliating title, then finally whispered, Master. The moment those words left her lips, a deep light flickered in Qin Kangyi's eyes. The Grand Princess of Liang, the future Empress, now lay in his arms, calling him master in a soft voice. The feeling was exhilarating. Qin Kangyi lowered his head and kissed her. Xiao Yunhuang's eyelashes fluttered. At first she was shy and tense, but soon drawn by Qin Kangyi's breath, she melted into his embrace. Dual cultivation prodigy, activate. Boom. Their true qi merged instantly. Qin Kangyi's 9 heavens pyroclasmic true qi blazed fiercely like a sun hanging in the sky, while Xiao Yunhuang's royal true qi was noble and sharp like a crimson golden phoenix. The moment the two forces met, they formed a complete cycle under the guidance of some mysterious power. Xiao Yunhuang's phoenix eyes flew wide open. She felt an unprecedented numbness and pleasure spreading slowly from the depths of her meridians. It was not merely physical surrender, it felt as if her soul, her blood, her true qi, everything, was completely under Qin Kangyi's control. Her cultivation, which had been stagnant for years, began to loosen. The true qi within her ignited, becoming scorching and turbulent. This, Xiao Yunhuang's breath was unsteady, her voice trembling. Is this dual? Before she could finish, Qin Kangyi leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smile, This prince will guide you while teaching you the way of cultivation. Sit tight, we're starting. Xiao Yunhuang's face burned. She wanted to glare at him, but her misty eyes made it look more like a playful pout. In the pavilion, the crimson gold gown slipped softly down. Outside the barrier of mystic yellow flame, the wind continued to blow. Inside, the warmth of spring grew ever deeper. At first, Xiao Yunhuang tried to maintain the dignity of a grand princess, but as their cultivation continued, she gradually lost that noble composure. She felt as if she had fallen into a blazing sea of fire, yet it did not burn her, only pulled her deeper into surrender. She clutched tightly at Qin Kangyi's robes, her eyes rimmed with red, her beauty breathtaking. That face, usually so regal and fierce, was now painted with shyness and allure, as if the phoenix, soaring high in the heavens, had finally been drawn down to the mortal world. Soon they cultivated from morning until afternoon, a full 2.5 hours. Xiao Yunhuang's aura continuously rose, breaking through from the middle of the second rank all the way to the early stage of the first rank. Yes, after just one session of cultivation with Qin Kangyi, such a transformation had occurred. Disbelief filled her eyes. Prince Qin. Master, I've broken through to the first rank. Her voice was filled with excitement. To reach the first rank at such a young age was unprecedented in the entire Liang kingdom. Qin Kangyi showed no surprise. He smiled and said, I imparted so much essence to you. Breaking through was only natural. Xiao Yunhuang's cheeks flushed at his words. Qin Kangyi continued with a grin, All right, get ready. Tonight you will ascend the throne. Xiao Yunhuang. Tonight? So soon? Master. Ascending the throne tonight, isn't it too fast? The imperial family's foundation is not weak, and my power alone is far from a match. Xiao Yunhuang said with some difficulty. She had originally planned to proceed step by step after aligning with Qin Kangyi, and could act in as little as 1 or 2 months, or at most half a year. But Qin Kangyi's speed was beyond her imagination. The corners of Qin Kangyi's mouth lifted slightly. It's just ascending the throne, not like eating chicken, so what's so difficult? As his words fell, Qin Kangyi's aura suddenly surged, and a terrifying pressure emanated, instantly shaking Xiao Yunhuang. This is the divine treasury realm. Master has broken through to the divine treasury. At this moment, Xiao Yunhuang was truly dumbfounded. Yesterday outside the Jinbei Marquis mansion, Qin Kangyi was only at the first grade perfection, yet in just one night, he had broken through to the divine treasury realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply unheard of. Qin Kangyi said with a chuckle, to be precise, it should be the late stage of the divine treasury second layer. Last night, after a session of dual cultivation with Su Qinghan, Qin Kangyi's cultivation directly broke through to the divine treasury second layer. And just now, after dual cultivation with Xiao Yunhuang for 2.5 hours, his cultivation had risen again, directly breaking through to the late stage of the divine treasury second layer. Of course, it was a bit slow, but it could barely be accepted. Xiao Yunhuang swallowed hard, deeply shocked. How exactly did her master cultivate? How could he have such terrifying cultivation speed? Unbelievable, utterly incomprehensible. There's no problem storming the imperial palace tonight, right? Qin Kangyi said with a chuckle, pinching her. Xiao Yunhuang's face flushed. In no problem. As far as I know, the highest cultivation in the imperial palace is a grand supporter at the divine treasury second layer. Your strength is definitely sufficient. Qin Kangyi nodded with a smile. All right, tell me how many trump cards you have under your command. Yes, Xiao Yunhuang obediently leaned against Qin Kangyi and said softly. I have 800 mansion guards under my command, each of them elite at 6th grade or above. Within the mansion, there are also 11 first-grade martial artists, 1 divine treasury, first layer middle stage, and 1 divine treasury, first layer early stage. In the southwest region, the commander of the Qixin army is my man with about 100,000 troops under his command. Hearing Xiao Yunhuang's words, Qin Kangyi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This eldest princess had indeed been planning for a long time. Not only did she have many elites in her mansion, but she also controlled an army. It seemed that even without him, she was prepared to take a gamble. Interesting. However, the Qixin army in the southwest was too far away. It would certainly be too late for tonight. The 800 mansion guards were sufficient. As the saying goes, Emperor Taizong of Tang managed to take down the Xuanwu Gate with 800 men. As a dignified divine treasury second-layer cultivator leading 800 elite cultivators to storm the imperial palace should be no trouble. 800 men are enough. Later, gather all the cultivators in the mansion. I will write a letter, send someone to the Alchemist Guild and the Shin Merchant House, and deliver the letters to Lu Qingshan and Shun Qingwei respectively. They will know what to do. Also send a message to the commander of the Qixin army, ordering him to lead the elite troops to the capital immediately, arriving by tomorrow at the latest. Then he will cleanse all opposition in the capital for you. Qin Kangyi began to make arrangements methodically. Xiao Yunhuang's beautiful eyes gradually lit up. She could tell that Qin Kangyi was not just giving random orders, but had a plan. Moreover, the plan was highly feasible. At the thought of smoothly ascending the throne tonight, Xiao Yunhuang trembled with excitement. Qin Kangyi naturally saw her excitement and patted her bottom with a smile. All right, get dressed and move out quickly. There are still 2.5 hours left. Yes, master. Xiao Yunhuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently replied. A moment later, she changed into a crimson gold long dress. The shyness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by the dignity befitting an eldest princess. In front of Qin Kangyi, she could be docile, but once she stepped out of this pavilion, she remained the ambitious eldest princess of the Liang kingdom, daring to kill her father and seize the throne. Qingwan was waiting not far away. Seeing Xiao Yunhuang emerge, she quickly approached. Your Highness. But as soon as she got close, Qingwan sensed something amiss. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes full of shock. Your Highness, you have broken through to the 1st grade. Xiao Yunhuang paused slightly, feeling the true qi in her body several times stronger than before. A hint of complexity also flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had been stuck at the 2nd grade for a long time, and breaking through to the 1st grade would have required at least several years, or even a decade. But just now, with the help of Qin Kangyi's incredibly profound dual cultivation secret technique, she had directly stepped into the 1st grade realm. This feeling was simply dreamlike. Xiao Yunhuang took a deep breath and said softly, indeed. Hearing this, Qingwan's heart trembled. Xiao Yunhuang composed herself and said solemnly, Qingwan, convey my orders. All mansion guards of the eldest princess's residence are to assemble at the training ground within a quarter of an hour. All cultivators above the 1st grade in the mansion are to be present. Additionally, send 2 trusted confidants, 1 to the Alchemist Guild and 1 to the Shin Merchant House, to deliver these 2 letters personally to Lu Qingshan and Shun Qingwei. If anyone obstructs them on the way, kill without mercy. Understood. Qingwan's heart tightened. Although she didn't know what the eldest princess intended to do, she could sense that something big was about to happen tonight. Qingwan immediately turned and left. Soon the entire eldest princess's residence was in motion. The mansion guards assembled swiftly, each of them at least above the 6th grade. 11 1st-grade martial artists stood at the front, and at the very front were 2 Divine Treasury Realm supporters. 1 at the Divine Treasury First Layer Early Stage, and 1 at the Divine Treasury First Layer Middle Stage. Looking at this group of elites before him, Qin Kangyi was quite satisfied. He stood in front of Xiao Yunhuang, said nothing superfluous, and directly released his oppressive aura. Boom. The Divine Treasury Second Layer Late Stage. Such terrifying pressure instantly caused all the cultivators present to darken their expressions as an overwhelming force bore down. Even the 2 Divine Treasury First Layer cultivators at the front were not at ease, frantically circulating their true qi to resist. They both felt a heavy weight on their chests, as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, and the flow of true qi within their bodies became sluggish. This young Master Qin was actually already a Divine Treasury Second Layer Late Stage cultivator. Shock filled their eyes. Yesterday they had witnessed with their own eyes that Qin Kangyi was only at the 1st grade perfection, yet today he had already stepped into the Divine Treasury Second Layer Late Stage. This cultivation speed is simply appalling. The next moment, Qin Kangyi withdrew his pressure and spoke slowly, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, the Emperor of Liang is muddled and listens to treacherous ministers plotting to harm the eldest princess. Today I, the young lord, am willing to lead you all to clear the side of the ruler, support the eldest princess to ascend the throne, and grant you a meritorious service of supporting the new emperor and immense fortune. Are you willing to follow me into the imperial palace to clear the side of the ruler? Are you willing to follow me into the imperial palace to clear the side of the ruler? The moment Qin Kangi uttered these words, the entire training ground fell into an instant silence. The 800 garrison soldiers were first stunned. Storm the imperial palace. Purge the court of evil. Install the elder princess on the throne. This was a matter of earth-shattering magnitude. If they succeeded, they would be the ministers who aided the new emperor enjoying boundless wealth and honor for generations to come. But if they failed, it would be the crime of high treason, and their entire clans would be exterminated. For a moment, everyone's eyes flickered and their breathing grew rapid. Even the 11 first-rank martial artists and the 2 divine treasury realm retainers wore solemn expressions. Yet after only a moment of hesitation, the 800 soldiers, 11 first-rank martial artists, and the 2 divine treasury retainers knelt down in unison. We are willing to follow your highness and Prince Qin into the imperial palace. Purge the court of evil and support your highness's ascension. The reasoning was simple. All were loyal followers of the elder princess. Even if they refused to act once the elder princess failed, they would not escape death. Emperor Liang would never spare them. Under such circumstances, it was better to gamble everything. If they won, they would have the merit of aiding the emperor's rise, and their entire families would rise to prominence. A tremendous fortune. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Kangi's mouth. Excellent. Since you are all willing to follow Her Highness the Elder Princess in purging the court, I the prince will not treat you unfairly. As his voice fell, he turned his palm over. Countless jade bottles instantly appeared in midair, and a rich fragrance of elixirs immediately permeated the entire training ground. The fragrance was so pure that even a single sniff caused the true chi of many garrison soldiers to simmer faintly. This is a first-rank martial artist's pupils contracted sharply. Elixirs, eh? Qin Kangi smiled indifferently, then waved his hand, sending the jade bottles flying toward the crowd. For those of the 6th to 4th ranks, 1 realm-breaking pill each. For those of the 3rd to 1st ranks, 1 spirit condensation pill each. As for the 2 of you, Qin Kangi's gaze fell upon the 2 divine treasury realm retainers at the front. These 2 bottles are for you. As his words landed, 2 jade bottles flew into the hands of the 2 divine treasury retainers. They instinctively opened the bottles. The next moment, boom, an extremely pure medicinal aura instantly burst forth from the bottles. On the surface of the elixir, 10 distinct marks shimmered with brilliant light, as if alive. The pupils of the 2 divine treasury realm retainers abruptly contracted, and a look of intense shock spread across their faces. This is a spirit-grade top-tier elixir. T10 marks. It's actually a 10-mark elixir. This exclamation made everyone's hearts tremble violently. Spirit-grade top-tier, 10-mark elixir. Though they were not alchemists, they knew what a 10-mark elixir meant. It was something that existed almost only in legends, yet today Prince Qin had casually bestowed it upon them. The other martial artists in the field also opened their jade bottles. 10 marks. All were 10 marks. Instantly the field fell into dead silence, broken only by the sound of sharp intakes of breath. The early-stage divine treasury realm retainer holding the jade bottle spoke with a trembling voice. Prince Qin, is this really for me? Qin Kangi smiled faintly. What, you don't want it? The retainer shuddered and quickly knelt. I want it. Your subordinate thanks Prince Qin for the gift. The other mid-stage divine treasury realm retainer also hurriedly knelt, his eyes burning with fervor. They knew that this single pill was enough to allow them to take a step further. After being stuck at the same realm for years, who wouldn't be excited to finally advance? Such an opportunity, if it appeared in the outside world, would have countless divine treasury cultivators fighting over it. At this moment, the 2 retainers' gazes toward Qin Kangi had completely changed, a profound awe. The rest of the cultivators felt the same, looking at Qin Kangi, as if he were a deity. Qin Kangi swept his eyes over the crowd and said calmly, I give you 1 hour. Swallow the pills and prepare to break through. Qin Kangi swept his eyes over the crowd and said calmly, I give you 1 hour. Swallow the pills and prepare to break through. Yes. The crowd answered in unison. The next moment, all cultivators sat cross-legged, swallowing the pills and refining them. Within just a few breaths. Boom, boom, boom. In the training ground, one aura after another surged explosively as they began to break through their cultivation levels. Watching this utterly absurd scene, Xiao Yunfeng's mouth twitched. Are you serious? Over 800 people breaking through at the same time. She had never heard of such a thing. Master, aren't these 10-mark elixirs too precious? Xiao Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. Qin Kangi smirked. Just some trifles I casually refined, nothing special. 10-mark elixirs are trifles you casually refined. What the hell? Xiao Yunfeng stiffened, a bit dumbfounded. Qin Kangi said with a grin, don't worry, you won't need those pills. Dual cultivation is much faster than swallowing pills. Hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng's pretty face flushed. Indeed, the speed of dual cultivation was astonishingly fast. She had experienced it herself. Meanwhile, at the Alchemist Guild, Lu Qingshan and Han Song were repeatedly deducing the alchemy techniques that Qin Kangi had taught them in the pill room. The more they deduced, the more astounded they became. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Lu Qingshan's beard trembled with excitement. Master's flame control technique truly turns the mundane into the miraculous. Han Song also nodded repeatedly. If we can comprehend even 30%, our success rate in refining spirit-grade pills will increase by at least 20%. Just then an alchemist hurried in. President, Vice President, someone from the Elder Princess's residence has arrived bearing a personal letter from Master Qin. A letter from Master. Lu Qingshan shot to his feet. Bring it quickly. The alchemist hastily handed over the letter. Lu Qingshan tore it open, and with just one glance the excitement on his face instantly froze. Han Song quickly leaned in. The next moment both of their faces changed simultaneously. The letter was simple. Purge the Imperial clan tonight. The Alchemist Guild is to prepare a large quantity of chi-restoring and healing pills immediately and deliver them to the Elder Princess's residence. Qin Kangi. These few words exploded like thunder in their minds. Purge the Imperial clan. Master was going to strike against the Liang royal family tonight. Han Song swallowed hard. Master's move is truly earth-shattering. Lu Qingshan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slammed the table. Let's do it. Han Song was startled. Lu Qingshan's gaze burned as he spoke solemnly. Since Master dares to act, he must be confident. We have already sworn allegiance to Master, so we are his people. Now that Master needs pills, how can we shrink back? Not only will we send the pills, but we will also personally join the battle to share Master's burden. Han Song's eyes lit up. Exactly. They had personally witnessed Master's talent and strength. If the old Master didn't have absolute certainty, how could he act so hastily? The President is right. I am after all a divine treasury realm cultivator. I should share Master's worries. The two quickly reached a consensus. Lu Qingshan immediately turned and gave orders. Issue the command, open the guild's pill vault. Take out all the chi-returning pills, healing pills, meridian-protecting pills, and blood-clotting pills, and send them to the Elder Princess's residence. Old Han Yu and I will also mobilize our connections to gather a group of martial artists. Tonight they will join us in storming the Imperial Palace. That will give Master a surprise. At this moment within the Shun family trading company, Shen Qinghua had also received a personal letter from Qin Kangi. She unfolded the letter, and after reading only a few lines her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Yuan standing beside her asked in a low voice, Miss, what did the prince's letter say? Shen Qinghua handed him the letter. Zhou Yuan glanced down, and his expression instantly changed. The letter's content was likewise brief. Tonight purge the Shao Imperial clan and install the Elder Princess to the throne. I request Miss Shun to prepare a large quantity of high-grade weapons and deliver them to the Elder Princess's residence. When this matter is concluded, I shall repay you handsomely. Qin Kangi. Zhou Yuan gasped. The prince is going to strike at the Imperial family. Shen Qinghua folded the letter, but a slow smile curled her crimson lips. I never expected the prince to move against the Liang Emperor so soon. Old Zhou opened the storehouse. Send all weapons below the spirit grade to the Elder Princess's residence. Oh, and select 10 spirit artifacts to deliver as well. Handle this personally. Tell the prince that these weapons are my gift to him. He need not repay them. In just a few breaths, Shen Qinghua had made her decision. She had to help Qin Kangi with this favor, and she had to do it brilliantly. Not only because she and Qin Kangi shared a good rapport, but most importantly she believed his future was boundless. Building a strong relationship with him now was an immense opportunity for her. After all, adding flowers to a brocade leaves far less impression than delivering charcoal in a snowstorm. Moreover, Shen Qinghua had to admit that her fondness for Qin Kangi ran deep. Perhaps there was even a hint of unusual sentiment. Zhou Yuan was stunned, never expecting his mistress to make such a decision. But recalling the terrifying talent of that young prince, he found it reasonable. Yes, miss. Rest assured I will see to it immediately. With that, Zhou Yuan turned and left. The room fell silent, leaving only Shen Qinghua. She murmured softly, but in her mind the image of Qin Kangi lingered. Prince Qin, I hope you succeed tonight. If you do not, even if I must use the power of the Wanbao Pavilion, I will find a way to save you. Qin Kangi's move was an act of rebellion. If he succeeded, his future would be boundless. But if he failed, it would mean certain death. Yet Shen Qinghua silently vowed that if Qin Kangi failed, she would do whatever it took to preserve his life. 1 hour later, within the Elder Princess's residence, 800 garrison soldiers, 11 first-rank martial artists, and the 2 divine treasury realm cultivators had all completed their breakthroughs. Every single one had advanced at least 1 minor realm. Some had even broken through 2 or 3 realms, their combat powers soaring. After all, these were 10 patterned pills, the pinnacle of alchemy, free of any pill toxicity, with their efficacy extended to 200 or 300%. In their entire lives they would likely never taste such a pill again. After consuming the pills, 4 additional first-rank martial artists emerged. Among the 2 divine treasury realm cultivators, one stepped into the late first stage, while the other smoothly broke through to the mid-first stage. Xiao Yunhuang stared in astonishment. 10 pattern pills, terrifying indeed. Just then Xing Wan entered with two people both clad in the moon-white star robes of alchemists. Both were first-rank alchemists, the trusted aides of Lu Qingshan and Han Song. We pay our respects to Master Qin. The moment they saw Qin Kangyi, they clasped their hands without hesitation. They had been present when Lu Qingshan and Han Song took their master yesterday, so they naturally understood Qin Kangyi's status in the eyes of those two spirit-grade alchemists. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. No need for formalities. The two rose and said with a grin, Master Qin, we have brought all the chi recovery pills, healing pills, vein-protecting pills, and blood-clotting pills from the guild storehouse, a total of 73,000 pills. Please inspect them, Master Qin. As they spoke, they produced two spatial rings within which were stored vast quantities of pills. Hearing this, Xiao Yunhuang and all the other cultivators widened their eyes in utter disbelief. 73,000 pills. Holy shit. Had they emptied the entire alchemist guild storehouse? My god, 73,000 pills. That's insane. We'll never finish them all. Shock value 43034. Qin Kangyi, however, remained calm. He nodded with a smile. Thank you. Master Qin is too kind. The two guild leaders said there will be a surprise for you tonight. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. A surprise? Qin Kangyi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Those two always managed to come up with something new. He didn't refuse. Go ahead. The two clasped their hands and withdrew. Shortly after they left, Zhou Yuan arrived with a group of guards from the Shun family trading company. Prince Qin, I have come on my mistress's orders to deliver the weapons. As he spoke, rows of chests were laid before Qin Kangyi. When the chests opened, rich spiritual energy dispersed. Everyone looked and saw that each chest contained various weapons, blades, spears, swords, halberds, all of extremely high quality, at least 5th tier. These are some of our stock from the Shun family trading company. Below the spirit grade, there are 3,120 pieces. In addition, there are 10 spirit artifacts. These are all a gift from my mistress. She said you need not repay them. At these words, everyone drew a sharp breath. Such a grand gesture. Thousands of high-grade weapons, given away outright. Shock value 123,042. Even Xiao Yunhuang's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light, and she silently wondered what relationship Miss Shun had with Qin Kangyi. Especially recalling the look Shen Qinghua had given Qin Kangyi yesterday, an inexplicable discomfort rose in her heart. It felt as if someone were trying to take something that belonged to her. Qin Kangyi too had not expected Shen Qinghua to be so generous, but he did not refuse. I will remember Miss Shen's kindness. Thank you. Zhou Yuan grinned upon hearing this. The prince's word of remembrance was worth more than any promise. Haha, you are too kind, your highness. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhou Yuan departed with the Shun family trading company's people. After Zhou Yuan left, Qin Kangyi finally spoke. All right, distribute the pills and weapons. We move in 1.5 hours. Xiao Yunhuang snapped back to reality. Good. Staring at the mountain of weapons and pills before her, she felt both shock and immense relief. Thank heavens she had chosen to submit to Qin Kangyi. Otherwise, not only would she never ascend the throne, but she might have been wiped out entirely. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yunhuang began making arrangements. Meanwhile, Qin Kangyi went to Xiao Yunhuang's chambers to cultivate in seclusion. With 1.5 hours until sunset, such a long time was more than enough for a breakthrough. After 3 hours at the Long Princess's mansion, everyone was already fully prepared, their condition at its peak. This group was more than 10 times stronger than a few hours ago. At that moment, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from within the room, and a dense flame spiritual energy instantly swept through the entire Long Princess's mansion. The two Spirit Treasury Realm martial artists were startled, their hearts trembling faintly. Could it be that Lord Qin has broken through again? Xiao Yunhuang was stunned upon hearing this. He broke through again and again. No way, this is too fast, isn't it? This morning, after their dual cultivation, Qin Kangyi's cultivation had broken through from the early stage of the second layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm to the late stage. Only a few hours had passed, and such a terrifying aura had emerged. It seemed like he was breaking through to the third layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm. Xiao Yunhuang's heart trembled. At that moment inside the room, Qin Kangyi was indeed breaking through to the third layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm. The 9 heavens blazing heaven art was pushed to its extreme. A moment later, boom, he slowly opened his eyes. Third layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm, the Spleen Spirit Treasury open. The spleen belongs to the thick earth element capable of carrying spiritual energy. After opening it, the spiritual energy within a martial artist becomes more abundant and dense. After opening the Spleen Spirit Treasury, the spiritual energy in my body has surged more than 5-fold. Qin Kangyi rose, feeling the terrifying increase in his own strength, a broad smile flashing across his face. A 5-fold increase in spiritual energy means the combat power has increased far more than 5-fold. Figuring that it was about time to set off, he pushed open the door. Xiao Yunhuang was already waiting at the entrance, her face filled with intense shock as she watched Qin Kangyi emerge. Master, you You haven't broken through again, have you? Qin Kangi nodded calmly. Yes, it's been 5 hours already. Isn't it reasonable to break through? 5 hours. Reasonable. Xiao Yunhuang felt she couldn't keep up with Qin Kangi's train of thought. Alright, it's getting late. Let's prepare to set off. Qin Kangi said. Xiao Yunhuang's expression shook, and she came back to her senses. That's right, storming the palace and ascending the throne was her top priority now. Yes. With that, Qin Kangi and Xiao Yunhuang led the 800 soldiers of the Long Princess's mansion straight toward the imperial palace. If it had been before, they might not have been so confident. But now it was different. Not only had their combat power skyrocketed, but each of them also carried dozens of high-grade pills for restoring health and spiritual energy. Moreover, everyone had high-grade weapons and armor that suited them. It could be said that they were armed to the teeth this time. Even if they encountered the Imperial Guard, they would be enough to slaughter them. Moreover, they had Qin Kangi as their anchor. Even the two Spirit Treasury Realm cultivators felt their confidence doubled. Outside the Xuanwu Gate, the night was lonely, and the Tinjiangtal obsidian city wall glistened with a cold, eerie luster under the moonlight. On the wall, a squad of Imperial Guards was stationed here. This Xuanwu Gate was a vital thoroughfare into and out of the Imperial Palace, and guarding it was one of Emperor Liang's trusted confidants, Lin Zeiss. This man was at the early stage of the first layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm, and as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, he held a high position. Who goes there? At that moment, Lin Zeiss' expression tightened as he looked down from the wall. General Lin, this princess has urgent matters to see the emperor. Please open the gate. The Long Princess. Seeing that the person below was the Long Princess Xiao Yunhuang, and the hundreds of soldiers behind her, Lin Zeiss was slightly stunned. Your Highness, it is late, and the Xuanwu Gate cannot be opened easily. If you have urgent matters, I can relay the message for you. Obviously, Lin Zeiss sensed something was wrong. This Long Princess, coming late at night with a large number of soldiers, all armored, likely had ulterior motives. Before Xiao Yunhuang could speak, Qin Kangi sneered. I'll give you 3 breaths to open the gate. If you don't, your entire family, up to 9 generations, will die. Hiss. Hearing such a ruthless threat, even Lin Zizong couldn't help but shudder. However, as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard and a trusted follower of Emperor Liang, he naturally wouldn't be intimidated by Qin Kangi's words. How dare you? I am the Emperor's trusted man. How can I be threatened by you? Not to mention exterminating my 9 generations. Even if you exterminate 10 generations, I will never open the gate. Lin Zeiss said with righteous indignation. Xiao Yunhuang frowned slightly, leaning close to Qin Kangi's ear, and whispered, Master, this city gate is extremely sturdy, and it is reinforced with a formation. Even a martial artist at the 5th layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm might not be able to break it. What should we do now? Qin Kangi remained calm and smiled. Is that so? I don't think so. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and he appeared 10 meters in front of the city gate. The next moment, his aura surged. 9 styles of the martial ancestor, the 9th style. A king-level martial art coupled with his own cultivation at the 3rd layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm. How could a mere city gate withstand this punch? On the wall, Lin Zeiss saw that Qin Kangi actually attempted to punch through the wall by himself, and he immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The wall of Xuanwu Gate is reinforced with a formation. Even a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Spirit Treasury Realm might not be able to break it. Truly overreaching. However, before Lin Zeiss could finish his words, he was instantly startled by the scene before him. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and a terrifying fist force instantly shot from Qin Kangi's right fist, hurtling toward the city gate. In an instant, the city gate was shattered. The entire Xuanwu Gate shook violently, and a huge fist-shaped hole was blasted through it. Shards of obsidian shot like a rainstorm into the gate tunnel. The Imperial Guard soldiers arrayed on the wall had no time to dodge and were knocked over by the flying debris. The so-called formation was directly shattered, not even lasting a single breath. Lin Zeiss' mocking laughter was still stuck in his throat, not yet swallowed, as the smile on his lips completely froze. How is this possible? Lin Zeiss' eyes were dull, his lips trembling, his voice squeezed out through his teeth. The wall of Xuanwu Gate, reinforced with a great formation and said to be unbreakable even by a 5th layer Spirit Treasury Realm cultivator, was directly shattered like paper under Qin Kangi's fist. The residual force of the fist traveled up the wall, causing the blue bricks under his feet to buzz and tremble, numbing his calves. One punch. Just one punch. The deputy commander's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What had he just said? Oh no. My 10 generations. Behind Qin Kangi, Xiao Yunhuang, the 2 Spirit Treasury Realm cultivators, and the 800 mansion soldiers were instantly ecstatic. If even a 5th layer Spirit Treasury Realm couldn't break it, and Lord Qin broke, it didn't that mean Lord Qin's strength surpassed the 5th layer Spirit Treasury Realm. Damn it. Why be afraid then? Everyone hear my orders. Kill. As Qin Kangi's words fell, the 2 Spirit Treasury Realm cultivators and the 800 soldiers charged in like madmen. They had already seen the hope of the Long Princess ascending the throne. Even a fool knew to seize the opportunity to earn merit. Qin Kangyi raised his eyes looking at Lin Zeiss on the wall, a slight smile curling at his lips. 10 generations, you say? I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, Qin Kangyi raised a finger, and the Xianhuang ancient flame flickered at his fingertip. Then with a wave of his hand the ball of flame shot straight toward Lin Zeiss. The latter, as if sensing the breath of death, was suddenly terrified, and fell to his knees with a thud. I was wrong, spare me. Begging for mercy. I still prefer your arrogant demeanor from just now. Qin Kangyi sneered coldly, yet the strange flame in his hand did not cease its work. He had no regard for such turncoats. Boom. With a loud crash, the flame of the primordial yellow flame pierced through Lin Zeiss' brow in an instant. He was dead beyond any doubt. For the current Qin Kangyi, slaying a martial artist at the first level of the divine treasury realm was far too easy. Seeing the vice commander killed the garrison troops on the city wall instantly fell into disarray. In just a few dozen breaths, they were almost completely slaughtered. Let's go enter the palace. Qin Kangyi sneered. Xiao Yunhuang's heart trembled, at this moment she was exceedingly excited. It was so easy to step through Xuanwu Gate and enter the imperial palace. She felt as if the throne was beckoning her. Soon Qin Kangyi led 800 men straight toward the palace. However, at that moment in the rear garden of the palace, lanterns were brightly lit, and the banquet was in full swing. Emperor Liang and the 3 princes were all present. But the one seated in the main seat was not Emperor Liang, but a middle-aged man. This man appeared to be in his 40s, short and gaunt, with a loose and baggy purple-gold robe hanging on him. He had a pointed chin and cheeks like a monkey, with 2 sparse, drooping mustache hairs at the corners of his mouth that twitched as he chewed, and grease dripped down his whiskers onto the brocade robe, yet he paid it no heed. But whether it was Emperor Liang or the 3 princes, none of them showed the slightest disrespect toward this man. Instead, their faces were filled with reverence. Steward Zhang, has the young master truly agreed to let Yunhuang serve in his bedchamber? Emperor Liang Xiao Chongming cautiously approached Zhang Dawei's side, a hint of hope in his eyes. Zhang Dawei glanced at him, chewing a large mouthful of meat while speaking indistinctly. The young master has agreed, but I was sent to appraise your daughter's looks. If she is passable, she will be sent to serve in the young master's bedchamber. Hearing this, Xiao Chongming was overwhelmed with excitement. Though it was only a concubine status, not a legal wife for the Xiao imperial clan, it was already an unparalleled honor. After all, that person was the young master of the Taichu sect of exalted status, whose single word could decide the entire future of Liang country. If Yunhuang could serve this young master well, the Xiao imperial clan would secure at least several centuries of peace. Even he himself would gain immense benefits. Steward Zhang, rest assured my daughter Yunhuang's appearance is absolutely outstanding, and she will not disappoint you. Xiao Chongming flattered. The 3 princes Xiao Jingyuan and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. If Xiao Yunhuang entered the Taichu sect and became the young master's concubine, it would be greatly beneficial to them as well. Moreover, it would eliminate one competitor for the throne. That was absolutely wonderful. Zhang Dawei nodded indifferently. Xiao Chongming cautiously approached Zhang Dawei and said with a smile, Steward Zhang, I have specially gathered 3 beauties from Liang country for you to welcome you tonight. Hearing this, Zhang Dawei's eyes lit up. The chicken leg in his hand paused midair, and then a lecherous grin spread across his face. Ha, good, very good. You know how to handle things. Rest assured, if your daughter is truly qualified to enter the young master's bedchamber, I will speak well of her and of you. Hearing this, Xiao Chongming was overjoyed. Thank you, Steward Zhang. Just as Xiao Chongming finished speaking at that moment, bang! A loud crash came from outside the rear garden, immediately causing everyone to stand up with anger in their faces. How dare you? Don't you see I am hosting a distinguished guest? What is happening outside? Why all this noise? Xiao Chongming frowned deeply, speaking with extreme fury. This Steward Zhang was no ordinary figure. He was a close confidant of the young master. If he could be pleased, Xiao Chongming would surely rise to great heights. That was why he went all out to curry favor. At that moment, a soldier in black with his armor battered and broken rushed in frantically, his eyes filled with terror. Your Majesty, disaster. The eldest princess and young Master Qin have led 800 household troops in rebellion. They have nearly killed all the imperial guards, and now they are heading toward the rear garden. The eldest princess rebelling. The imperial guards wiped out. Buzz. Xiao Chongming felt his head buzz, stunned in an instant. The 3 princes were also frozen in place. Man, that bold. They dared to rebel with just 800 men. The moment the soldiers' words fell, Qin Kangyi, Xiao Yunhuang, and their 800 household troops rushed in, surrounding the entire rear garden. In this battle, practically none of Xiao Yunhuang's 800 household troops had fallen. After all, they wielded high-grade weapons, carried hundreds of pills on them, replenishing health, recovering true qi, everything. Moreover, with 2 divine treasury experts and Qin Kangyi, a killing machine, clearing the path ahead, it was hard for them to get injured. The moment he saw Xiao Yunhuang, Emperor Liang exploded with rage, shouting harshly, Yunhuang, how dare you? Breaking into the palace at night with troops to rebel. This is utterly outrageous. Xiao Yunhuang, upon hearing this, showed no change in expression, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented coldness. Father, I heard you want to send me to the Taichu sect to be a maid for that young master. That young master of the Taichu sect has a twisted temperament. Oh, hundreds of women have died at his hands. If I go, I doubt I would survive more than a few days. Xiao Yunhuang sneered, coldly continuing. Father, I don't want to die, so I have no choice but to ask you to die. Her icy voice carried a chill. Xiao Chongming as a father was too cold and heartless, sacrificing his own daughter's life for the sake of himself and the Xiao imperial clan. Xiao Yunhuang could not accept this. How dare you? Xiao Chongming was greatly alarmed. This rebellious daughter dared to say such things in front of Steward Zhang. If the young master found out, he too would suffer. However, Zhang Dawei saw Xiao Yunhuang's graceful figure and stunning face, and saliva nearly dripped from his lips. Especially as she was clad in a blood-red armor today, her heroic and spirited bearing was truly eye-catching. Xiao Chongming, is this your daughter? Yes. Emperor Liang was somewhat fearful, worried that Zhang Dawei would blame him. Yet the next moment Zhang Dawei burst into laughter. Good. Excellent. Why didn't you tell me earlier you had such a top-notch daughter? The young master loves this type the most. Rest assured, after I send your daughter to the young master's bedchamber, he will be extremely satisfied. Zhang Dawei's lecherous gaze roamed over Xiao Yunhuang's body. Great figure, great looks. He was extremely pleased. Xiao Chongming was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, Steward Zhang. Thank you, Steward Zhang. But Xiao Yunhuang, upon hearing their conversation, trembled. The man before her was a steward of the Taichu sect. If she failed today, would she be sent to the Taichu sect to be butchered at will? Thinking this, her heart turned cold. Just then Qin Kangyi's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, you are from the Taichu sect. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dawei frowned slightly, withdrawing his gaze from Xiao Yunhuang and fixing it on Qin Kangyi. How dare you? Who are you to utter the name of my Taichu sect with such insolence? Zhang Dawei bellowed sharply. Xiao Chongming stepped forward cautiously, saying, Elder Zhang, this man is named Qin Kangyi. 16 years ago, it was his supreme bone that was given to the young master. A vague sense of dread coiled in Xiao Chongming's heart. Last night, he had dispatched 5 divine treasury realm cultivators to assassinate Qin Kangyi, yet a full day had passed with no word from them, as if they had vanished into thin air. But now there stood Qin Kangyi perfectly unharmed before him. Did that not mean the 5 divine treasury realm cultivators he had sent were all dead? Oh! Hearing this, Zhang Dawei was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. So it's you. I spared your wretched life back then, yet you show no gratitude. Since that's the case, today will be your end. A mere waste whose supreme bone had been plucked. Zhang Dawei truly held him in no regard. Upon hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Kangyi's mouth, and the cold gleam in his eyes deepened. So my uncle's guess was correct. My supreme bone was indeed taken by that bastard Xiao Chongming in collusion with the Taichu sect. Excellent. Since that's the case, I'll send them all to hell to repent. Just then a voice suddenly rang out from behind Qin Kangyi. Master, do not worry. We have come to lend our aid. No sooner had the words fallen than Lu Qingshan and Han Song, both alchemists, charged in with swords drawn, followed by over 10,000 martial artists. Among these 10,000 martial artists, there were no fewer than 37 in the Divine Treasury Realm, 1 at the 3rd level, 7 at the 2nd level, and the rest at the 1st level. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chongming was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, what is going on? Qin Kangyi was somewhat surprised. What are you two doing? Lu Qingshan and Han Song exchanged a smile. Master, we knew you were about to act against the royal family, so we swiftly mobilized some of our connections. We gathered an army of 10,000 martial artists and also invited over 30 Divine Treasury Realm cultivators to cheer you on. Rest assured, Master, these Divine Treasury Realm cultivators are all the connections we've built up over the years. They owe my old friend Lu and me a favor. Indeed, but time was too tight. If we had 3 more days, we could have summoned 100 Divine Treasury Realm cultivators to lend their strength. The two spoke in turn, leaving everyone present utterly bewildered. Summoning 100 Divine Treasury Realm cultivators. Holy crap. That's absolutely terrifying. No wonder alchemists are considered the most untouchable group. Though their combat prowess was mediocre, their connections were truly horrifying. When they said they'd call in reinforcements, they really did. Xiao Yunhuang's pretty face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with intense delight. Counting this way, even excluding Qin Kangyi, they now had 40 Divine Treasury Realm cultivators on their side. With such overwhelming combat power, even raising the entire imperial capital would be a breeze. What was there to fear? Even Qin Kangyi was stunned, never expecting the two to possess such influence. President Lu, Vice President Han, I believe I have never treated you poorly. What is the meaning of this? Gazing at the 30-plus Divine Treasury Realm cultivators and the army of 10,000 martial artists, Xiao Chongming's heart skipped a beat, his face turning ashen. The faces of Xiao Jingyuan and the other two also drained of color instantly, their legs trembling. We're doomed. Are we going to die here today? Lu Qingshan snorted coldly. The master wants to kill you, yet you dare to resist. Are you not deserving of death? Han Song nodded in agreement. Indeed, offending the master means offending both of us. Xiao Chongming's face darkened like a storm cloud. These two must be insane. Elder Zhang, what should we do now? At his wits' end, Xiao Chongming could only turn to Zhang Dawei. Zhang Dawei, however, let out a cold laugh, his gaze utterly devoid of fear. To him, the 40 divine treasury realm cultivators before him were nothing but a pack of chickens and dogs. Worry not. With me here, these rabble can't turn the tide. That Qin Kangyi is a menace. Today I'll finish him off to eliminate future trouble. As the words fell, Zhang Dawei's aura surged, and an oppressive wave of pressure instantly swept through the entire imperial rear garden. Divine Treasury Realm, 5th level. As an elder of the prestigious Taichu sect and a 5th level Divine Treasury Realm cultivator, he truly feared not these lowlifes. Each level of the Divine Treasury Realm was a world apart. How could these ants comprehend the terror of the 5th level? Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhang Dawei, Emperor Liang, and the three princes not only showed no fear, but instantly regained their color, their faces brimming with elation. As expected of a Taichu sect elder, truly formidable. With Elder Zhang here, these people won't be able to stir up any trouble. Lu Qingshan sensed the terrifying aura from Zhang Dawei, and his face instantly changed. Damn it, he's at the 5th level of the Divine Treasury Realm. How could the Liang royal family have a 5th level Divine Treasury Realm martial artist? The 30-plus Divine Treasury Realm cultivators behind him also turned pale in unison. Though they outnumbered him, the gap between them and a 5th level Divine Treasury Realm cultivator could not be bridged by numbers alone. If he wished to slaughter all 30-plus of them, it would cost him little effort. Prince Qin, I have dragged you into this. Let me carve a path for you with my life. With your talent, your future achievements will be boundless. When that time comes, I hope you will avenge me. A flicker of despair crossed Xiao Yunhuang's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a resolve as firm as facing death itself. She knew that the Taichu sect elder was here because of her. She had dragged Qin Kangyi into this. She had no other choice but to fight with her life. As long as Qin Kangyi could escape, his talent would surely allow him to avenge her one day. Lu Qingshan and Han Song exchanged a glance and stood firmly before Qin Kangyi. Rest assured, master. As long as these old bones of ours are here, we will buy you some time. Zhang Dawei burst into raucous laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. A bunch of fools. The one I want to kill. None can escape. Qin Kangyi sneered, gently pushing aside Xiao Yunhuang and the others, stepping forward to stand before everyone. Why are you all being so melodramatic? A mere 5th level Divine Treasury Realm cultivator. What the hell is that? Besides, I never intended to let this old dog off the hook. Alright, step aside. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Xiao Yunhuang. Everyone. All were stunned. This was a 5th level Divine Treasury Realm martial artist. But seeing the overwhelming confidence on Qin Kangyi's face, the crowd swallowed their doubts. Could it be that the prince was actually capable of this? Zhang Dawei sneered, his face darkening. You reckless fool. Today I'll show you the true power of the 5th level of the Divine Treasury Realm. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Dawei opened all 5 of his divine storage chambers in unison. In the next instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura far surpassing that of ordinary divine storage cultivators swept across the entire rear garden of the imperial palace. Rumble. The ground cracked apart inch by inch, rockeries shattered, and lake waters surged upward. Many warriors with weaker cultivation found their faces drained of color under the oppressive pressure, forcing them to retreat step by step. This is truly the strength of a divine storage 5th stage expert. Absolutely terrifying. Even just his aura makes it impossible for my true chi to circulate. It's over. How will Crown Prince Qin respond to this? The crowd's faces turned grim with horror. Even the divine storage cultivators brought by Lu Qingshan and Han Song felt heavy dread weighing upon their hearts. Divine storage 5th stage, with all 5 divine storage chambers open simultaneously. Such a presence was no mean figure even across the entire Xinghai star domain. Certainly a powerhouse in any region. They were absolutely no match for him. Upon witnessing this sight, Xiao Chongming's previously pale face erupted with overwhelming excitement. As expected of the Taichu sect, truly profound in heritage. Qin Kangyi, Xiao Yunhuang, do you truly believe that bringing a rabble of misfits to invade the imperial palace will allow you to overthrow me? Absolutely delusional. The 3 princes instantly felt empowered. With a divine storage 5th stage master at their side, why should they fear anything? The 3rd prince, Xiao Jingxian, wore an expression of smug triumph and let out a sinister chuckle. Qin Kangyi, weren't you so arrogant just now? Weren't you intent on purging the royal clan? Today, with Elder Zhang here, I'd like to see how arrogant you can still be. Listening to the crowd's flattery, Zhang Dawei's look of self-satisfaction grew ever more pronounced. He let out a cold sneer, his speed surging as he shot straight toward Qin Kangyi. steely shattering mountain collapsing palm. Zhang Dawei immediately unleashed a killing move. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon technique of the Taichu sect possessing tremendous destructive power. With one palm strike, purple true qi wildly converged in his palm, as if countless mountain ranges had been compressed within it. Before the palm strike even landed, the surrounding air was compressed into furious roaring. Rumble. The ground shattered layer by layer, and everything within several zhang continued to explode and collapse under the oppressive force. What a terrifying palm strike. As expected of a Taichu sect elder, this martial art is incomparable to what Liang Kingdom warriors possess. Can young Master Qin withstand it? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Xiao Yunhuang was so startled that her flower-like face paled in terror. Young Master, be careful. Even the 30-plus divine storage cultivators suddenly felt their courage falter. If such a terrifying palm technique struck them, they would surely explode on the spot, shattered into pieces here and there. Yet facing that dreadful palm strike, Qin Kangyi remained utterly calm, with no trace of worry on his face. He simply raised his head slowly, a hint of disdain curling his lips. A top-grade spiritual technique. Such trash doesn't deserve to show off before this young master. As soon as he spoke, Qin Kangyi slowly clenched his 5 fingers, his entire body's aura surging likewise, and then he punched forward. Martial Ancestor 9 forms. The 9th form. Suppress the mountains and rivers. Watching the technique Qin Kangyi unleashed from afar, Emperor Xiao Chongming of Liang's pupils contracted violently. He looked as though he had seen a ghost staring fixedly in Qin Kangyi's direction. Martial Ancestor 9 forms. Impossible, this is impossible. The 3 princes exchanged bewildered glances and spoke in confusion. Father, what is the Martial Ancestor 9 forms? Xiao Chongming swallowed hard, his face filled with shock as he stared at Qin Kangyi. This is the royal grade martial art created by the founding emperor of our Liang Kingdom. Back then, the founding emperor relied upon the Martial Ancestor 9 forms to sweep through powerful enemies and establish the Liang Kingdom's foundation. But later royal turmoil devastated the palace armory. The complete transmission of the Martial Ancestor 9 forms was lost forever, with only a basic foundational martial art, the Ancestor Crane Fist, that everyone knows still being passed down. How could Qin Kangyi possibly know the complete Martial Ancestor 9 forms? Xiao Chongming grew increasingly terrified as he spoke. This was a royal-grade martial art with extremely terrifying power. Qin Kangyi not only cultivated it, but had also refined it to perfection, already reaching the 9th form. Suddenly he felt a jolt in his heart, then his pupils tightened sharply. Boheo! Elder Zhang is in danger. The moment Xiao Chongming finished speaking, a deafening explosion rang out. Boom! The instant Qin Kangyi's fist collided with Zhang Dawei's palm, and terrifying shockwave erupted throughout the entire rear garden of the imperial palace. The ground collapsed, surrounding pavilions and towers shattered into fragments, and lake waters surged skyward. Zhang Dawei, who had worn a fierce smile, found his expression frozen entirely at the moment of impact. For he clearly discovered that Qin Kangyi's strength was far from simple. He seemed to be no match for Qin Kangyi. Wait. Not seemed, definitely no match. His eyes bulged open suddenly, yet the next moment a cracking sound echoed. The true qi in Zhang Dawei's palm shattered inch by inch, completely collapsing within several breaths. Impossible. Zhang Dawei's pupils contracted sharply, his face changing drastically. He was a divine storage 5th stage powerhouse. How could Qin Kangyi, merely a divine storage 3rd stage cultivator, crush his palm, strike head on? Unfortunately, Qin Kangyi gave him no time to dwell on it. Next moment, bang! The terrifying fist energy struck. Zhang Dawei's entire body trembled as though struck by lightning, and he flew backward, directly crashing heavily against a stone pillar, only after traveling 7 or 8 zhang before coming to a halt. Zhang Dawei spat a mouthful of turbid blood, his right palm trembling uncontrollably, clearly heavily injured by that single punch from Qin Kangyi. This sight stunned everyone present. He won. Damn it, young Master Qin actually defeated a divine storage 5th stage cultivator with one punch. My heavens, this is simply unbelievable. The crowd broke into excited shouts. Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, and Han Song were especially overwhelmed with emotion. Elder is magnificent. Xiao Chongming and his 3 sons watched in stunned silence, swallowing hard as a terrible foreboding arose. Qin Kangyi sneered coldly, preparing to press his advantage while his enemy was wounded. Qin Kangyi's figure surged forward, and in a flash he appeared before Zhang Dawei. My turn. Xinhuang, Ancient Flame. In the next instant, a wisp of dark yellow flame slowly rose from Qin Kangyi's palm. The moment it appeared, the temperature within hundreds of zhang spiked sharply, and the very air seemed to thicken and stagnate. Zhang Dawei, already heavily wounded, immediately darkened in expression. Variant fire. No. This is royal grade variant fire. Zhang Dawei's pupils contracted violently, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with utter horror. As an elder of the Taichu sect, his experience far surpassed that of the Liang Kingdom cultivators. He had certainly seen ordinary spiritual grade variant fires before. While powerful, they could never threaten a divine storage 5th stage warrior like him. But the dense oppressive aura radiating from the variant fire in Qin Kangyi's palm made his very soul tremble. He could even smell the scent of death upon the wind. This flame could not possibly be of an ordinary grade. Royal grade. Definitely royal grade variant fire. The mere thought sent goosebumps racing up Zhang Daoi's scalp. Wait. Zhang Dawei quickly raised his hand, terror flashing across his eyes. Qin Kangyi, regarding the bone-grabbing incident back then, I may know a little, but it has nothing to do with me. It was all done by the young sect master. Moreover, I am an elder of the Taichu sect. If you kill me, the Taichu sect will never let you off. As long as you let me leave, I can pretend nothing happened today. Regarding your affairs, I will never leak them. How about that? Qin Kangyi sneered coldly. I don't think so. His words had barely settled when killing intent churned in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the Xianhuang ancient flame in his hand shot forth, like lightning, heading straight for Zhang Dawei. The latter's pupils gradually dilated. Staring at that horrifically terrifying flame, he found escape impossible and could only let the fire consume him. No! His shrill scream echoed throughout the entire imperial palace. Yet the Xianhuang ancient flame did not slow in the slightest, striking him down completely. The terrifying power of a sovereign-grade heterodox flame was simply beyond anything he could withstand. I am at the 5th stage of divine storage. Qin Kangyi, spare my life. I can help you deal with the young sect master. Zhang Dawei's face was twisted with sheer terror as he desperately begged for mercy, his voice growing shrill. He was afraid, completely terrified. Unfortunately, all of this was futile. Qin Kangyi's expression did not change the slightest. No need. You go first. Your young sect master and the Taichu sect will soon come keep you company. As his words fell, Qin Kangyi's 5 fingers slightly closed. Boom. The Xianhuang ancient flame surged dramatically. Zhang Dawei's agonized screams came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, his entire body was swallowed by the flames, his form turning to ash before their very eyes. A divine storage 5th stage expert and elder of the Taichu sect. Dead. Instantly, silence blanketed the entire crowd. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the ashes scattering on the wind, their scalps going numb and a chill running down their spines. Zhang Dawei was dead. The Taichu sect elder who had been so arrogant just moments ago, threatening to slaughter everyone, had simply perished like that. Not even a corpse remained. An expression of utter shock froze on Xiao Chongming's face. Originally, he had been counting on Zhang Dawei to turn the tide and suppress both Qin Kangyi and Xiao Yunhuang. But now, Zhang Dawei was gone. His greatest backing had vanished. It was over, truly over. The 3 princes were even more terrified, their faces drained of color as their legs trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Jingxian in particular had been the loudest just moments before. Now he looked as though his parents had died, pale-faced, drenched in cold sweat, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. He stared at Qin Kangyi, terror filling his eyes. This madman. He actually dared to kill a Taichu sect elder. In contrast, Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, Han Song, and the others were thrilled, their gazes toward Qin Kangyi, filled with fervent admiration. A Taichu sect elder, a powerhouse at the 5th stage of divine storage. In a place like Liang Kingdom, one who could walk anywhere without fear. And yet now he had been burned to ash by Qin Kangyi himself. How could everyone not be rejoicing? Lu Qingshan and Han Song, their beards trembling with excitement, shouted aloud. Our master's divine might. Behind them, the more than 30 divine storage warriors also held deep reverence in their eyes. Previously they had come to assist merely because of Lu Qingshan and Han Song's invitation, but now they too were utterly captivated by Qin Kangyi's terrifying combat prowess. Fighting beyond his realm, and killing a divine storage 5th stage expert in 2 moves. Was this even a human being? Qin Kangyi's expression remained calm as he lifted his gaze toward Xiao Chongming. At that single glance, Xiao Chongming shuddered violently, as if plunging into an ice-cold abyss. Your Majesty. Qin Kangyi walked toward him step by step, his voice calm, yet suffocatingly oppressive. Now it is your turn. Xiao Chongming's face turned deathly pale as he instinctively retreated. No. Qin Kangyi, you cannot kill me. I am the ruler of Liang Kingdom. If you dare kill me, it will be treason. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi couldn't help but laugh. Treason? I don't even regard the Taichu sect as a challenge. Why would I fear a mere emperor of Liang Kingdom? Xiao Chongming's lips trembled, and for a moment he was rendered speechless. Indeed, this madman had even dared to kill a Taichu sect elder. How could he not dare to kill him? The 3 princes were even more terrified, retreating frantically. Xiao Jingxian slumped on the ground, his voice quivering. Qin Kangyi, this has nothing to do with me. The one who took your supreme bone was father. That old bastard. And the Taichu sect. Every debt has its debtor. Go after them instead. I really knew nothing about it. As long as you're willing to spare me, I swear I will serve you as a slave for the rest of my life. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chongming turned his head sharply, his eyes blazing with fury. Traitorous son! What nonsense are you spouting? This rebellious brat actually called him an old bastard. Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. Xiao Jingxian no longer cared about such matters. He only wanted to survive. I'm not talking nonsense. Eldest brother, second brother, tell me, isn't this all the work of this old bastard? It has nothing to do with us. Xiao Jingyuan and Xiao Jingyao exchanged glances and simultaneously made their decision. True, our third brother is right. It was all that old S doing. Yes, young Master Qin, we are willing to serve as your slaves. Spare our lives. The two men may have had some spine, but not much of it. Seeing Xiao Jingxian kowtow and beg for mercy, they hesitated for barely half a breath before kneeling together. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chongming nearly vomited blood from anger. Three traitorous sons. Qin Kangyi was amused into hearty laughter. What a picture of paternal love and filial piety. Wonderful, wonderful. Then he turned his head toward Xiao Yunhuang. What do you say we should do with these guys, eh? Xiao Yunhuang did not hesitate at all. A chilling killing intent emerged as she slowly uttered a single word. Kill. Qin Kangyi's lips curled upward. Excellent. I'll handle this old bastard. The rest are yours. Yes. Xiao Yunhuang nodded. In that instant, the three princes looked as though their worlds had collapsed, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror, so frightened they wet themselves. Qin Kangyi wasted no words. He calmly approached the Emperor of Liang, his pale fingers digging ruthlessly into his throat, lifting the ruler of Liang Kingdom from the ground as easily as one would pick up a chick. Xiao Chongming's feet left the ground, his face instantly flushing red. He desperately gripped Qin Kangyi's wrist with both hands, struggling with all his might. But no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not budge Qin Kangyi even slightly. That hand seemed like an iron clamp holding his throat in an unyielding grip. Qin Kangyi's expression remained calm, his eyes devoid of any mercy. Xiao Chongming, 16 years ago when you colluded with the Taichu sect to dig out my supreme bone, did you ever imagine you would face this day? Xiao Chongming's pupils trembled violently, his throat producing a strained whisper. I beg you, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Qin Kangyi sneered coldly, his eyes showing not a trace of pity. There's no need to repent. I loathe those who apologize after the fact. Qin Kangyi's palms slowly tightened, his voice reaching the peak of icy coldness. So, you only need to die. Crack. A crisp sound of bone fracturing rang out. Xiao Chongming's struggles instantly froze. His eyes widened, residual terror and profound disbelief swirling within them. How could the esteemed Emperor of Liang Kingdom be strangled to death by someone's hands? After Xiao Chongming's death, Xiao Yunhuang did not hesitate. She ordered her subordinates to begin a ruthless massacre. The three princes certainly did not escape. Not far away atop a palace, Shen Xingyue slowly withdrew her gaze, her previously anxious heart gradually relaxing. It seems young Master Qin does not need our assistance. Let's go. Yes. As her words fell, Shen Xingyue and the robed figure disappeared one after another into the moonlight. Above another palace, a woman's voice with deep meaning drifted softly through the night air. People from the Shun Trading Company. Interesting. White-robed Lingxi Immortal, blue-robed Shu Qingqing. As Qin Kangyi slaughtered Zhang Dawei and Emperor Liang, the mansion soldiers under Xiao Yunhuang's command along with the men Lu Qingshan had began a massive massacre within the imperial palace. In an instant, the vast imperial palace was filled with unending screams and the pervasive stench of blood. Qin Kangyi stood still, his expression calm. In his ears, the sound of shock value surging incessantly echoed. In a single night, Qin Kangyi's shock value had soared by 1,700,000, and it was still climbing. Just then a voice in his ear caused him to pause. Lingxi Immortal shock value 400, Shu Qingqing shock value 400. Seeing these two sudden shock value notifications, Qin Kangyi froze in place. Lingxi Immortal, Shu Qingqing. Who the hell are these two? No. There are still people in the shadows. At this thought, Qin Kangyi instantly became alert, his hair standing on end. Because he knew that 400 shock value was only the system's limit, not the limit of what the other party could generate. Moreover, the fact that he had not detected these two figures for so long meant only one thing. These two were extremely powerful. Qin Kangyi looked around and spoke aloud. I wonder which senior is hiding in the shadows. Why not reveal yourself and have a talk? As Qin Kangyi's words fell, Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, and the others were stunned. There was someone else nearby? How could that be? Master, there is no one around here. Could your senses be mistaken? Before Lu Qingshan could finish, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out, Master, he found us. Then a steady female voice followed, oh, interesting. A mere martial artist at the Spirit Treasury Realm triple layer can actually detect my presence. Truly not simple. As the two voices faded, Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, and the others instantly felt their hair stand on end, their pupils constricting. What the hell? There really were people in the shadows. Qin Kangyi narrowed his eyes, his expression wary. The next moment, two women appeared before him, one after the other. Lingxi Immortal walked in front, clad in a moon-white flowing gauze immortal robe with a wide skirt, its hem adorned with fine lustrous silver star patterns. Her face was peerlessly beautiful, her aura ethereal and otherworldly, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, unreachable and untouchable. Chu Qingqing stood behind Lingxi Immortal, her features delicate, her skin white as snow. Her eyes were especially beautiful, bright and clear as if they held starlight, brimming with vitality when she glanced around. She wore a light green long dress that swayed with the wind, her jet black hair cascading down to her waist, casually tied with a jade hairpin. Unlike Lingxi Immortal's cold and ethereal nature, Chu Qingqing carried a lively and playful charm unique to a young girl. The moment the master and disciple appeared, the surroundings fell silent. Beautiful, truly breathtaking. The looks of these two were in no way inferior to Xiao Yunhuang's peerless beauty, and they even surpassed her in temperament. Even the two old veterans Lu Qingshan and Han Song felt their hearts stir. Let me introduce myself. I am Lingxi, the foremost of the three supreme elders of the Shanglingxian sect, and this is my disciple Chu Qingqing. Shanglingxian sect? What the hell is that? Qin Kangyi was dumbfounded, having never heard of it. But upon hearing those four words, Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, Han Song, and all the Spirit Treasury realm martial artists changed their expressions drastically. Qin Kangyi might not know the Shanglingxian sect, but they certainly did. Seeing Qin Kangyi's puzzled look, Lingxi Immortal raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't know the Shanglingxian sect? Qin Kangyi shook his head frankly. I don't. Is it famous? The moment these words left his mouth, everyone around him twitched their mouths in unison. Famous. It was the Shanglingxian sect, one of the 7 top-tier forces of the Star Sea Star Domain, and the foremost among them. This was far more than just famous. It was a supreme sect that countless martial artists dreamed of joining. Chu Qingqing blinked, her bright eyes filled with astonishment. You don't even know the Shanglingxian sect? Are you really from the Star Sea Star Domain? Qin Kangyi wanted to tell her no. This prince was originally from Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, a true descendant of Yin and Huang, a child of the dragon. I was unable to practice cultivation before, so I'm not too familiar with these things. Chu Qingqing said, oh, and showed an expression of understanding. Lingxi Immortal raised an eyebrow and explained, the Star Sea Star Domain is vast and boundless, with countless sects and noble families. The 7 supreme powers standing at the very top are Shanglingxian sect, Taichu sect, Tianjin Mountain Shin Family Merchant House, Zixiao Thunder sect, Xianming Demon Palace, and Xingchen Hall. These 7 forces jointly control the Star Sea Star Domain. And our Shanglingxian sect is the first among the 7 top powers, the undisputed hegemon of the Star Sea Star Domain. At this mention, the smile on Lingxi Immortal's face grew even more pronounced. I am the foremost of the 3 supreme elders of the Shanglingxian sect, and I can be said to be the strongest combatant in the sect. I happened to pass by here and noticed your talent, which stirred my love for talent. Thus I wish to take you as my disciple. So, are you willing to become my disciple? Lingxi Immortal's lips curled slightly, her brows filled with confidence. She believed that as soon as she said this, Qin Kangyi would be utterly shocked, then excitedly kowtow to beg for acceptance, and she would reluctantly take him in. Perfect. And indeed, Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, and the other Spirit Treasury realm martial artists reacted exactly as Lingxi Immortal had imagined. First they were stunned, then overjoyed. This was a tremendous opportunity. This Lingxi Immortal was a figure at the pinnacle of the Star Sea Star Domain. If he could become her disciple, he would definitely soar. His future achievements would be boundless. However, Qin Kangyi remained calm. Although he was not entirely clear on how terrifying this so-called supreme power of the Star Sea Star Domain was, he keenly caught one point. The Shanglingxian sect and the Taichu sect were on the same level. Then why would I bother to kowtow? In 10 more days I'm going to wreck the Taichu sect anyway. Thus Qin Kangyi shook his head. Sorry, senior, I have no intention of becoming your disciple. Very well then, I will reluctantly accept. Lingxi Immortal's words were cut short as she suddenly froze. What the hell? This kid refuses to become my disciple. Did I hear that right? Everyone around was also stunned. You actually dare to refuse my master? Chu Qingqing exclaimed, looking as if she had seen a ghost. After all, if Lingxi Immortal were to say she wanted to take a disciple in the Star Sea Star Domain, it would probably shake the entire domain. And today she had taken the initiative to offer, yet was rejected. Lu Qingshan swallowed hard. Master, this is a supreme elder of the Shanglingxian sect. Perhaps you should reconsider. Indeed, this senior is an extraordinary top-tier powerhouse. If you could become her disciple, your future would be limitless. Lingxi Immortal's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Kid, do you realize what great opportunity you are missing? My strength ranks among the top tier across the entire Star Sea Star Domain. Are you sure you want to refuse? Not wanting Jiang Chun to underestimate the weight of her title as the head supreme elder of the Shanglingxian sect, Fairy Lingxi patiently took the time to explain further. After listening, Qin Kangyi nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he suddenly asked, Senior, are you a venerable realm expert? Venerable realm. Hearing those 3 words, Fairy Lingxi's originally calm and composed expression faltered slightly. This kid, why does he insist on poking at sore spots? As the head supreme elder of the Shangling Xin sect and a peak Nirvana realm expert, she was undoubtedly one of the most towering figures across the entire Xinghai star domain. And yet, she truly was not a venerable realm expert. She was indeed only 1 step away. But that single step had trapped and stalled countless brilliant talents throughout the ages. Fairy Lingxi took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain her immortal grace. She replied coolly, no. I have reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. The gap between me and the venerable realm is merely 1 step. There was an unmistakable undertone of quiet pride in her voice. After all, peak Nirvana realm itself symbolized absolute strength and status. Especially within the Xinghai star domain, she was among the absolute elite. However, upon hearing this, Qin Kangyi simply thought, oh, so she's not at the venerable realm after all. She's not even on par with Xuanli. Never mind. After all, he had already turned down the venerable realm alchemist Xuanli. The fact that Fairy Lingxi hadn't even reached the venerable realm meant Qin Kangyi had little interest. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. After all, the woman before him was a peak Nirvana realm expert. If he truly provoked her, 1 casual palm strike from her could end his life. To avoid being swatted to death, Qin Kangyi decided it was best to put on an act. He wore a look of awe, exclaiming loudly, whoa, Senior, you're only 1 step away from the venerable realm. Truly extraordinary. Upon hearing his words, a faint smile curved Fairy Lingxi's lips, her mood considerably lighter. At least this kid has some discernment. She cleared her throat, feigning modesty. Merely adequate. Then her gaze settled on Qin Kangyi as she spoke again. Now that you understand my strength, would you be willing to become my disciple? The moment those words fell, everyone around them held their breath. Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, Han Song, and the others all looked at Qin Kangyi with rapt anticipation. She was, after all, the head supreme elder among the 3 great ancient elders of the Shangling Xin sect, a true heavyweight standing at the apex of the Xinghai star domain. If Qin Kangyi became her disciple, he would effectively have the entire Shangling Xin sect behind him. At that point, what was a mere Taichu sect worth? However, Qin Kangyi merely blinked, then firmly shook his head. I'm not interested. Fairy Lingxi, Chu Qingqing, everyone, not interested. Then what was the point of all that boasting? You praised me just so you could reject me twice in a row. Are you even human? Chu Qingsheng was utterly dumbfounded. She had never encountered anyone so audacious, someone who dared to reject their master twice in succession. If word of this spread across the Xinghai star domain, it would send shockwaves throughout. Even Fairy Lingxi nearly lost her composure. Since breaking through to the Nirvana realm, countless prodigies had knelt before the gates of the Shangling Xin sect, begging for a single glance from her. Yet here was Qin Kangyi. She personally offered to take him as a disciple, and he refused, twice, without a hint of hesitation. She drew several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the urge to backhand him into oblivion, and spoke coldly, since you fail to recognize my greatness and judge the ocean from the bottom of a well, I will not force you. The matter of accepting disciples is dropped. She, Fairy Lingxi, had her pride. As a peak Nirvana realm expert, and the head of the 3 great ancient elders of the Shangling Xin sect, how could she possibly lower herself to beg someone to become her disciple? Since Qin Kangyi refused, so be it. It simply proved that this youth had narrow vision and failed to recognize a heaven-sent opportunity. The person was wasted. With that thought, Fairy Lingxi flicked her sleeve and said dismissively, Qingqing, let us go. Yes. Chu Qingqing shot Qin Kangyi an annoyed glance, clearly still indignant on her master's behalf. Qin Kangyi, however, secretly exhaled in relief, his smile never faltering. I bid you farewell, Senior. With those words spoken, the figures of Fairy Lingxi and Chu Qingqing vanished from everyone's sight. Only after the two had completely departed did Xiao Yunhuang hurriedly approach, her beautiful eyes filled with regret. Master, that Senior was a true heavyweight at the apex of the Xinghai star domain. Even the Taichu sect would not dare act presumptuously in her presence. You just refused her. She genuinely felt it was a tremendous pity. If Qin Kangyi had accepted Fairy Lingxi as his master, he would not only be free from fear of the Taichu sect, he could even launch a direct assault upon them for revenge. Such a monumental opportunity that others would kill for, and Qin Kangyi had refused it. And not just once, twice. Lu Qingshan, Han Song, and the others were all equally bewildered. Qin Kangyi, however, merely offered a faint smile and said calmly, I have my reasons. Enough. Clean up the battlefield and the palace now. Tomorrow morning, Yunhuang, prepare for your coronation. Although Xiao Yunhuang still harbored doubts, she dared not press further. Yes, master. Lu Qingshan and Han Song also bowed and accepted the order. Meanwhile, on the other side, after departing the imperial palace, Fairy Lingxi and Chu Qingsheng did not leave the Liang kingdom immediately. "Master, that fellow truly has eyes but cannot see heaven's height. How dare he refuse you? He has no idea how enormous an opportunity he just squandered. Once he realizes it, he'll regret it to death." Chu Qingqing stamped her foot in indignation. She knew her master's status and position all too well. She stood at the very pinnacle of the Xinghai star domain. A mere stomp of her foot could shake the entire star domain. And yet Qin Kangi had the audacity to refuse such a person. What else could one call that but madness? However, Fairy Lingxi had already calmed down. She stood still, her brows tightly knitted. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. The reason she had taken a liking to Qin Kangi and wished to accept him as a disciple was precisely because of his talent. At the Divine Treasury Realm's 3rd level, he had slain a Divine Treasury Realm 5th level martial artist in only 2 moves. Moreover, he possessed the king-grade Heavenly Flame. Among all the disciples of the Shangling Xian sect, few could match such a combination. By all accounts, a person with such extraordinary talent and combat prowess should not be a fool. Yet he fully understood her identity and status, and still refused her twice in succession. What did that mean? It meant this youth had confidence. Even without becoming her disciple, he could take revenge on the Taichu sect and eliminate them, and perhaps go even further, to break through to the venerable realm. At this realization, a brilliant light flashed in Fairy Lingxi's eyes and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Clever boy, you nearly fooled me." Chu Qingqing asked in confusion, "Master, what do you mean?" Fairy Lingxi smiled and said, "This youth is far from simple. Anyone who has cultivated to such a realm cannot possibly be a fool. The fact that he refused me twice tells us something. It means he has considerable confidence and is far more than meets the eye." Upon hearing her master's analysis, Chu Qingqing's eyes widened in sudden understanding. It did. Makes sense. Then let's not return to the sect yet. We'll stay in the Liang Kingdom capital for a couple of days and gather more information on this youth. I want to see whether his confidence is genuine or merely a facade. A smile played on Fairy Lingxi's lips. She seemed to have discovered something thoroughly intriguing, and her excitement was palpable. "Today is my birthday, and to honor everyone's trust, I'm still pushing through to update. Thank you to every one of you who has read this far, brothers. Make a wish on my birthday. I hope all of you reading this stay healthy, achieve great things, succeed in your studies, and grow exceedingly wealthy. Thank you all for your support. Thanks really." The following morning, Commander Qi Xian arrived at the imperial capital with 100,000 elite troops. Prior to his arrival, the commander had harbored doubts could the Long Princess truly win with merely 800 men under her command. However, upon reaching the capital, he discovered that the Liang Emperor, the 3 princes, and the entire royal family had been slaughtered by the Long Princess. Overcome with indescribable excitement, he could barely contain himself. The Long Princess had succeeded, and his role. This was a merit earned by following the dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Commander Qi Xian led his elite forces to assist the Long Princess in purging dissent within the capital. Within a single morning, the vast imperial capital fell completely silent. Any remaining loyalists of the royal family were systematically eliminated. Those in the court who had remained undecided were personally visited by Commander Qi Xian for persuasion. Of course, this so-called persuasion amounted to little more than a blade pressed against the neck. Submit or watch your 9 generations vanish. Faced with such a choice, the wavering officials in the capital immediately knew how to decide. After all, the Liang Emperor was dead, the 3 princes were dead, and the royal family had been wiped out entirely. The capital now belonged to the Long Princess, Xiao Yunhuang, whose power was irreversible. Moreover, standing behind her was Qin Kangi, who could annihilate a God Treasury Realm 5th realm expert in just 2 strikes, who would recklessly endanger their 9 generations. At midday, the Imperial Palace Grand Hall. Within the resplendent golden throne room, civil and military officials gathered. Though the bloody purge of the previous night had concluded, a faint lingering scent of blood still hung in the air. All officials kept their heads bowed, daring not even breathe loudly. They understood clearly this coronation was not a consultation, it was a notification. Anyone who dared to object would meet the same fate as the royal remnants from the previous night. Soon a heavy bell tolled through the palace. Xiao Yunhuang, draped in crimson gold imperial robes, and wearing the imperial crown, ascended the hall step by step. She was already breathtakingly beautiful, but now adorned in imperial attire, her bearing radiated an even greater sense of majesty and authority. Her aura surpassed that of the previous day. The Long Princess was no more. Standing before them now was the new sovereign of Liang. Meanwhile, Qin Kangi lounged casually on one side of the hall, teacup in hand, his expression placid. By all tradition, no one had the right to sit beside the emperor during a coronation ceremony. Yet not a single person present dared to speak. Preposterous. Even the Long Princess held him in the highest respect. How could these officials dare harbor any complaints against Qin Kangi? If the Long Princess was the new empress of Liang, then Qin Kangi was unquestionably the grand sovereign above all. Xiao Yunhuang stood upon the imperial dais, her gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers below, her voice clear and commanding. The three princes conspired with foreign enemies, murdered loyal officials, and committed patricide and regicide, crimes beyond forgiveness. Last night, I purged the court of traitors, executed the three princes, and quelled the royal rebellion. Alas, the ancestral clan was slaughtered to extinction, leaving only myself. From this day forward, I inherit the mandate, and shall serve as the new emperor of Liang. Do any of you have objections? Xiao Yunhuang directly pinned the charge of rebellion upon the three princes, while casting herself as Liang's savior. Although everyone knew this was a lie, no one dared expose it. To challenge or oppose her meant the annihilation of one's 9 generations. No sooner had Xiao Yunhuang finished speaking than Commander Qi Xian dropped to his knees and proclaimed loudly, "Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty." Immediately following him, Lu Qingshan and Han Song and others bowed deeply. "Your humble servants pay homage to your majesty." The civil and military officials, having lost all courage to hesitate, fell to the ground in waves. "Your majesty lives 10,000 years. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 years." The roar of acclamation reverberated throughout the entire palace. Xiao Yunhuang stood upon the imperial dais, her eyes flickering faintly. From this day forward, she would be the empress regnant of Liang. To claim she felt no excitement would be an outright falsehood. Yet deep within her heart, she knew she had not ascended to the throne so swiftly through her own accumulated strength alone. It was Qin Kengi. Without him, let alone ascending the throne, she would long have been sent to the Taichu sect, reduced to a plaything of that young sect master. At this thought, Xiao Yunhuang turned to look at Qin Kengi, her beautiful eyes deepening with profound gratitude. Qin Kengi seemed to sense her gaze, raised his eyes to meet hers, and smiled faintly. Xiao Yunhuang's heart trembled slightly. Then she withdrew her gaze, and her voice, once again, echoed through the hall. "By my decree, Qin Kengi, heir of the Qin family, has slain the treacherous, purged the royal house, and rendered outstanding merit in safeguarding the Liang state. From this day forward, Qin Kengi is granted the title of King Jinwu, equal in rank to the imperial preceptor. He shall not bow to the emperor, and need not kneel in court. Whatever belongs to this emperor Qin Kengi may take freely." These words sent a thunderclap through the hearts of every minister in attendance. King Jinwu, equal to the imperial preceptor, exempt from bowing to the emperor, and the declaration that whatever the sovereign possessed could be freely taken by Qin Kengi. This went far beyond mere reward. It was a message to all of Liang that Qin Kengi's status eclipsed even that of the female emperor herself. All present were utterly shocked. This was not only Liang's first non-royal king, but also the first of such extraordinary stature. By all ancestral precedent, such a privilege was entirely improper. Yet no one dared object. They had all heard of Qin Kengi's terrifying feat from the previous night, 2 strikes that annihilated a god treasury realm, 5th realm powerhouse. Such combat prowess was sufficient to lay waste to the entirety of Liang. Shock value 82341. Everyone turned toward Qin Kengi and bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to King Jinwu." Lu Qingshan and Han Song were so overwhelmed with emotion that their faces turned crimson. Their master had been in theft as a king. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Qin Kengi had not anticipated that Xiao Yunhuang would grant him such extraordinary privileges, yet he cared little for them. After all, even the empress herself was merely his servant at his mercy. "Rise all of you." With Xiao Yunhuang's coronation and Qin Kengi's bestowal, as King Jinwu, the news spread rapidly across the entire nation of Liang. The whole realm erupted in astonishment. Within the capital, in a secluded courtyard, Qin Xianlai received the news and trembled like a leaf in a storm. Not from anger, from sheer terror. He never would have imagined that within a single night the emperor was dead, the 3 princes perished, the entire Liang royal bloodline was massacred, and a female sovereign now held the throne. He had merely slept through the night, and the capital's entire political landscape had been turned upside down. What frightened Qin Xianlai most was the report that his supposedly useless son Qin Kengi had annihilated a god treasury realm, 5th realm martial artist with 2 strikes, and was now in theft as King Jinwu. "It's over. If that rebellious son harbors ill intent toward me, even 10 lives would not suffice to face his wrath." Although he commanded the Jinbei army, it was nothing more than a military force, one utterly incapable of withstanding Qin Kengi. Moreover, with Xiao Yunhuang now enthroned, whether the Jinbei army would even obey his orders remained uncertain. "No, I must flee immediately. I must leave Liang. Otherwise, when that rebellious son regains his composure, he may truly kill me." Qin Xianlai made his decision and resolved to make a hasty escape. However, just as he finished packing and prepared to depart, a voice drifted through the air. "Marquis Jinbei, where are you hastening off to?" Qin Xianlai was startled, jerking his head up to see Qin Kengi sitting on the rooftop with a smirk. In an instant his hair stood on end and a chill surged through his entire body. "Damn it! Why is this rebellious son here? Oh no, could he be here to kill me?" Although Qin Xianlai was a martial artist at the second stage of the divine treasury realm, he was far inferior to Qin Kangyi. To put it bluntly, Qin Kangyi could crush him with a single finger. Ahem. See Kangyi, I wasn't planning to go anywhere, just taking a stroll. Qin Xianlai cleared his throat and said nervously. Qin Kangyi let out a cold laugh, already guessing Qin Xuanlia's intentions. But he didn't expose his cheap father's little scheme. Instead, he flickered and appeared before him. I came here to ask you one question. Answer honestly, and you live. If I find even half a lie, I'll make your life worse than death. Understand? Qin Kangyi's voice was calm, but the coldness in it made Qin Xianlai shudder from the depths of his soul. He had fought through seas of blood and mountains of corpses over the years, surviving countless life and death situations, yet he had never felt such danger. Qin Xianlai knew that if he uttered even a single falsehood, this rebellious son would not let him off easily. You understood, I understand. Kangyi, rest assured, your father will tell you everything without reservation. Your father? Hearing those two words, Qin Kangyi sneered. Tell me everything about my mother, every single detail. If you omit or lie even a bit, you know the consequences. Qin Xianlai trembled slightly at the words. Qin Kangyi's mother. That was a memory sealed deep in Qin Xuanlia's mind for over a decade. He didn't want to recall it, but he also knew that if he didn't speak, Qin Kangyi wouldn't let him go. After a moment of thought, Qin Xianlai slowly began. Your mother's surname is by her given name Xiao. As for her origins, I'm not entirely sure. She seemed to be from a sect called the Cihong Sword Sect, which I've never heard of. It's probably not from our Star Sea Star region. Cihong Sword Sect. Qin Kangyi's mind raced, but he found no records of this sect. However, although he didn't know, that girl Xuanli might know something. Once he gathered some spiritual herbs to restore her soul and revived Xuanli, he should be able to learn about this sect. Continue. How did you and my mother meet? Qin Kangyi said indifferently. Not daring to hide anything, Qin Xianlai coughed, dryly, somewhat embarrassed. When I was young, my talent in cultivation was terrible. I spent my days frequenting brothels seeking pleasure and thought I'd live out my life as a dissolute nobleman. And that's exactly what I did. But one day while hunting in the outskirts, I encountered your mother. She was gravely wounded and on the verge of death. Qin Kangyi narrowed his eyes. So you saved her, and then love grew over time. Qin Xianlai grew even more embarrassed. Well, not exactly. After I saved your mother, I couldn't resist, and while she was unconscious, I had my way with her. When she woke up, she wanted to strike me dead with a palm. But I talked my way out of it. And since your mother was naive and unsophisticated, I managed to sweet-talk her into returning to the Qin manor with me and pledging her life to me in secret. Later, your mother discovered she was pregnant. She was overjoyed, but beneath that joy she was always anxious, as if worrying about something. I knew. She must have been afraid of the Cihong Sword Sect. Then one day when you were a year old, your mother suddenly said to me in terror, "They found us, we can't hide it anymore." To avoid bringing trouble upon us, father and son, she left the Liang Kingdom. After that, I never heard from her again. Qin Xianlai sighed, clearly unwilling to recall this past from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was shameful. The achievements he had today were not due to his own talent, but to the resources Bai Xiao had given him. If it weren't for Qin Kangyi's terrifying strength and his threat on his life, he would never have spoken of it. Qin Kangyi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Xuanlia. After my mother left, didn't she leave behind any cultivation resources for me? Qin Kangyi's sudden question sent a chill through Qin Xianlai. Didn't leave any. How could she not have left any? Bai Xiao loved Qin Kangyi dearly. Before she was forced to leave, how could she not have left behind some cultivation resources for her son? Yes, she did. But I've used most of them over the years. And Ling Xiao, he is your younger brother after all, right? You couldn't cultivate for so many years, so it was only reasonable for me to use some resources to nurture him, don't you think? Qin Xianlai said with a fawning smile. Over the years, the reason he had been able to rise steadily and why Qin Ling Xiao had reached the 3rd grade at the age of 16 with combat power far surpassing his peers was largely due to the resources Bai Xiao had left behind. In other words, Qin Xianlai had been living off the inheritance left by Qin Kangyi's mother. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi's eyes grew cold. You used what my mother left for me to raise that bastard Qin Ling Xiao. Qin Kangyi's voice was soft, but to Qin Xuanlia's ears, it was like icy needles piercing his bones. Qin Xuanlia's face turned pale as he hastily explained. Kangyi, listen to me. Back then your supreme bone was taken, and you could no longer cultivate. Leaving those resources with you would have been a waste. Ling Xiao had talent, so I thought. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. After all, he is your brother. Brother? Qin Kangyi laughed. A bastard born to a singing girl. How dare you call him my brother? Qin Xianlai trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Qin Kangyi stepped closer, his eyes terrifyingly cold. My mother saved you, helped you cultivate, and turned you from a useless wastrel who only knew brothels into the Marquis of Jinbei. Before she left, she even left cultivation resources for me. And you used her resources to raise your mistress and her bastard. Then you ignored me for 16 years, letting me be mocked as a waste in the Qin manner. Qin Kangyi's voice grew colder by the second. Qin Xianlai. You actually dared to feast on my mother's legacy. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from within Qin Kangyi. Qin Xuanlia's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. His face was ashen. He tried to channel his true qi to resist, but against Qin Kangyi his meager second-stage divine treasury cultivation was utterly laughable. Qin Kangyi had even killed a fifth-stage divine treasury elder from the Taichu sect. Dealing with a mere Qin Xianlai was nothing. Kangyi, your father knows he was wrong. I was foolish back then. I've wronged your mother and I've wronged you. But I am still your father. Qin Xianlai knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. He was truly terrified. The current Qin Kangyi could kill him with a single finger. Hearing the word father, Qin Kangyi's murderous intent intensified. Father, Qin Xuanlia, you don't deserve the title. He reached out, grabbed Qin Xianlai by the neck, and lifted him off the ground. Qin Xuanlia's face turned red, his feet dangling as he clawed desperately at Qin Kangyi's wrist, but couldn't break free. I'll ask you one more time. What else did my mother leave behind? If you dare say there's nothing, I'll crush your neck right now. Qin Xuanlia's pupils quivered violently. Suspended in midair, his throat gripped by Qin Kangyi, his face had swollen to a purplish hue as his legs kicked spasmodically. For the first time, genuine terror seized him. He could clearly feel that if he dared to lie and deny it, this rebellious son of his would truly choke the life out of him. There's also. Qin Xianlai managed to gasp, his voice halting between breaths. A letter. And a black crystal stone. Qin Kangyi's gaze darkened slightly. Where? In my storage ring. Too terrified to withhold any longer, Qin Xuanlia's trembling hands fumbled at his finger, pulling off his storage ring. With a casual motion, Qin Kangyi snatched the ring from his grasp and probed within with his divine sense. Moments later, a letter wrapped in pale white light, and a black crystal stone roughly the size of his palm materialized in his hand. The letter appeared unremarkable, yet its envelope was sealed with an enigmatic restriction array. The moment Qin Kangyi glanced at it, he sensed a subtle connection, a faint resonance that seemed to reach out to him. It was as though this letter had been meant for him all along. The black crystal stone, however, was something else entirely. Completely pitch black, with no visible markings, it radiated an otherworldly luminescence that seemed to pull at the depths of perception. Qin Kangyi held it in his palm and tested it with a thread of true qi, but the stone remained inert. Even when he channeled the ancient Xianhuang flame against it, still nothing. To the untrained eye, it resembled nothing more than an ordinary stone. Yet Qin Kangyi knew better. His mother had guarded this deliberately, which meant it could never be mundane. What is this? Qin Kangyi asked coldly. Qin Xianlai shook his head with difficulty. I don't know either. Over the years I've tried countless methods to activate it, but to no avail. Moreover, no matter what means I employed, I couldn't destroy it. The same goes for that letter. I've attempted every method, yet neither to open nor to destroy it. Qin Kangyi narrowed his eyes. Qin Xianlai appeared to be telling the truth this time. Qin Kangyi couldn't identify the black crystal stone, and it remained beyond his ability to open. As for the letter, he could distinctly sense a familiar presence, a subtle connection that bound itself to him. This was undoubtedly his mother's message to him. Yet the letter's surface bore a protective barrier that defied his attempts to breach it. Resolving to leave it for now, Qin Kangyi stored both the letter and the stone within his storage ring. When Xuanli awoke in the future, there might be a way to unlock them. After securing the items, Qin Kangyi turned his attention back to Qin Xianlai. Sensing no immediate attack, a flicker of hope stirred within the older man. Kangyi, I've told you everything I know, and these things are now yours. You just said I'd live if I answered honestly. Qin Kangyi's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed you will live. Qin Xianlai exhaled in relief, until Qin Kangyi's voice cut through again. But I never said you'd survive, keeping those cultivation abilities. Qin Xuanlia's expression shifted dramatically. Kangyi, what do you mean? Before he could react further, Qin Kangyi hurled him to the ground. The impact was brutal. Blood erupted from his lips as he slammed against the floor. Before he could rise, Qin Kangyi pressed his foot against his chest. Crushing pressure bore down upon him, agony flooding through his body as his face drained to paper white. Qin Kangyi looked down without mercy, his voice utterly cold. Qin Xianlai, when my mother was forced to leave all those years ago, did you ever consider searching for her? Qin Xianlai opened his mouth, but found no words. Qin Kangyi sneered. No, you didn't. She was taken from you, yet you felt no grief. Her fate remained unknown, yet you harbored no concern. What she left behind belonged to me. Yet you took it without remorse, using it for your own cultivation, for your mistress, for Qin Lingxiao, that bastard. You became the Marquis of Jinbei through her resources, and Qin Lingxiao rose as the celebrated prodigy of the northern border through them. But what of me? Qin Kangyi's eyes grew increasingly cold. Her true son spent 16 years as a cripple within the Qin household, mocked, humiliated, betrayed. When you basked in glory across the northern border, did you ever think of me? When you coddled Lu Wanrong and her son, did you ever think of me? When you plotted to have Qin Lingxiao usurp my heir position, did you ever consider that those resources were my mother's legacy to me? Qin Xuanlia's face went pale, his lips quivering. I. He wanted to explain, but in that moment he realized he had no defense. Because every word Qin Kangyi spoke was the truth. All these years he hadn't sought out Bai Xiao. In truth, he hadn't dared. That Xihong's sword sect remained shrouded in mystery, and Bai Xiao's origins were too terrifying. He feared the consequences. So he chose forgetfulness. Silence. Worse still, he used Bai Xiao's resources to cultivate himself and nurture Qin Lingxiao. He even justified it to himself. Qin Kangyi was already ruined, so those things would only go to waste. But now that fig leaf had been torn away by Qin Kangyi's own hands. Only now did he truly understand. The sustenance he'd consumed all these years was drawn from Bai Xiao and Qin Kangyi's very blood. Qin Kangyi stared at him, killing intent surging in his eyes. Qin Xuanlia, you've lived off my mother's lineage for so many years. It's time to settle this debt. A chill seized Qin Xuanlia's heart as he stammered in terror. No, Kangyi, I'm your father. You can't destroy me. I'm the Marquis of Jinbei. The northern border needs me. If you ruin me, who will guard the northern border? What will become of the Qin clan? Qin Kangyi sneered. The northern border will endure without you. And the Qin clan would be cleaner. With those words, Qin Kangyi stomped his foot. A thunderous force erupted. The peerless nine heavens' heavenly flame, Qi, surged into Qin Xuanlia's body. Off. Qin Xianlai screamed in agony as his dantian trembled violently. He struggled to mobilize his Qi in defense, but the moment it met Qin Kangyi's power, it shattered instantly. His strength was no match for Qin Kangyi. Within mere breaths, Qin Xuanlia's Qi dissipated completely, his dantian shattered beyond repair, leaving no trace of his cultivation. Qin Xianlai collapsed onto the ground, his complexion ashen, appearing decades older in an instant. No. My cultivation. My cultivation. Bloodshot eyes blazing, his voice raw and animalistic, he howled in despair. The cultivation he'd chased his entire life had been destroyed in a single day by Qin Kangyi. From this moment forward, he would no longer be the mighty Marquis of Jinbei. He was nothing but a cripple, worthless even compared to ordinary martial artists. Qin Kangyi slowly withdrew his foot, watching him with calm detachment. This cultivation was never yours to begin with. Today's destruction is simply returning what was rightfully mine. Qin Xianlai lay prone on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes hollow with despair. Qin Kangyi looked down at him coldly. I endured 16 years of suffering. Now feel it yourself. Farewell. With those words, Qin Kangyi turned and walked away. After departing from Qin Xuanlia's courtyard, Qin Kangyi spared himself no rest and went directly to the Imperial Palace, the Alchemist's Guild, and the Shun Trading House, instructing them to help gather spiritual herbs capable of restoring the divine soul. In general, such spiritual herbs for restoring the divine soul were of an exceptionally high grade, extraordinarily rare, and prohibitively expensive, far beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. However, leveraging the resources of an entire nation, gathering a few divine, soul-restoring herbs was not altogether impossible. Though Xiao Yunhuang, Lu Qingshan, and Xin Qingwei were unaware of Qin Kangyi's purpose for these herbs, they did not pry and immediately issued orders for a large-scale collection. Having given his instructions, Qin Kangyi returned to the Qin estate. Inside his room. System, open the status panel. System, LV. 2 upgrade requirement, 5000. Host Qin Kangyi. Cultivation, Divine Vault Realm, 3rd stage, mid-level. Technique, 9 Heavens, Heaven Burning, Art Supreme Grade Technique. Martial Arts, Ancestor of Martial Arts, 9 Forms, King Grade Skill, Swirling Dragon, Void Treading Step, Spirit Grade Skill, Setting Sun, Sword, Art, Spirit Grade Skill. Shock Value, 30325333. Equipped runes, 45. I figured it out, you do as you please. Supreme Eagle, Eye Purple, Overplaying won't kill you. Golden Dual Cultivation, Prodigy Purple. Obtained runes. Staring at his shock value surging past 3 million, a satisfied expression surfaced on Qin Kangyi's face. Yet the system was merely at level 2. To advance to level 3, he would need 5 million shock value points. A considerable sum indeed. I'll start with a 50 pull. I'll save the remaining shock value and accumulate enough to upgrade the system to 5 million. Qin Kangyi quickly made up his mind. If level 2 was already this impressive, level 3 must be extraordinary. System, initiate a 50 pull. Instantly, a colossal roulette wheel materialized before Qin Kangyi. Extremely high winning probability and top quality prizes. White, blue, purple, gold. Supreme grade runes are all available. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a white grade rune. Everything tastes delicious. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a blue grade rune. Theft Mastery. A string of white and blue runes flashed across the screen in quick succession, which Qin Kangyi simply skimmed over. In the next moment, an extraordinarily brilliant red light suddenly erupted from the roulette wheel. The entire room was bathed in its crimson glow, turning night into day. Qin Kangyi's eyes instantly narrowed. Damn it! A red one. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a red grade rune Warrior God of Adversity. Warrior God of Adversity, when facing enemies with higher cultivation combat strength, is greatly enhanced. The higher the enemy's realm, the stronger the boost, reaching up to a tenfold increase. Upon seeing this rune description, Qin Kangyi's eyes lit up instantly. The higher the enemy's cultivation, the greater his combat boost, reaching a maximum of 10 times. That was utterly heaven-defying. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. From now on, when Qin Kangyi faced someone with higher cultivation, the battle would unfold like this. Qin Kangyi starts at a disadvantage. Qin Kangyi makes a string of foolish moves. Qin Kangyi shows clear signs of defeat. Qin Kangyi's fate is sealed. Then Qin Kangyi plays a divine move, and finally Qin Kangyi slays his opponent. System equipped the rune. Qin Kangyi let out a wicked grin. Ding. Red grade rune Warrior God of Adversity equipped successfully. Current equipped runes. I've figured it out. You do as you please. Supreme Eagle Eye. Purple overplaying won't kill you. Golden Dual Cultivation Prodigy. Purple Warrior God of Adversity. Red. The 5 rune slots were now full. Further equipment would require upgrading the system. It seemed necessary to acquire shock value as soon as possible. With Qin Kangyi's cultivation rising, martial artists below the Divine Vault realm could offer him increasingly little shock value. In other words, whether he wanted to or not, he would have to leave Liang Kingdom, for there were simply too few strong experts here to yield sufficient shock value. Never mind that. Let me find Su Qinghan first for dual cultivation and accelerate my training. Dual Cultivation Prodigy activate. Meanwhile, in a private room of the grandest inn in the imperial capital, Fairy Lingxi gazed at the intelligence reports on Qin Kangyi she had gathered. Her beautiful eyes widened, her breathing grew rapid, and deep shock shimmered in her gaze. She had originally believed Qin Kangyi's ability to slay Zhang Dawei at the 3rd stage of the Divine Vault realm was already unbelievable. But now she realized she had still underestimated the young man. His supreme bone had been seized when he was merely 3 years old, rendering him unable to cultivate for a full 16 years. Only in recent days had he begun to rise. 5 days ago, during his great battle with Su Qinghan in the imperial capital, he had still been only a third-rate martial artist. Yet within just a few short days he had broken through directly to the 3rd stage of the Divine Vault realm, even wielding a king-grade heterodox flame, mastering a king-grade martial skill, and fighting across major realm gaps to slay a 5th stage Divine Vault cultivator. Moreover, this young man was also proficient in alchemy. He could even refine 9-stripe spirit pills, causing both of Liang Kingdom's spirit-grade alchemists to willingly take him as their master. His alchemical mastery was truly terrifying. After reading through these intelligence reports, Fairy Lingxi froze, completely dumbstruck. Was this some kind of fictional novel? Could such feats truly be accomplished by a human being? As the foremost among the 3 supreme elders of the upper spirit mystic Dao sect, she had seen countless prodigies and geniuses throughout the ages. Even the most outstanding genius of the current generation of the upper spirit mystic Dao sect had taken a full 2 years from the start of cultivation to reach the Divine Vault realm, earning the title of a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Star Sea stellar domain. But compared to Qin Kangyi, they were utterly worthless. No, even worse than worthless. Chu Qingqing looked at all the intelligence reports on Qin Kangyi and Fairy Lingxi's hands with utter bewilderment. Master, what kind of monster is this fellow? He's utterly abnormal. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Chu Qingqing would never have believed such a terrifying person existed in this world. Fairy Lingxi also drew a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with profound astonishment. Indeed, this young man is nothing short of a monster. No wonder he wouldn't even deign to accept me as his master. I truly am unworthy. Facing a Qin Kangyi, even someone as mighty as Fairy Lingxi, standing among the supreme figures of the Star Sea stellar domain, could not help but feel inferior. What am I to dare teach a talent like this? However, Fairy Lingxi's eyes hardened with resolve, and she spoke solemnly. Though I may not be worthy to be his master, we must find a way to bring such a prodigy into our upper spirit mystic sect. His future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Even, he may very well shock the entire Star Sea stellar domain, if not the whole true spirit realm before long. At this thought, Fairy Lingxi's heart burned with fervor. Qin Kangyi's talent was simply too terrifying. While his cultivation was still relatively weak, there was still a chance to recruit him into the upper spirit mystic sect. But if she waited another year or half, his combat power would skyrocket, and he would never look down upon the upper spirit mystic sect. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing exclaimed in shock. Master, that young man refused you twice already yesterday. If he refuses again, then your dignity would be at stake. She hesitated mid-sentence. However, Fairy Lingxi dismissed it entirely. Foolish disciple, if we can recruit a genius like this, what does a little dignity matter? Even if it means I have to imitate a barking dog, it would still be worth it. Wine and lust have harmed me so much. From today I swear off alcohol. These were Qin Kangyi's first words upon waking from his bed. Last night, he directly activated the term and cultivated together with Su Qinghan. But by the latter half of the night, Su Qinghan could no longer bear the surging cultivation. So Xiao Yinhuang also joined in for cultivation. The three of them saw their cultivation levels skyrocket at an astonishing speed. The current Empress of Liang Kingdom, summoned by Qin Kangyi in the dead of night for Dao discussion and cultivation, showed not the slightest displeasure. Instead, she was immensely excited. After all, who wouldn't want to improve? Cultivating together with Qin Kangyi brought rapid progress. Master, the Empress who dominated the battlefield and slaughtered countless by day, now murmured obediently, like a little kitten. Su Qinghan had long shed her pride as a prodigy, and was equally docile. The two women's exquisite figures and countenances stirred the heart and mind. Qin Kangyi smiled slightly. Well done. In one night, Qin Kangyi's cultivation directly broke through from the mid-stage of the Divine Treasury Realm 3rd layer to the perfection of the same layer, only one step away from the 4th layer. Unfortunately, Su Qinghan and Xiao Yinhuang possessed no special physique or bloodline, so he could not use the dual cultivation prodigy to replicate. Hearing Qin Kangyi's encouragement, the two women smiled shyly, their eyes full of surprise. Just then a familiar female voice came from outside the house. Young friend Kangyi, are you there? Young friend Kangyi, are you there? Hearing this voice, Qin Kangyi instantly became alert. Such a familiar voice. It seemed to be the voice of Lingxi Fairy. Wasn't this woman long gone? Why has she come to find me? Qin Kangyi hastily dressed and went out, seeing Lingxi Fairy waiting in the courtyard with Chu Qingqing. Unlike the coldness after being rejected by Qin Kangyi that night, Lingxi Fairy now wore a gentle, almost ingratiating smile. Senior, haven't you left? What business do you have with this junior? Qin Kangyi spoke. Lingxi Fairy did not reply, but instead swept her gaze over Qin Kangyi from head to toe. In just an instant, her beautiful eyes widened and her heart jolted violently. Divine Treasury Realm 3rd layer perfection. This. How is this possible? Just the night before last, this kid had just broken through to the initial stage of the Divine Treasury Realm 3rd layer, yet in only a day and a half he had broken through several minor realms. Moreover, his foundation was extremely solid without any trace of instability. This was enough to show that Qin Kangyi had not forcefully broken through relying on pills. Chu Qingqing also sensed the change in Qin Kangyi's aura, and her bright eyes instantly widened. You? How have you broken through again? Qin Kangyi smiled and said, is that so strange? Chu Qingqing, isn't that strange? A sharp light burst from Lingxi Fairy's eyes and her voice was extremely warm. Young friend Kangyi, I have come this time to invite you to join my Shangling Xuanzou. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi waved his hand and declined. I'm sorry, senior, but I have no interest in joining a sect. Facing Qin Kangyi's refusal, Lingxi Fairy showed no surprise or anger. Instead, she seemed to have anticipated it. She smiled and said, young friend Kangyi, don't rush to refuse. Hear me out first. I guarantee that if you join Shangling Xuanzou, you will directly obtain the position of Supreme Elder equal to my own status. Not only that, all sect resources will be open to you. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, heavenly treasures, for your use. The sect will also protect your family, and talented youths from your clan can enter the sect to cultivate. Qin Kangyi shook his head again. Senior, I really have no interest. As for techniques and martial arts, Qin Kangyi could create them himself and was not lacking. He also didn't care much about heavenly treasures, as he had the blessing of 10,000-fold talent and didn't need them at all. Lingxi Fairy continued, moreover, I know you have been collecting spiritual herbs to restore the soul. Our Shangling Xuanzou also has a dozen such herbs which can be given to you entirely. Not only that, Shangling Xuanzou has a tower called the Blazing Sky Tower, which contains a sovereign-grade strange fire that can accelerate cultivation. I can decide that this sovereign-grade strange fire will be yours. How about that? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing was dumbfounded. Before coming, her master had not mentioned offering such conditions. These conditions were not just generous, they were outrageously generous. It was almost equivalent to giving Shangling Xuanzou to Qin Kangyi. The position of Supreme Elder, free access to sect resources, and even the authority over the strange fire. Which of these was not something countless martial artists dreamed of? It must be said that Lingxi Fairy was very sincere, and even Qin Kangyi was deeply moved. Especially the sovereign-grade strange fire, he coveted it greatly. If I agree, what do I need to do? Qin Kangyi asked. Hearing Qin Kangyi's inquiry, Lingxi Fairy felt a surge of joy. She was not afraid of him asking, as she was afraid he was not interested. You don't need to do anything. Just cultivate well, improve your strength, and in the future, when Shangling Xuanzou faces danger, lend a hand. Lingxi Fairy said with a smile. Qin Kangyi was stunned. These conditions were incredibly lenient. However, Qin Kangyi could understand Lingxi Fairy's intentions. She was betting on his boundless future. As long as he achieved greater heights in the future, even if he gave no help to Shangling Xuanzou, his name alone would make the sect soar and deter anyone from bullying it. It must be said that Lingxi Fairy truly had great courage, offering such generous conditions just to gamble on a future. Qin Kangyi had no reason to refuse. First, the sovereign-grade strange fire was very tempting to him. Second, Shangling Xuanzong had indeed shown great sincerity, and Qin Kangi was quite satisfied. Third, as his cultivation improved, the shock value that Liang Kingdom could provide was diminishing. He also needed a larger stage to show off. Shangling Xuanzong seemed to be a good choice. In that case, I agree. Hearing Qin Kangi's explicit consent, Lingxi Fairy trembled with excitement, her eyes full of surprise. In the entire Star Sea domain, no one knew better than her how terrifying Qin Kangi truly was. She had seen countless prodigies of the true spirit realm, but not one possessed a cultivation speed as heaven-defying as Qin Kangi's. Given time, Qin Kangi would surely shake the entire true spirit realm. At that time, Shangling Xuanzong would also soar to new heights. Good, very good, Kangi. When do you think it would be appropriate for us to return to the sect? Lingxi Fairy asked softly, her cheeks flushed. Chu Qingcheng had never seen her master like this. Today was truly an eye-opener. Tomorrow. I still have some matters to handle today. No problem. The Qin family main hall. The news that Qin Kangi would be leaving the kingdom of Liang had already reached Qin Xiankong and the elders of the Qin family. Though they had long anticipated that Qin Kangi would depart one day, they never expected that day to arrive so soon. Uncle, esteemed elders, this is a small token of my gratitude for the family. A faint smile curved Qin Kangi's lips as he placed a spatial ring upon the table. Within our pills I have refined 5,000 pills below spirit grade and 2,000 spirit grade pills, all of them 10 mark quality. These should enable the family to advance by leaps and bounds. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiankong and the elders extended their divine sense into the spatial ring to inspect its contents. One by one, their jaws dropped in utter astonishment. 10 mark. All of them 10 mark pills. These pills could do far more than simply advancing the Qin family. They could propel it forward by 100 steps. Kangi, these pills are far too precious. We cannot accept them. Qin Xiankong spoke, his voice firm. The elders voiced their agreement one after another. Indeed, keep these pills for yourself, Kangi. Yes, we've already lived our lives. These pills would serve you better. Qin Kangi smiled faintly at their words. He understood their intentions. They wished him to go further to achieve more. Rest assured, these pills are useless to me. After speaking, Qin Kangi retrieved over 100 martial arts manuals from the spatial ring. These are new martial techniques I have created based on the scriptures in our family's collection hall. 123 in total. 120 are of spirit grade, while the remaining 3 are of king grade. 120 spirit grade, 3 king grade. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiankong and the elders abruptly rose to their feet, their bodies trembling with shock, their eyes filled with profound disbelief. Spirit grade martial techniques. The entire Qin family possessed only a single clan-protecting scripture, and it was already invaluable beyond measure. Yet now Qin Kangi casually tossed out over 100 spirit grade martial techniques, even including 3 king grade arts. Who could withstand such generosity? Compared to pills, high-tier cultivation manuals were the true foundation of a clan's prosperity. See, Kangi, you're not joking, are you? Qin Xiankong swallowed hard, his face completely dazed. Qin Kangi smiled and replied, Of course not, uncle. Esteemed elders, the ages of 50 or 60 are precisely the time for adventure. These techniques and pills are more than enough to support your further advancement. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Though they wished to protest when faced with such abundance of cultivation resources, they could hardly argue otherwise. Oh, and if any disciples with exceptional talent appear in the clan, you may send them to Shangling Xuanzong. The assembly fell into stunned silence once more. Shangling Xuanzong. That was the supreme power of the Star Sea, Star Domain, the foremost among the 7 great forces. For the Qin family to have any connection with such a force would be an unprecedented fortune. Shock value 2102. Half an hour later, after settling the family's affairs, Qin Kangi visited the Alchemist Guild. Over these past days, he had compiled his insights on alchemy, documenting everything from the most elementary 9th grade pills to spirit grade pills, including flame control, pill condensation, and every step of the process, all written down in meticulous detail. Lu Qingshan and Han Song received these treasures as if they had found priceless gems. With such guidance, the two of them were confident they could advance further still. Departing from the Alchemist Guild, Qin Kangi made his way to the Shun Merchant House. 9th floor of the Merchant House. Zhou Yuan spoke deferentially. Young Prince, my lady left the kingdom of Liang 2 days prior, summoned by her family. She anticipated your visit and left this letter for you before her departure. Qin Kangi accepted the letter from Zhou Yuan and unfolded it. The elegant handwriting within was Shun Qingyue's own hand. To the esteemed Qin Prince. Your servant is a daughter of the Shun Merchant House, the 3rd young lady of the Shun family. 3 years ago, I fled alone from the Star Sea Star Domain to the kingdom of Liang because I could not bear my father's plan to force me into a political marriage. I never expected that in this small kingdom of Liang I would encounter a genius like your highness. Initially, I was drawn to your highness's talent and wished to form a bond of goodwill, but as we spent more time together, affection blossomed. Regrettably, fate was not on our side. Your Highness's talent is beyond anything this humble one has ever witnessed. Someday you will surely ascend to the pinnacle of martial cultivation. This one wishes Your Highness safety and prosperity and success in reaching those heights. Qing Wei and Your Highness were destined to meet, but not to be together. This is the greatest regret of my life. After reading the letter, Qin Kangyi exhaled slowly and spoke. Elder Zhou, who is the man Xingyu? When is the wedding? Zhou Yuan hesitated briefly before answering. This old man is not entirely certain either. I recall the young lady mentioning once that her betrothed does not hail from any power in the Star domain, yet his background is extraordinarily formidable. Renowned throughout the entire true spirit realm, in fact. This marriage was secured only after the master pleaded for an extremely long time. The wedding is set for the 8th day of next month, 15 days from now. Oh, 15 days remained. That would suffice. A subtle smile played at the corners of Qin Kangyi's lips. No matter how formidable the opposition, in 15 days the Milky Way flows eastward, in 15 days it flows westward. One should never despise a young man's ambition. Though Qin Kangyi could have chosen to stay out of this matter entirely. Yet during this time the assistance Qin Wei had provided him. Qin Kangyi remembered it all. The night before last, when he had purged the imperial clan in a bloodbath, Qin Kangyi knew that Qin Wei had led people there as well. After he slew Zhang Dawei, that 5th realm Shinzong cultivator, Qin Wei had slipped away quietly. Qin Kangyi understood. Qin Wei had been afraid he would come to harm, that he might lose his life, and had sought to ensure he at least survived. Qin Kangyi was no ungrateful wretch. Within the limits of his capability, he would never stand by indifferently. I understand, Elder Zhou. My thanks. With those words, Qin Kangyi placed 5 bottles of pills and a book upon the table. Thank you for the alchemy furnace you gave me, Elder Zhou. These small trinkets are of little value. Please accept them. Saying this, Qin Kangyi turned and departed. Zhou Yuan lowered his gaze, glanced at the 5 bottles of pills, and instantly found himself speechless with shock. 10-mark spirit grade pills. 5 bottles, every single one 10-mark spirit grade. To what extent has young Prince Qin Kangyi's alchemical skill truly reached? He casually bestows spirit grade 10-mark pills as if they were nothing. Amidst his astonishment, Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon a small booklet beside the pills. Its title read clearly, Alchemy Insights. He opened it, and an expression of profound joy immediately blossomed across his face. These were Qin Kangyi's personal alchemy insights, identical to those he had given Lu Qingshan and Han Song. To any alchemist, this was an absolutely priceless treasure. Zhou Yuan had only glanced at it before he was utterly captivated by its contents. So that's how it is. So the Earth origin pill should be refined in this manner. What immense talent young Prince Qin Kangyi is, truly a genius. Leaving the Shun merchant house, Qin Kangyi exhaled a breath of stale air. He had to accelerate his cultivation speed. Very well. The dual cultivation prodigy awakens. That night, Qin Kangyi directly invited Xiao Yinhuang and Su Qinghan to cultivate together with vigor. He channeled all his efforts through the 2 women. In the span of a single night, Qin Kangyi broke through directly to the 4th level of Shinzong realm, while both women smoothly advanced to the 1st tier of a new grade. Young friend Kangyi, you've broken through yet again. Early in the morning, Fairy Lingxi couldn't wait to bring Chu Qingsheng to Qin Kangyi's residence to escort him to Shangling Xuanzong, fearing that the extraordinary prodigy Qin Kangyi might escape. But when she saw that Qin Kangyi had broken through to the 4th level of the Divine Treasury realm, she was instantly dumbfounded. Dude, the speed of your breakthrough is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Qin Kangyi grinned. Just some insights, a minor breakthrough, nothing special. This is a minor breakthrough. Lingxi and Chu Qingsheng were instantly frozen. At that moment, Chu Qingsheng suddenly felt that the conditions her master had offered were not excessive at all. Qin Kangyi's talent was worth that price. That price is really fair. Ahem. Young friend Qin, can we go now? Fairy Lingxi said with a gentle smile. Let's go. Qin Kangyi nodded. All matters in Liang State were already handled. With the protection of Shangling Xuanzong, he naturally didn't need to worry about the safety of the Qin family and Liang State. Of course, he didn't leave alone. He chose to bring Su Qinghan along. The reason was simple: dual cultivation could accelerate cultivation. In fact, Xiao Yinhuang also wanted to go to Shangling Xuanzong with Qin Kangyi, even if it meant being his maidservant. But Qin Kangyi refused. After all, the vast Liang State could not be left without a ruler. However, before leaving, Qin Kangyi also left her many pills and cultivation techniques, enough to support her training. In the next moment, Fairy Lingxi waved her sleeve and a palm-sized ring appeared in the air. A beam of spiritual light shot out from the ring and instantly soared into the sky. The next moment, boom, above the imperial city, clouds surged and a vast shadow suddenly descended. Everyone looked up and saw a gigantic azure spirit bird circling in the sky. That spirit bird's wings spanned dozens of zhang, its feathers shimmering with a faint luster like jade. On its forehead grew a silvery white horn, its eyes sharp as swords, and the aura emanating from its body was truly terrifying. Merely hovering in the air made countless martial artists in the capital feel tightness in their chests, barely able to breathe. Even Divine Treasury Realm martial artists felt an immense pressure. Xiao Yinhuang, Su Qinghan, and others changed expression. Lu Qingshan and Han Song were even wide-eyed. Is this a Life Palace Realm beast? Yes, this aura is definitely that of a Life Palace Realm beast. Heaven, such a creature is merely a mount. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. A peak Life Palace Realm beast. In Liang's state, it was an unimaginably terrifying existence. A beast of this level with a single claw could turn the entire imperial palace into rubble. But now it was merely Fairy Lingxi's mount. Was this the prestige of the chief supreme elder of Shangling Xuanzong? This beast is called the Azure Sky Spirit Luan, a peak Life Palace Realm cultivator with a trace of ancient Azure Luan bloodline, and it flies extremely fast. With its speed, traveling from Liang State to Shangling Xuanzong takes about 2.5 days. Though not fast, it's barely acceptable. Fairy Lingxi stealthily glanced at Qin Kangyi, hoping to see shock on his face to satisfy her own little vanity. But unfortunately she was wrong. Very wrong. Qin Kangyi nodded and followed up on her words. It is indeed somewhat lacking. Fairy Lingxi was instantly stunned. Damn, lacking my ass. The distance between Liang State and Shangling Xuanzong was over 1 million li, spanning dozens of dynasties and sect territories. If an ordinary martial artist traveled, it would probably take 3 to 5 months, or more, yet this peak Life Palace Realm mount only takes 2.5 days. This is already damn impressive, okay? I was just being modest and showing off a little. Can't you tell the difference between good and bad? Chu Qingqing's mouth twitched slightly. She had figured it out. Qin Kangyi seemed inherently unable to tolerate anyone showing off in front of him. Even a mighty being like her master, a peak Nirvana Realm expert, couldn't. Forget it. Fairy Lingxi sighed, giving up on showing off in front of Qin Kangyi. She waved her sleeve, and a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifted everyone. Qin Kangyi, Su Qinghan, and Chu Qingsheng felt light, and the next moment they landed on the broad back of the Azure Sky Spirit Luan. The back of the Azure Sky Spirit Luan was extremely stable, with a faint azure light barrier between its wings that completely blocked the surrounding wind. Standing on it, one could hardly feel any turbulence. Su Qinghan was riding a Life Palace Realm beast for the first time, and a hint of awe appeared in her beautiful eyes. She had once been a top prodigy of Liang State, always holding herself in high regard, but now leaving Liang State, she realized that the world she had seen was still too small. A peak Life Palace Realm beast, the supreme elder of Shangling Xuanzong, the 7 top forces of the Star Sea Star Domain. These things were almost mythical in Liang State, yet now they appeared vividly before her. She couldn't help but look at Qin Kangyi beside her. But Qin Kangyi remained calm, as if none of this was enough to move him. As expected of my master. Su Qinghan's pretty face flushed slightly, and her reverence for Qin Kangyi grew. Below in the imperial city, Xiao Yunhuang, clad in a crimson gold imperial robe, led the civil and military officials standing before the palace gates. Lu Qingshan, Han Song, and Qin Xiankong with the Qin family were also there. They looked up at the Azure Sky Spirit Luan in the sky, their eyes filled with awe and reluctance. Especially Xiao Yunhuang, who looked at Qin Kangyi with her lips pressed together, emotions swirling in her heart. She wanted to leave with Qin Kangyi, even if it meant standing by his side as a maidservant. But she knew she couldn't leave. The 2 capitals and 13 provinces of Liang State were still on her shoulders. Thinking this, Xiao Yunhuang took a deep breath and was the first to bow. Farewell, King of the Realm. Behind her, the civil and military officials and the members of the Alchemist Guild also bowed in unison. Farewell, King of the Realm. The sound waves rolled, echoing through the capital. Countless citizens and martial artists looked up at the white-robed figure in the sky. Qin Kangyi stood on the back of the Azure Sky Spirit Luan, his robes fluttering in the wind. He looked down and smiled freely without much reluctance. After all, 3 days east of the Milky Way, 3 days west. At most a year or 2, and he would have mastered eternity, returning still a youth. The Azure Sky Spirit Luan let out a clear cry to the sky. Screech. It flapped its wings mightily. Boom. Wind-swept clouds churned. The next moment, the massive Azure Sky Spirit Luan turned into a streak of azure light and instantly shot into the clouds. The imperial city shrank continuously. In a short moment, the vast capital of Liang State became a black, completely disappearing from sight. On the back of the Azure Sky Spirit Luan, Qin Kangyi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the rapidly receding mountains and rivers below. A faint smile appeared in his eyes, and a surge of heroic spirit filled his heart. The rock rises with the wind one day, soaring 90,000 li straight up. 2.5 days later, the Azure Sky Spirit Luan traversed 1 million li of territory, finally arriving at the Shangling Xuanzong. In the far distance, at the edge of heaven and earth, clusters of immortal mountains floated above the sea of clouds. Peaks soared into the clouds, spirit waterfalls cascaded from the 9 heavens like inverted silver dragons, and spiritual energy so dense it nearly condensed into mist permeated the surroundings, while radiant light of 10,000 zhang blinded the eye. Qin Kangyi stood upon the azure sky spirit Wan's back, gazing at the scene before him, his brow arching slightly. Indeed, the Shangling Xuanzong was undeniably far more magnificent than the Liang Kingdom. In comparison, the Liang Kingdom's imperial palace seemed like a rural dirt courtyard. When Chu Qingsheng saw Qin Kangyi finally react, she immediately lifted her chin triumphantly. Well, have you now witnessed the might of our Shangling Xuanzong? Qin Kangyi shook his head. No, I have witnessed my own strength. Chu Qingsheng. Damn, that was a flawless show of bravado. In terms of flexing, who could possibly surpass you? Why did I have to show off in front of him? Now Chu Qingsheng had been thoroughly subdued, daring not to utter another word. Lingxi Fairy appeared expressionless, but internally, she was struggling to suppress a laugh. Soon the azure sky spirit Luan tore through the cloud seas soaring toward the Shangling Xuanzong's mountain gate. Boom. The aura of a peak-life palace realm beast spread outward. In an instant the entire Shangling Xuanzong was startled. Powerful auras rose from the various immortal peaks, and countless disciples looked up, gazing at the sky-covering blue spiritual bird above. It's the azure sky spirit Luan. Elder Lingxi has returned. Quick informed the sect master and all the elders. Elder Lingxi actually returned so quickly this time. Look quickly, there seems to be someone beside Elder Lingxi. Countless disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with reverence. Who was Lingxi Fairy? She was the chief among the three great elders of Shangling Xuanzong, a true pinnacle figure across the entire star domain. Under normal circumstances, ordinary disciples could not only rarely see her, but simply approaching her Lingxi peak was an impossible feat. Now that she had returned to the sect aboard the Azure Sky Spirit Luan, it naturally caused a tremendous sensation. In mere moments, the area before Shangling Xuanzong's mountain gate had become densely packed with figures. Sect Master Lu Xianqing personally led the elders to welcome her. Even the other two great elders appeared in unison. One wore dark robes, his presence as weighty as mountains, named Xianyang. The other was a white-haired elder, her aura cold and ethereal, named Lu Yuehan. Both were nascent soul realm powerhouses. Though older than Lingxi Fairy, their strength fell far short of hers. The Azure Sky Spirit Luan descended slowly. Lingxi Fairy led Qin Kangyi, Chu Qingsheng, Su Qinghan, and several others as they leapt down from the spirit bird's back. Hail, Elder Lingxi! All disciples of Shangling Xuanzong bowed in unison. Their voices echoed resoundingly through the mountain gate. Lingxi Fairy gave a slight nod. Rise. Sect Master Lu Xianqing stepped forward smiling. Senior Sister Lingxi, your return comes much sooner than anticipated. As he spoke, his gaze naturally fell upon Qin Kangyi. Not only Lu Xuanqing, but all the elders and disciples present turned their attention to Qin Kangyi. Dressed in white robes with handsome features, his air of languor mingled with an inexplicable sharpness. His cultivation, Divine Treasure Realm 4th Stage. For someone of Qin Kangyi's age, Divine Treasure 4th Stage was unquestionably a genius. Yet Shangling Xuanzong, as the foremost among the 7 great powers of the star domain, had no shortage of geniuses. Young disciples at Divine Treasure 4th Stage were plentiful within the sect. Everyone began to speculate. Could this be a new disciple Elder Lingxi had recruited during her recent excursion? For a moment, many elders' faces showed understanding. Congratulations, Elder Lingxi, on your excellent new disciple. This young man's bearing is extraordinary, surely his talent is exceptional. Under Elder Lingxi's tutelage, he will undoubtedly have a limitless future. Indeed, Elder Lingxi has not taken a disciple for many years. Now finally accepting another is truly a fortunate event for our Shangling Xuanzong. This young man must possess extraordinary qualities to be noticed by Elder Lingxi. Congratulatory voices rang out one after another. The young disciples looked at Qin Kangyi with added envy and jealousy. To become a disciple of Elder Lingxi was an opportunity countless people could only dream of. A slight stiffness crossed Lingxi Fairy's expression. She would be honored to take Qin Kangyi as her disciple, but she simply wasn't worthy. Everyone misunderstands. He is not my personal disciple. Lingxi Fairy explained. Lu Xianqing gazed at Qin Kangyi, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Senior Sister Lingxi, then who is he? Lingxi Fairy's expression turned serious as she spoke slowly. His name is Qin Kangyi. He is an honored guest I personally brought back. Furthermore, I have decided to recommend Qin Kangyi as the 4th elder of Shangling Xuanzong. Boom. Upon hearing these words, the entire mountain gate fell into instant silence. Every expression froze on the spot. The 4th elder. Holy shit. Have they gone mad? The smile on Lu Xuanqing's face froze. The 2 elders Xianyang and Lu Yuehan also furrowed their brows, their gazes immediately falling upon Qin Kangyi. The elders and ordinary disciples alike stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Elder, what elevated status did these 2 words represent at Shangling Xuanzong? They truly stood above all other elders, a position from which even the sect master had to show deference. The entire Shangling Xuanzong currently had merely 3 elders, and all 3 were nascent Soul Realm powerhouses. Yet now Lingxi Fairy actually intended to make a Divine Treasure 4th Stage Youth the 4th Elder of Shangling Xuanzong. Absolutely insane. Lu Xianxing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and said, "Senior Sister Lingxi, you must be joking." Joking? Lingxi Fairy glanced at him coolly. This one never jokes. With that she continued, should Qin Kangyi join our Shangling Xuanzong, his status shall be equal to the 3 great elders entitled to exclusively occupy an entire peak. He shall have free access to all sect secret realms, the scripture library, the alchemy hall, and the weapon hall. Spirit herbs, resources, techniques, and martial arts may be utilized according to elder-level authority. Furthermore, the exotic flames within the sect's burning sky tower shall be at his unrestricted disposal. Except for betraying the sect in all other matters, he shall act freely. With each sentence she uttered, the expressions of those present shifted. By the time Lingxi Fairy finished speaking, the entire mountain gate erupted into complete chaos. How is this possible? Elder-level authority? This is too excessive. A Divine Treasure 4th Stage, by what right does he stand equal to the 3 great elders? Even the Holy Sun lacks such privileges. Nonsense. Our Shangling Xuanzong has endured for 10,000 years, and never has there been a precedent of a Divine Treasure Realm cultivator serving as elder. Murmurs rose and fell like waves. Even though they dared not speak too harshly out of deference to Lingxi Fairy's authority, dissatisfaction was plainly written across almost everyone's faces. Lu Xianxing furrowed his brows tightly, holding immense reverence for Fairy Lingxi. If Fairy Lingxi merely wished to accept Qin Kangyi as a disciple, or even appoint him as the Holy Sun, he could accept it. After all, though the Holy Sun held a lofty status, he was still a disciple. But the position of Supreme Elder was different. It represented the highest echelon of the sect. A young martial artist at the 4th level of the Spirit Treasury Realm directly becoming a Supreme Elder of the Shangling Xian sect. If this were to spread, the sect would likely become a laughingstock across the entire Star Sea Star domain. Supreme Elder Xianyang directly interjected Lingxi, this cannot be done. The position of Supreme Elder is the foundation of the sect, and must be held by none below the Nirvana realm. This young man, despite his considerable talent, is merely at the 4th level of the Spirit Treasury Realm. Appointing him as the Holy Sun, I can accept that. But becoming a Supreme Elder? Absolutely impossible. Louis Wuhan also spoke slowly. Indeed, the sect's rules must not be easily broken. If today we allow a junior at the 4th level of the Spirit Treasury Realm to serve as Supreme Elder, how will the disciples of the sect view the position of Elder in the future? And how will the outside world view our Shangling Xian sect? The 2 Supreme Elders opposed in succession. First, because this went against established rules. Qin Kangyi was merely a martial artist at the 4th level of the Spirit Treasury Realm, utterly unqualified for the position of Supreme Elder. Second, they also had their pride to consider. How could they bear to have a junior share the same title as Supreme Elder? The other elders also chimed in one after another. Supreme Elder Lingxi, this absolutely cannot be done. Supreme Elder Lingxi, we understand your love for talent, but the position of Supreme Elder is not a matter to be taken lightly. If he truly has talent, he can first be appointed as the Holy Sun. When his cultivation breaks through to the Nirvana realm in the future, we can then discuss the position of Supreme Elder. Indeed, we absolutely cannot agree to this. In an instant, everyone present was opposed. Even the sect leader Lu Xuanxing shared the same view. On ordinary days, he respected Fairy Lingxi's talent and strength and treated her with great deference. But on this matter, he would not yield an inch. After all, it concerned the future of the sect. Chu Qingxing stood to one side, stealing a glance at Qin Kangyi. She had initially thought Qin Kangyi would be angered, but he merely stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with keen interest, as if he were enjoying a show. It was as if the person being rejected was not him. Chu Qingxing couldn't help but murmur inwardly. This fellow had such a remarkable composure. Qin Kangyi in truth felt no displeasure, he even found it somewhat amusing. Supreme Elder. He had never been interested in the first place. Had it not been for the exceedingly generous terms Fairy Lingxi had offered, he would not have bothered to join any Shangling Xian sect at all. If these people refused him, Qin Kangyi would simply find a place to hide, cultivate for about 10 days or so, and then he would be able to storm the Taichu sect. To him it was no big deal. Fairy Lingxi listened to the surrounding objections, her expression unchanged. She had long anticipated that everyone would oppose. After all, Qin Kangyi's apparent cultivation level was indeed too low. A 4th level Spirit Treasury Realm martial artist serving as Supreme Elder sounded utterly absurd. Yet only she knew how terrifying Qin Kangyi truly was. A few days ago, this young man had been a worthless waste incapable of cultivation whose engagement had been called off. In less than 10 days, he had directly broken through to the 4th level of the Spirit Treasury Realm. Such a cultivation speed was unmatched. Even scouring all the ancient records of the entire Star Sea Star domain would not yield a second example. If she did not place her bet now, by the time Qin Kangyi truly shook the star domain with his fame, it would be too late for the Shangling Xian sect to win him over. With this thought, Fairy Lingxi spoke calmly. Are you all finished? Her voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced all the murmurs. The hall fell quiet. Fairy Lingxi swept her gaze across the crowd, finally resting on Lu Xianqing. Sect leader, do you also disagree? Lu Xianqing was silent for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Senior Sister Lingxi, it's not that I disagree, but this matter carries too great a consequence. If you wish to appoint young friend Qin as the Holy Son, I can nod my head immediately. But the position of Supreme Elder involves the sect's dignity and rules. A 4th-level Spirit Treasury Realm martial artist serving as Supreme Elder, it's truly difficult to command the respect of others. This was Lu Xuanqing's heartfelt opinion. He trusted Fairy Lingxi's judgment. Therefore, if Fairy Lingxi were to accept Qin Kangyi as a disciple and appoint him as the sect's holy son, he would agree without a second word. But Supreme Elder was different. Fairy Lingxi spoke. I know what you are all thinking, but I must tell you this young friend Qin's talent surpasses mine 1,000-fold. The reason I did not take him as a disciple is that I am not worthy to do so. I can guarantee that before long young friend Qin's strength will be enough to crush every force in the entire star domain. This is the greatest opportunity our Shangling Xian sect has ever encountered. I have said my piece. You may decide for yourselves. Boom. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone stood frozen in place. Qin Kangyi's talent surpassed Fairy Lingxi's 1,000-fold. Even Fairy Lingxi was not qualified to take Qin Kangyi as a disciple. The greatest opportunity of the Shangling Xian sect. If these words had come from someone else's mouth, the crowd would have thought that person had lost their mind. But the speaker was none other than Fairy Lingxi, the foremost of the 3 supreme elders of the Shangling Xian sect, a peak Nirvana realm powerhouse. The strongest individual in the star domain. Since she dared to say such words publicly, it meant she truly believed them. But the question was why? Qin Kangyi was only at the 4th level of the Spirit Treasury realm. A martial artist at that level, no matter how great his talent, could not possibly warrant such an exaggerated appraisal from Fairy Lingxi, could he? Their minds raced, weighing the matter. Supreme Elder Xuanyang, who had so firmly refused just moments ago, suddenly spoke. Since Lingxi says so, this old man has no objections. Fairy Lingxi had grown up under Supreme Elder Xuanyang's watch. He knew her talent well. It was unparalleled in the star domain. Later, she had traveled and experienced the true spirit realm, which led to her current cultivation level. Moreover, Fairy Lingxi was not one to speak recklessly. Since she claimed that Qin Kangyi's talent surpassed hers 1,000-fold, and that she herself was unworthy to teach him, then it was most likely true. And if all this held, as long as Qin Kangyi joined the Shangling Xian sect, the sect's future ascension would be just around the corner. Thus he was willing to take that gamble. Lu Yuehan, equally shrewd and seasoned, quickly grasped the key point, and said, if senior brother Xianyang has no objection, then this old woman has none either. Hiss. With both supreme elders in agreement, Lu Xianqing and the other elders naturally could not refuse. Yet doubts still lingered in their hearts. Was this Qin Kangyi truly that extraordinary? Could he really break through one realm every day? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing this, Lu Xianqing did not hesitate, and made the final decision. Since the 3 supreme elders have no objections, I as sect leader have none either. Henceforth Qin Kangyi shall be the supreme elder of the Shangling Xian sect. Let this be announced to the entire sect. As his voice fell, the elders and disciples behind Lu Xianqing all cupped their hands and bowed. We pay our respects to Supreme Elder Qin. Looking at the crowd before him, bowing respectfully, Qin Kangyi knew that most harbored deep resentment in their hearts. But what could he do? What of it? He had no interest whatsoever in the position of eldest elder at the mere Shangling Xuanzong. The only reasons he came were the sovereign-level strange Fire Lingxi fairy's agreeable attitude, and the fact that changing locations would help him accumulate shock value more quickly. If worst came to worst, he simply would not take the eldest elder position. With that, he smiled calmly. There is no need for such formality, everyone may rise. Immediately, Master and Disciple Lingxi Fairy and Chu Qingxing led Qin Kangyi to select a mountain peak as his residence. In the end, the location chosen for Qin Kangyi's dwelling was an unclaimed peak adjacent to Lingxi Peak. The spiritual energy there was so abundant, it was nearly 3 to 4 times more concentrated than at his private courtyard in Liang Kingdom. Without a doubt, cultivating here would dramatically accelerate his progress. While Qin Kangyi was selecting his residence, news of his appointment as the eldest elder of Shangling Xuanzong spread rapidly throughout the entire sect. In an instant, the entire Shangling Xuanzong erupted in uproar. Did you hear? A young man arrived at the sect and became an eldest elder. What? The young man brought back by eldest elder Lingxi actually became the 4th eldest elder of the sect. What kind of joke is this? Is he not only at the 4th stage of Divine Treasury realm? A Divine Treasury 4th stage practitioner as eldest elder. Does he even understand what he's doing? This is absurd, absolutely absurd. I refuse to accept this. For a time, countless sect disciples engaged in heated discussions. The inner disciples and core disciples in particular wore expressions of deep indignation. They had joined Shangling Xuanzong from childhood, endured years of arduous cultivation, passed countless assessments, and clawed their way to their current positions step by step. But what about Qin Kangi? He had only been at the sect for a single day, had not undergone the entry examination, and no one even understood his background or origins. Yet he turned around and became an eldest elder. On what basis? This is terribly unjust. Of course, what truly made it unbearable for everyone was that Qin Kangi, at merely the Divine Treasury 4th stage, had become eldest elder. If word spread, others would think their Shangling Xuanzong had no capable people. In merely half a day, waves of doubt spread throughout the entire sect. Many core disciples even declared outright that if Qin Kangi truly possessed ability, he should command respect through strength alone. Otherwise, they would never acknowledge this so-called fourth eldest elder. At this moment, at the main peak of Shangling Xuanzong within a grand hall, a young man in black robes slowly opened his eyes. Tall and broad-shouldered with a cold, composed face, his brow carried an immovable mountain-like presence. This person was named Shi Jingtian, the personal disciple and senior apprentice of Lu Xuanqing, the sect master of Shangling Xuanzong. He was also universally recognized by all disciples as the eldest senior brother possessing extraordinary talent and mid-nascent soul cultivation. Across the entire Star domain, he could be counted among the most exceptional prodigies of the younger generation. At this moment, he had just emerged from seclusion and heard the news that Qin Kangi had become the fourth eldest elder. Inside the hall, a core disciple spoke with evident indignation. Eldest senior brother, this matter has already spread throughout the sect. That Qin Kangi is merely at the Divine Treasury 4th stage, yet eldest elder Lingxi forcibly thrust him into the eldest elder position. Currently, no one in the sect is convinced. If this continues, will our Shangling Xuanzong not become a laughingstock? Shi Jingtian's expression remained calm, and after hearing this, he did not immediately respond. After a moment, he slowly rose to his feet. Boom! A mountain-like aura emanated from within him. Several surrounding disciples immediately felt their hearts tremble, instinctively lowering their heads, not daring to look directly. Such was the eldest senior brother's imposing pressure. A mid-nascent soul expert, terrifying indeed. Even standing there alone filled others with immense oppression. Shi Jingtian snorted coldly and said indifferently, "A mere Divine Treasury 4th stage dare to become an eldest elder of our Shangling Xuanzong. I do not care whose back doors he walked through, I disagree. Spread the word tomorrow. I will personally pay a visit to challenge Elder Qin. If he can withstand 10 of my moves without defeat, I will acknowledge him. If not, well, a Divine Treasury 4th stage. How could he possibly withstand 10 moves from him undefeated? In fact, he would only need one move to render that boy incapable of rising for the rest of his life." Upon hearing this, all the surrounding disciples revealed expressions of delight. Eldest senior brother is wise. Soon the news that Shi Jingtian would challenge Qin Kangi tomorrow instantly swept through the entire sect. Whether it was sect master Lu Xianqing or the other elders, all had heard this news, yet not a single person stepped forward to stop it. Because they too were curious about what unique qualities Qin Kangi possessed, and whether he deserved the position of eldest elder. Shi Jingtian would serve as an excellent touchstone. If tomorrow Qin Kangi could not defeat Shi Jingtian, they could step in to protect his life, but the eldest elder position would be forfeit. Of course, Qin Kangi, currently on the mountain peak, was unaware of all this. He had already named this peak, calling it Kangi Peak. The name seemed simple in truth. Ahem, never mind, he could not be bothered to come up with anything better, so he simply named it after himself. Qin Kangi sensed the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, and his mood was rather pleasant. If he could peacefully cultivate here for a few days, especially with Su Qinghan's assistance in dual cultivation, even without the sovereign-level strange fire's enhancement, his cultivation speed would surely soar. At that moment, a moon-white figure slowly walked out from within the clouds and mist. The visitor was indeed Lingxi Fairy. Behind her followed Chu Qingxing. Different from before, Lingxi Fairy now held a white jade treasure box in her hand. The moment the box appeared, faint soul energy ripples spread through the surroundings, and merely inhaling near it gave one a sense of spiritual clarity. Lingxi Fairy walked before Qin Kangi and extended the white jade treasure box toward him. "Young friend Qin, these are the soul-restoring spiritual medicines you requested. This one just visited the sect treasury and retrieved all the soul medicines currently available in the sect. Although the quantity is not abundant, the grades are quite good." Upon hearing this, Qin Kangi's eyes instantly brightened. He accepted the white jade treasure box and opened it. A gentle wave of soul energy immediately spread outward. Within the box lay 15 spiritual medicines resting quietly. Among them one was entirely pale purple, its petals swaying like soul lamps, emanating a faint glow. Another resembled a small tree, its branches and leaves white as jade with delicate patterns appearing on each leaf. The remaining dozen or so spiritual herbs were wrapped in sealed spiritual light, and at a glance one could tell they were no ordinary treasures. Lingxi Fairy calmly introduced, "This one is the purple soul flower, a sovereign-level spiritual medicine that can nourish the soul. This one is the jade spirit branch, also a sovereign-level medicine that can repair damaged souls." Soon Lingxi Fairy introduced each of the dozen or so spiritual medicines one by one. After hearing this, Qin Kangyi's heart was filled with joy. These were all excellent treasures. The lowest grade was king level, particularly the jade spirit branch and the dark Yin soul nurturing fruit, both of which were actually sovereign-level medicines. With these things tonight, he should be able to awaken Xuanli's soul. With this thought, Qin Kangyi's gaze toward Lingxi Fairy became much more favorable. The senior has been most thoughtful. Seeing Qin Kangyi finally display some satisfaction, Lingxi Fairy felt relieved in her heart. Honestly, she truly feared that Qin Kangyi might leave at the slightest provocation. Such a peerless prodigy. Bringing him to Shangling Xuanzong was not easy. Keeping him would be even harder. Young friend Qin is pleased, which is all that matters. This is the eldest elder medallion, allowing free passage to all areas of the sect. If there is nothing else, this one shall take her leave. Very well. After Lingxi Fairy and Chu Qingcheng had left, Qin Kangyi wasted no time and directly took out the pendant. The pendant floated in midair, its surface dull and lusterless. Xian Li's aura was extremely faint. If not for Qin Kangyi's faint perception of her soul body's fluctuations, he would have suspected that the little girl had perished. Qin Kangyi took out the white jade treasure box. Buzz. The moment the box opened, an extremely gentle soul force instantly permeated the entire secret chamber. Purple soul flower, jade soul spirit branch, netherine, soul nourishing fruit, and over a dozen other spiritual herbs for restoring the soul. These herbs were at least of the king grade. If placed in the Liang Kingdom, any one of them would be enough to incite countless martial artists to fight over it. Qin Kangyi did not hesitate and directly activated the 9 heavens, blazing heaven art. Boom. The ancient Xianhuang flame rose from his palm, and one by one the soul herbs were cast into the flames. The herbs dissolved, and their medicinal power was gradually extracted, eventually forming a ball of pale purple soul liquid suspended in midair. The soul liquid was saturated with soul force to the extreme. Even just by smelling it, Qin Kangyi felt his divine sense become much clearer. Go! Qin Kangyi flicked his finger, and the ball of soul liquid instantly vanished into the pendant. Buzz. The originally dull pendant trembled violently. Immediately after, streaks of pale purple light radiated from within the pendant. Qin Kangyi squinted to look. At first her figure was quite blurry, but as the soul liquid continued to merge, Xian Li's illusory soul body gradually solidified. After a moment, a familiar and proud voice rang in Qin Kangyi's ears. "This young lady has finally revived. Qin Kangyi, you little brat, do have a conscience." Qin Kangyi heard the voice and instantly smiled. The next moment, Xian Li's figure slowly drifted out of the pendant. She was still in the form of a little lowly, arms crossed, her delicate face with a hint of tsundere in her eyes. Compared to before, the girl's soul body was clearly much more solid, no longer on the verge of dissipating at any moment. "How long has this young lady been asleep?" Xian Li asked casually. In her dormant state, Xian Li had no perception of the passage of time, so naturally, she didn't know how long she had been asleep. Qin Kangyi thought for a moment. 6 or 7 days, I suppose. Oh, only 6 or 7 days have passed. But the next moment, Xian Li's gaze suddenly fell on Qin Kangyi. She froze entirely, and the smile on her face completely solidified. Her eyes widened, staring at Qin Kangyi, as if she had seen a ghost. 6 or 7 days. Wait, you. What cultivation level are you at now? Qin Kangyi said casually. Spirit Treasury Realm 4th level. Xian Li. Spirit Treasury Realm 4th level. Before I fell asleep, weren't you just a 1st level martial artist? And only 6 or 7 days have passed, and you've broken through to Spirit Treasury Realm 4th level. Qin Kangyi shrugged. Not bad, just a little faster by a tiny bit. Xian Li fell completely silent. A tiny bit faster. Is this reasonable? What decent person breaks through from a 1st level martial artist to Spirit Treasury Realm 4th level in 6 or 7 days? Almost a major realm every day. Admittedly, Xian Li had lived for so many years and had seen countless monstrous prodigies, such as saint bodies, divine bodies, innate Tao embryos. She had seen them all. But someone like Qin Kangyi, whose cultivation was as fast as eating and drinking, she had truly never seen. No, not just seen, she had never even heard of it. Qin Kangyi did not dwell too much on the matter of cultivation, but said seriously, "Alright, I have a major matter to ask you." Upon hearing this, Xian Li looked at Qin Kangyi curiously. If Qin Kangyi called it a major matter, it must be far from simple. What matter? Qin Kangyi said calmly, "Do you know a sect called the Zihong Sword Sect?" Zihong Sword Sect. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xian Li's originally indifferent expression instantly changed. She jerked her head up and looked at Qin Kangyi. You said what? Zihong Sword Sect. Qin Kangyi raised an eyebrow. You know it. Xianli took a deep breath, her gaze instantly turning extremely solemn. Nonsense, of course this young lady knows it. But the problem is, how did you get involved with the Zihong sword sect? Qin Kangyi said calmly, my mother might be from the Zihong sword sect. Xianli fell silent directly. The look she gave Qin Kangyi became extremely complicated for the first time. No wonder there are so many irregularities about you. If that's the case, it seems somewhat reasonable. Qin Kangyi narrowed his eyes. From the tone of Xian, Li, the Zihong sword sect seemed to be a formidable force. What exactly is the Zihong sword sect? Xianli pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, the Zihong sword sect is not a force of the true spirit realm. To be precise, it is a renowned force throughout the entire all heavens and myriad realms. The sect is almost entirely composed of women, and moreover they are all a bunch of madwomen. Qin Kangyi, madwomen. Xianli nodded, her expression extremely serious. That's right. The members of the Zihong sword sect cultivate only the sword path, and their conduct is extremely biased. These female sword cultivators never reason with anyone, they only recognize the sword in their hands. Not only that, once these people start fighting they become fiercer than the other. With one sword strike, they can cleave a sect. With one sword strike, they can sever a galaxy. Even at the slightest disagreement, they will chase their enemies across 100,000 star domains. Many major forces across the all heavens and myriad realms are unwilling to provoke them easily, because if you kill one you might bring out a whole bunch. If you strike the young one, the old one will immediately draw their sword and descend the mountain. Its sect foundations are extremely terrifying. Not only does it have several, or even over a dozen sword emperors guarding it, it is also said that this Zihong sword sect has once produced a sword immortal. Therefore, across the all heavens and myriad realms, there are very few who are willing to provoke these people. Hearing this, even Qin Kangyi couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens! The force his mother came from was actually this terrifying. There were even several, or over a dozen sword empresses, and they had even produced an immortal. Xianli continued, logically speaking, disciples of the Zihong sword sect are absolutely forbidden to marry. Once discovered, the consequences are extremely severe. Even the offspring born would be killed. That you've survived to this day is nothing short of a miracle. After hearing this, Qin Kangyi fell silent. Back then, not long after he was born, his mother left him. It was clearly not that she wanted to abandon him, but that she had no choice but to leave. For if she didn't leave and was discovered by the Zihong sword sect, he would surely not escape death. But Qin Kangyi didn't know what his mother's situation was now if she had been captured and taken back to the Zihong sword sect. If his mother was well, then so be it. If his mother had suffered any grievance, he would not hesitate to uproot the entire Zihong sword sect. What of a top force in the all heavens and myriad realms? What of a sword empress? Have you not heard 3 days east of the Milky Way, 3 days west of the Milky Way? Don't bully a poor system. My specialty is using cheats. By the way, this is what my mother left for me. Saying this, Qin Kangyi took out the letter and the black crystal. The moment she saw the black crystal, Xianli exclaimed, Emperor blood. What is the imperial blood? Qin Kangyi asked curiously. Xianli's face was filled with excitement, and even her soul body trembled slightly from the emotional fluctuation. Imperial blood. That is the origin essence blood condensed within an imperial realm powerhouse's body. Ordinary blood to an imperial realm powerhouse is merely an external manifestation of qi and blood. Although it also contains terrifying pressure, it is ultimately not a true treasure. But imperial blood is different. Within imperial blood, it contains the life essence and bloodline origin of an imperial realm powerhouse, and may even retain a trace of imperial will. Having said this, Xianli took a deep breath, her eyes still full of shock. Without exaggeration, a single drop of true imperial blood is enough to make countless venerable realm experts fight over it. If the top forces outside knew you had a drop of imperial blood, not to mention the star sea, star domain, even many old monsters from the true spirit realm would personally come to snatch it. An imperial realm powerhouse has very little essence blood in their body. Losing even a single drop is a great injury to themselves, and it may take decades or even centuries to recover. This is the reason why imperial blood is so precious and rare. You must know that even in Xianli's prime, when she was hailed as the #1 prodigy alchemist of the true spirit realm, becoming a venerable level alchemist at a young age with a lofty status, she had never seen imperial blood in her entire life. She didn't even have the qualification to see it. After all, such a treasure was far too precious. Unexpectedly today, she was able to see imperial blood in Qin Kangyi's hand. Truly a great honor. Qin Kangyi looked down at the black crystal in his palm, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. This thing is actually so precious. How did mother obtain this? He didn't know, but sooner or later he would find out. According to you, this imperial blood is so precious. How should I refine it? Qin Kangyi asked. Although the treasure was precious, if he didn't refine it and turn it into his own strength, it would be wasted. Xianli shook her head. Your current cultivation cannot refine this item. At least until you break through to the Nirvana realm, you might be able to refine a trace of Imperial blood. To completely refine it, you need to at least break through to the Venerable realm. After all, it's a drop of essence blood from an Imperial realm powerhouse. For a weaker martial artist, it could completely explode them. That's also why Qin Xianlai had this item for so many years, but could never do anything with it. Qin Kengi nodded slightly, making a decision in his heart. He would refine this item after breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Then he took out the letter left by his mother. This letter was also left by my mother, but there seems to be some kind of restriction on it. I can't open it. Qin Kengi placed the letter on the table. On the surface of the envelope, a faint white light circulated. The layer of light appeared soft, but it faintly exuded an extremely mysterious power. Qin Kengi had tried before. Whether using true qi or activating the Xianhuang ancient flame, he couldn't open it. Xianli floated to the envelope, examined it carefully, and frowned slightly. After a moment, a strange glint flashed in her eyes. This is a blood restriction. Blood restriction? Qin Kengi raised an eyebrow. Xianli nodded. Indeed, the so-called blood restriction is a restriction set with bloodline aura as the key. This restriction has nothing to do with cultivation. It only recognizes bloodline. Unless one possesses the bloodline specified by the person who set the restriction, even a top powerhouse, forcibly breaking it may not be able to open it. Moreover, if forcibly destroyed, it might directly destroy the contents inside. Having said this, Xian Li looked at Qin Kengi. Since this letter was left to you by your mother, only your blood should be able to open it. Hearing this, Qin Kengi did not hesitate. He flicked his finger, and a drop of crimson blood appeared on his fingertip. He gently dripped it onto the envelope. Wong. The moment the blood drop landed, the white restriction on the envelope shook violently. Then a soft light suddenly flared up, and the originally unbreakable restriction quickly dissolved. The envelope slowly unfolded, but inside it was not ordinary letter paper. It was a golden jade page as thin as a cicada's wing. The jade page floated in midair, densely covered with countless ancient characters. Each character seemed to contain the supreme principles of the Tao. Though they hung silently, they seemed to exude infinite Tao rhyme. Qin Kengi only glanced at them and felt his true qi vibrate slightly. The moment Xianli saw this golden jade page, she froze in place. Her small mouth slightly opened, her soul body trembling uncontrollably, and her voice quivered. This is an imperial scripture. This is an imperial level cultivation method. And it's not a fragment. It's a complete imperial scripture. Boom. The words imperial level cultivation method fell, and Qin Kengi's expression finally changed completely. Imperial blood. Imperial level cultivation method. His mother had actually left him both of these things. This was a gesture so grand it was almost frightening. Xianli took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart, and continued to look at the golden jade page. At the top of the jade page, several ancient characters slowly emerged. Taishang, Xianqing sword cannon. Xian Li's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. This imperial scripture contains a complete cultivation system, Tao rhyme insights, and a matching sword technique. In other words, with this Taishang Xianqing sword cannon, you already have the qualification to strive for the imperial realm. Qin Kengi, you are going to become an emperor. If Qin Kengi switched to this cultivation method, his chances of breaking through to the imperial realm in the future would greatly increase. At that time, he would also be able to reshape his physical body. How could Xian Li not be excited? However, Qin Kengi was extremely calm in his heart. Strive for the imperial realm. When did my goal become so pathetic? Xian Li grew more excited as she spoke, her eyes sparkling. Qin Kengi, what exactly is your mother's identity? An ordinary disciple of the Zihong sword sect could never produce such a thing. Could she be the current saintess of the Zihong sword sect? Oh, never mind. You should quickly switch to this cultivation method. As long as you switch to the Taishang Xianqing sword cannon, you will have a straight path to the imperial realm in the future. Such an opportunity, others would kneel and beg for a lifetime and never get it. If she weren't just a remnant soul now, she would probably be eager to cultivate this method herself. However, Qin Kengi did not agree. He calmly shook his head. I won't practice it. Xianli. The expression on her small face instantly froze. What did you say? This is an imperial level cultivation method. An imperial level method that leads straight to the imperial realm. You're not going to practice it. Qin Kengi nodded. Your comprehension is too low. I can't explain it to you. Xianli. Do you even hear yourself? This Taishang Xianqing sword cannon does indeed seem stronger than the 9 heavens incinerating heaven art that he is currently practicing. But the former ceiling is right there, and after breaking through to the imperial realm, it would be difficult to advance further. But the 9 heavens incinerating heaven art is different. He personally crafted it based on the blazing art of the Flame Emperor. As long as he can keep devouring different flames, the cultivation method can keep evolving. At that time, not to mention evolving into an imperial level method, even surpassing the imperial level would be no problem. A mere Taishang Xianqing sword cannon. He truly looked down on it. For an entire night, Xian Li simply could not fathom how anyone in this world would neglect to practice an emperor-ranked cultivation technique. Had this person lost their mind? Yet Qin Kengi could not be bothered to explain matters to her. After all, she lacked the 10,000-fold talent bonus, making it rather difficult for him to explain. The following morning, Qin Kengi departed from his quarters. His target naturally was the sovereign-ranked anomalous fire belonging to the Shangling Xuanzong. This anomalous fire had been obtained by an ancestor of Shangling Xuanzong 1,000 years prior. However, as the ancestor was unable to refine it, he suppressed the fire beneath the tower. As the tower benefited from the fire's enhancements for cultivation, it gradually evolved into a sacred ground coveted by countless disciples throughout the sect. Yesterday, Qin Kengi had inquired of Lingxi Fairy regarding the Burning Sky Tower's precise location. Today, he intended to devour the fire sealed within. The Xianhuang ancient flame had already provided him with considerable augmentation. He wondered what terrifying boost the sovereign-ranked anomalous fire might bestow. With such thoughts, Qin Kengi's spirits soared. Few disciples came and went outside the Burning Sky Tower, for this edifice remained an unattainable luxury for ordinary cultivators. Any disciple wishing to cultivate within the Burning Sky Tower required at least 200 contribution points per day, with the cost increasing substantially the deeper one ventured. Thus, for the disciples of Shangling Xuanzong, the Burning Sky Tower was not a place one could simply visit for cultivation at a whim. Upon entering the tower, the intensely concentrated flames enveloped Qin Kengi in an embrace most delightful to his senses. The guardian of this tower was an elder of Shangling Xuanzong at the Ming Palace realm apex named Yanji. Advanced in years with little vitality remaining, he had been assigned to guard the Burning Sky Tower in his twilight years. "Present your identity token." Elder Yanji spoke with an impassive expression. Qin Kengi smiled faintly and directly produced the Supreme Elder token. The instant the token appeared, Elder Yanji's complexion underwent a dramatic transformation, his face contorted with utter disbelief as he scrutinized the Supreme Elder token with meticulous care. Indeed, the token was genuine. Moreover, no one throughout the entire sect would dare impersonate a Supreme Elder. Not only would such an impersonation be easily exposed, but upon discovery the consequences ranged from having one's cultivation completely annulled to outright execution. No rational being would be so foolish as to impersonate a Supreme Elder. Yet this person before him was extraordinarily young. How had he come to possess a Supreme Elder token? Wait a moment. Yanji was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. Yesterday, Qin Kengi had entered the sect alongside Lingxi Fairy. Though Yanji had been stationed at the Burning Sky Tower and did not witness Qin Kengi's arrival, he had heard that the sect had welcomed a Supreme Elder personally brought back by Lingxi Fairy herself. Furthermore, that individual was remarkably young, with cultivation seemingly only at the 4th stage of the Xinzong realm. Could it be that this was the very person? Yanji's spirit trembled, a chill running down his spine as he hastily bowed with profound respect. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." Although Qin Kengi had been established as a Supreme Elder, including Yanji himself, many elders harbored varying degrees of discontent. However, the individual's identity was beyond dispute. Opposing him would constitute a challenge to the authority of the 3 Supreme Elders. The other 2 might remain silent, but that Lingxi Supreme Elder would most certainly be displeased. How could he, Yanji, merely an elder at the apex of the Ming Palace realm with no hope of advancement in this lifetime, possibly possess the audacity to oppose Lingxi Fairy? Choosing death did not have to be executed in such a manner. Yanji's profound bow instantly left all the surrounding disciples frozen in absolute bewilderment. One by one they widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed upon this extraordinary scene. Who was Elder Yanji? The very guardian of the Burning Sky Tower, a powerhouse at the Ming Palace realm apex. Though his advanced years had left his qi and blood depleted and his breakthrough hopes extinguished, leading to his assignment guarding the Burning Sky Tower, he remained an undeniably legitimate elder of the sect. On ordinary days, when common disciples encountered him, they would not dare even draw a breath. Yet now Elder Yanji was actually bowing to a young man and addressing him as Supreme Elder. Holy shit, did I hear that correctly? What did Elder Yanji just call him? Supreme Elder. He appears to be only in his teens. How could he possibly be a Supreme Elder? As the crowd stood in utter confusion, one disciple suddenly gasped as if struck by a sudden revelation. Hold on, I know who he is. The moment these words fell from his lips, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward him. The disciple fixed his astounded gaze upon Qin Kengi, his voice trembling as he spoke. Yesterday, Lingxi Supreme Elder brought back a young man who was directly appointed as a sect Supreme Elder. It is said his name is Qin Kengi, and his cultivation stands merely at the 4th stage of the Xinzong realm. If I am not mistaken, he is the 4th Supreme Elder who only joined our sect yesterday. Boom. The instant these words concluded, the Burning Sky Tower erupted into complete pandemonium. What? He is that young martial artist who was immediately elevated to the position of Supreme Elder by Lingxi Fairy upon entering the sect. He is truly so young. I assumed the rumors were embellished, never expecting him to appear truly comparable in age to an ordinary disciple. Fourth stage of the Shinzong realm, as a supreme elder, this is far too preposterous. Shock value 32-34, a torrent of shocked gazes instantly converged upon Qin Kangyi. Admiration, envy, defiance, suspicion. After all, Qin Kangyi was simply too young to occupy such an elevated position. How could others not be consumed by jealousy? Those disciples who had been preparing to enter the Burning Sky Tower for cultivation wore expressions of incredible complexity. They had toiled most painstakingly, accumulating contribution points merely to qualify for a single day of cultivation within the tower. Yet this young man, approximately their own age, had directly ascended to the position of sect supreme elder, capable of altering the entire sect's trajectory with a single utterance. The disparity between people exceeds even that between humans and dogs. Qin Kangyi paid no heed to the disciples' heated discussions, simply offering a faint smile. Elder Yin, there is no need for such formality. I have come to the Burning Sky Tower today specifically to observe that anomalous fire. Only then did Yin Ji slowly straighten himself, his demeanor reverent, as he spoke. Understood. Since this is your first visit, I must clarify the tower's circumstances for your excellency in advance. The deeper one goes within the Burning Sky Tower, the more potent the flame energy becomes. Ordinary disciples can typically only cultivate within the first 3 floors, while core disciples may access the 4th and 5th floors. As for the levels beyond the 7th, even martial artists at the Ming Palace realm find it exceedingly difficult to endure. The 9th floor seals the sovereign-ranked anomalous fire. This fire possesses an exceedingly tyrannical nature. Over the years, numerous elders have attempted to approach it only to suffer scorched meridians. Even experts at the Nirvana stage cannot venture within 10 feet of it. If your excellency merely wishes to cultivate the 4th and 5th floors would be most suitable. Should you venture toward the depths, please exercise the utmost caution. Yin Ji's words were extremely tactful, yet his meaning was transparent. While your excellency's status is elevated, your cultivation after all stands only at the 4th stage of the Shinzong realm. Enjoying the 4th and 5th floors would suffice. Do not venture into the depths to court death. I understand. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly, naturally comprehending the implications within Yin Ji's words. However, he chose not to elaborate. After all, explaining such matters to people without his extraordinary advantages would prove utterly incomprehensible. Elder Yin Ji opened the Fengshen Tower, and Qin Kangyi stepped inside. The flame force within the first 3 floors of the Fengshen Tower was not particularly intense. Even warriors below the Spirit Vault realm could withstand it. But as he delved deeper into the 4th floor, the flame force instantly became terrifying. Yet to Qin Kangyi this was nothing. He headed straight for the 9th floor. Xianli the girl was even more excited. This flame force feels so familiar. If I'm not mistaken, the Imperial-grade strange fire on the 9th floor of Shangling Xuanzong should be the Qixin Fengshen Flame. Qixin Fengshen Flame. Xianli nodded, her tone tinged with excitement. Indeed, it is the Qixin Fengshen Flame. I have seen this strange fire once before among Imperial-grade strange fires. It is one of the most domineering. I never expected it to be in Shangling Xuanzong. This flame is supremely young and intensely blazing with formidable burning power. If an ordinary warrior touches even a trace, their true qi will be ignited instantly. If you can refine it, your cultivation will absolutely skyrocket. However, the difficulty of refinement is also considerable. Don't be careless, boy. Qin Kangyi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Cultivation skyrocketing. That's fantastic. As for the difficulty of refinement, forget it. You don't have a system, nor even 10,000-fold talent. I can't explain it to you. Soon Qin Kangyi arrived at the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, quite a few core disciples were already cultivating here. These disciples sat cross-legged in cultivation chambers, using the flame force of the Fengshen Tower to temper their true qi and physical bodies. Those who could enter the 5th floor to cultivate were basically warriors at the 4th or 5th level of the Spirit Vault realm. Even in Shangling Xuanzong, they were considered prodigies. However, when everyone saw Qin Kangyi walking up from the stairway, their faces were all filled with astonishment. Huh? Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? That's right, I've seen all the core disciples of the sect, but I've never seen this person. The flame force on the 5th floor is extremely violent. Why isn't he even activating his protective true qi? The crowd stared at Qin Kangyi with bewildered expressions. There weren't many core disciples in Shangling Xuanzong. Basically, everyone present had seen all the core disciples of the sect, but they had never seen Qin Kangyi. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Qin Kangyi, merely a warrior at the 4th level of the Spirit Vault realm, had entered the 5th floor of the Fengshen Tower without even activating his protective true qi. Is this reasonable? A disciple at the 5th level of the Spirit Vault realm frowned and said, "Junior brother, the flame force on the 5th floor is not weak. If this is your first time, it's best not to show off. Quickly activate your protective true qi. If fire miasma enters your body, at best your meridians will be damaged, at worst your cultivation will regress." These words were not mockery, but sincere advice. Qin Kangyi glanced at him and smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder, but this little flame force cannot harm me. This little flame cannot harm you. Keep pretending, keep pretending. We'll give you the title of pretentious king. However, before the crowd could say anything more, Qin Kangyi unhesitatingly continued toward the entrance to the 6th floor. The disciple who had just advised him was stunned, and the surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded. Holy crap, he's going to the 6th floor. This kid is really enduring such terrifying heat waves, and he doesn't even let out a cry. But the flame force on the 6th floor is extremely violent. Those below the Destiny Palace realm can hardly withstand it. Who is this kid? So arrogant. I don't know. I've never seen him before. Ignoring the crowd's voices, Qin Kangyi stepped directly into the 6th floor. Boom. As soon as he entered the 6th floor, an even more violent flame force surged toward him. The flame force here had already turned into visible crimson waves, and even the air was distorted. Even Qin Kangyi felt a bit of pressure, but just a tiny bit. Currently no disciples were cultivating on the 6th floor, so Qin Kangyi didn't linger and went straight up. The 7th floor, the 8th floor, in just a few breaths, he finally arrived at the 9th floor of the Fiancée Tower. Standing inside the 9th floor, Qin Kangyi sensed an extremely terrifying flame aura. He activated the Xianhuang ancient flame to empower himself, and a faint layer of Xuanhuang-colored firelight immediately enveloped his body. Instantly, the terrifying flame aura on the 9th floor was isolated outside. However, even with the Xianhuang ancient flame protecting him, Qin Kangyi could still feel that the flame force was extremely domineering, even fiercer than the Xianhuang ancient flame. As expected of an imperial-grade strange fire, Qin Kangyi's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. The stronger it is, the faster his cultivation will improve after devouring it. As for whether he would die, I have a golden keyword: I won't die even if I act recklessly. Just acting recklessly. Xianli floated beside Qin Kangyi, her expression turning unusually serious. Qin Kangyi, be careful. The Qixin Fiancée flame is not a subflame of the Xianhuang ancient flame. It is a true complete imperial-grade strange fire. With your current cultivation at the 4th level of the Spirit Vault realm, if you forcefully devour it, even a slight mistake, and it will burn your meridians. My suggestion is to take it slow. I can help you separate the subflame of this fire. You refine the subflame first, and after a year or so when your cultivation improves, you can devour the main fire. Admittedly, Xian Li's suggestion was quite prudent. After all, the power of an imperial-grade strange fire was extremely terrifying. Not to mention Qin Kangyi, a mere 4th level Spirit Vault realm warrior, even a Nirvana realm cultivator might not dare to forcefully devour and refine it. However, Qin Kangyi said, your suggestion is bullshit. Don't give any damn advice. A person without a cheat shouldn't give any advice. Just be a good pendant. With that, under Xian Li's astonished gaze, Qin Kangyi walked directly toward the Qixin Fiancée flame. At the center of the 9th floor stood a massive crimson gold altar. On the altar, 9 flame stone pillars rose from the ground, each entwined with thick sealing chains. The 9 chains converged together, firmly suppressing a ball of crimson gold flame at the center of the altar. The flame was only the size of a fist, but suspended there it resembled a miniature blazing sun, dazzling to the eye. Within the flame, a lotus-like outline was faintly visible, with crimson gold petals slowly opening and closing. On each petal, an extremely dense heaven-burning force flowed. You're the one. Qin Kangyi grinned, then quickly walked over and stood directly before the Qixin Fiancée flame. Under Xian Li's horrified gaze, Qin Kangyi reached out, grabbed the Qixin Fiancée flame, and instantly refined it. Qin Kangyi, you're insane. This scene directly stunned Xian Li. Although the Qixin Fiancée flame had been suppressed for countless years, and its flame force was not as terrifying as in its prime, it was still an imperial-grade strange fire. There was no way that Qin Kangyi, a mere 4th level Spirit Vault realm warrior, could withstand it. However, Qin Kangyi grinned and said, watch closely, what comes next will be very cool. Handsome. Not a chance. The moment Qin Kangyi touched the crimson, profound, blazing flame, he directly activated the 9 heavens blazing art to refine and devour it. Yet the crimson, profound, blazing flame was no pushover. Its terrifying flame power instantly engulfed him. Even with the mystic yellow ancient flame standing guard, how could a king-grade strange fire withstand the erosion of an imperial-grade one? Thus, in the blink of an eye, the mystic yellow ancient flame was breached by the crimson, profound, blazing flame, which directly invaded his internal organs. A single flame pierced through his chest instantly. Seeing this, Xian Li panicked. It's over. I told you not to be reckless, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, that's an imperial-grade strange fire. How could you dare? Xian Li spun anxiously in midair. As a mere remnant soul, she could do nothing to help Qin Kangyi. Worse still, Qin Kangyi wasn't just slightly burned, his chest was pierced clean through by the crimson, profound, blazing flame. For any divine treasury realm martial artist, such an injury would almost certainly mean instant death. Qin Kangyi, hold on. I just woke up, don't you dare turn me into a lonely ghost again. The little girl cursed fiercely, but her eyes were full of anxiety, tears welling up. Yet just as she thought he was doomed, the gaping hole in his chest, pierced by the crimson, profound, blazing flame, began to heal at a visible rate. Charred flesh fell away, new flesh grew. The hole in his chest began to close. In just a few breaths, the horrifying wound was completely restored. Xianli, holy crap. She stood frozen in place. Wait. He survived this. Before she finished, the crimson, profound, blazing flame erupted again. Boom. Another blast of crimson gold flame pierced through Qin Kangyi's shoulder. The flesh was instantly incinerated into nothingness, but the next moment the wound healed again. What followed became extremely bizarre. Qin Kangyi clung to the crimson, profound, blazing flame, refusing to let go, and relentlessly refined it. The flames, unwilling to be refined, launched furious attacks, trying to kill him. Its assaults were indeed ferocious. But Qin Kangyi's attributes were too overpowering. Not only did he have the golden trait, can't die even if I try, but because he was in a disadvantaged state, the adversity war god red activated itself. It directly boosted his combat power tenfold. With such a shift in momentum, the crimson, profound, blazing flame gradually lost ground and was slowly devoured. No way around it. High damage on the left, higher damage on the right. A mere imperial-grade strange fire, how could it compete? Xianli was completely dumbfounded. What kind of recovery ability is this? Even an imperial-grade strange fire can't take him down. Xianli shock value 400, Xianli shock value 400. On the upper spirit sect Kangyi Peak, Shi Jingtian led countless disciples to Qin Kangyi's residence early in the morning, intending to seek advice from the newly appointed Supreme Elder. But Qin Kangyi had already left his residence. After inquiring, they learned that he had gone to the Blazing Tower before dawn. Senior brother, do you think this Supreme Elder Qin is scared and deliberately hiding in the Blazing Tower? This remark drew sneers from many disciples around. I reckon so. He's avoiding senior brother's edge. This guy is nothing special. Does he really think hiding in the Blazing Tower will keep him safe? Unless he stays there forever. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Shi Jingtian stood before Kangyi Peak, his expression calm, but a cold sneer flashed in his eyes. He had expected the Supreme Elder to at least have some skill. Yet now, having personally come to call on him, the new Supreme Elder had avoided meeting him. Whether it was a king avoiding a king or dodging the edge, the result was clear. This new Supreme Elder was truly laughable. Shi Jingtian sneered, to the Blazing Tower. Since Supreme Elder Qin is in the Blazing Tower, I'll go there and wait for him. I'll see how long he can hide. He didn't believe Qin Kangyi could stay in the Blazing Tower for a year or two. Since Qin Kangyi wanted to avoid him, Shi Jingtian would do the opposite and block him. With that, Shi Jingtian stepped forward, his figure darting toward the Blazing Tower. The other disciples grew excited upon seeing this. Senior brother is going to the Blazing Tower. Let's go. I want to see what that new Supreme Elder is made of. As they spoke, the disciples all rushed toward the Blazing Tower. At that moment, countless disciples had gathered outside the tower. As the elder in charge of the Blazing Tower, Yan Ji was now flustered. No, his mental state was crumbling. Just a quarter of an hour ago, the Blazing Tower had suddenly stirred, shaking violently, and the flame power in each layer had surged. The disciples who had been on the 5th layer were forcefully expelled by a terrifying flame power. Fortunately, they fled quickly with only a few suffering minor injuries. Any delay would have been disastrous. Disciples on the 1st through 4th layers were also forced back by the raging flames. Strange, what's wrong with the Blazing Tower? Why the sudden unrest? Could it be something wrong with the crimson, profound, blazing flame? Impossible. It's been fine for centuries. Why would it erupt today? Yan Ji's brow furrowed, deeply, utterly baffled. At least no disciples are inside, or I'd be in real trouble. As the tower's guardian, if a disciple died within, he would surely face punishment. Just then, the core disciple who had warned Qin Kangyi on the 5th floor looked around and exclaimed, "Wait, where's the person who went to the 6th floor?" "What did you say?" Yan Ji's hair stood on end, his eyes fixed on the core disciple. "Are you saying there's still someone inside the tower on a deeper floor?" The core disciple was startled. "Yes." Elder, a disciple of the 4th divine treasury realm, entered the 5th layer. He didn't even activate his protective true chi and wanted to go higher. I advised him, but he said the flames couldn't harm him. And then he went up. What? 4th divine treasury realm, without activating true chi, and he went straight to the 6th floor. Not just Yan Ji, but all the disciples around were stunned. But then Yan Ji frowned, looked around, and suddenly cried out, "Oh no, it's the Supreme Elder." At this moment, Yan Ji's hands trembled uncontrollably. If Supreme Elder Qin encountered any mishap within the Finshan Tower, Lingxi Immortal would never forgive him. No. To be precise, the entire Shangling Xuanzong would be in an uproar. After all, Qin Kangyi had only been brought back to the sect by Lingxi Immortal yesterday, and now on his very first day, he had died in the Finshan Tower under Yan Ji's watch. This burden, even if Yan Ji's ashes were scattered, he could never bear. Quickly inform the three supreme elders, the sect master, and all the elders. Inform them that the strange fire within the Finshin Tower has erupted, and Supreme Elder Qin is still inside. Yanji spoke urgently. The disciples around him dared not delay and hurried off to deliver the news. The martial artist of the 5th level of the divine, hidden realm muttered to himself. How strange. The Finshin Tower was perfectly fine before. Why did it erupt the moment this Supreme Elder Qin arrived? Could it be? He entered the 9th floor. The speaker meant nothing, but the listener took it to heart. Elder Yanji, who overheard this, froze for a moment, then felt his heart jolt violently. What the hell? Come to think of it, it was highly possible. The Qixin Finshin flame had been imprisoned in the Finshin Tower for so many years, always docile. Unless some external force provoked it, such a massive disturbance would not have occurred. That's absurd. He's only at the 4th level of the divine hidden realm. Why would he go to the 9th floor? Could he be trying to devour the Qixin Finshin flame? Is he insane? When this thought surfaced, Elder Yanji even felt that it was he himself who had gone mad. How could such a ridiculous idea cross his mind? Just then successive sounds of piercing air rang out in the distance. Shi Jingtian arrived outside the Finshin Tower with a group of disciples. The moment he landed, he saw the Finshin Tower trembling violently. The crimson array patterns on its surface flickered wildly, and waves of terrifying flames continuously spilled out from within. Shi Jingtian frowned. Elder Yin, what happened? Why did the Finshin Tower suddenly erupt? Yanji's expression remained grim as he looked at Shi Jingtian. I don't know. It became like this shortly after Supreme Elder Qin entered. Shi Jingtian's gaze sharpened. Supreme Elder Qin. He hasn't come out yet. Yanji shook his head and said, not only has he not come out, but if I'm not mistaken, he has already entered the 9th floor. This eruption is likely connected to him. Boom. At these words, the disciples behind Shi Jingtian instantly erupted into chaos. The 9th floor. Is he insane? That's where the Qixin Finshin flame is sealed. Even Nirvana realm experts dare not approach it easily, and he, a mere 4th level divine hidden realm, dares to enter. I thought he was just hiding, but he's actually walking to his death. Shi Jingtian's expression also changed. He truly hadn't expected Qin Kangyi to be so reckless as to directly enter the 9th floor. What difference was that from seeking death? One had to know that even with his current cultivation, he dared not enter the 9th floor. He could only reach the 7th at most, any deeper, and he could not withstand the flame power of the Qixin Finshin flame. Senior brother, could Supreme Elder Qin have already been burned to death? A disciple muttered softly. Shi Jingtian did not answer, for he himself did not know. The chaotic flame aura within the Finshin Tower was too intense. Even he could not sense Qin Kangyi's presence. Yanji's face turned pale. The formation token in his hand flashed repeatedly as he tried to force open the 9th floor barrier and rescue Qin Kangyi. But every attempt was repelled by an even more violent surge of flame power. It won't open. The 9th floor seal has been disrupted by the Qixin Finshin flame. Cold sweat beaded on Yanji's forehead. It's over. This time it's truly over. Just as everyone stood in shock and uncertainty. Boom. The Finshin Tower shook violently. Immediately a pillar of scarlet golden flame shot up from the tower's peak, illuminating the entire sky with its terrifying glare. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth for dozens of li around grew scorching hot in an instant. Countless disciples' faces changed drastically as they retreated. One disciple speculated aloud. Such terrifying flame aura, the Qixin Finshin flame, has completely erupted. Could Supreme Elder Qin be refining it? But the moment he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted. Refining it? Are you joking? That's an Imperial-level strange fire. Exactly. A mere divine hidden realm martial artist trying to refine an Imperial-level strange fire. What utter delusion. If he really can refine the Qixin Finshin flame, I'll eat the Finshin Tower on the spot. However, the moment that disciple finished speaking, the flame aura within the Finshin Tower suddenly began to weaken rapidly. The once surging sea of flames seemed to be devoured by some terrifying force. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. The flame power inside the Finshin Tower cooled down at a visibly discernible speed. Yanji's pupils contracted. The flame power is disappearing. The aura of the Qixin Finshin flame is weakening. Everyone around was stunned. The aura of the Qixin Finshin flame was weakening. How was that possible? That was the Imperial-level strange fire that the Shangling Xuanzong had suppressed for a millennium. The very foundation that made the Finshin Tower a sacred ground for cultivation. And now its aura was vanishing. Moreover, the speed of its disappearance was extremely fast. Incredulity was written on everyone's faces. A barely believable thought suddenly arose in their minds. Could that newly promoted Supreme Elder actually be devouring the Qixin Finshin flame? On the other side at Lingxi Peak. When Lingxi Immortal and Chu Qingcheng heard the disciples report that the 9th floor of the Finshin Tower had erupted and Supreme Elder Qin was still inside, Lingxi Immortal shot to her feet, her expression drastically changing. A bizarre thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Qin Kangyi was devouring the strange fire? This possibility was not impossible. Before entering the Shangling Xuanzong Lingxi Immortal had offered a condition: the Imperial-level strange fire, the Qixin Finshin flame, was at Qin Kangyi's disposal. She had said that mainly to keep Qin Kangyi hooked. After all, for a mere 4th-level divine, hidden realm cultivator, devouring an Imperial-level strange fire would take years if not longer. In this way, Qin Kangyi would stay in the Shangling Xuanzong, deepening his bond with the sect. Who would have thought that on the very next day after entering the sect he would rush to the Finshin Tower and attempt to devour the Imperial-level strange fire? This is utter nonsense. Fellow Qin is likely forcibly devouring the Qixin Finshin flame. Qing, come with me to the Finshin Tower. Fellow Qin must not come to any harm. Lingxi Immortal's face was grim. Chu Qingqing was also stunned. Was there really such a courageous person in the world? A mere 4th-level divine hidden realm dared to devour an Imperial-level strange fire. Whose subordinate was this? Yes, master. Without hesitation, the master and disciple rushed straight toward the Finshin Tower. They were not the only ones. The 2 supreme elders, Xianyang and Lu Yuehan, along with sect master Lu Xianqing and the other elders, all received the news and were utterly flabbergasted, hurrying to the Finshin Tower. They were terrified that Qin Kangyi might have died. Soon powerful auras rose from the major immortal peaks. Fairy Lingxi Supreme Elder Xianyang, Lu Yuehan sect leader Lu Xuanqing, and the various elders arrived almost simultaneously outside the blazing heaven tower. Upon seeing the crowd, Elder Yanji looked as if he had found salvation and hurried forward to bow. Greetings to the 3 supreme elders. Greetings to the sect leader. Fairy Lingxi had no patience for his rambling and directly asked, "Where is young friend Qin?" Yanji's face was pale as he steeled himself. After Supreme Elder Qin entered the blazing heaven tower, he went straight to the depths. If I am not mistaken, he is now likely on the 9th floor. At these words, Lu Xianqing and the elders' expressions changed once more. The 9th floor. That was where the crimson mystic sky-burning flame was suppressed. Qin Kangyi's purpose there was all too clear: to devour that Imperial-grade exotic flame. But how dare he, a mere 4th-level divine treasury realm cultivator? Supreme Elder Xianyang's face darkened. Nonsense. A mere 4th-level divine treasury realm dares to trespass into the 9th floor. How could anyone be so utterly reckless? Lu Yuehan also furrowed her brows deeply. The crimson mystic sky-burning flame has been suppressed for 1,000 years. Its nature has become extremely violent. Not even a life palace realm cultivator could enter and instantly avoid being reduced to ashes, let alone a divine treasury realm one. Lingxi, you have been too indulgent with him. The 2 supreme elders had seen how confident Fairy Lingxi was about Qin Kangyi yesterday, and how persistent she had been, so they had assumed the young man possessed some extraordinary qualities. Thus they had agreed to Fairy Lingxi's proposal and made Qin Kangyi a supreme elder of Shangling Xin sect, equal in status to themselves. But now they saw him as nothing more than an arrogant fool who didn't know his place. Just as the 2 supreme elders finished speaking, Yanji's voice rang out weakly. Supreme Elder Xianyang, Supreme Elder Lu, it seems that Supreme Elder Qin might not necessarily fail. The flame power within the blazing heaven tower appears to be weakening, and the rate of weakening is quite fast. The 2 frowned slightly. They had rushed here in a hurry and hadn't yet had time to investigate the blazing heaven tower's condition. But now that Yanji mentioned it, they probed with their divine sense, and indeed sensed something amiss. The speed at which the flame power within the tower was disappearing seemed alarmingly fast. Fairy Lingxi, Lu Xuanqing, and the elders naturally noticed this as well. How is this possible? Could young friend Qin still be alive and truly have devoured an Imperial-grade exotic flame? Can a 4th-level divine treasury realm cultivator devour an Imperial-grade flame? Impossible, I don't believe it. Perhaps there is something wrong with the crimson mystic sky-burning flame itself. Everyone discussed among themselves, none of them certain. After all, such a thing was unheard of. Chu Qingqing stared at the blazing heaven tower with her beautiful eyes, worried. Master, he won't really be in trouble, will he? Fairy Lingxi shook her head. I don't know, but young friend Qin is not a fool. Doing this, he must have his reasons. Even as she said this, her hand within her sleeve had already clenched slightly. While everyone was still discussing outside, suddenly, boom, the blazing heaven tower shook violently once more. Then the originally raging crimson gold flame aura vanished completely. Indeed, in an instant the flame power dissipated, and everyone could no longer sense the existence of the crimson mystic sky-burning flame. Elder Yanji's pupils abruptly contracted. Disappeared. The aura of the crimson mystic sky-burning flame has disappeared. As his words fell, a deathly silence fell over the scene, and everyone was stunned. The aura of the crimson mystic sky-burning flame had disappeared. How could that be? That was an Imperial-grade exotic flame. It had been suppressed within the blazing heaven tower for over 1,000 years. Even the founding patriarch who once obtained it could not refine it, and could only seal it with formations. But now its aura had vanished. Supreme Elder Xian Yang's expression changed drastically. Could it be? Lu Yuhan also seemed to think of something, her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a fourth-level divine treasury realm cultivator truly devour the crimson mystic sky-burning flame? Lu Xianqing stared fixedly at the blazing heaven tower, his heart churning with shock. If Qin Kangyi had truly refined the crimson mystic sky-burning flame, the significance of this matter would be entirely different. A fourth-level divine treasury realm cultivator refining an imperial-grade exotic flame. This could no longer be described by the word prodigy. It was a monster. A true monster. Fairy Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared fixedly at the direction of the blazing heaven tower, her heart pounding continuously. Perhaps young friend Qin really succeeded. While everyone was still in doubt, click. A soft sound came from the gate of the blazing heaven tower. Everyone's gaze instantly converged as the heavy gate slowly opened. A wisp of crimson gold firelight flowed out from the gap. The next moment, a figure in white robes walked out slowly from within the blazing heaven tower. His robes were slightly torn and his hair was somewhat disheveled, but on his face there was still a lazy smile. The newcomer was none other than Qin Kangyi. The moment she saw Qin Kangyi emerge, Fairy Lingxi's tense heart finally relaxed, and Shu Qingqing subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He's out. Supreme Elder Qin is really out. Good heavens. Supreme Elder Qin didn't die. No, look at his cultivation level. From the crowd, someone exclaimed. Only then did everyone realize that the aura on Qin Kangyi had undergone a transformation. Late Life Palace Realm. The three Supreme Elders, Lu Xuanqing and the various elders, all gasped in unison, their eyes filled with intense disbelief. Before entering Qin Kangyi's cultivation was merely at the fourth-level divine treasury realm. Only 1 or 2 hours had passed, yet he had directly broken through to the Life Palace realm. Great heavens! Is this even possible? This is insane. Young friend Qin, you truly refined that crimson mystic sky-burning flame. Fairy Lingxi stepped forward, her face full of shock. Qin Kangyi grinned. That's right. As he spoke, he spread his palm, and a crimson flame appeared in his hand. This was a fusion flame of the crimson mystic sky-burning flame and the mystic yellow ancient flame. Although its grade was still imperial because it had absorbed a king-grade exotic flame, its true power far surpassed ordinary imperial-grade exotic flames. The moment this flame appeared, the surrounding air twisted sharply. A flame pressure far heavier and more domineering than the crimson mystic sky-burning flame spread instantly. Gasp! Seeing this, everyone drew a sharp breath. Though they had already guessed this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was a completely different feeling. Shock value, 743,430. Of course, the most shocked was Xian Li, who had witnessed the entire process of Qin Kangyi refining the exotic flame. This girl had watched helplessly as Qin Kangyi's body was pierced through time and again, only to recover, repeating the cycle until he finally exhausted the imperial-grade exotic flame. The key point was that after devouring it, Qin Kangyi was still lively and kicking completely unharmed. Xian Li swore that she had never seen anything so absurd in her entire life. Qin friend, you truly opened my eyes to a whole new realm of possibility. Such talent not merely in the Star Sea-Star domain, but across the entire true spirit realm, one could not find a second. I assumed you were overreaching, yet now I see how narrow my vision was. I hope you will forgive me, Qin friend. Elder Xian Yang of the Supreme Council let out a profound sigh, then proceeded to bow toward Qin Kangyi. After all, mere moments ago he had held no hope for Qin Kangyi's success, even believing the latter was merely courting death through sheer recklessness. Yet who could have foreseen such a swift reversal? Qin Kangyi turned and devoured the anomalous flame, refining and absorbing it. This was a sovereign-level anomalous flame, yet it was refined by a mere divine treasury stage 4th-rank martial artist. The difficulty of such a feat was unimaginable. Elder Xian Yang, seasoned by countless years, was inwardly mortified. Yet he recognized Qin Kangyi's terrifying talent, one that could only be described as monstrous. Moreover, with his cultivation now elevated to the Life Palace stage's later realm and bolstered by the sovereign-level anomalous flame, his battle prowess might rival that of an ordinary Nirvana stage initial-rank martial artist. Coupled with his terrifying cultivation speed, Qin Kangyi would undoubtedly become a formidable pillar of strength, a supremely powerful one at that. Thus he did not hesitate to offer Qin Kangyi an apology. Beside him, Lu Yuhan likewise bowed and apologized. Indeed, I too must seek your forgiveness, Qin friend. I hope you will understand. Lu Xianqing and the various elders exchanged glances, then offered a synchronized apology. We hope you will forgive us, Qin friend. Silence descended once more across the entire assembly. Countless disciples witnessed this spectacle, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. 2 supreme elders had apologized, as had sect master Lu Xianqing, and all the elders collectively bowing their heads to Qin Kangyi. These individuals were the true high-ranking members of the Upper Ling Xian sect, the pinnacle existences of the Star Sea-Star domain. Each of them could shake the entire star domain merely by stamping their foot. Yet now they had simultaneously apologized to a young man who had only joined the sect yesterday. Am I seeing this correctly? The two supreme elders actually took the initiative to apologize to Elder Qin. The sect master and all the elders have apologized too. Nonsense. He entered the tower at Divine Treasury Stage 4th rank and emerged at Life Palace Stage Later Realm, having refined a sovereign-level anomalous flame. Would you dare not apologize? Others speak of 30 years of prosperity in the east and 30 years of decline in the west. This one has 3 days of east and 3 days of west. Today Elder Qin is still at Life Palace Stage. Do you dare guarantee he won't break through to Nirvana Stage tomorrow? Exactly. Some were saying Elder Qin was unworthy of the Supreme Elder position. Who dares say that now? The disciples engaged in heated discussion. Many felt a burning sensation on their faces, for not long ago they had secretly ridiculed Qin Kangyi's unworthiness. Yet now reality had dealt them a merciless slap. Unworthy. Clearly it was the Upper Lingxian sect unworthy of this Supreme Elder. At this moment everyone understood why Fairy Lingxi had once said she was not qualified to become Qin Kangyi's master. Such a cultivation speed. Within the entire star domain, no, across the entire true spirit realm, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone qualified to be his master. Enough, these are all trivial matters. Qin Kangyi grinned broadly, waving his hand dismissively. He genuinely did not take it to heart. Of course his harvest from visiting the Upper Lingxian sect had been bountiful. Not only had his cultivation broken through to Life Palace Stage Later Realm, but he had also subjugated a sovereign-level anomalous flame. Moreover, his shock value had skyrocketed by over 1 million. Absolutely exhilarating. Hearing Qin Kangyi's words, everyone felt a weight lift from their hearts. After all, Qin Kangyi's talent was simply too terrifying. If he had harbored resentment, perhaps the entire Upper Lingxian sect could not withstand his fury. Fortunately, Qin Friend possessed a magnanimous heart and did not dwell on their past transgressions. Your breadth of spirit is truly admirable, Qin Friend. I am deeply impressed. Indeed, Elder Qin's magnanimity is worthy of our deepest respect. From now on, whoever dares show disrespect toward Elder Qin is opposing this sect. Correct. We shall resolutely support Elder Qin and obey his commands without question. The crowd spontaneously initiated a chorus of praise, even invoking the most absolute expressions of loyalty. In essence, it could be summarized in 2 words: absolute allegiance. At this moment, a disciple in the crowd timidly spoke up. Senior brother, weren't you going to challenge Elder Qin? Should we begin now? With those words, absolute silence befell the entire assembly. Every gaze converged upon Shi Jingtian. In an instant, Shi Jingtian froze in place, his expression turning ashen. In his heart, he was screaming frantically. Damn it! Which idiot was that? Would keeping quiet have killed them? This person is trying to destroy me. Don't let me find out who said that, or they'll never hear the end of it. He had originally intended to remain silent and feign death, as if this matter could simply pass. After all, Qin Kangyi had devoured a sovereign-level anomalous flame, and his cultivation had risen to Life Palace Stage Later Realm. Setting aside his terrifying talent, his battle prowess alone could crush 100 versions of himself. How could one even consider fighting? Yet there was this idiot who, beyond their own stupidity, insisted on dragging others down with them. Oh! Qin Kangyi gazed at Shi Jingtian with great interest. I accept your challenge. Make your move. Shi Jingtian. No, Elder, you've misunderstood. I. Beads of cold sweat were already forming on Shi Jingtian's forehead. At this moment, where was the composure expected of the Upper Lingxian sect's senior brother? What Life Palace Stage middle rank? What pinnacle genius of the star domain? Before this Supreme Elder, all of that was worthless. Shi Jingtian understood clearly that if he were to fight, he would have absolutely no chance of victory. The reason I mentioned wanting to seek guidance from Elder Qin yesterday was primarily because I have long admired Elder Qin. Yes, simply admiration. It was merely that my expression was inappropriate, leading my fellow junior brothers and sisters astray. In his extreme nervousness, a spark of inspiration struck Shi Jingtian's mind, and he conjured up this excuse. Oh, a subtle smile curved Qin Kangyi's lips, understanding everything yet saying nothing. Is that so? Shi Jingtian nodded repeatedly. Yes, precisely. Elder, please rest assured. From this day forward, I, Shi Jingtian, shall be your most loyal supporter. Whatever you say is correct, whatever you command I shall execute without hesitation. One had to admit Shi Jingtian's will to survive was remarkably strong. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter further. Very well. Should you encounter any questions, feel free to visit Kangyi Peak to seek guidance. Oh, yes indeed. Shi Jingtian nodded awkwardly. Then, under the reverent gazes of all present, Qin Kangyi departed for Kangyi Peak. Shortly after his departure, the very disciple who had instigated Shi Jingtian to challenge Qin Kangyi spoke up once more. Hey Liangzi, didn't you just say that if Elder Qin actually devoured the anomalous flame, you'd eat the burning sky tower? Bet the taste of that tower would be quite potent. Shangling Xuanzong Kangi Peak. System open the attribute panel. System LV2 upgrade required 5-0. Host Qin Kangi cultivation, late Mingong realm technique, 9 heavens blazing heaven art, Zun level mid-grade martial arts 9 forms of martial ancestor king grade wandering dragon void step spirit grade sunset, sword art spirit grade. Shock value 41325333 equipped traits, 55 I understand you do as you please supreme eagle, I purple can't die, even if I try gold dual cultivation prodigy, purple defying war, god red acquired traits. Qin Kangi looked at his attribute panel, a hint of joy appearing on his face. After devouring the red profound, blazing heaven flame, Qin Kangi successfully opened a second fire meridian in his body, and his cultivation technique also advanced from early Zun level to mid-Zun level. Although the level increase seemed modest in reality, it brought about a significant transformation in the quality of Qin Kangi's true qi. The merged strange flame now possessed the dual properties of the red profound blazing heaven flame and the Xianhuang ancient flame, making it even more powerful. Since it is a fusion of the red profound blazing heaven flame and the Xianhuang ancient flame, why not give this new strange flame a name? After a moment of thought, Qin Kangi made a decision. Let it be called Taishian blazing heaven flame. After naming it, Qin Kangi toyed with the Taishian blazing heaven flame in his hand with great interest. With my current late Mingong realm cultivation combined with this Taishian blazing heaven flame, there should be no problem storming the Taichu sect. Qin Kangi made a silent assessment. Indeed, he was already somewhat impatient. Back then the young master of the Taichu sect had taken his supreme bone, and it had been 16 years. For those 16 years he had thought of nothing but revenge. That young master, noble and lofty, had never paid attention to him, an insignificant ant, never imagining that one day he would storm the Taichu sect. He imagined that when he appeared that young master would be very surprised. After a moment of thought, Qin Kangi temporarily suppressed the excitement in his heart. Forget it, I can't be too hasty. Better to play it safe. Although his current strength was enough to challenge the Taichu sect for caution sake, he decided to cultivate for 2 more days and break through to the Nirvana realm first. Besides, tomorrow he would go to the Shangling Xuanzong's scripture storage pavilion to learn a few high-level martial arts to enhance his combat power. Having made up his mind, Qin Kangi eagerly prepared to cultivate. Su Qinghan, come in. I want you to assist me in cultivation. After all, cultivating alone is nowhere near as fast as dual cultivation with a prodigy. Under these days of diligent cultivation, Su Qinghan's cultivation had already reached the perfection of the first rank, only 1 step away from breaking through to the divine treasury realm. Although the gap in their cultivation levels was considerable for Qin Kangi, the accelerated cultivation speed was only about 1-2 times. However, with his 10,000-fold talent boost, it was equivalent to 2,000 times. A bit low, but still acceptable. Su Qinghan walked in slowly, looking different today. Usually she wore a light purple long dress, cool and dignified with a hint of noble aloofness in her eyes and brows. But today she had changed into a crimson silk gauze gown, the hem flowing like water. As she walked, the gauze gently swayed, subtly revealing her slender and graceful figure. Her jet black hair was not tied up high as usual, but cascaded over her shoulders with only a purple jade hairpin casually holding a few strands. Her features were still delicate and cool, but the corners of her eyes seemed lightly touched with rouge, adding an indescribable softness compared to before. Especially when she entered the chamber, the crimson hem of her skirt gently brushed the floor, and the candlelight flickered on her fair skin, creating a striking contrast of coolness and allure. Qin Kangi was still toying with the Taishian blazing heaven flame in his palm, but upon seeing Su Qinghan's attire, the flame in his hand flickered slightly. He raised an eyebrow, scanning her from head to toe. Why are you dressed like this today? Su Qinghan's face flushed slightly, but she still walked up to Qin Kangi, feigning composure. Didn't Master say you wanted me to assist you in cultivation? I thought. This way Master might be more interested, and it would be more conducive to cultivation. Su Qinghan's ears reddened slightly, her voice lower than usual. Qin Kangi suddenly became interested. Good. Young people have interesting ideas. A slow smile curled at the corner of Qin Kangi's mouth. Not bad, very high awareness. Su Qinghan's cheeks reddened even more. Actually, it wasn't just a whim. In the past few days, by Qin Kangi's side, she had witnessed his breakthrough from a first-rank martial artist all the way to the late Mingong realm. That speed was completely beyond her comprehension. She even had a faint feeling that if she didn't work hard, she would soon lose the qualification to stand by Qin Kangi's side. Under this intense pressure, she had to use every means at her disposal to better stay by Qin Kangi's side. This outfit was also part of the plan. Then came the next step of the plan. She slowly walked up to Qin Kangi and knelt down. Master, Su Qinghan's eyes were dreamy, and she lowered her head. Qin Kangi felt a sense of wonder. The once noble eldest daughter of the Su family had now become like this. This intense contrast was truly exhilarating. Qin Kengi raised his hand and waved a true qi barrier enveloping the entire room, cutting off all sounds from the outside. Tonight's sleep would be impossible. On the other side, Shangling Xuanzong Lingxi Peak. The moonlight was like water spilling over the sea of clouds on the mountaintop. Fairy Lingxi stood at the cliff's edge, her moon-white dress swaying in the wind. She was ethereal and aloof, like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Chu Qingqing stood behind her, her pretty face still carrying a hint of shock. Obviously what had happened at the Blazing Heaven Tower during the day had a great impact on her. Master, that Qin Kengi is too outrageous. Yesterday he was at the 4th level of Divine Treasury, and today he's at the late Mingong realm, and he even swallowed the red profound Blazing Heaven flame. How did he do it? Chu Qingqing had thought about this question for a whole day and couldn't figure it out. How could a person be so monstrous? Fairy Lingxi did not answer immediately, but looked toward the distant Kengi Peak, her beautiful eyes also carrying a hint of complexity. Even I cannot see through him, she said, but then broke into a smile. But what is certain is that this young friend Qin's future achievements will definitely exceed our imagination. Without a doubt, this was a powerful ally, an extremely powerful one. As long as they latched onto him, while Shangling Xuanzong would surely soar to new heights. Chu Qingqing nodded in deep agreement. Just as the master and disciple were chatting, Chu Qingqing suddenly sensed something wrong. An extreme chill rushed toward her, making her shiver. She looked over and saw that Fairy Lingxi's face had turned pale in an instant. Her originally cool and moon-like aura suddenly became extremely cold and piercing. Crack! The bluestone ground beneath her feet suddenly showed a layer of visible frost. Then the frost spread rapidly, and the spiritual herbs and trees on the cliff edge all crystallized into glittering ice in an instant. Chu Qingqing's face changed drastically. Master! Fairy Lingxi swayed slightly, pressing a hand to her chest, as a wisp of bone-chilling qi escaped her body. At her brow a faint ice-blue flower began to emerge. Chu Qingqing rushed forward to support Fairy Lingxi, but the moment she drew near, the frigid aura forced her back a step, a layer of frost swiftly coating her fingertips. Master, your extreme cold ice body has erupted again. Chu Qingqing's voice was thick with worry. Fairy Lingxi took a soft breath, forcibly suppressing the surging chill within. She waved a hand. It's nothing, an old affliction. Chu Qingqing's eyes reddened. How can you call this nothing? Over these years the eruptions of your internal cold have grown more frequent. The last time was only a month ago, and now it flares again today. How much longer can your body endure this? Fairy Lingxi remained silent. Her physique, known as the extreme cold ice body, was an exceedingly rare and special constitution. Because of this, her cultivation speed far surpassed her peers, and at a young age, she had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, becoming the foremost of the 3 supreme elders of the Upper Lingxian sect. To outsiders, she possessed unmatched talent and boundless prospects. Yet only she knew that the extreme cold ice body had both made her and imprisoned her. This physique advanced rapidly in early cultivation, but the deeper one went, the more terrifying the accumulated primal cold became. If fully mastered, one could soar to the venerable realm, or even higher with little obstruction. But if she could not resolve the backlash of the primal cold, she would be forever trapped at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Moreover, as time passed, the accumulating cold would eventually corrode her Tao foundation, freezing her into a body of ice. Chu Qingqing bit her lip and whispered, Master, is there truly no way? Fairy Lingxi slowly raised her eyes to the moon in the sky, exhaled a turbid breath, and said, There is a way. But it is exceedingly difficult. A glimmer of hope lit Chu Qingqing's eyes. What way? Fairy Lingxi was silent for a moment, then a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she spoke slowly. The peril of the extreme cold ice body is not ordinary cold poison. Common yang replenishing herbs and flames can only suppress it temporarily, never eradicate it. To dissolve it completely, one must find a person who possesses supreme unyielding yang qi and unite with them in harmony of yin and yang, merging their vital energies. Only by using the ultimate yang force to temper my inner primal cold can the extreme cold ice body truly undergo its transformation. At that time your master will not only break through my shackles and enter the venerable realm, but may even have the chance to go further. Chu Qingqing was stunned upon hearing this. Though young, she was not entirely naive. The meaning behind her master's words was clear. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Master, you mean? Fairy Lingxi did not answer, only nodded softly. A figure instantly rose in Chu Qingqing's mind. Qin Kengi. His qi and blood blazed like a furnace, his flesh so formidable that he could even devour imperial-level strange flames. If anyone in the Upper Lingxian sect could be called supremely young, it was him. No one else came close. Master, what about Qin Kengi? Chu Qingqing began instinctively. Fairy Lingxi's gaze flickered. She too had thought of Qin Kengi. In fact, from the moment Qin Kengi refined the Tai Xian blazing heaven flame, she had harbored this notion. Yet it was too absurd, too shameful to voice. She, the foremost of the three supreme elders of the Upper Lingxian sect, a peak Nirvana realm powerhouse, was to ask a young man who had only recently joined the sect to unite with her, to resolve the peril of her extreme cold ice body. The mere thought made her blush with shame. Fairy Lingxi shook her head gently. Let us not speak of this for now. Chu Qingqing grew anxious. Why not? Master, what if Qin Kangyi can truly save you? Fairy Lingxi said calmly. This matter involves both personal honor and the Dao hearts of both parties. It cannot be decided by a simple plea. Besides, young Master Qin has just refined the Tai Xian blazing heaven flame. His cultivation aura is not yet fully stable. Dragging him into this now would be unfair to him. Moreover, this is merely my own problem. There is no need to force him to bear it. In her view, Qin Kangyi's Dao heart was so firm that he likely cared little for romantic entanglements. If he rejected her, how humiliating that would be. And the process of harmonizing the cold poison was dangerous. She did not wish to put Qin Kangyi at risk. Chu Qingqing's eyes were filled with worry. But Master, Fairy Lingxi raised a hand and gently patted Chu Qingqing's head. There. Your master is not so fragile. This bit of cold won't take my life yet. You may go now. Oh, I need to suppress the cold poison. Though Chu Qingqing was reluctant, she could only nod. Yes, Master. Star Sea Star Domain, the Shun family. As the most prominent mercantile house in the Star Sea Star Domain, the Shun family commerce, though not a sect, possessed a foundation no weaker than the other top powers. In the main hall of the Shun residence, the atmosphere was oppressive. Shen Xingyue stood in the hall, her eyes red-rimmed, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her robe. Before her, a middle-aged man sat in the seat of honor. The man, clad in brocade robes with a stern countenance, was Shun Buanyang, the current patriarch of the Shun family commerce, and Shen Xingyue's father. He looked at his daughter, brow slightly furrowed, his tone lacking warmth. Xingyue, I have made myself clear. Wang Teng, the young master of the Wang clan from the True Spirit realm, is willing to take you as a concubine. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Shen Xingyue lifted her head, her eyes filled with defiance. Father, it's only a concubine, and his third one at that. I do not wish to marry. Shen Buanyang's face darkened. Not wish to marry. Do you know what the Wang clan represents? They are an ancient clan from the True Spirit realm with unfathomable depths. With a single word, they could obliterate the Shun family commerce. Young Master Wang Teng's status is supremely noble. His taking an interest in you is already your blessing. Even if it were without rank or title, as long as it connects us to the Wang clan, this marriage is worthwhile. Shen Xingyue trembled slightly. She knew her family valued profit, and that in her father's eyes she was never merely a daughter. She was a bargaining chip for the family's interests. But she never expected her father to be so blunt. But I have never even met young Master Wang Teng. Her voice quivered. If he truly meant it, why didn't he come to propose in person? Now he sends only a few servants to fetch me. What is that? Shen Buanyang snorted coldly. Foolishness. Young Master Wang Teng's status is such that he would never come to the Star Sea Star Domain for a mere concubine. Sending men is already a sign of respect to our family. Xingyue, do not be ungrateful. Shen Xingyue's tears finally fell. Father, in your eyes, am I nothing more than a tool for the Shun family's profit? Shen Buanyang's gaze grew cold. You are a daughter of the Shun family. You must consider the family's interests. All these years the Shun family has raised you, protected you, provided you with cultivation resources. Now it is time for you to repay the family. Marrying into the Wang clan benefits both the Shen family and yourself. There is no room for negotiation. Shen Xingyue's face turned pale. She opened her mouth to speak, but seeing the coldness in her father's eyes, all words lodged in her throat. She knew well that she had no right to choose. After a long silence, she lowered her head and said hoarsely, Daughter, understands. Shen Buanyang's expression softened slightly. That's better. The Wang family's people will arrive in 3 days. In the meantime, prepare yourself well, and do not entertain any unworthy thoughts. Once you marry into the Wang clan, remember to be cautious in word and deed. You represent not only yourself, but the entire Shun family commerce. Shen Xingyue did not reply, merely pursed her lips and silently bowed. Daughter takes her leave. She turned and left the main hall, her silhouette thin and bearing an indescribable sorrow. Only after Shen Xingyue had completely departed did the warmth on Shen Buanyang's face vanish. He lifted his teacup, took a light sip, then spoke calmly. Have you verified it? From the shadows, a black-clad guard appeared. Reporting to the Patriarch, it has been verified. Over the years, the young lady was placed in the Liang Kingdom for training, during which she had extensive contact with Qin Kangyi, the heir of the Junbei Marquis estate. It is said that the two have a close relationship. Shen Buanyang's brow furrowed slightly. Heir of the Junbei Marquis. That border kingdom of Liang. The black-clad guard nodded. Indeed. A flicker of contempt crossed Shen Buanyang's eyes. A mere heir of a Liang kingdom. Perhaps a figure in that small place. But in the Star Sea Star Domain, he was less than an ant. How could he compare to the young master of the Wang clan from the True Spirit realm? One was a heavenly dragon, the other an earthworm in the mud. There was no comparison at all. Qingwei has become increasingly imprudent over the years, Shen Bunyang said coldly. A mere Liang heir is unworthy of entangling with a daughter of the Shen family. The black-clad guard whispered, Patriarch, shall I go to Liang Kingdom and dispose of this person? Shen Bunyang waved his hand. No need. A Liang heir does not warrant the Shen family making such a commotion. Send someone to Liang Kingdom to inform Qin Kangyi that from now on he must have no further contact with Qingwei. If he is sensible, this matter ends here. But if he dares to pester Qingwei and does not know his limits, a cold glint flashed in Shen Bunyang's eyes. Then let the entire Liang Kingdom vanish. The next morning Qin Kangyi rose from bed feeling utterly refreshed and invigorated. Incredibly so. Su Qinghan, that little girl, really had something special. Throughout the entire night, not only did her lips and teeth retain a lingering fragrance, but she fought unyieldingly, gritting her teeth and persevering. It brought him a brand new sensation. A good deed deserves a reward. This naturally also provided Qin Kangyi with a considerable boost, directly breaking through to the peak of the Destiny Palace realm, slightly elevating his cultivation. As for Su Qinghan, she reaped even greater benefits with her cultivation on the verge of breaking through to the Divine Deposit realm. You stay here and prepare for the breakthrough. I need to go out for a while. Qin Kangyi looked at Su Qinghan, who was as meek as a little white rabbit, and said with a smile, Yes, master. Su Qinghan nodded obediently, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. That night for her was far too wild, something she would never have done before. But now she did it, and even took the initiative. However, the benefits she gained were also evident. The refined energy Qin Kangyi gave her brought her to the brink of a breakthrough. With a little guidance, she could break through to the Divine Deposit realm. Breaking through to the Divine Deposit realm at such a young age might not be much in the upper spirit mystic sect, but in the entire Liang Kingdom, it would undoubtedly mark her as a top-tier prodigy. After giving Su Qinghan a few more instructions, Qin Kangyi turned and left the room. He had important business to attend to today. He planned to go to the upper spirit mystic sect's scripture depository to cultivate a few martial arts techniques and enhance his combat strength. Although he had already broken through to the peak of the Destiny Palace realm and possessed the Tai Xian burning heaven flame, Qin Kangyi knew very well that cultivation and combat prowess were two different things. A rapid increase in realm was certainly a good thing, but without top-tier martial arts to support it, he would still suffer when facing true elite prodigies. The Primordial Beginning sect was after all one of the major top-tier forces in the Star domain, with no shortage of strong experts. Steady as she goes. Must stay steady. Leaving Kangyi Peak, Qin Kangyi headed straight for the scripture depository. Along the way, many disciples of the upper spirit mystic sect saw him, their expressions turning respectful as they quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Grand Elder Qin. Hail, Grand Elder Qin. Good morning, Grand Elder Qin. Every disciple showed utmost respect with not a trace of resentment on their faces. Are you kidding? They had all witnessed what happened at the Burning Heaven Tower yesterday. He entered at the 4th level of the Divine Deposit realm and emerged as a late-stage Destiny Palace realm cultivator. Not only that, but this Grand Elder had also casually devoured the crimson profound burning heaven flame. Who would dare show disrespect to such a ruthless figure? Although the crimson profound burning heaven flame had been refined by Qin Kangyi, rendering the Burning Heaven Tower useless, and the disciples of the upper spirit mystic sect could no longer use the tower to accelerate their cultivation. Yet from the sect leader and elders down to the very last disciple, not a single person felt displeased. In fact, no one even brought the matter up. After all, what was a mere burning heaven tower compared to Qin Kangyi's terrifying talent? It was absolutely insignificant. The founding ancestor of the upper spirit mystic sect was only a venerable realm martial artist, yet he established the sect and built the Burning Heaven Tower. The talent Qin Kangyi displayed was far beyond the venerable realm. In the future, even if this Grand Elder Qin gave back only a fraction of what he had gained, it would surely cause the entire sect to soar. Therefore, the entire sect was extremely calm about the loss of the Burning Heaven Tower. Hearing the greetings from the crowd, Qin Kangyi smiled slightly and casually waved his hand. No need for formalities. Soon Qin Kangyi arrived at the scripture depository. The upper spirit mystic sect's scripture depository was extremely grand, with 9 floors towering into the clouds. In front of the depository, an old man with white hair sat cross-legged on a cattail cushion. This was the elder in charge of guarding the depository, named Feng Xian. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the Nirvana realm. He was also one of the few Nirvana realm powerhouses in the sect. Due to his advanced age and formidable cultivation, he had been assigned to guard the scripture depository. After all, the scripture depository was the very foundation of the entire upper spirit mystic sect and could not be compromised. On ordinary days, even core disciples of the sect had to show the utmost respect to this elder, daring not to be the least bit presumptuous. But upon seeing Qin Kangyi approaching, Elder Fang Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide, quickly rose to bow, and spoke with a respectful tone, "Greetings, Grand Elder Qin." He had been present at the Burning Heaven Tower yesterday, so he naturally knew how extraordinary Qin Kangyi was. Therefore, in front of this Grand Elder, he dared not put on any airs. Qin Kangyi said with a smile, "Elder Fang, no need for formalities. I just came to the scripture depository to look around and pick a few martial arts techniques." Elder Fang Xian hurriedly replied, "You are the Grand Elder of the sect. All 9 floors of the depository are open to you, no need to report. If the Grand Elder requires any specific techniques, this old man can personally guide you." Qin Kangyi nodded. "Then I'll trouble Elder Fang." Elder Fang Xian's face lit up with an even broader smile. "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. It is what this old man should do." Having lived for so many years, Elder Fang Xian naturally knew whom to befriend and whom not to offend. Someone as monstrous as Qin Kangyi, if he didn't build a good relationship now, he would surely regret it later. "Elder Fang, are there any books in this depository that introduce the myriad worlds?" After entering the depository, Qin Kangyi did not immediately look for martial arts techniques. Instead, he wanted to learn about the various forces across the myriad realms. Elder Fang Xian nodded. "Naturally there are. Please follow me." Elder Fang Xian was thoroughly familiar with every book in the depository, so he quickly led Qin Kangyi to a tome titled Travels of the Myriad Worlds. This was discovered by an elder of our upper spirit mystic sect in a secret realm. It is said that the author of this travelogue was a sage realm powerhouse, Elder Fang Xian explained. Qin Kangyi nodded in agreement. After all, without reaching the sage realm, one could hardly traverse the void and journey through the myriad worlds. Without hesitation, he opened the ancient book. Lines of text came into view. The world Qin Kangyi lived in was called the true spirit realm, vast and boundless, governing 3,000 star domains. The Star Sea star domain was a star domain in the eastern part of the true spirit realm, with overall strength not at the very top, but not bad either, above average. The truly terrifying forces in the true spirit realm mostly clustered in the central true spirit ancient domain and the several superior star domains near it. Their experts were as numerous as clouds. The Nirvana realm was enough to establish a sect and dominate a region in the Star Sea star domain, but in the true spirit ancient domain it fell far short. Beyond the true spirit realm lay the even vaster myriad worlds. Countless great worlds, ancient realms, and forbidden zones together formed the boundless multiverse. The Sage Realm Senior who wrote this travelogue had not visited every corner of the myriad worlds, but had recorded most places. Among the myriad worlds there were 10 great thousand worlds, 3,000 medium thousand worlds, and over 10,000 small thousand worlds. The true spirit realm was one of the 3,000 medium thousand worlds. Each great thousand world was governed by a top-tier force. In other words, the vast myriad worlds were ruled by those 10 dominant powers. Qin Kangyi's gaze swept over the names of the 10 dominant powers, finally settling on one of them. Compassionate Sword Sect. Qin Kangyi's gaze paused for a moment on the introduction of the Zihong Sword Sect. The records about the Zihong Sword Sect were not extensive, merely stating that the sect was located in the Zihong realm, one of the 10,000 great worlds, with an exceedingly profound heritage. It boasted dozens, or even hundreds of sword emperor powerhouses, all of whom were women, and most of them were eccentric in nature. Moreover, it was said that the Zihong Sword Sect had once produced a supreme expert at the Sword Immortal realm. Although the author of this travelogue was a Sage Realm powerhouse, compared to a top-tier force like the Zihong Sword Sect, he was still far inferior. Thus his understanding of the Zihong Sword Sect was not deep. Then Qin Kangyi continued reading, and after finishing the travelogue he gained a general understanding of the situation in the myriad worlds. Faced with such a terrifyingly powerful force, an ordinary martial artist would most likely be filled with fear and dare not oppose it. But Qin Kangyi was not. After all, he had a cheat. Putting down the travelogue, Qin Kangyi began to browse through the martial arts techniques and skills in the scripture depository. The techniques on the first floor range from the 9th to the 1st rank, which were extremely precious in the Liang Kingdom, but here, even the most junior outer disciples could peruse them freely. Higher up, there were Spirit King and Emperor rank techniques, and it was said that on the topmost 9th floor, there was even a Sovereign rank technique, the true foundation of the Shanglingxian sect. Qin Kangyi was in no hurry. He started from the first floor, picking up one technique after another, then casually putting them down, moving at an incredible speed. With a mere glance, he had already memorized the entire content. Elder Fang Xian, who was following behind, could not help but twitch his eyelids. "Are you sure this is reading, not fooling around?" Yet after finishing each technique, Qin Kangyi would casually comment, "This palm technique has too rigid power application. The connection between the 3rd and 4th moves is somewhat problematic. This sword art is passable, but the chi circulation path takes a detour, wasting at least 20% of its power. This movement technique has a decent concept, but it only pursues speed, without considering variation. The flaws are too obvious. This one is even more absurd. Cultivating it to great mastery will damage the kidneys. Who the hell wrote this? Practicing it would be no different from self-castration. Elder Feng Xian was speechless. He had initially wanted to argue. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that everything Qin Kangyi said was correct. There were even some issues that he as an elder who had guarded the scripture depository for years had never noticed. Elder Feng Xian's heart surged with shock. What? He could see the flaws in techniques with a single glance. What kind of comprehension was this? Soon Qin Kangyi's pace of flipping through books grew faster, and he kept moving upward. He perused almost all of the Spirit King and Emperor rank techniques, and his speed remained astonishingly fast, comparable to when he was reading the 9th rank techniques downstairs. After all, with the blessing of the 10,000-fold talent, I understand you do as you please. These things posed no difficulty for Qin Kangyi at all. Was the gap between the 9th rank and Emperor rank that large? Not really. As they walked, Elder Feng Xian had gone from initial shock to gradual numbness. Until Qin Kangyi arrived at the 9th floor. The 9th floor was very quiet with no books around, only a purple gold jade slip suspended on a stone platform at the center, surrounded by a protective array. Elder Feng Xian's expression turned solemn as he introduced, Grand Elder Qin, this is the only sovereign rank technique in the 9th floor of our Shangling Xian sect's scripture depository, known as the Shangling 9 Mystic Sword Art. This sword art consists of 9 forms left by our founding ancestor, and it is the foundation of the sect. However, its grade is too high, making it extremely difficult. Even Grand Elder Lingxi, the most powerful in the sect, has only cultivated up to the 7th form. As for the 8th and 9th forms, in the 1,000 years since the sect's founding, almost no one has truly mastered them except the founding ancestor. Saying this, Elder Feng Xian's eyes showed a hint of reverence. The Shangling 9 Mystic Sword Art was the true backbone of the Shangling Xian sect. When all 9 forms were unleashed, the sword's might would shake the heavens. It was said that the founding ancestor of the Shangling Xian sect once used this sword art to slay 3 sovereign rank powerhouses of the same realm, with a single strike establishing a fearsome reputation across the Star Sea Star domain. Unfortunately, after the founding ancestor, no one in the Shangling Xian sect had been able to perfect this sword art. Qin Kangyi was taken aback. No one has learned the last 2 forms in 1,000 years. That's rather pathetic. Elder Feng Xian's face flushed red at the remark. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Grand Elder Qin, you may not know, but this sword art is extremely difficult. Its quality is at least top-grade sovereign rank, making it exceptionally challenging. If it were an ordinary low-grade sovereign technique, the sect would surely have had someone master it in 1,000 years. Especially the 8th form, which involves the yin-yang sword momentum, and the 9th form requires the unification of the 9 mysteries to condense the true Shangling sword intent. Without sufficient comprehension, forcibly attempting to comprehend it will result in either sword chi backlash or damage to the soul. Grand Elder Lingxi's comprehension is rare in a millennium for our Shangling Xian sect, yet she is still stuck at the 7th form, unable to advance further. I myself once attempted to comprehend this sword art, but after spending 10 years I barely managed to grasp the first 5 forms. The later forms gave me a headache just by looking at them. Hearing this, Qin Kangyi became even more intrigued. So exaggerated. Then I definitely need to see what's going on. Yes. Elder Feng Xian quickly stepped forward and unlocked the array around the stone platform. Qin Kangyi stepped forward, took the purple gold jade slip, and opened it. The Shangling 9 Mystic Sword Art appeared before his eyes. First form, Azure Mystery, breaks the sky. Second form, Crimson Mystery, burns the clouds. Third form, White Mystery, splits the mountains. Fourth form, Black Mystery, severs the river. Fifth form, Yellow Mystery, suppresses the earth. Sixth form, Purple Mystery, shocks the thunder. Seventh form, Supreme Mystery, cuts the star. Eighth form, Yin-Yang Mystic Sword. Ninth form, Shangling Unification. Each of the 9 forms had its own profound mystery, especially the last form, which required comprehending the Shangling sword intent to drive the sword art, and its power was unimaginable. But this was precisely the most difficult part of the sword art. After all, comprehending sword intent was extremely challenging, requiring an exceptionally high level of insight. After a while, Qin Kangyi frowned slightly. My. Elder Feng Xian had been carefully observing Qin Kangyi's expression. Seeing him frown, his heart tightened, and he asked cautiously, Grand Elder Qin, is the sword art too obscure? Qin Kangyi put down the sword art, and said with a bewildered look, difficult? Not at all. I think it's quite simple. Elder Feng Xian was stunned. But the 9th form requires comprehending sword intent to activate, and sword intent can only be grasped by sovereign powerhouses. Isn't that difficult enough? Qin Kangyi let out an, oh, and said, oh, you mean the Shangling sword intent. That sword intent is somewhat interesting, but its power is a bit weak, so I directly comprehended its superior version. Moreover, this sword art is not perfect. Hold on, I'll upgrade it while I'm at it. What does it mean that the Shangling sword intent was a bit weak in power, and then he comprehended a higher level sword intent? What does it mean that the sword art was too weak in power, and then he upgraded the sword art? These two sentences nearly fried Elder Fong Xian's CPU. He completely failed to grasp what Qin Kangyi meant. But soon he understood. Qin Kangyi suddenly emanated a dense aura of the sword path. At first the sword aura was not particularly strong. But within just a few breaths, Elder Fong Xian frowned, sensing something amiss. Because this sword aura was surging at an extremely terrifying speed. Even he, a Nirvana stage initial expert, couldn't help but feel a sense of heart-pounding fear. That feeling seemed to be fear. As if when facing the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Kangyi, he felt so insignificant that he couldn't muster any will to resist. Not only him, inside the pendant Xian, Li also sensed that something was off with Qin Kangyi. Her mouth wide open. No way. Could this guy really have upgraded this noble grade superior sword art? What tier would a noble grade superior sword art become after upgrading? It would be a saint grade art. Xian Li, as a noble grade alchemist, held a high status and had a considerable reputation throughout the entire Jinling realm. Yet the saint grade cultivation methods and martial arts she had seen could be counted on one hand, let alone creating one by herself. How in the hell could this be reasonable? However, Qin Kangyi did not care about reasonable or not. Unreasonable? Then go tell that to my system. Rumble. At that moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded above the sutra library, instantly echoing throughout the entire Shangling Xuanzong. Immediately after, a sword light surged from Qin Kangyi into the sky, piercing through the top floor of the sutra library and stirring up all the clouds above. The entire sky seemed to be forcibly torn apart by the sword chi at this moment. Next, 9 sword shadows simultaneously appeared in the firmament. 9 swords spanning the sky, the terrifying aura of their sword tips falling as if they could suppress the entire heaven and earth, making one involuntarily shudder. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Shangling Xuanzong. Countless disciples suddenly looked up, their faces full of horror, staring in the direction of the sutra library. Damn, what's happening? It's from the direction of the sutra library. As such terrifying sword chi. This sword chi feels very familiar. It seems like the aura of the Shangling 9 mystic sword art. Right, it's the aura of the Shangling 9 mystic sword art. I once felt it around Supreme Elder Ling Shi, but it didn't seem so terrifying. All the disciples were extremely horrified, but no one knew what was happening. Meanwhile, at Xianyang Peak, Supreme Elder Xianyang suddenly opened his eyes, looking toward the sutra library. When he saw the 9 sword shadows in the sky, his face instantly showed joy. This is the aura of the Shangling 9 mystic sword art. 9 swords appearing together. Who could have comprehended this sword art to perfection? Ling Shi. It must be Ling Shi who could achieve this. Throughout the entire Shangling Xuanzong, only Fairy Ling Shi had cultivated this sword art to the 7th layer, the closest to comprehending the 9 swords and reaching perfection. But the next moment, Supreme Elder Xianyang sensed a special aura. His expression drastically changed, and he suddenly overturned his previous guess as Saint Grade aura. No, this is not just comprehending the 9 swords. Someone is forcibly upgrading the grade of this sword art. He is going to elevate the Shangling 9 mystic sword art to a Saint Grade martial art. The moment this thought appeared, Supreme Elder Xianyang's breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with intense shock. How could it be? Upgrading a noble grade martial art to a saint grade martial art. Throughout the entire Jinling realm, who could do that? This was completely impossible. Although Supreme Elder Xianyang couldn't believe it, this saint grade aura absolutely could not be fake. Suddenly a name came to his mind. Qin Kangyi. Thinking of the strange scene yesterday when he devoured the imperial grade strange fire, it seemed indeed possible. Could it really be Supreme Elder Qin? My goodness, what kind of freak has Ling Shi recruited for the sect? Heaven bless my Shangling Xuanzong, heaven bless my Shangling Xuanzong. Thinking of this, Supreme Elder Xianyang trembled with excitement. Without caring about anything else, he flickered his figure and dashed straight to the sutra library. Not only him, but Lu Yuan sect leader Lu Xuanqing and the various elders also vaguely guessed something, and each of them dashed toward the sutra library. The originally quiet Shangling Xuanzong was now all stirred up. At this moment, the 9th floor of the sutra library. Elder Fong Xian was almost scared silly. His legs went weak, his body trembled, and his voice became unsteady. He comprehended it, really comprehended it. As saint grade martial art. His pupils dilated, staring fixedly at Qin Kangyi's direction. Just now he had experienced the greatest shock of his life. He had witnessed with his own eyes Qin Kangyi creating a saint grade martial art by hand, and the saint grade aura on Qin Kangyi could not be fake. The specific process was also very simple. Just do this, then do that, and finally say, I comprehend it. Snap. And it was done. It looked very simple, and actually it wasn't difficult at all. At least Elder Fong Xian didn't understand a thing. Meanwhile, Xian Li inside the pendant was no less shocked than him. Earlier, when Qin Kangyi was at the 8th rank, he had created a noble grade cultivation method by hand. After all, a noble-grade method was not particularly top-tier. But now at the late stage of the Life Palace realm, he directly created a saint-grade martial art by hand. What the hell? Is this reasonable? Shock value 400. The shock value jumped wildly, but Qin Kangyi paid no attention at all. At this moment his entire mind was focused on this sword art. The next moment Qin Kangyi burst out laughing. It's done, I've done it. Elder Feng Xian and Xian Li were stunned. What the hell had he comprehended now? Qin Kangyi raised his hand and grabbed. In the void a golden long sword suddenly appeared in Qin Kangyi's palm. The moment it appeared, the space of the entire 9th floor of the Sutra Library instantly froze. Elder Feng Xian felt that even his true qi circulation became sluggish, and even his soul trembled. What is this thing? He had never seen such an object, but he could clearly feel the terrifying aura emanating from it. Instinct told him that if he were to face this sword, he would be 10 times dead, without a chance of survival. Inside the pendant, Xian Li had a broader knowledge and recognized it at a glance, but precisely because she knew what it was, she looked even more like she had seen a ghost, and screamed, "Ah!" Sword intent materialization. How can it be sword intent materialization? Isn't this a technique that only Saint Realm experts possess? How can he, a mere Life Palace realm, have such a technique? How can this be allowed? The so-called sword intent materialization means, on the basis of comprehending sword intent, condensing the sword intent into a tangible form. For example, this golden long sword of Qin Kangyi was condensed from the sword intent he had just comprehended. When using the sword art with a sword formed from sword intent, the power of the sword art is increased by at least several times, extremely powerful, and cannot be mastered without the Saint Realm. Qin Kangyi grasped the golden sword formed by sword intent and casually slashed upward, unleashing 9 sword shadows simultaneously. This was the upgraded Supreme Spirit 9 Mystery Sword Art. With the enhancement of the sword formed by sword intent, its power multiplied exponentially. The moment this strike landed, heaven and earth fell into abrupt silence. Next moment, boom! A golden sword light tore through the top of the scripture pavilion and soared into the 9 heavens. Wherever the sword light passed, the void trembled, and the thick sea of clouds in the sky was forcibly split apart from the middle by this strike. The entire sky was bisected with a colossal sword scar stretching 10,000 zhang across the firmament. The terrifying sword aura not only spread throughout the Shangling Xuanzong, but also made countless powerhouses across the Xinghai star domain feel its dread. At this moment, the entire Shangling Xuanzong fell into absolute silence. Countless disciples looked up, staring blankly at the sky that had been split by a single strike, their minds a complete blank. Even Supreme Elder Xianyang and Lu Yuehan, who had just arrived outside the scripture pavilion along with Lu Xianqing and the other elders, stared fixedly at this scene, breathing heavily with terror in their eyes, as if they had witnessed an unimaginable horror. Supreme Elder Xianyang, can you withstand this strike? It was Lu Yuehan who spoke. Her gaze was still locked on the bisected sky, unable to look away. She swore that this was the most terrifying strike she had ever seen in her life, bar none. Hearing this, Supreme Elder Xianyang pondered for only a moment, then resolutely shook his head. I cannot withstand it, absolutely cannot. If this strike landed on me, there would be only 2 outcomes: being killed or being blasted to pieces. To be killed means death. To be blasted to pieces means being reduced to nothing. Either outcome was enough to prove the terror of this strike. Lu Xianqing and the other elders shuddered inwardly upon hearing this. Supreme Elder Xianyang was a late-stage Nirvana realm powerhouse. If even he said that, how terrifying could this strike be? Unimaginable. Coming back to their senses, they exchanged glances and rushed straight to the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion. At the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion, Qin Kangyi let out a breath after unleashing his strike. The golden sword of sword intent in his hand was a higher level of sword intent he had comprehended from the Shangling sword intent, the spirit-slaying sword intent. Drawing on the agility, subtlety, and ever-changing nature of the Shangling sword intent, and incorporating his own understanding, this sword intent not only possessed those qualities, but also embodied the concept of cutting through all things, making it extremely powerful. With the sword of sword intent formed from it, combined with the Supreme Spirit 9 Mysteries sword art, which had been upgraded to a saint-level martial art, its power was naturally beyond description. Just then the crowd hurriedly arrived at the 9th floor. Supreme Elder Xianyang stared intently at Qin Kangyi, his voice a bit hoarse. Young friend Qin, was that strike delivered by you? Qin Kangyi sheathed his sword of sword intent and casually nodded. I just upgraded the sword art and tested its power on a whim. Didn't control it well, and the commotion was a bit too much. Everyone, a bit too much. You split the sky above Shangling Xuanzong in half with a single strike, and the sword aura spread across the entire Xinghai star domain. You call that a bit too much? Lu Yuehan took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and couldn't help asking. Young friend Qin, is this sword art now truly a saint level? Qin Kangyi nodded, somewhat disappointed. Yes, but it's not high rank, it's only a low-grade saint level. Later when I step into the venerable realm, I might be able to raise it further. There was no helping it, his own strength was still insufficient, limiting the sword art's grade to low-grade saint level. Qin Kangyi was also somewhat disappointed about this. However, the surrounding crowd was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Just a low-grade saint level. What are you disappointed about? This is a saint-level martial art. Since the founding of Shangling Xuanzong, there had never been a saint-level martial art. Even looking across the entire Xinghai star domain, none could be found. Supreme Elder Xianyang's throat felt dry and he gave a wry smile. Young friend Qin is truly a prodigious genius. I have lived for so many years and have never seen such a monstrous talent as you. The surrounding people nodded in profound agreement. Qin Kangyi smiled faintly and waved his hand casually. It's all trivial matters. I just went through all the techniques and martial arts in the scripture pavilion and found many errors, so I revised them. I estimate there will be about 100 sovereign level and over 1,000 king level. I've been in the sect for a while now, and I have nothing else to give, so I'll present these techniques and martial arts. I'll organize them later as a gift to the sect. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire 9th floor of the scripture pavilion fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned, unable to process the meaning of his words. But then, as if snapping back to reality, they all gasped, staring at Qin Kangyi with shock in their eyes. A few of the older elders nearly fainted from excitement. Hundreds of sovereign-level techniques and martial arts, and over 1,000 king-level. Unbelievable. It must be known that before Qin Kangyi arrived, the entire sect only had the Supreme Spirit 9 Mystery Sword Art as a single sovereign-level martial art, and the king-level ones numbered merely 100. This was already a top-tier foundation. But with Qin Kangyi's arrival, he had directly multiplied this foundation by hundreds of times. Who could withstand that? Young friend Qin, you're not joking, are you? Lu Xuanqing's voice was dry and hoarse, his eyes red. As the sect master of Shangling Xuanzong, no one knew better than him what such a vast collection of top-tier techniques meant. Even if Qin Kangyi were to leave the sect in the future relying on these techniques, Shangling Xuanzong would absolutely rise in a short time, even soar. I never joke. Oh, by the way, I'll leave the upgraded Supreme Spirit 9 Mystery Sword Art for you as well. Gasp. A saint-level martial art was also left behind. A surprise, an earth-shattering surprise. Lu Xinxing felt his head buzz, nearly losing his footing. One saint level, hundreds of sovereign level, and thousands of king level. What did that mean? In short, the foundation of Shangling Xuanzong directly crushed the combined assets of all forces in the Xinghai star domain enough to rival the top powers of the Jinling realm. Supreme Elder Xianyang was so excited that his beard trembled. Hundreds of sovereign level, thousands of king level. Young friend Qin, you're making our Shangling Xuanzong take off on the spot. This debt of gratitude our Shangling Xuanzong can never repay. Lu Yuan, usually cold and aloof, couldn't help her beautiful eyes trembling and her lips parting slightly, showing great astonishment. Lu Xinxing took a deep breath, composed himself, and then said firmly to Qin Kangyi, Supreme Elder Qin, from now on, for any matter you have, the entire Shangling Xuanzong will go through fire and water without hesitation. Anyone who dares to hesitate even a bit will be expelled from the sect immediately. In short, it came down to 2 words: loyalty. Since Qin Kangyi's kindness could never be repaid, they could only offer their loyalty. Just as the sect master and the elders were leaping for joy and clapping in the scripture depository, a figure rushed in hurriedly. Qingqing, why have you come? What urgent matter has occurred? Seeing Chu Qingqing, Supreme Elder Xianyang inquired. Chu Qingqing was the direct disciple of Supreme Elder Lingxi, raised under their watchful eyes. They knew her temperament well and understood that she was not one to disregard propriety. Something grave must have happened. It's bad. Master has been invaded by cold poison, and forcibly suppressing it has caused her to fall into chi deviation. Please, Supreme Elder Qin, lend your aid. Chu Qingqing's face was pale with panic, her eyes filled with deep worry. She had been raised by Fairy Lingxi since childhood. Though they were master and disciple, their bond was closer to that of mother and daughter. For this reason, Chu Qingqing understood all too well how dangerous her master's condition was. If Qin Kangyi did not intervene, Fairy Lingxi might very well perish. She resolved in her heart, if anything happened to her master, she would not live on. The crowd was stunned, shock written on their faces. The 2 supreme elders in particular knew exactly how troublesome the cold poison in Fairy Lingxi's body was. Over the years, Fairy Lingxi's rapid progress and combat prowess, far surpassing that of cultivators at the same level, were due to her unique physique, the extreme ice body. But what blessed her also cursed her. While the extreme ice body accelerated her cultivation, it also accumulated a great deal of cold poison that was extremely difficult to expel. It seemed that today it had erupted. Qin Kangyi was taken aback. Cold poison invading the body. What can I do? He had never heard of such a thing and was unsure of his role. However, Chu Qingqing's fair face flushed red. Yesterday her master had told her that the only way to dispel the cold poison was through union of yin and yang. Now within the entire Upper Lingxian sect, only Qin Kangyi possessed the ability to do so. So he could indeed do something. You can. Shu Qingqing said resolutely, her face crimson. Qin Kangyi, huh? So certain. Just then Xianli transmitted a message into his mind. If I'm not mistaken, that fairy Lingxi possesses the extreme ice body. This special physique accelerates cultivation in the early stages, but gradually deepens the cold poison. Only by finding someone with pure strong yang energy can one harmonize her extreme yin origin and completely dissolve the cold poison. And you with your imperial grade strange fire can more or less accomplish that. Xian Li's cheeks reddened slightly, and she pouted a hint of jealousy in her heart, clearly aware of what was about to happen. That fairy Lingxi was breathtakingly beautiful with a splendid figure. Another stroke of luck for this brat. Qin Kangyi, oh. So such a thing existed. You all are really putting me in a difficult position. I'm not the type to take advantage of someone in distress. By the way, my dual cultivation genius can replicate special physiques and bloodlines. Can it also replicate fairy Lingxi's extreme ice body? At that thought, Qin Kangyi's eyes lit up. The extreme ice body of fairy Lingxi was an excellent special physique, not only accelerating cultivation speed, but also enhancing combat power, especially when using ice element techniques and martial arts. And his dual cultivation genius had a very powerful effect if the partner possessed a special physique or bloodline. Activating the dual cultivation genius granted a certain chance to replicate it. Previously, Su Qinghan and Xiao Yinhuang had no special physiques, so he gained nothing from them. But fairy Lingxi did. If he could obtain the extreme ice body from her combined with his 10,000-fold talent amplification, wouldn't he soar to the heavens? Qin Kangyi cleared his throat, composed himself, and with an air of righteous sincerity said, Fairy Lingxi suffers from the torment of cold poison. As her close friend, I cannot stand idly by. Even if it costs me my own well-being, I will lend her a helping hand. Niece Qingqing, lead the way. This favor I, Qin, am determined to do. The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned, then their eyes filled with profound respect. They never expected that this supreme elder Qin not only possessed terrifying talent, but also such a lofty moral stature. He was willing to risk his life for a friend he had only just met. Such great righteousness, not only in the entire Upper Lingxian sect, but even across the entire Star Sea domain, few could match it. The crowd couldn't help but hold him in awe. The two supreme elders were even more moved. Brother Qin has such spirit. I cannot fall behind. I shall go with you and lend my strength. Indeed, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will stand with Brother Qin in life and death. The two supreme elders elevated their own moral resolve. If Brother Qin, with his unparalleled talent and boundless future, dared to risk his life, why should they, old and nearing the end, hold back? At worst, they would lose their lives. So what? How could it matter? However, Qin Kangyi was startled. What the hell? A four-person activity? No, absolutely not. Before he could speak, Lu Xianxing and the other elders also declared with righteous fervor, we too wish to join Supreme Elder Qin and lend our strength. The crowd's unanimous declaration nearly frightened Qin Kangyi to death. Not satisfied with four now, it turned into a group event. That's even more unacceptable. Qin Kangyi hurriedly declined. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I can handle this alone. Chu Qingqing blushed and quickly echoed. Ahem, Elders, Supreme Elder Qin is right. This matter is beyond your help. Only Supreme Elder Qin can assist. Rest assured, Supreme Elder Qin should be fine. Though they didn't understand the reason, since Chu Qingqing said, so they didn't insist. Then we entrust this to Brother Qin, Supreme Elder Qin. The crowd bowed in unison to Qin Kangyi, their eyes filled with respect. How could such a supreme elder fail to command genuine admiration? Qin Kangyi cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed. Actually, he wasn't losing much, perhaps even gaining, right? Let's go, niece Chu. We must save your master. Qin Kangyi turned around, eager to set off. Chu Qingcheng was deeply moved. After all, Supreme Elder Qin didn't even know the method to save her master, yet he was willing to risk his life. This showed he was truly a good person. A truly good person. Yes, Supreme Elder Qin, please follow me. With that, Chu Qingcheng wasted no time and led Qin Kangyi straight to Lingxi Peak. Lingxi Peak and Kangyi Peak stood adjacent to one another, and the two arrived at Lingxi Peak in no time. Upon setting foot on Lingxi Peak, they immediately felt a terrifying chill wash over them. That chill sent shivers down one's spine. If any warrior below the Shunzong realm with weaker cultivation dared set foot here, they would likely suffer frostbite instantly. However, none of this posed any trouble for Qin Kangyi. This is bad. The master's cold poison has worsened again. Elder Qin, please follow me. The master awaits within the hall. Chu Qingcheng felt a sense of foreboding. When she had just stepped out earlier, the master's cold poison had not been this severe. Yet now the icy aura had intensified considerably, and she hurried Qin Kangyi toward the hall with growing anxiety. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, Chu Qingcheng pushed the doors open. Creak. The moment the doors swung wide, an icily blue cold mist visible to the naked eye shot forth from within. Whoosh! A ferocious icy wind struck their faces head-on. Caught off guard, Chu Qingqing's delicate frame trembled slightly, and a layer of white frost instantly formed upon her brows and hair strands. She quickly activated her true qi to shield her body, yet her expression grew even worse, her heart filled with turmoil. How could it have become this severe? Over the years, the master's cold poison had flared multiple times, yet never with such terrifying intensity. If things continued like this, the master truly would not survive long. Elder Qin, the cold poison has penetrated the master's body. Only you can help. Since you possess imperial-grade heterodox fire, the only way to expel the cold poison is to merge your fire body with the master's. In simpler terms, it requires that kind of act. Only then is there a chance. Chu Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she explained with overwhelming shyness. Asking a man to intimately unite with her own master in such a manner marked Chu Qingqing's very first experience of its kind. The crux of the matter was that she herself had to provide detailed instructions. It was simply unbearable. Yet to save the master's life she had no choice but to proceed. Qin Kengi feigned ignorance and exclaimed in shock. What? How could this be? Are you placing me in such an indefensible position? Sigh. Am I Qin Kengi the sort to take advantage of someone's distress? Qin Kengi spoke with righteous conviction, his eyes resolute, as though he truly were a paragon of justice. Even Chu Qingqing, gazing at his earnest countenance, felt a slight tremor in her heart. At a time like this, Elder Qin still harbored such a sense of justice. Truly admirable. Moreover, a wave of deeper fondness stirred within her. However, Qin Kengi had no choice but to act now. Without hesitation, Chu Qingqing knelt and dropped to the ground. Exigency demands flexibility. The master's life hangs in the balance. I implore you, Elder Qin, to disregard such formalities and save my master's life. With that, she prepared to kowtow to Qin Kengi. Reacting swiftly, Qin Kengi hurriedly helped her up. Stop. Very well, I shall sacrifice myself for righteousness on this occasion. Qin Kengi sighed and proceeded toward where Lingxi, immortal maiden, rested. Chu Qingqing rose to her feet, gazing at the scene before her. A peculiar emotion welled up within her heart, and her exquisite face flushed deeply scarlet, her burning cheeks adding to her ethereal beauty. Though still inexperienced, she was far from foolish and naturally understood what intimate encounter awaited. Biting her lip, Chu Qingqing stole one last glance toward the master and Qin Kengi before obediently closing the hall doors and turning away. The great doors slowly shut. Within the vast palace, only Qin Kengi and Lingxi, immortal maiden, remained. For a moment, an inexplicable silence fell. Qin Kengi glanced back at the closed doors, then turned his gaze toward Lingxi, immortal maiden, upon the cold jade bed. At this moment, Lingxi, immortal maiden's condition had deteriorated to the extreme. She sat cross-legged upon the cold jade bed, her once moon-white gown entirely cloaked in frost. Her cascade of raven hair spilled over her shoulders, and even her peerlessly beautiful face bore an unhealthy pallor. Upon her brow, an ice-blue lotus pattern flickered faintly. Boom. The next instant, a terrifying cold aura erupted once more from within her body. The room's temperature plummeted suddenly. Lingxi, immortal maiden's slender frame shuddered, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Yet the moment it appeared, it instantly crystallized into an ice fragment. Qin Kengi was somewhat astonished. This severe. Hearing the voice, Lingxi, immortal maiden, struggled to open her eyes. Upon recognizing Qin Kengi, she paused. Qin, junior friend. Qin Kengi nodded and quickly approached. Yes, it is I. Lingxi, immortal maiden, seemed to realize something and instinctively cast her gaze toward the closed doors. Did Qingqing send for you? Qin Kengi nodded. Yes, she said you're about to kick the bucket. Lingxi, immortal maiden. So bluntly put, but perhaps there was some truth to it. She really was on the verge of collapse. Lingxi, immortal maiden, gently pressed her lips together, her voice frail. This matter should never have drawn you into it. Qin Kengi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, don't mention it. Lingxi, immortal maiden, fell silent. She understood her physical condition better than anyone. Over the years, her extreme cold ice body had allowed her cultivation to far exceed that of ordinary people, yet the extreme cold origins accumulated within her body grew increasingly terrifying. Previously, she could still suppress it. But this time, it had completely spiraled out of control, especially after she forcibly mobilized her cultivation to suppress the cold poison earlier, causing the chilling energy to invade her meridians and divine sense. If this were not addressed promptly, there would be only one outcome. That would be her untimely demise. Thinking thus, a complex emotion flashed across Lingxi, immortal maiden's luminous eyes. At present, only Qin Kengi could save her. After a moment of silence, Lingxi, immortal maiden, looked at Qin Kengi and softly asked, Qingqing, should have already told you the method, yes? Qin Kengi nodded. Roughly, I understand. Upon hearing this, a faint blush graced Lingxi, immortal maiden's lovely face. Even though she was usually so aloof and transcendent facing such a situation, she could hardly maintain absolute composure. After all, this was her first time. Although she harbored no dislike for Qin Kangyi, in fact she held considerable fondness and even admiration for him, her heart still trembled with nervousness at experiencing such intimacy for the first time. Junior friend Qin, have you truly made up your mind? This process may not prove as comfortable as you imagine, and moreover, it could be quite dangerous. Lingxi, immortal maiden, whispered softly. After all, her body resembled ice millennia old. What pleasure could possibly arise from such coldness? Worse still, Qin Kangyi would face immense peril. Upon hearing this, Qin Kangyi's expression suddenly grew grave. What nonsense, immortal maiden Lingxi. Am I Qin Kangyi the sort to abandon someone to die? Merely a touch of cold poison. Today I shall certainly lend my aid. Filled with righteous vigor and unwavering resolve. At this moment Qin Kangyi was the very embodiment of justice. Within the pendant, Xuanli's mouth twitched uncontrollably as she listened. Keep pretending. I wonder who just had their eyes practically glowing with excitement. Qin Kangyi replied, adults are conversing here. Children need not interject. Go play in the dirt somewhere. Xuanli humph. Qin Kangyi chose to ignore her. Witnessing Qin Kangyi's demeanor, Lingxi, immortal maiden, felt an increased sense of gratitude within her heart. Though their acquaintance was brief, strictly speaking only a few days, they had not known each other long. Yet now, when her very life hung precariously, he was willing to risk everything to assist her. She would naturally etch this kindness into her memory. Junior friend Qin. Lingxi, immortal maiden, spoke softly. The favor you show me today, I shall never forget. Qin Kangyi waved his hand. All right, let's not talk about this now. You can thank me slowly after your cold poison is resolved. Upon hearing this, the blush on Lingxi Fairy's delicate face deepened. She naturally understood the implication in Qin Kangyi's words. However, with the cold poison continuously eroding her meridians, she didn't have much time to hesitate. After a moment, Lingxi Fairy gently closed her eyes as if she had finally made up her mind. All right then. I'll trouble you, young Master Qin. You? Go ahead. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of allure. Qin Kangyi looked at the frosty beauty before him and did not hesitate. He went straight in. Of course, before that he infused a stream of true qi into the pendant. After all, what followed was not suitable for children. No viewing allowed. This infuriated the girl Xian Li, who jumped 3 feet high in the pendant and cursed incessantly. Naturally, Qin Kangyi heard nothing, his entire focus on the Lingxi Fairy before him. At this moment she was not an ice sculpture, but close to it. Qin Kangyi's hand fell on her jade-like foot, and the Tai Xian burning heaven flame surged wildly within his body. In an instant the frozen foot thawed. Lingxi Fairy also felt a long-lost warmth restoring sensation to her meridians, which had been nearly numbed by the cold poison. She let out a soft moan. This warm, tingling sensation was too pleasurable, too intoxicating. Then Qin Kangyi activated the Tai Xian burning heaven flame, his warm palm gliding over her body to dispel the chill. Of course, these were only temporary measures. To truly purge the cold poison from Lingxi Fairy's body, Qin Kangyi naturally had to exert himself fully. He removed their clothes, smiled, and lowered his head. I'm coming in. Lingxi Fairy struggled to maintain her remaining consciousness, glanced at Qin Kangyi, and her face flushed bright red. So big. Then blushing she whispered, Come on. Dual cultivation prodigy activated. The next moment, as if enveloped by a huge warmth, Lingxi Fairy instantly felt much of the cold poison in her body dissipate. A look of surprise crossed her face. It really worked. That warmth was the ultimate nemesis of the cold poison. Then as Qin Kangyi expelled the cold poison, the warmth on Lingxi Fairy's face grew more apparent, the chill gradually receded, and she felt as if reborn. Not only that, but as Qin Kangyi helped Lingxi Fairy purge the cold poison, his shock value also increased gradually. Of course, it was all provided by Lingxi Fairy. Obviously, it was her first time doing such a thing, so she was quite shocked. Additionally, Qin Kangyi received a shock value notification from Chu Qingqing. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This girl was probably listening outside. As time trickled by, the cold poison on Lingxi Fairy gradually dissipated. Outside the door, Chu Qingqing's face was bright red. Especially hearing the sounds of treatment and her master's breathing and screams, she was so embarrassed she could hardly describe it. Her heart pounded wildly. After confirming that her master's condition had indeed improved, she secretly sighed in relief, then reluctantly left, leaving the space for her master and Qin Kangyi. A day and a night passed quietly. The next morning, the dense, almost unbreakable cold mist above Lingxi Peak had mostly dissipated. Inside the great hall, Lingxi Fairy slowly opened her eyes. After a whole day and night of effort, Qin Kangyi had finally completely eradicated the cold poison accumulated in her body over the years. Not only that, but under the repeated refinement of the supreme yang force, the originally chaotic and impure extreme cold origin had been purified. At this moment Lingxi Fairy lay quietly on the bed with no uncontrolled cold aura around her. Instead, wisps of extremely pure ice blue true essence flowed steadily through her meridians. Her originally pale face had regained its rosy hue, and even her aura was much stronger than before. Boom. Suddenly, a low rumble came from within Lingxi Fairy's body. Her cultivation, which had been stuck at the peak of the Nirvana realm for years, actually took another step forward at this moment. Half-step venerable. Of course this was not the limit. She had a premonition that within 3 or 4 days at most, she could smoothly break through to the venerable realm, leaping to become a venerable powerhouse. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. This was truly a blessing in disguise. Qin Kangyi, who had woken up long ago, smiled as he looked at the sleeping Lingxi Fairy beside him and said, "Awake." Lingxi Fairy curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, her eyes full of tenderness. Suddenly Lingxi Fairy noticed something off about Qin Kangyi. "Your cultivation has broken through to the Nirvana realm," she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with intense shock. Just moments ago, she had been secretly delighted at her own breakthrough to half-step venerable, expecting to become a venerable in a few days. But now that small joy vanished instantly. The day before, Qin Kangyi had just broken through to the late Minggong realm, and now only a day later, how was he already at the early Nirvana realm? This cultivation speed was ridiculously fast. He didn't even have bottlenecks. Was this reasonable? Qin Kangyi smiled faintly. Just a lucky breakthrough, nothing special. Lucky? You call this lucky? Lingxi Fairy remembered that when she first met Qin Kangyi, he was only at the 3rd level of the Shindang realm. Now he was already at Nirvana, about to catch up to her. The key point was that only a few days had passed. If she hadn't had some expectations, she would have been utterly stunned. However, she didn't know that Qin Kangyi was not satisfied at all. In fact, he was somewhat disappointed. He thought to himself, what's going on? Doesn't the dual cultivation prodigy allow copying special physiques? Why don't I have the extreme cold ice body yet? Could it be that the number of times is too few? Possibly. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of copying, I'll try 10,000 times, and I'll succeed eventually. Qin Kangyi made up his mind instantly. He would never let Lingxi Fairy leave until he obtained the extreme cold ice body. With that thought, he turned over and launched an attack. Lingxi Fairy's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "Qin, young Master Qin, I've recovered. There's no need for further treatment." However, Qin Kangyi smiled and said, "No, you're not fully healed yet. The wicked cold poison will come back. Lingxi Fairy, let me help you consolidate, and we'll defeat the cold poison together." Hearing this, Lingxi Fairy's face flushed bright red. Bah! How could she not know what this young man meant? But she didn't resist. Sai let him have his way. What a troublesome lover. After all, I quite like that feeling too.